Chapter 131. Ding. Ding. The heavy and weak knocking sound, like the struggling heartbeat of a dying person, echoed alone in the slightly cool air in the early morning, breaking the dead silence of the valley, and knocking on the edge of the cold data stream in the stone house. Every time the hammer fell, Roland's body trembled uncontrollably, and a bloody gasp suppressed deep in his throat. Sweat soaked his worn leather armor, mixed with coal ash, blood and dust, and drew grooves on his pale face. He leaned on the charred remains of the chimney, and every short pause seemed to exhaust the last bit of strength. Only the eyes that stared at the hammer and nail in his hands burned with a nearly extinguished, but extremely stubborn flame. The door of the stone house opened silently in this monotonous and painful knocking sound. There was no sign, no creaking sound of the door hinge. It was as if the heavy wooden door itself was part of the shadow, and it just naturally opened a gap at this moment. The dark gray figure appeared at the door, like a ghost blending into the light, and did not attract the attention of Cooper and Martha below. They were staring at Roland, who was crumbling on the roof with worry. Lillian 0. She lowered her head slightly, and the edge of the dark gray hood covered most of her face, revealing only her cold jaw and tightly pursed thin lips. In her hand was a shallow plate woven with fine rattan, in which were neatly stacked fresh herbs that had just been picked. A few silver-edged grasses with serrated edges, a few clusters of blue star flowers that exuded a refreshing scent, and a few dark green leaves of golden thorn grass with clear veins. The grass leaves were still stained with morning dew, and sparkled with crystal clear light in the rising sun. Her movements were precise and smooth, with an almost mechanical efficiency that was out of tune with the surrounding environment. She didn't look at anything extra, didn't pay any attention to the mess at the pass, and didn't even look up at the young craftsman on the roof who was hammering out his promise with his life. Her eyes, like the most precise probe, only fell on the few specially selected, smooth-surfaced drying stones at the edge of the herb garden. Ambient light conditions, suitable, spectral wavelength, in line with the photosensitivity requirements of golden thorn grass and silver-edged grass. Ambient humidity, high, need to pay attention to the evaporation rate of water in medicinal materials. Medicinal material status, freshness 98.7%, active ingredient concentration, peak, morning dew effect. Operation, sorting medicinal materials, spreading them out to dry, maximizing photosynthesis efficiency. The cold command flow silently operated in her mind core. She walked to the drying stone and bent down slightly. The dark gray cloak fell, outlining a slender, but seemingly inhuman outline. Her fingertips seemed to have their own independent life. She picked up a leaf of golden thorn grass with great precision, gently brushed off a slightly larger dewdrop on the tip of the leaf, and then spread it flat on the flat stone surface, with the vein stretched in the direction facing the best angle of sunlight. Next was the silver-edged grass. The sharp serrated edges were carefully avoided to ensure that the leaves would not be damaged by squeezing each other. The blue star flower was placed alone on another stone to prevent its unique odor from interfering with other medicinal materials. Her movements were not a trace of fireworks, nor were they clumsy or casual when humans were working. Each step was like a precise procedure that had been calculated billions of times, full of a cold sense of order and the ultimate pursuit of efficiency. In her hands, the medicinal materials seemed no longer life, but a group of experimental samples that needed to be optimized. Dang! Another heavy hammer blow came from above, with obvious exhaustion and pain. Roland's body shook violently, and the hammer head almost flew out of his hand. He held the remains of the chimney tightly, and coughed violently. Every cough brought out tiny blood foam, splashing on the charred wooden board. The sound and vibration were clearly transmitted below. Lillian did not stop spreading the herbs. She seemed to have not heard the dying cough at all, and did not see the splashing blood foam. Her fingertips still steadily picked up the next petal of the blue star flower, gently adjusting its position on the stone surface, ensuring that each petal could be evenly bathed in the morning light. However, just as she slightly turned sideways and prepared to put down the last silver-edged grass leaf, her eyes, like an unconscious scanning ray, swept upwards very briefly and without any temperature. On the edge of the roof, Roland was panting hard, trying to gather strength again to lift the hammer. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his angular jaw. His face was gray, but his eyes were fixed on the gap that had not been repaired. There was an almost tragic persistence in his eyes, which belonged to mortals. Visual scan, instant target individual, Roland location, edge of the roof. Physiological state, vital signs continued to deteriorate, abnormal heart rate, increased risk of respiratory failure. Injury, stress bleeding at the fracture of the left arm trace, risk of displacement of rib fracture, high, internal bleeding, continuous. Energy level, exhausted. Behavior, continuous inefficient labor, threatening own survival. Assessment, no direct external threat. Behavior logic, maintain contract performance, psychological priority. Suggestion, terminate the behavior, low priority. Scan completed, information archived. Tags, target individual specific behavior pattern, physiological self-destructive tendency driven by willpower. Her gaze did not linger at all, as if she had only confirmed a set of insignificant environmental parameters. Under the dark gray hood, the cold lines at the corners of her lips did not change at all. She retracted her gaze, laid the last silver-edged grass leaf accurately, and brushed her fingertips very lightly on the surface of the leaf, as if brushing away the last trace of non-existent dust. After doing all this, she picked up the empty rattan shallow plate, turned around quietly as she came, and her dark gray cloak drew an indifferent arc, remerging into the dimness of the stone house. The wooden door closed silently behind her, isolating the light and sound from the outside world, and also isolating the heavy and painful knocks on the roof. As if it had never appeared. On the roof, Roland had just accumulated a little strength and raised the heavy hammer again. The hammer head reflected a cold luster in the morning light. Just as he was about to land, his eyes unconsciously swept down. Next to the herb garden, on the flat stones for drying herbs, fresh herbs were carefully spread out. The deep green veins of the golden thorn grass leaves were clearly visible in the sun, the jagged edges of the silver-edged grass shimmered, and the petals of the blue star flowers stretched out, as if they had never experienced the blood and chaos of last night. They were arranged so neatly, so perfectly, with a palpitating, inhuman sense of order. And the door of the stone house was closed. An indescribable complex emotion instantly seized Roland. Is it gratitude? The cold figure and indifferent attitude are far from this word. Is it awe? Yes, the unfathomable power and absolute alienation are enough to make anyone in awe. But there is something deeper. A sense of absurdity that is completely ignored, like air, and a faint sense of loss that even he himself is unwilling to admit. He promised Chief Hake to fix the roof. But she seemed to only care about her grass and moss. The life-saving silver mist and gel last night seemed to be just part of her experiment or record. They were like two parallel lines that never intersected, each fulfilling their own contract. He was repairing the physical roof, trying to protect a weak promise and inner peace, while she was maintaining her small, vibrant herb garden and guarding her cold and orderly world. Dang! The hammer finally fell, making a duller knock than before. Roland gritted his teeth and smashed all the confusion, pain, and unspeakable emotions into the cold iron nail. The nail was deeply embedded in the charred wooden beam, firmly fixing a new board. He panted, and sweat flowed like a stream. His sight swept over the carefully tended herb garden below again. The sun shone on the neatly arranged herbs, exuding a faint, refreshing herbal aroma, which formed a pungent contrast with the sulfur and bloody smell in the air. He lowered his head, and looked at his trembling right hand, and the heavy hammer in his hand. The handle of the hammer was stained with his sweat and blood. Then he looked at the tightly closed wooden door that seemed to swallow all the light. There was no speech, no communication, and not even a glance. Only the heavy and stubborn knocking on the roof and the cold and regular humming of instruments, or just silence, that might exist in the stone house formed a strange, silent tacit understanding in the morning light of this valley torn apart by war. He continued his repairs, knocking on the promise with his life. And she, perhaps in the house, was calmly recording the next set of experimental data, classifying everything outside the window, along with the heavy knocking sound and the dying gasp, as an external interference event that had been recorded. The wind from the valley blew, ruffling the leaves of the golden thorn grass in the herb garden, and also ruffling Roland's sweat-soaked forehead hair on the roof. The sun stretched his shadow very long, casting it lonely on the charred roof. And the shadow of the stone house was still deep, as if it had never changed. Chapter 132. The sun gradually set in the west, and the rugged outline of the valley was drawn into a long silent silhouette. The molten gold afterglow splashed down, briefly dispelling the grayness of sulfur smoke and dust, and coating the charred land, broken rocks, and even the dust floating in the air with a warm but illusory halo. But this warm color could not cover up the cold and dead silence under the mess at the pass. Ding! Ding! The heavy and weak knocking sound on the roof became longer and longer, like a candle that was about to burn out, and each beat seemed particularly difficult. Finally, ding! The last knock fell, with a lingering sound of relief but exhaustion. Roland leaned against the charred remains of the chimney, and his body seemed to have been stripped of all bones, and he slowly slid down. The hammer in his hand rolled weakly beside him, making a dull sound. He panted violently, and every breath he took was like the hissing of a worn-out bellows, causing a tearing pain deep in his chest. The sweat had long since dried up, leaving only solidified coal dust, blood stains, and a kind of grayness that was overdrawn to the limit. The severe pain in his left arm was like a continuous burning flame, and every heartbeat brought a dizziness. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes, through the messy hair stuck to his forehead by sweat, looking at the work he had just completed. The huge gap left by the magic flame bomb has now been filled with pieces of charred wooden boards. Although the edges are uneven, although the nail marks are of different depths, and although the charred color blends with the surrounding smoked roof, it looks ugly and hasty, but it has been repaired after all. A complete roof that is no longer drafty. The promise was fulfilled. An indescribable complex emotion, like a heavy tide, instantly drowned Roland. Is it relief? Yes, this heavy responsibility has finally been lifted. Is it sadness? The firelight of Shimu village, the hunchback of Old Huck, those faces that will never come back. This repaired roof cannot fill those huge holes. Is it exhaustion? The overdraft of body and spirit has already reached the limit. There is also a trace of indescribable confusion. Where to go next? The afterglow of the setting sun fell on his face covered with dirt and sweat, illuminating the bottomless exhaustion in his eyes, and a trace of emptiness after completing his mission. He didn't have the strength to cheer, or even to pull the corners of his mouth. He just sat quietly, leaning against the cold chimney, feeling the mess and pain deep in his body like a storm. Below, Cooper, Martha, Greta, and little Tom had packed up their meager belongings. A few patched cloth bundles, half a bag of hardened black bread, a few worn-out clothes, and the broken pitchfork and the broken axe. Martha insisted on taking them. The small bundles piled on the gravel ground looked so thin, just like their precarious fate at the moment. Cooper looked up at the silent and tired figure on the roof that almost merged with the charred chimney, his turbid old eyes full of worry and pity. Roland, come down quickly when you're ready. We should leave. Martha also wrapped the cloth strips on her face tightly, her voice filled with anxiety and fear. Yes, it's getting dark. Monsters might. Roland did not answer immediately. Gathering his last bit of strength, he slowly moved his gaze towards the herb garden next to the stone house. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, the herb garden presented an almost dreamy tranquility. Most of the golden thorn grass stretched out their dark green leaves, and the tips of the leaves were bathed in warm light, as if absorbing the last bit of energy. On several drying stones, the silver-edged grass, blue star flower and golden thorn grass leaves that Lillian had spread out in the morning were now showing a fuller color under the setting sun, and the edges seemed to be coated with a layer of gold. The moisture seemed to have evaporated, and the leaves curled slightly, emitting a richer herbal aroma mixed with bitterness and clarity. The silver veins inside the stones covered with moonlight moss glowed in the warm light, breathing like living things. The entire herb garden, in the devastated valley, stubbornly maintained its order, vitality, and incompatible peace. And the stone house guarding this peace remained silent. The wooden door was tightly closed, like an unchanging stone, rejecting the outside world's prying and noise. The newly repaired charred area on the roof was particularly dazzling in the sunset. It was his only, clumsy, blood and sweat connection with this mysterious place. Lillian Zero. The mysterious black-haired herb-picking girl. The starry sky girl, the observer, she never showed up. She didn't show any concern for his injuries, didn't comment on his work, and didn't even come out to take a look at her herbs like she did in the morning. It was as if the figure on the roof, who desperately completed the repair, was no different from the scattered rubble and broken pitchforks on the ground. Thinking back to the life-saving silver mist and gel last night, it was as unreal as a dream, full of a cold and inhuman feeling. In Roland's heart, there was a last faint expectation. Maybe a farewell? Maybe a look of confirmation? Like a stone thrown into a deep pool, it sank silently, leaving only a cold echo. He lowered his head, and his right hand subconsciously reached into the small pocket with patches on the lining of the worn leather armor. His fingertips touched 3 cold copper coins with worn edges. There was also a small piece of black bread left, as hard as a stone. Reward? The last embers of Shimu village. He clenched it tightly, and the cold touch brought a trace of real pain, but also brought a heavy responsibility. Live with this little spark. He no longer looked at the closed wooden door and the vibrant herb garden. He used up all the remaining strength in his body and struggled to stand up. His body was like a puppet that had fallen apart, and the severe pain in his left arm made his eyes black. He grabbed the remains of the chimney fiercely, and his nails scraped on the charred stone, making a harsh sound, and he barely stabilized his body, and did not fall down. "I am coming down." His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Under the anxious gaze and careful support of Cooper and Martha, Roland staggered down the wooden ladder with great difficulty. The moment his feet stepped on the gravel again, he felt a severe dizziness and almost couldn't stand steadily. Cooper and Martha quickly supported him on the left and right. "Quick! Greta, Tom, take the things. Go!" Cooper's voice was filled with rapid fear, and his eyes vigilantly scanned the direction of the valley entrance that was gradually shrouded in dusk. The vague low howl seemed to become clearer as the night approached. Martha stuffed the smallest bundle into Roland's right hand, which was still able to use strength. "Kid, hold it." "Hold on." Roland did not refuse, and held the light bag tightly with his right hand, as if it was the only fulcrum supporting him from falling. He took a last look at the silent stone house. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the newly repaired roof, dyeing the ugly charred patch with a layer of illusory golden red. The closed wooden door was still like a cold refusal. "Let's go!" Cooper roared, holding Roland, dragging his heavy steps, and took the lead to walk towards the deep valley, the leeward and hidden corner where they had hidden before. Martha supported Greta, and little Tom held the smallest bag and stumbled to follow. Roland was half dragged forward. His steps were weak, and every step brought a groan from all the bones in his body. He did not look back. The setting sun cast his hunched and stumbling back on the ground covered with gravel and blood, pulling out a long, silent, and sad silhouette. That silhouette, the silent outline of the stone house, and the quiet vitality of the herb garden formed a silent farewell picture in the valley where dusk was gradually falling. Inside the stone house, in front of the workbench, Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly. Her fingertips gently slid across the smooth and cold surface of the inhibitor wristband. Deep in the field of vision, the cold blue data stream flowed silently. Environmental scan, routine completed. External variables, Roland location confirmation, moving deep in the valley. Physiological state, extremely weak, vital signs, critical value. Movement mode, requires external assistance. Related events, roof physical structure repair completed, assessment, inefficient, but structural integrity restored to the basic threshold. Environmental threats, potential magic fluctuations, West Valley entrance direction, intensity, low non-clustered. Core task, maintain the stability of the suppressor, efficiency, 95.2%. Ambient lighting conditions, about to end, moonlight moss lighting maintenance is over. Next priority, nighttime monitoring of moonlight moss metabolic activity. The data stream is updated and archived calmly. Label, target individual, Roland, behavior sequence, contract fulfilled, roof repair. Status, out of contact area. Her perception is like an invisible radar, clearly seeing the tiny figure who was supported and staggered away in the shadow of the jagged rocks. His pain, his weakness, the heavy and complex emotional fluctuations when he left, were all accurately captured, analyzed, and converted into cold physiological parameters and behavioral pattern labels. There was no retention, no farewell, and not even a fluctuation of thought. The black eyes under the dark gray hood were calm and waveless, like two bottomless cold pools. She withdrew her perception, as if she had only confirmed the disappearance of an environmental variable. Her fingertips lightly touched the rune on the wristband and started the preset night monitoring program. Nighttime monitoring of moon moss metabolic activity, activated. Energy source, synchronous energy supply from suppressor, efficiency usage, 0.5%. A faint humming sounded in the silent stone house, like a cold heartbeat. Outside the door, the setting sun completely sank into the mountain ridge. The last ray of illusory warm light disappeared, and the valley was completely shrouded in deep dusk blue and pungent sulfur smell. The charred land, broken rocks, the newly repaired ugly roof, and the medicinal garden that still stubbornly glowed in the twilight. Everything sank into the deepening darkness. Only the vague sound, not sure whether it was the sound of the wind or the low howl of the monster, echoed intermittently in the dead valley, reminding this land of the smoke and danger that had not yet dissipated. Under the brief calm, there was a deeper uneasiness and unknown. Chapter 133. The valley completely sank into ink-like darkness. The illusory warmth brought by the molten gold afterglow during the day was replaced by the cold night and the piercing silence. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder in the air did not dissipate, but became more viscous and more corrosive in the windless silence, like an invisible poisonous miasma, silently permeating every inch of space. In the distance, the vague low howl seemed to be clearer, with an ominous rhythm, like the god of death sharpening his claws in the dark. In the stone house, the only light source came from the center of the workbench. It was not the flickering candlelight, nor the warm furnace light, but a fist-sized energy ball suspended above Lillian's palm, emitting a constant cold white light. The light was not dazzling, but it illuminated a small area around the workbench, like a shadowless lamp on an operating table, cold, precise, and without a trace of temperature. The edge of the light was quickly swallowed up by the deep darkness around it, with a clear boundary. Lillian's dark gray figure stood in the center of this cold light. Her hood was down, and her black hair fell like a waterfall on her shoulders, making her delicate but expressionless face look even paler, as if it was carved from ice and snow. Her eyes were like the most precise probe, focusing on the items spread out on the workbench. The core was the Tranquility Inhibitor wristband. At this moment, it was lying quietly on a stone slab covered with dark velvet. The brass shell of the wristband was disassembled, revealing the dazzling and sophisticated structure inside. The energy guides as thin as hair and flashing with faint blue light were stacked like a living blood vessel network, and countless runes that were too tiny to be seen by the naked eye were inlaid on the nodes of the guides like stars, together forming an extremely complex three-dimensional energy constraint matrix. The core of the matrix was a rice-sized diamond crystal that constantly pulsated with soft blue light. This was the bridal core that constrained the vast sea of magic in her body. Inhibitor performance deep diagnosis activated. Mode, structural scan, microscopic level, plus energy flow field simulation, real time. Objective, confirm the source of abnormal core circuit volatility, current volatility, 0.5%, exceeding the basic threshold by 0.3%. The cold blue data stream rushed silently in the depths of her vision, converting every trace of energy flow inside the wristband, and the glimmer of each rune into precise parameters. Her fingertips were surrounded by extremely weak energy flows that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Like the most dexterous probe, she carefully moved the guide node and adjusted the energy threshold of a tiny rune. Every subtle adjustment was accompanied by extremely precise synchronous changes in the brightness of the cold white light ball above her palm, illuminating the working area like daylight. Adjustment. Node A7 energy conduction threshold increased by 0.01%. Real-time feedback. Core circuit volatility decreased to 0.48%. Related impact. Secondary circuit 3, environmental interference resistance, performance, slightly decreased, 0.2%. Optimization of the scheme. Synchronously improve the secondary circuit 3 node F12 diversion efficiency, compensation calculation in progress. She did not hesitate at all, and her movements were as precise as a preset mechanical program. Her mind was running at high speed, and the huge database supported every fine-tuning calculation. The cold data stream covered all her senses. The dead silence of the valley outside the door, the faint howling of monsters in the distance, the pungent smell of sulfur in the air, and even the bloody fight last night and the heavy knocking this morning, were all completely blocked and classified as external interference events that had been recorded. At this moment, her world was left with only the core device in front of her that maintained her survival and concealment, and the cold and orderly ocean of data. This is her daily life. Her peace. Adjustment completed. Secondary circuit 3 node F12 diversion efficiency increased by 0.15%. Core circuit volatility. Stable, 0.45%. Secondary circuit 3 efficiency. Restored to the basic value. Overall inhibitor efficiency. 95.5%, slightly improved. Status. Stable, estimated maintenance time. 72 standard hours. Conclusion. The abnormal fluctuation is caused by the continuous weak erosion of the secondary circuit 3 by the ambient environmental pollutants, sulfur magic crystals. Solution. Periodic maintenance, current cycle, 7 days. Diagnosis completed. The glimmer on Lillian's fingertips dissipated. She carefully closed the disassembled brass shell again, covering the delicate internal structure like a work of art. The wristband returned to its inconspicuous and simple appearance, with only the extremely weak blue rune pulsation at the core, proving the extraordinary power contained in it. She buckled it back on her left wrist, and the cool metal touch brought a familiar sense of control and stability. Core task. Suppressor stability maintenance complete. However, the calm did not last long. In other words, Lillian's calmness has always included the ultimate pursuit of efficiency and preparation for potential threats. Her eyes moved away from the wristband and fell on the corner of the workbench. There were several neatly cut, smooth dark gray slabs. This was a special stone with a certain degree of magical inertness that she had mined from the depths of the valley before, and it was an excellent rune substrate. Next to it, there was a small dish of silver blue powder emitting a faint glow. It was an experimental rune ink extracted from the core veins of the moonlight moss, and mixed with a trace amount of magic metal. Although the attack of the demon team last night was unexpectedly and efficiently non-fatally expelled by the moonlight moss spray, it also exposed the shortcomings of the existing defense system. The light and sound interference of the Tranquility Basic Alert type barrier is not effective against the casters of the Rot Swamp, and the physical barrier is even weaker. The risk of directly using magic power to attack, suppressor pressure, exposing oneself, is too high, which does not meet the core principle of hidden survival. Need to be optimized. A stronger, more energy efficient, and more in line with the non-lethal expulsion/hysteresis principle of passive defense is needed. New project proposal. Rune Array Optimization Experiment. Goal: develop the Tranquility Advanced Hysteresis Type Barrier, prototype. Functional requirements: strengthen physical barriers, basic, energy interference, for corrupted/filthy targets, spatial viscosity effect, non-lethal hysteresis. Energy constraints: must be fully powered by suppressors, occupancy rate, less than 3%. Instructions are generated in the mind core. Lillian's eyes became as sharp as a hawk. She picked up a dark gray slate, and held a rune-carving pen made of some hard animal bone with a tip as thin as a hair. The tip of the pen was dipped into a little silver blue ink that emitted a faint glow. Her movements became extremely focused and precise again. The tip of the pen seemed to have a life, moving quickly and steadily on the smooth surface of the slate, outlining. Every stroke was accompanied by an extremely subtle injection of energy, guiding the active ingredients in the ink to resonate wonderfully with the inert stone. A rune pattern, with a structure far more complex and three-dimensional than the previous basic warning barrier, gradually took shape under the illumination of the cold white light ball. The lines were smooth, the turns were sharp, and it was full of cold geometric beauty. Rune structure: 7th sequence, space anchoring, plus 3rd sequence, energy neutralization, plus improved moonlight moss purification factor diversion path, experimental. Energy flow simulation, start. Stability: 73%, need to optimize the cross-node energy load. Just when she was concentrating on a key energy node intersection. An extremely weak energy fluctuation with a special frequency escaped from the rune substrate she was carving without any warning. This fluctuation was not aggressive, but like a stone thrown into calm water, it instantly disrupted the absolute stability of the energy flow that Lillian injected into the pen tip. The tip of the engraving pen trembled very slightly. Sizzle. A slight sound like static electricity release. On the stone slab, an energy guide line that should have been smooth and perfect had an extremely tiny burr, an offset that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. What's worse, the dissipated energy fluctuations had a hint of familiar, disgusting stickiness. Warning: energy flow simulation interrupted. External interference. Weak filthy magic frequency detected, highly consistent with the energy characteristics of the swamp caster last night. Source: experimental substrate, speculation. Ambient pollution residue inside the stone was activated by runes. Rune structural integrity, damaged, key node offset, 0.7 micros. Efficiency prediction, decreased by 38.7%, stability risk, increased dramatically. The cold alarm information flow instantly covered the experimental data. Lillian frowned very slightly, and this tiny change in expression seemed particularly abrupt on her frozen face. Filthy magic power. Swamp caster. The outline of the bloated, smoking, painful screaming last night flashed across her vision in an instant. Then, illogically, another set of images, like an error window that was forcibly popped up, instantly tore apart the absolutely rational data stream. Core memory fragment. Forced association sample point the night before the laboratory collapsed. Image. In the incubator, the body of number 9, vampire, twitched violently, and dark red viscous liquid oozed out of the body surface. The filthy magic power reading on the monitoring screen soared wildly. The alarm red light flashed wildly. Related audio. Warning: sample number 9, vampire, is abnormally active. Filthy magic power backfires. The removal protocol is invalid. Emotional tag, recorded at the time logical priority, activate emergency plan. Physiological reaction, none. The filthy magic power of the swamp caster last night is highly similar to the energy characteristics of the out-of-control sample number 9 in the memory. Logical conflict. Relation confirmation. The energy characteristics of the swamp caster and the out-of-control data of sample number 9, vampire similarity 89.3%. Conclusion. Was the Demon Squad unit, swamp caster, Last night a subspecies/contaminated variant derived from the laboratory sample number 9, vampire, that went out of control. Threat assessment update. Demon threat source tracing. Issues left over from the laboratory accident. Responsibility association, direct. The cold analysis conclusion was like an invisible hammer. Although responsibility was just a neutral word in her database, representing causal relationship, the data flow impact brought by this set of conclusions at this moment made her feel more uncomfortable from the logical level than the rune deviation on the stone tablet. Her experiment, her mistakes, spread in this world like a plague, twisted, bred new minions, and finally followed the trail and rushed back to the valley where she tried to hide. Her fingertips stopped in midair, and the tiny light at the tip of the engraving pen flickered. The extremely tiny burr was magnified like a hideous crack under the cold white light ball. Action sequence 1. Terminate the current rune experiment. Substrate contamination, unusable. 2. Purify the workbench area. Dispel the scattered filthy magic energy. 3. Update the database. Trace the source of the demon threat. New association. Uncontrolled derivative of laboratory sample number 9. 4. Reevaluate environmental safety. The concentration of ambient pollution in the valley needs to be continuously monitored, potentially attracting similar threats. She did not make any emotional movements. She just put down the engraving pen in her hand very calmly. A very thin layer of energy with strong purification fluctuations lingered on her fingertips, like an invisible broom, quickly swept across the workbench, and completely annihilated and neutralized the scattered filthy magic energy. Then, she picked up the defective experimental substrate, and there was no regret in her dark gray eyes, only pure evaluation. The fingertips flickered. Crack. The slate cracked silently in half, and the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. The waste was accurately put into a stone box in the corner of the workbench that was specially used to hold experimental residues. Waste disposal completed. The stone house returned to cold silence. Only the extremely weak but constant hum from the core of the suppressor wristband and the silver light flowing inside a few moonlight moss stones in the corner proved the passage of time. Lillian stood quietly, her eyes falling on the remaining clean substrate on the workbench and the silver blue rune ink. The optimization experiment of the new rune failed in the first step, but the core logic remained unchanged. The source of the threat was clearer, and the need for concealment was more urgent. She needed a purer substrate. More precise energy control was needed. A more efficient non-lethal expulsion plan was needed. The dark gray figure, reflected by the cold white light ball, was like a never-tiring precision instrument, once again engaged in silent calculations and preparations. Under the peaceful life that is trying to be restored, there is a more turbulent undercurrent and a never-ending rational game. The darkness and low howls outside the window are the background sound that never ends in this world. Chapter 134. In the stone house, a cold white ball of light floated above the workbench, projecting Lillian's focused figure on the cold stone wall behind her, with a clear and lonely outline. The faint light lingering on her fingertips had just dissipated, and the experimental substrate that was scrapped due to internal ambient pollution was precisely split into two, with a smooth cross-section, as if cut by an invisible sharp blade. The sound of waste falling into the stone box was the only echo in the dead silence. New rune experiment, quiet advanced hysteresis prototype initialization failed. Reason, ambient pollution, filthy magic energy characteristics, inside the substrate material was activated and interfered. Threat database update, confirmed that the demon threat source, swamp caster unit, is highly correlated with the out-of-control data of laboratory sample number 9, vampire, similarity 89.3%. Threat assessment, persistent legacy issue, needs continuous monitoring/response. Next step, screening for higher purity inert substrates, scanning plan for deep rock formations in the valley. Optimize the rune ink energy diversion threshold, reduce pollution sensitivity. The cold stream of instructions was silently issued in the core of the mind, covering the brief data disturbance caused by the failed experiment and the threat tracing. Lillian's eyes fell on the remaining clean substrate and the silver blue rune ink. There was no frustration in her dark gray eyes, only a more precise calculation preparation after reevaluating the variables. Just as her fingertips moved slightly, preparing to take the next substrate for preliminary energy conduction test. Warning! Passive environmental monitoring triggered. Abnormal energy field fluctuation. Detection. Source direction. East side of the valley, not the normal path of monsters. Distance. About 1.5 kilometers. High-speed approach. Fluctuation characteristics. Non-abyssal magic. High-intensity life signal. Human. Extreme fatigue, accompanied by violent physical shock, horse hoof sound, metal friction, damaged armor. Intensity, medium, individual. Activity, extremely high, on the verge of extreme mobility. Threat level assessment, low, non-hostile unit, no attack intention. Behavior pattern, directional movement, clearly pointing to the stone house area, but cold alarm information flow instantly covered the experimental data. Lillian suddenly raised her eyes. The black eyes under the dark gray hood were as sharp as cold stars, without the slightest interruption of anger, only absolute focus on sudden variables. Her perception was like the most sophisticated radar network, instantly penetrating the thick stone wall and the dark night, and locked the source of the abnormal fluctuations. Visual scan, ultra-distance low-light heating imaging overlay mode. Number of targets. 1. Heat source signal. Human, adult male, body type, strong, but signal is weak. Energy characteristics. Vitality overdrawn, on the verge of death, no arcane/magic fluctuations. Movement method. Riding a horse status, dying, white foam with blood coming out of the mouth and nose. Carrying objects. Leather letter box on the waist, heat source characteristics. Parchment scroll, broken iris shield, kingdom emblem, behind, broken long sword, only the hilt and half of the sword blade are left. Path, clearly pointing to the stone house. Speed, extremely fast, horse's last-minute sprint, estimated contact time, within 1 minute. Environmental association, vibration waves caused by horse hooves trampling the ground. Clear, intensity, medium-low, frequency, rapid and chaotic. Horse neighing, pain, exhaustion sound waves can be analyzed. Human shout, horse, intermittent content parsing. Almost at the same moment, when the scan was completed, the sound waves that came at full speed had penetrated the dead silence of the valley, and hit the thick walls of the stone house. Ugh! Ho! 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 The horse's painful neighing was mixed with the wheezing of the lungs, like a broken bellows. Bang! Crash! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, followed by the muffled sound and painful groans of human bodies rolling on the gravel ground. A man's roar, hoarse to the point of tearing, with the smell of rust and blood, used up the last bit of strength and burst out in the dead silence outside the stone house. Urgent news. Blackstone Fortress has fallen. Demon King, the main force of the Demon King's army, has broken through the wall of size. The vanguard has reached the Ash Plains. The kingdom is in danger at any moment. The voice was like the last wail of a dying beast, full of despair, and the declaration of doomsday. After the roar, there were violent coughs and gasps that seemed to cough out all the internal organs, and the last, weak twitching sound of the horse when it was dying. Inside the stone house, the cold white ball of light was still suspended constantly. Lily stood quietly as before, her dark gray figure motionless in the halo. Her dark gray eyes penetrated the wall and accurately looked at the area outside the door shrouded in darkness. Visual scan, real-time target individual, messenger fell off the horse, left leg suspected to be broken, leaning against the collapsed and dying horse. Vital signs, sharply declining, blood loss, exhaustion, organ damage. Related items, leather letter tube, complete. Contents, parchment scroll, high probability, urgent report document from the royal capital. Sound wave analysis completed, information keywords extracted, Blackstone Fortress fell, main force of the Demon King's army, breakthrough of the wall of size, Ash Plains, kingdom in danger. Threat level confirmed, low, message transmitter. Information content threat level, extremely high, war status upgrade confirmed. The cold analysis data stream flowed silently in the depths of her vision. Last night's attack by the demon reconnaissance team, the destruction of Shimu village, the spread of the Scorched Belt. These scattered points were instantly connected into a clear, suffocating battle line by this urgent report from the royal capital, which was transmitted with life. The Demon King's army is no longer a small group of harassment and reconnaissance. The main force broke through the natural barrier wall of size that the human kingdom relied on, and the vanguard has advanced to the Ash Plains, just one step away from the core area of the capital. The fall of Blackstone Fortress means that the most important barrier in the east of the kingdom has collapsed. The scale of the war has escalated to the brink of national destruction. The smoke of this continent is no longer a distant background, but a raging flame that is about to devour everything. Core database update, war status, upgraded from local conflict/harassment to full invasion/national destruction level. Threat source, Demon King's army scale assessment is raised to army level. based on the model of the forces required to break through the wall of size. Related impact. The current hidden area, valley, exposure risk, increased dramatically, located at the edge of the scorch zone, in the possible sweep path of the Demon King's army. Survival strategy. Needs to be reevaluated, enhanced concealment/defense priority increased. Instruction flow is generated quickly. Lillian's eyes did not linger on the dying messenger outside the door, nor did she show any shock, fear, or anger that a human should have at the earth-shattering bad news. To her, this was just another set of cold and cruel environmental parameters that needed to be included in the calculation of the survival model. However, just as she was about to turn her attention back to the workbench and think about how to optimize the defense runes in the context of escalating war. Secondary alert. Abnormal environmental energy field. Source direction. East side of the valley, the direction the messenger came from. Distance. About 3 kilometers, rapidly approaching. Fluctuation characteristics. Abyssal magic, dark attribute, highly condensed, clustered, number, 20, offensive intention, clear, intensity, medium-high, individual, extremely high, cluster superposition, activity, sharp increase, tracking state, threat level assessment, extremely high, confirmed that the pursuit force is approaching. Estimated contact time, 8 to 10 minutes, tracker, the messenger did not escape alone. Behind him, the elite pursuit force of the Demon King's army was closely following. The number far exceeded the team last night. Moreover, they were following the extremely clear path left by the messenger. Trails, smell of blood, horse hoof prints, residual energy, like a shark smelling blood, swooping towards this small valley, towards this stone house. Lillian's perception instantly locked onto a new threat vector. The data stream was frantically updated. In the valley that had just experienced a defensive battle last night, in the smoke that had not yet dissipated, a new, more deadly shadow of death had already come with the dull and dense sound of horses' hooves trampling the earth from afar, like rolling thunder, and it was overwhelming. The urgent report from the capital, like a doomsday knell, echoed in the dead night sky of the valley. And following closely, the last phantom call peace was crushed by the iron hooves of the main force of the Demon King's army, and the more violent roar of war drums. Chapter 135. Outside the stone house, the hoarse doomsday declaration of the dying messenger still echoed, like cold venom seeping into the dead night sky of the valley. Inside the door, Lillian's perception was like the most sophisticated war radar, firmly locking onto the terrifying energy fluctuations approaching like thunder from the east entrance of the valley. The elite pursuit troops of the Demon King's army. The number far exceeds that of the team last night. The energy intensity of the cluster is like a volcano about to erupt, and with destructive pressure, they pounce along the bloody path left by the messenger. Threat target status update. Number confirmed. 25 plus. Shadow Wolf Team X3, Lava Lesser Demon War Group X2, Rot Swamp Caster X1, Flying Unit, Gargoyle, X4. Speed, extremely fast, estimated contact time correction, 7 minutes. Combat mode, coordinated charge, frontal breakthrough, plus air suppression, Gargoyle, plus filthy curse, caster. Survival strategy emergency plan generation. Option A, activate the quiet basic alert barrier, limited delay effect, exposed position. Risk, high, easy to break through by cluster impact. Option B, non-lethal expulsion, insufficient stock of moonlight moss spray, unable to cover the cluster. Risk, extremely high, failure means exposure. Option C, high power magic annihilation, clear the threat. Risk, extremely high, risk of suppressor overload greater than 60%, exposure level, absolute. Preferred plan, avoid, priority. Execution, start short distance space jump target, high altitude observation point on the west side of the valley. Energy consumption, high, suppressor occupancy, 15%, cooling period, 72 hours. The cold logical balance tilted instantly. Faced with overwhelming cluster power, concealment and survival priority override everything. It is foolish to resist. Lillian's fingertips instantly condensed a highly compressed energy flow, ready to tear the space. However, just in the milliseconds when she was about to start the jump program, buzz, a completely different, but equally directional, extremely large energy wave, like an invisible tsunami, suddenly swept from a very distant direction. The west. It instantly covered the entire continent. This wave was not an attack, but a kind of mandatory, extremely wide-ranging energy broadcast. It penetrated the thick walls of the stone house, ignoring the attenuation of distance, and directly exploded in Lillian's perception core and the consciousness of all life forms with basic energy sensing, global spiritual/energy broadcast, detection, source, capital of the human kingdom, holy glory city. Energy characteristics: holiness, weak, majesty, artificial, urgency, high frequency. Content analysis: mandatory spiritual imprint plus visual projection, synchronous transmission. Lillian's warp program was forcibly interrupted. Her movements froze instantly. In the black eyes under the dark gray hood, the cold blue data flow was forcibly covered, not through sound, but a torrent of information directly imprinted on the consciousness level. Visual projection, force loading in the center of the picture. It is the symbol of the human kingdom, the golden griffin and the cross sword emblem, but at this moment it is covered with a layer of ominous gray. Below the emblem is the tragic scene of the black stone fortress collapsing and burning in the magic flames, magic image, and countless tiny human figures struggling and annihilating in the sea of fire and the magic tide. Next, it is the main force of the Demon King's army that overflows the broken pass of the Wall of Sighs like a black tide. The hideous outlines of the monsters merge into a torrent of destruction under the bloody sky. The picture finally freezes on the Ashes Plain map, which symbolizes the last barrier of the kingdom. A huge black arrow dripping with dirty blood is fiercely stabbing at the capital in the center of the map. Shangwi City. Spiritual mark, majestic, sad, unquestionable. Tell my people. Blackstone Fortress has fallen. The Wall of Sighs has collapsed. The main force of the Demon King's army is like a hellfire, and the army is heading straight for the capital. The kingdom is at the point of life and death. At this critical moment, the royal family, in the name of the bloodline of the ancestors and the survival of the kingdom, has issued the highest emergency decree. Launch the brave plan. Effective immediately. All the people of my kingdom, regardless of their origin, whether they have magic power or not, who have the courage and are willing to fight for protection, can go to the brave altar in the capital, or the brave trial stone in the main cities, and receive the holy sword Starlight. Selection. The brave chosen by the holy sword is the light of hope for the kingdom. He will be granted the inheritance of the royal secrets, command the coalition forces, expel the demons, and recover the country. This order take effect immediately. The survival of the kingdom depends on a thread. May courage and glory guide us forward. The grand spiritual imprint, with unquestionable pressure and deep sorrow, rumbles in the consciousness of every life that receives the broadcast like a heavy war drum. It announces the coming of the end of the world, and also ignites the last ray of fire called hope, which is extremely slim. Looking for the brave who can pull out the holy sword star. Information analysis completed. Official announcement. The war status has been upgraded. National annihilation level confirmed. Response strategy. Human Kingdom Brave Plan is officially launched. Mobilization of all people. Looking for specific individuals. Core props. Holy Sword Star. High Frequency Particle Knife Laboratory Number. K7. Activation conditions. Biometric lock. Lillian Iris Key. Threat assessment. The success rate model of this plan, based on historical data, extremely low, less than 0.001%. Logical loophole. Relying on weapons that cannot be activated. Related impact. Human resistance will shrink to the capital/main city, and the defense force of the Scorch Zone and the Edge area, such as this Valley Zero. Hidden risk. Increased dramatically. The resistance of the demon army's sweep decreased. The cold analysis conclusion was generated instantly. A very faint, almost mocking glimmer flashed in Lillian's dark gray eyes. The holy sword Starlight? It was just a high-frequency particle knife she used to cut high-toughness samples in the past. Because the biological lock, her iris, was added during the design, it could not be used by others. Entrusting the survival of the entire kingdom to an unopenable lock and an illusory chosen one? Inefficiency. Despair. Logic confusion. However, this mandatory broadcast from the capital, issued with the whole country's strength, contained huge energy and coverage, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly detonating the closest human settlement to the valley, Anvil Castle. Anvil Castle, located in the hilly area in the west of the kingdom, is famous for its early magic machinery and forging industry. At this moment, it was like a mental bomb was thrown into it. The moment the mandatory broadcast ended, the dead silence lasted for less than a second. Then, boom, like a volcano that was suppressed to the extreme, it erupted. The whole town was instantly completely submerged in indescribable noise. Hero. The hero plan has been launched. The Blackstone Fortress is gone? The Wall of Sighs is broken. Oh my god! The Demon King's army has reached the Ash Plains? That's only 300 miles away from the capital. Holy Sword Starlight. Lord Kane's holy sword. Who can pull it out? Recruitment order. Look at the square. The royal family's magic notice. Panic spread like a plague. Women's screams, children's cries, and men's desperate roars mixed together. The streets were instantly in chaos, and the crowd ran and pushed like headless flies. The doors of the shops were hurriedly closed, making loud bangs. Several magic locomotives loaded with clumsy gears and metal ingots, rough prototypes, emitting black smoke, crashed out of control into the stalls on the roadside. Gears flew, and steam hissed. The Anvil Square in the center of the town has become the center of the noisy vortex, on the top of a giant mechanical clock tower that is 10 meters high and driven by gears and thick copper pipes. The huge magic crystal screen that originally displayed time is now playing the video of the king's forced. The desperate scenes on the broadcast. The fortress collapsed. The demon tide surged. The bloody arrow pointed directly at the capital. At the same time, huge lines of dazzling light scrolled on the crystal screen. Recruitment of heroes. The kingdom is in danger. Survival is at stake. Anyone with courage can go to the hero's altar in the capital, or the hero's trial stone in this city, to be selected by the Holy Sword. The hero recognized by the Holy Sword is the savior of the kingdom, granted supreme glory and authority. The square was crowded with people. The dark crowd was like a boiling tide, desperately crowding forward, trying to see the notice more clearly, or get closer to the heavily guarded huge stone in the center of the square, with an ancient long sword inserted. Most of the sword body was immersed in the stone, only the hilt and a small section of the sword body flashing faint starlight. The hero's trial stone. Get out of the way. Let me try. My ancestors were dragon slayers. A mercenary with muscular body and face full of flesh pushed the crowd away, roared and rushed to the trial stone, holding the hilt tightly with both hands, pulling it up with all his strength. The veins on his forehead bulged, his face flushed, but the sword did not move at all. Get out of the way. What do you know about the Holy Sword, you barbarian? You need a pure heart and firm faith. Let me do it. A pale young priest wearing a washed-out priest's robe squeezed forward, put his hands together, and prayed for a moment, then held the hilt devoutly, closed his eyes and concentrated, muttering something. The sword still did not respond. Faith? Can faith be eaten? Look at me! The secret force-generating technique of the royal guards. A soldier wearing half-broken armor pushed the priest away, posed a standard charging posture, and roared at the hilt of the sword. Bang! The soldier was bounced away by the huge reaction force and fell to the ground in a mess, causing laughter and boos. Disappointment, anxiety, and despair permeated the crowd. Every failed attempt dimmed the flame called hope. Suddenly, get out of the way. Make way for the real son of destiny. A slightly hoarse voice with a strange rhythm penetrated the noise. The crowd involuntarily opened a gap. At the door of a bustling tavern with a sign of drunk dwarf on the edge of the square, a figure wearing a shiny, patch-barred robe and holding an old lyre separated the crowd and walked to the relatively open place in front of the trial stone. It was the bard Orlando. He had his usual smile on his face, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life, and his fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither. Ding-dong! The clear sound of the piano seemed to have magic power, instantly suppressing the noise in a small area and attracting many eyes. Everyone! In this critical moment, you are in a state of panic all day long. Is this what a brave man does? Orlando's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the people around him. Instead of trying in vain, why not listen to me, Orlando, and sing another song about the legend of the strongest brave man, Lord Cain? Let the soul of a true brave man guide us. Inspire those who come after us to draw the holy sword and turn the tide. His fingers slid skillfully on the strings, and an exciting and tragic prelude flowed out. A hoarse but infectious singing voice immediately sounded, instantly capturing the hearts of many bewildered people in the square. The burning stars fell to the mortal world, guiding the lost heroes. His name is Cain. Holding the holy sword starlight, the light tears through the eternal night. He broke into the devil's cave alone. 7 battles and 7 victories. The devil surrendered, and the demons were scared away. Wherever the holy sword points, the mountains collapse. The purifying light dispels the miasma. He is the sharpest sword in the kingdom. The strongest shield. The embodiment of hope. Orlando's singing was full of inspiration, vividly depicting Cain's bravery and achievements. The crowd gradually quieted down, attracted by the singing, and a trace of yearning for heroes and awe of legends rekindled on their faces. Especially those young people, who were still full of passion, listened to Cain's heroic deeds of fighting 7 battles and winning 7 victories alone, and looked at the legendary holy sword in the center of the square. Their eyes burst into a fiery light. For Lord Cain. For the kingdom. Long live the brave. I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and the crowd was instantly ignited. The enthusiastic shouts came one after another, temporarily dispelling the despair. Countless young people were like chicken blood, with red eyes, rushing to the trial stone more frantically, as if as long as their faith was hot enough, they could become the next Cain, draw the holy sword, and save the world. Registration Office. The registration office for the Brave Reserve is at the entrance of the City Hall. Sign up quickly. Receive basic training. Escort to the Royal Capital Sanctuary. Several recruiting officers wearing the Kingdom's standard military uniforms, but with slightly old armor and tired and numb eyes, took the opportunity to set up tables at the edge of the square and shouted at the top of their lungs. A long queue soon formed around them, mostly ragged poor people, desperate mercenaries, and young people who were intoxicated by blood and legends. The recruiting officers mechanically registered names, measured chest circumferences with cold iron rulers, and issued crude weapons, mostly rusty daggers or sharpened wooden sticks. There was not much hope in their eyes, only the numbness of completing the task and the fear of the coming storm. The hustle and bustle of Anvil Castle was a vortex of fear and fanaticism, and a struggle to grasp the last straw in despair. The brave recruitment order from the royal family was like a shot of cardiac tonic, temporarily numbing the pain, but also covering up the cold reality. No one could pull out the holy sword, and the iron hoof of the Demon King's army was close at hand. At this moment, far away from the hustle and bustle, deep in the valley shrouded by the breath of sulfur and death. In the stone house, Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly. She listened to the spiritual noise coming from the direction of the Anvil Castle, which was mixed with fanatical shouts, tragic piano sounds, recruiting shouts, and desperate cries. The face under the dark gray hood was like covered with 10,000 years of ice. External variable, human kingdom, behavior update, start the brave plan, inefficient resource allocation. Core threat, Demon King's army pursuit force contact countdown, 3 minutes. Action sequence, space jump program restart. Target, West Side Highland observation point. Energy injection, start. The cold command flow covered all the noise. At her fingertips, the highly compressed energy condensed again, and the ripples that tore the space spread silently. The clamor and struggle of mankind, the hope and despair of the kingdom, to her, were just another noisy and inefficient environmental parameter that needed to be recorded in the survival model. Outside the valley, the heavy hooves of the pursuit troops of the Demon King's army, and the suppressed roars, like the death knell of the god of death, were clearly audible. Chapter 136. The ripples of space tearing spread silently, and Lillian's dark gray figure in the stone house became blurred and transparent in an instant, like a drop of ink melting into water, and finally disappeared completely on the spot. The cold white light ball went out, and the workbench fell into a cold darkness. Almost the next second after she disappeared. Boom! Like dense rolling thunder rolling over the earth. At the east entrance of the valley, violent energy fluctuations accompanied by suffocating fishy wind rushed in like a flood bursting a dam. The elite pursuit troops of the Demon King's army have arrived. The shadow of the Shadow Wolf silently sneaked along the jagged stone wall, and the scarlet pupils were like dancing ghost fire in the darkness. The heavy hoofs of the lava demon trampled on the gravel-covered ground, and every step made the earth groan. The stench of sulfur came to the face, and the bloated body of the swamp caster exuded a sticky and filthy smell. The low hissing was like countless mud bubbles bursting. The 4 gargoyles flapped their wings made of rocks, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, circling in the low sky like the vultures of the god of death. Their goal was extremely clear. The stone house, however, what awaited them was only a dead silence and emptiness. Roar? The leading lava demon roared in confusion and fury, and the lava eye scanned the empty stone house, and the medicinal garden next to it, that was still glowing tenaciously under the pressure of magic power. The silver mist that made them embarrassed last night had long since dissipated, leaving only a faint scent of grass and trees, which seemed so ironic in the strong smell of sulfur. The Shadow Wolf quickly shuttled around the stone house, sniffing, and making irritable low roars. The gargoyle landed on the roof, and its sharp rock claws scraped against the newly repaired charred wooden boards, making a harsh noise. The swamp caster made a meaningless gurgling sound, and the filthy mental perception swept across every inch of land like a tentacle, but could not capture any valuable life heat or energy fluctuations. The target disappeared, as if it had never existed. The pursuit troops fell into a brief chaos and rage. They destroyed some tools, and wood piled next to the stone house, trampled on several golden thorn grasses near the edge, and left several deep lava hoof prints and traces of foul-smelling mucus. Finally, After finding no clues, they could only roar unwillingly, following the faint bloody smell of the messenger that had almost dissipated in the air, and continue to track the direction where the survivors of Shimu village might hide in the depths of the valley, leaving the valley once again shrouded in death and heavier magic pollution. About 10 miles away from the valley, there is a small village with relatively flat terrain and a sparse dead forest behind it. Oak Village, at this moment, is like an ant nest thrown into boiling water, falling into an unprecedented abyss of chaos and despair. This small village, which originally had only 100 households and barely survived on barren land and a small number of livestock, was now completely submerged by the surging crowd. The muddy narrow streets were filled with refugees from the eastern scorched belt, the Blackstone Fortress, and even further away. People everywhere. Farmers with their families pushed creaking wheelbarrows loaded with their pitiful belongings. Children with dirty faces cried in confusion, looking for their lost relatives. Wounded soldiers leaned on makeshift wooden sticks. Broken arms or limbs wrapped in bloody bandages were particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Elderly people sat on the cold mud with empty eyes, holding a tattered bundle tightly in their arms. There were even more numb people like zombies. Their eyes had lost focus, and they just moved forward instinctively driven by fear. The breath of despair was like a thick fog, covering the entire village, more suffocating than the sulfur smell in the valley. Mother! Mother! Where are you? A little girl's heart-wrenching cry sounded particularly sharp and helpless in the noise. Water? Please, give me some water. A cracked lip made a weak plea. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! My man is dying. A woman screamed miserably, trying to push away the crowded crowd. She dragged a simple stretcher made of branches and rags, on which lay a man who was burnt black and unrecognizable, with only a slightly rising chest to prove that he was still alive. My child was killed by a monster. Ah! A scream of extreme pain that stopped abruptly, like a sharp blade piercing the air. The small threshing ground in the center of the village has now become a microcosm of hell on earth. Under the makeshift shacks, which were barely sheltered from the rain with rags and straw, there were many groaning and wailing wounded people. There was a lack of medical care and medicine, and only a few old women who knew a little about herbs used muddy stream water and mashed, unknown wild grass leaves to smear the wounds that were deep enough to see the bones, burns, and ulcers corroded by magic energy in vain. Ugh! Kill me! Kill me! A strong man with his abdomen torn open by the claws of a monster, and his intestines vaguely visible struggled wildly in severe pain. Several villagers held him down tightly, their faces full of fear and numbness. Save him! Please save him! A young wife hugged her husband whose chest was pierced by magic flame fragments, and whose breathing was as weak as a thread. Her tears had long since dried up, leaving only empty prayers. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, the stench of rotting wounds, the stench of excrement, and desperate cries, a disgusting smell. Flies hovered over the wounded and corpses. Some seriously injured people could not hold on, like a dark cloud, making an irritating buzzing sound. Several villagers, probably the former village chief or militia captain, who were still dressed intact but looked tired and anxious, were trying to maintain a little pitiful order with all their might. Don't push! Don't push! The well is lined up over there. The injured go to the threshing ground. Women and children go to the barn at the east end of the village. Those who have food, take it out. Share it. Everyone has to survive. Their voices seemed so weak and powerless in the face of huge chaos and despair, and were soon drowned in the waves of crying and wailing. The food distribution site triggered a small-scale looting. Several skinny men wrestled for a small piece of moldy black bread until it was snatched away by even hungrier people. Chaos. Despair. Wailing. Numbness. This is the current situation of Oak Village. A floating island of despair that was washed away by the torrent of war and put together temporarily. The brave recruitment order of the capital could not stir up a ripple here, and the light of the Holy Sword Starlight was too far away. There was only the most naked struggle for survival here, and the shadow of death that was like a maggot on the tarsal bone and could devour everything at any time. The mopping up troops of the Demon King's army could appear at any time. On the edge of the village, in a relatively less crowded muddy open space near the dead forest, a figure hunched over a dead tree trunk. It was Roland. Cooper, Martha, Greta, and little Tom surrounded him, their faces full of worry and fear. Roland's face was grayer than when he left the valley, his lips were cracked and purple, and every breath was accompanied by a broken bellows-like hissing and uncontrollable painful trembling. The swelling of his left arm, where it was fixed by a simple splint, was even worse, and the skin was an ominous purple-blue. He leaned against the tree trunk, barely able to stand on his own, and had to rely on Cooper for support. They supported Roland all the way, avoiding possible monster patrols, dragging heavy steps, almost relying on the instinct of survival to move to the nearest Oak Village, which was said to be home to refugees. However, the scene before them was 100 times more tragic than the worst expectation. Water. Water. Roland's voice was as weak as a whisper, and his cracked lips moved. Martha quickly took out a worn leather water bag, which only had a shallow layer of muddy water. She carefully put it to Roland's mouth. Roland greedily sipped a few mouthfuls, and the muddy water mixed with mud and sand slid into his throat, bringing a slight coolness, but causing more violent coughing. Cough. Cough. Puff. A small stream of dark red blood foam gushed out from the corner of his mouth, staining the worn leather armor on his chest red. Roland, kid. Cooper's voice was crying, and his calloused hands trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's okay, Uncle Cooper. Roland panted hard, trying to squeeze out a comforting smile, but it was uglier than crying. He looked over Cooper's shoulder and scanned the sea of despair. The wailing of the wounded, the cries of the refugees, the numb eyes, the chaos of looting. All of this, like a heavy boulder, pressed on his heart that was already on the verge of collapse. The destruction of Shimu Village, Old Huck's bow, the coldness of the hard bread in his hand. All of this sadness and responsibility have not yet been digested, and there is a deeper hell in front of him. He subconsciously raised his uninjured right hand and pressed it on the small pocket lining through the worn leather armor. The touch of 3 copper coins and a small piece of hard bread came. This meager reward seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment. Live. Protect. This promise, in this quagmire of despair, seemed so pale and vague. At this moment, an old soldier who was also leaning against a dead tree, with a broken leg and a rag wrapped around the broken leg, seemed to hear Roland's cough and Cooper's call. The old soldier looked over with cloudy eyes, and with a numbness of sympathy, he spoke hoarsely. Newcomer, you are seriously injured. Is your lung injured? Or is the devil in your body? He moved his broken leg with difficulty, causing a grimace of gasps. Save some energy, brother. There is no medicine here, no doctor. You can only wait to die. Or wait for the monster to harvest. The old soldier's words, like a cold iron spike, pierced Cooper's heart. Martha covered her face, and suppressed crying came from under the cloth. Little Tom was so scared that he hugged Greta's legs tightly. Roland did not answer the old soldier. He just tightly grasped the copper coin in his pocket, his eyes piercing through the chaotic crowd, looking further away from Oak Village, looking towards the vaguely visible valley covered by sulfur smoke. Stone house. Herb garden. The mysterious black-haired figure. And the life-saving silver mist and cold gel last night. An extremely weak, almost absurd thought, like a firefly in the dark, in his desperate heart, extremely difficult, extremely weak, flickered for a moment. On the high ground on the west side of the valley, a leeward place covered by rugged rocks. The space rippled silently, and Lillian's dark gray figure appeared silently in the cold rock shadows, as if emerging from the water. Her perception was like an invisible giant net, instantly covering the valley below and the Oak Village in the distance. Space jump completed. Coordinates confirmed. Energy consumption, 14.7%, inhibitor occupied. Cooling period, 72 hours start counting. Valley status, Demon King's Army Pursuit Force invasion confirmed. Stay time, short. Degree of damage, slight, tools damaged, a small amount of vegetation on the edge of the herb garden damaged. Threat source, evacuated, tracking the messenger's path deeper. External area, Oak Village large-scale life clusters, refugees detected. Number, more than 1,500, continuously increasing. Status, chaos, despair, high casualties, physical trauma, magic pollution, hunger, disease. Associated variables, Roland location confirmed, edge of Oak Village. Vital signs, continued deterioration, intensified internal bleeding, high risk of lung infection. The cold data stream flowed silently in the depths of her vision. The scene of Oak Village, which was like a scroll of hell. Crowded people, wailing wounded, numb despair, chaos of looting, were accurately converted into a group of physiological parameters, behavior pattern labels, and survival probability models. To her, it was not a village, but a huge, inefficient, noisy and chaotic variable cluster. The painful wails of the wounded were the noise of disordered physiological signals. The cries of the refugees were the interference of uncontrolled mental fluctuations, and the scramble for food was the manifestation of the complete collapse of the resource allocation system. Roland's continuously deteriorating vital signs were just the decline of the parameters of a specific variable. Conclusion: the living environment in the Oak Village area, extremely harsh, lack of resources, collapse of order, high pollution, high exposure risk. Related impact: there is a high risk of attracting the Demon King's armies mopping up troops in this area. A large number of life signals gather. Survival strategy suggestion: avoid this area. Priority: highest. Maintain observation at the current hiding point. The face under the dark gray hood was like covered with 10,000 years of ice, without any ripples. She didn't even look at Roland's deteriorating parameters. His contract, repairing the roof, has been completed, and the correlation has been removed. He is now just an insignificant individual on the verge of data deletion, death, in the huge chaotic variable cluster of Oak Village. Her eyes turned back to the valley below that was briefly ravaged by the Demon King's army. Perception penetrated the darkness and accurately assessed the damage to the trampled golden thorn grass on the edge of the medicine garden, as well as the energy activity of the moonlight moss. Medicine garden status: slight damage. 3 golden thorn grasses in the edge area were damaged, and the activity decreased by 15%. Moonlight moss: stable status. Inhibitor status: stable, 95.5%. Next step: wait for the pursuit troops to completely move away from the core area of the valley. Estimated time: 2 hours. Start environmental purification, assisted by moonlight moss, and maintenance of damaged medicine gardens. Lillian stood still like a sculpture in the shadow of the rock, her dark gray cloak fluttering slightly in the night wind. The faint sound waves mixed with desperate cries coming from the Oak Village below were like distant background noise, automatically filtered by her perception core and classified as low-priority environmental interference. For her, restoring the tranquility of the valley, that is, restoring its preset hiding and experimental environment, cleaning up the traces of pollution left by the Demon King's army, and maintaining her medicine garden and suppressor were the only daily with logical value at the moment. As for the boiling sea of despair in Oak Village, and the young craftsman who had repaired the roof for her and whose life fire was rapidly fading, that was just an inefficient variable that was about to be crushed in the huge meat grinder of war. Chapter 137. The despair of Oak Village, like the thick fog with a rotten smell that permeates the swamp in late autumn, weighs heavily on the chest of every living thing, and even breathing is as rusty as iron. The muddy streets have long lost their original appearance, and have been trampled into a sticky, disgusting chaos by countless pairs of feet covered with blood, mud and fear. The groans of the wounded, the cries of hungry children, the suppressed sobs of women, and the hollow mumbling of the elderly, mixed with the irritating buzzing of flies, weave into a huge and invisible net, covering this temporary shelter that was crushed by the wheels of war. Cooper and Martha placed the almost exhausted Roland in a slightly drier corner against a half-broken wall. Greta held the shivering little Tom, and her turbid old eyes looked blankly at this hell on earth. Cooper took out the last half-piece of hard black bread from his pocket, broke it apart carefully, and stuffed the largest piece into Roland's hand. "Kid, eat something. Save some strength." Cooper's voice was dry and hoarse, like the turning of an old door hinge. "This damn place. I'm afraid I won't stay here for long." Monsters. Roland didn't refuse, he needed this energy. He chewed hard, the rough bread crumbs scraped across his dry throat, bringing a tingling pain and a deeper burning sensation. Every swallow involved a dull pain deep in the chest, and the heaviness and continuous dull pain in his left arm were like maggots in his tarsal bones. He sat against the cold broken wall, his eyes passed through Cooper's hunched shoulders, over the crowds of people, and fell on the only orderly area in Oak Village. The threshing floor that was temporarily requisitioned as a camp for the wounded. There was the most naked embodiment of despair. Soldiers with missing arms and legs lay on the cold mud, their wounds wrapped in rags of colorless cloth, and the pus and blood oozing out attracted swarms of flies. A strong man with his abdomen ripped open twisted wildly in pain, and several skinny villagers held him tightly, with numb fear and sweat on their faces. A young woman hugged her husband with a fragment of a magic flame bullet stuck in his chest. Her eyes were empty, her tears had long since dried up, and only her lips moved silently, and she prayed weakly. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, rot, and the stench of excrement mixed with the pungent bitterness of inferior herbs, forming a suffocating and disgusting smell of death. Several villagers who were still dressed intact but equally exhausted, probably the former village chief or militia captain, shuttled through the crowd with all their might, trying to maintain a little pitiful order, but their voices were instantly drowned out by the waves of despair. "Water! Line up! The well is over there! The injured! Go to the barn! Women and children, Go to the east barn. Those who have food. Share some. Live. Everyone must live. A small riot broke out at the food distribution site. Several hungry men wrestled together for a small piece of moldy black bread, roaring and rolling in the mud until the bread was snatched away by another more ferocious man and stuffed into his mouth. Chaos. Disorder. On the verge of collapse, Cooper and Martha looked at this scene, with only deep fear and confusion on their faces. Greta hugged little Tom tightly, and turbid tears fell silently. Roland's eyes swept over everything, and finally fell on his left arm, which was still swollen and stinging. The splint made by Cooper and others charred with chips and rags was rough and simple, but the weak, cool vitality deep in the broken bone seemed to still be there, fighting against the severe pain and weakness. It felt strange and real, the only trace of a miracle he brought out of that valley of death. The life-saving silver mist last night, the cold gel, and the dark gray figure in the stone house, as if isolated from the whole world. An extremely weak, almost absurd thought, like a candle in the wind, flickered extremely hard and extremely weakly in his heart that was gnawed by fatigue and pain. Survive. Protect. He clenched the 3 cold copper coins and the remaining hard bread crumbs in his pocket. The last embers of Shimu village. Uncle Haxbow. This heavy responsibility, in this larger quagmire of despair, seemed so pale and insignificant, but so unshirkable. Can't just wait to die. Roland accumulated the last bit of strength in his body, and used his uninjured right hand to tightly grasp a protruding stone on the broken wall. His nails scraped on the rough stone surface, bringing a sharp pain and dispelling some dizziness. He clenched his teeth, veins popped out on his forehead, and cold sweat oozed out instantly, mixed with cold dust and blood on his face. Uncle Cooper, Aunt Martha. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Help me, up for a moment. No, kid, Martha cried, and the cloth wrapped around her face showed her urgency. Your body. Just for a moment. Roland panted, his eyes fixed on the direction of the threshing ground. I have to see what I can do to help. Cooper looked at the almost paranoid persistence in his eyes, and his wrinkled face was intertwined with worry and helplessness, which eventually turned into a bitter recognition. He exchanged glances with Martha, and carefully, almost holding Roland's arm, helped him up from the cold mud. This simple action almost exhausted all of Roland's strength. The severe dizziness hit like a tsunami, and his eyes went black, and the world was spinning. He suddenly bent down, and a heart-wrenching cough broke through his throat, bringing out a few dark red blood foams, splashing on the mud, and spreading a small piece of dazzling dark color. Roland, kid. Cooper's voice was crying, and his calloused hands trembled as he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. It's okay. Roland squeezed out 2 words from his teeth and forced himself to stand straighter. He took a deep breath, even though this action made his lungs feel like being pierced by countless steel needles. He pushed away Cooper and Martha's support and indicated that he could do it. He hunched his back, dragged his left arm that was as heavy as lead, and moved towards the threshing ground where wailing was everywhere, step by step, extremely slowly and difficultly. His figure seemed so thin and staggering in the chaotic and desperate crowd, but he also revealed a stubbornness and tenacity of a craftsman that could not be ignored. The mud covered his ankles, and every step left a deep and shaking footprint. The groans of the wounded, the cries of the refugees, and the futile roars of those who maintained order seemed to have become blurred background sounds. In his world, there was only the muddy road under his feet, and the huge wound called despair in front of him that needed to be repaired. He walked to an old man who was trying in vain to clean his wound with muddy stream water, and squatted down. This action made his eyes go black, and he almost fell down. He stretched out his right hand that could still move, and his voice was hoarse but unusually clear. Bandage. Do you have a clean cloth? The water needs to be boiled. The old man looked at him blankly, then at the dirty cloth in his hand. Roland didn't wait for him to answer. His eyes turned to a young soldier holding a broken leg and groaning. He moved over with difficulty and checked the crude splint, just 2 branches and rags tied together, with his right hand. The bone is not aligned, will grow crooked. He panted, cold sweat on his forehead. It has to be fixed again. The soldier looked at him painfully and blankly, his eyes full of fear of pain. Go find a longer, straight stick, and a strong cloth, Roland said to a half-grown child standing next to him. His tone was full of unquestionable insistence, although weak. The child was stunned for a moment, looked at Roland's pale face, and the eyes burning with some kind of fire, nodded subconsciously, turned and ran away. Roland didn't stop. He walked to the strong man, who was injured in the abdomen, and on the verge of madness. Several villagers who were holding him were exhausted. Roland squatted down, another burst of severe pain and dizziness, ignoring the horrible wound and pungent smell, and used his right hand to firmly press the shoulder joint of the strong man, who was struggling violently. "Look at me!" Roland's voice was not loud, but it had a strange, calming power that penetrated the strong man's painful roar. "Breathe, slowly, yes, slower, don't struggle, the more you struggle, the more it hurts." Perhaps it was the calmness in the hoarse voice, or perhaps it was the pair of bloodshot but extremely firm eyes. The strong man's crazy struggle actually weakened a little, the bloodshot pupils focused on Roland's face with difficulty, and the throat made a hoarse, like a broken bellows gasp. "Hold here. And here." Roland instructed a slightly calmer woman next to him, accurately pointing out several points that could temporarily control the strong man's struggle without compressing the wound. His movements were skillful, with a craftsman's precise grasp of structure and strength, even though his body was trembling slightly due to weakness. Sweat rolled down Roland's forehead and temples like a stream, mixed with mud, and drew grooves on his gray face. Every breath was accompanied by a broken hissing, and every movement affected the pain of the whole body. His lips lost all their blood color, and were tightly pursed into a pale straight line. Only those eyes, like tempered steel, burned with a light that was almost burning life, and were fixed on the person in front of him who needed help. He was like a skilled craftsman with few tools. In this ruin called despair, he used his broken body and remaining willpower to clumsily and stubbornly try to repair something. Repair broken bones, repair uncontrolled pain, repair a little bit of shaky order, repair the glimmer of humanity that may collapse at any time on the edge of doomsday. Cooper and Martha watched from afar, their eyes full of worry and heartache, but also a trace of indescribable emotion. Greta hugged little Tom, and turbid tears flowed silently. Little Tom opened his eyes wide, and looked at the brother Roland, who was staggering among the suffering people, and trying to help others. The chaos in the threshing ground seemed to have a very subtle change due to Roland's tiny but continuous efforts. Amid the desperate cries, there were a few more weak, hopeful instructions. Among the numb bystanders, a few people subconsciously began to look for clean cloth strips or try to boil some water. Silent fatigue was like a heavy lead block, tightly wrapped around every cell of Roland. The pain continued to consume his already little vitality. But he did not stop. He could not stop. Uncle Hack's face, the fire in Shimu village, the cold copper coins in his hand, and the herb garden next to the stone house that still stubbornly grows in the smoke. All float in his blurred vision. Survive. Protect. Even if he could only protect this little bit in front of him. He walked to the next injured person, hunched over, and squatted down again with difficulty. Sweat dripped into the mud and disappeared in an instant. At the edge of the threshing floor, the old soldier with a broken leg sitting under a dead tree, his turbid eyes followed Roland's figure, and his numb face seemed to have cracked a very subtle, indescribable line. The responsibility of the craftsman burned silently in the quagmire of despair. The fatigue penetrated deep into the bone marrow, but it could not crush the backbone that came from commitment and kindness. And in the depths of his exhausted soul, the idea about the stone house, the mysterious power, and the faint possibility, after witnessing the greater despair, became clearer and heavier as if it had been tempered. Chapter 138. The despair of Oak Village was like a bottomless quagmire. Every moment Roland struggled through it consumed his already exhausted vitality. He used up his last bit of strength to guide the half-grown child to fix the splint of the soldier with a broken leg, using the straightest branch he could find, and tying it tightly with relatively clean cloth strips. Just squatting, standing up, and moving to the next injured person, these simple actions made his eyes go black, and the tearing pain in his chest almost swallowed him. Sweat mixed with mud flowed on his gray face, and every gasp was accompanied by a broken bellows-like hissing, and a faint smell of blood in the depths of his throat. He panted against a crooked wooden stake at the edge of the threshing floor, holding his left arm tightly with his right hand, trying to accumulate a little bit of strength. His eyes swept across this hell on earth, wailing, numbness, chaos, despair. And, under his clumsy efforts, there seemed to be a little insignificant, bloody order. Several villagers, who had been instructed by him, were imitating his way, and using the materials they could find to help other injured people. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it was like a few weak fireflies swaying in the darkness. At this moment, a deliberately suppressed but slightly sharp discussion, like a stone thrown into the turbid water, caused ripples among the refugees who were huddled together for warmth nearby. "It's true. My cousin's neighbor's second uncle was hunting in the mountains near Shimu village that year. He saw it with his own eyes. A skinny man wrapped in a tattered blanket said mysteriously to the people around him, with a kind of fanaticism like grasping at a life-saving straw and despair flashing in his turbid eyes. That night, the monster surrounded the village. It was about to end. A light suddenly fell from the sky, brighter than the moon, with a scent. A refreshing and cool herbal fragrance. Yes, yes, yes. I heard about it too. A woman with a missing front tooth next to her quickly said, her voice trembling with awe. When the light shines, the monsters roll around like they've seen a ghost, howling. Some jump with their feet in their arms, some sneeze loudly. Then there's a loud bang, like thunder. All the monsters run away. That's not light. Another gray-haired old man, hunched over, said with an unquestionable certainty, that's the appearance of the daughter of the starry sky. It's the blessing from the gods. The old village chief of Shimu village, Hake, knelt on the ground and kowtowed, calling the herbalist living in the stone house in the valley the daughter of the starry sky. He called her that name himself. Daughter of the starry sky? Someone repeated blankly. That's right. The daughter of the starry sky. The skinny man nodded vigorously, spitting. She has black hair, and wears a dark gray robe. She is like a shadow. She is usually silent, and only cares about her herbs. But at the critical moment, she can perform miracles with a wave of her hand. She saved the whole village. Even the dying craftsman was stabbed with the magic medicine by her, and the bleeding stopped immediately. He was able to get up and repair the roof the next day. If this is not a god, what is it? But Shimu village is still destroyed? Village Chief Hake. Someone questioned in a low voice with sadness. That was later. Later, the large army of the Demon King's army came. No matter how powerful the daughter of the starry sky is, she can't stop thousands of troops. The old man immediately refuted, and his turbid eyes flashed with a light of faith in miracles that could not be questioned, but her miracles are real. That light. That medicine. That holy mist that makes monsters go crazy and sneeze. The discussion gradually became louder, attracting more tired and numb ears. In the quagmire of despair, the words daughter of the starry sky and miracle were like an illusory lighthouse that suddenly lit up in the darkness, igniting the morbid hope in many people's eyes. Daughter of the starry sky. Lives in a stone house in the valley. Someone muttered to himself, his eyes involuntarily looking at the mountains outside Oak Village, which were shrouded in sulfur smoke. The magic medicine can bring the dead back to life. Someone looked at his seriously injured relatives, and unrealistic fanaticism ignited in his eyes. Let the monster sneeze. That must be the gods teasing them. It's a divine punishment. Someone gnashed his teeth, as if he had found an outlet to vent his fear. These discussions, like vines with barbs, also entangled Roland's ears. Every word was like a cold needle, piercing his exhausted heart. He was the only relatively complete witness of the truth of that night in Shimu village. He remembered the silver mist that descended from the sky, carrying the fragrance of exotic plants and trees, the dazzling bright light, and the piercing scream, barrier, that tore the eardrums, the cold touch when the side of the neck was injected, and the strange feeling of ice lines moving through the blood vessels. He also remembered Lillian's emotionless eyes at the door of the stone house, as if scanning an object, and her indifference to his dying knocks when she was drying herbs in the morning, and her tightly closed wooden door, and the cold click sound. Mysterious? Powerful? Yes. Cold? Inhuman? No doubt. God? Protector? Daughter of the starry sky? Roland's mouth pulled out a bitter arc that was almost twisted. He lowered his head and looked at his left arm, which was still swollen and stinging. Under the simple splints of Cooper and others, the faint vitality with a cool feeling that stubbornly seeped out from the deep of the broken bones became the most powerful and irrefutable evidence of this absurd miracle legend. This feeling. Absurd and heavy. At this moment, a bigger commotion came from the direction of the only intact stone house in the center of the village. The original home of the village chief, now temporarily requisitioned as a command post. The crowd was separated, and several old men who were dressed relatively cleanly but also full of fatigue and anxiety on their faces came out. The leader was an old man with a heavy oak stick, white hair and beard, but extremely sharp eyes. He was the elder who could still be in charge of Oak Village, Oliver. Elder Oliver's eyes were like a hawk, sweeping across the chaotic and desperate camp. In the end, the sharp sight penetrated the crowd and firmly nailed to Roland, who was leaning on the wooden stake, with a pale face and covered in mud. The surrounding discussions instantly subsided, and countless eyes followed the elders and focused on Roland. Those eyes were full of awe, inquiry, and naked expectation, as if grasping the last straw. Elder Oliver, surrounded by several village guards, walked straight to Roland. He looked Roland up and down, especially his eyes stayed on his arm, which was simply bandaged but miraculously saved. Then, his old and steady voice sounded, with a deliberately created, soothing majesty, but it could not hide the deep anxiety. "You are the surviving craftsman of Shimu village, Roland?" His voice was not loud, but it clearly overwhelmed the noise around him. Roland stood up straight, even though it made his eyes black. "Yes, Elder." His voice was hoarse. "We heard about the miracle of Shimu village that night." Elder Oliver stared at Roland, as if he wanted to penetrate his flesh and see the truth of that night. "We heard about the miracle of that Starry Sky girl." The refugees around them pricked up their ears instantly, and even the groans of the wounded seemed to be a little weaker. The air was filled with a suffocating expectation. "Tell me, young man." Elder Oliver leaned forward slightly, and his oak stick slammed heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. "With an unquestionable sense of oppression, the god who saved you, the daughter of the starry sky. Does she really exist? Is she really living in seclusion in the stone house in the Death Valley?" His words, like sparks thrown into an oil pan, instantly ignited the extremely suppressed fanaticism in the eyes of the refugees around him. "Daughter of the starry sky! Save us! God! Please show up again! Please! Let God save my child!" Desperate pleading, crying prayers surged like a tide, instantly drowning the exhausted Roland. Countless eyes were like real ropes, tightly wrapped around him, pushing him to a position that he could neither be sure of nor bear. Roland's throat was dry as if it was on fire, and the pain in his chest made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He looked at the sharp and eager eyes of the elder in front of him, and listened to the prayers to the daughter of the starry sky that surged like a tsunami around him. In his mind, there was only the closed wooden door of the stone house, the precisely placed herbs next to the herb garden, and Lillian's black eyes that were as calm as the deepest cold pond. Prophecy? Miracle? Legend of salvation? This shadow, twisted by despair and magnified by desire, was now weighing heavily on his shoulders, and together, with the 3 cold copper coins in his pocket, it burned his soul and trembled. How should he answer? The truth? Or ignite this illusory fire of hope? The turbid air of Oak Village solidified, leaving only the increasingly loud prayers of the refugees and the sharp eyes of the elders waiting for answers. The shadow of death and the twisted oracle intertwined, pushing the seriously injured craftsman to the forefront. Chapter 139. Roland was drowned in the waves of despair. The tsunami-like prayers. "Daughter of the starry sky! Save us!" Wrapped in turbid air, hit his shaky body and spirit hard. The severe pain in his chest made his eyes go black, and the fishy and sweet taste of rust surged in his throat. He bit his lower lip tightly, and swallowed the blood. Countless pairs of eyes, burning with morbid enthusiasm and dying hopes, burned him like real flames. Elder Oliver's eyes, sharp as a hawk, but full of fear and eagerness, were like a cold all against his heart. How should he answer? Tell them the truth. Tell them that the starry sky girl is just a cold, powerful, mysterious being who only cares about herbs and suppressors? Tell them that she sent away the pursuit troops of the Demon King's army without even raising her eyelids last night? Tell them that she regarded the wailing outside the door as the sound of the wind? This cold truth is enough to instantly extinguish the last bit of light in the eyes of these refugees, pushing them completely into the abyss of despair, and may even cause chaos and anger. To him, the only one left in Shimu village, and to Cooper and others. Can we ignite this false hope? Admit that the starry sky girl is the god who can save the world? That is undoubtedly a poison to quench thirst. When this infinitely high expectation finally hits Lillian's absolutely rational ice wall, the backlash of the collapse will be even more terrifying, enough to tear the remaining order of the entire Oak Village to pieces. She. Roland's voice was hoarse like a grinding wheel, and every word was filled with tearing pain. She lives in the valley. Stone house. He chose the most vague and closest to the truth part, avoiding the title of God or starry sky girl. However, the confirmation that she lived in the valley stone house was like a spark thrown into boiling oil. Did you hear that? She is really there. The miracle is real. The gods are in the valley. It is saved. Oak Village is saved. The desperate voices instantly turned into ecstatic cheers and even louder prayers. Many people even struggled to kneel down and kowtow in the direction of the valley. Elder Oliver's turbid eyes suddenly burst into an astonishing light, which was a kind of almost ferocious desire to survive, like a drowning person grabbing a driftwood. Elder Oliver raised his hand suddenly, and the oak stick slammed heavily on the ground, making a muffled dong sound, temporarily suppressing the noise. His eyes swept across the ecstatic crowd, and finally fell back on Roland's pale face, with unquestionable majesty and a determination to take action. "Young man, you did a great job." Oliver's voice was steady, but with a palpitating urgency. "You proved that there is hope. Now take a good rest." He winked at the side, and immediately 2 relatively strong village guards came forward, almost half supporting and half carrying Roland, who was almost exhausted, away from the center of the crowd, and sent him back to Cooper and Martha. "Keep an eye on him. He is a witness." Oliver whispered to the village guards, then turned around and whispered to the elders around him, who were also solemn and anxious, and the people who could still take charge of the village. "Follow me. Now!" The elders surrounded Oliver and hurriedly walked towards the stone house that served as a temporary command post. The heavy wooden door slammed behind them, isolating the noisy ecstasy and despair outside. The light in the stone house was dim, and it was filled with the smell of dust and low-quality tobacco. Several rough wooden tables were put together, with a few unclear maps and some parchments recording the pitiful supplies scattered on them. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. "Did you hear everything?" Elder Oliver spoke first. His voice was low and rapid, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone present. The survivors of Creekwood Village saw it with their own eyes. Miracle. Resurrection. Expelling monsters. In Death Valley. That lady is real. An elder with sparse hair and a scar on his face, formerly the captain of the militia, said worriedly, "Oliver, that legend is too mysterious. Make the monster sneeze? Wave your hand to send down the divine light? Is this credible?" And Creekwood Village finally. "Shut up, Barton." Oliver interrupted him rudely, and the oak stick hit the ground heavily, making a harsh sound. "Now is not the time to question. Is it true or false? Does it matter?" He stood up suddenly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. "Look outside. Look at the wounded. Look at the crying children. Look at our pitiful food. Look to the east." He pointed to the direction covered by smoke and dust outside the window, his voice hoarse with a sense of doomsday. "The main force of the Demon King's army is in the Ash Plain. Their mopping-up team may appear at the entrance of the village at any time. The scouts reported that traces of monsters were also found at the valley entrance in the west. We are caught in the middle. Oak Village, it's over. It's completely over." Every "it's over" he said was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of everyone present. Despair was like a cold venomous snake, winding around their necks. There was a deathly silence in the stone house, with only heavy breathing. The only way out. Elder Oliver's voice suddenly rose, with a desperate madness. "It's in that valley. It's in that starry sky girl. On her body. If she can save dozens of people in Shimu Village, she can save hundreds of people in our Oak Village. She has a magic medicine that can bring the dead back to life, and has the power to make monsters afraid. She is our only hope." He looked around at everyone, and the turbid old eyes burned with a desperate flame. "We must invite her. At all costs. Invite her to Oak Village. With her, monsters dare not approach. With her magic medicine, our wounded can be saved. She is a living amulet. The dawn of salvation." "But, Oliver," another thinner elder hesitated, "such an existence. Will it listen to us? What can we use to invite? Food? Money? We have nothing." "Stupid," Oliver shouted. "How can we blaspheme the gods with mortal things? We use sincerity. It is faith. It is the survival of the kingdom." He slammed the table. "The royal family has launched the brave plan, the Holy Sword Star. Looking for its owner. Isn't this God's will? That secluded lady, with such divine power, must have a connection with the Holy Sword. Maybe she is the real hero chosen by the Holy Sword. She just hasn't awakened yet, or she is waiting for us mortals to petition." He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was convinced by this prophecy that was forcibly linked. "Yes. It must be like this. The daughter of the starry sky and the starry holy sword. Just hearing the names is a match made in heaven. We are not going to invite a herbalist. We are going to invite the future hero. The key person to save the kingdom from danger. This is justice. It is a mission." This twisted logic that forcibly tied Lillian to the official brave plan was absurdly inciting. In extreme despair, the faces of several elders gradually showed a look of recognition. Yes, besides the power of the gods and the legendary brave men, what else can resist the iron hoof of the Demon King's army? Then, who should we send? Elder Barton frowned. "Death Valley. The monsters have just been there. Who knows if there are any left? And that lady, it sounds difficult to talk to." Old Hake from Shimu Village bowed, and saluted, but she didn't even raise her eyelids. Elder Oliver's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Who should we send? Of course, we have to send someone who can represent our sincerity and identity. It must be formal. It must be solemn. Let the lady see our determination and the will of the kingdom. He paused, and his eyes swept over the crowd. Let Kyle go. Kyle? Someone was surprised. Yes. Messenger Kyle. Oliver said firmly. He came from the capital, carrying an urgent message from the royal family. Although Ma is dead, he has an official military position. Let him take the royal emblem and my handwritten letter, although it is simple, and in the name of the Oak Village Elders Council, and, well, on behalf of the resistance forces in the eastern part of the kingdom, formally and solemnly invite the lady to come out of the mountains. Explain the righteousness. Move her with the survival of the kingdom. He ignored the fact that Kyle was also injured and exhausted at the moment. In Oliver's view, the royal identity was the only thing he could show at the moment, and perhaps it could impress the mysterious existence. But the road in the valley. Barton was still worried. Let the craftsman lead the way. Oliver's eyes looked in the direction of Roland outside the door, and his tone was unquestionable. He is familiar with the road and has seen the lady. He is the best guide. Tell Kyle to take him with him. This is an order. For the survival of the entire village, the craftsman must go. The decision has been made. No doubt. Soon, the door of the stone house opened again. A young man wearing half-broken leather armor, with scratches and fatigue on his face, but still trying to stand straight. The messenger Kyle was called in. A moment later, he walked out with a complicated expression, tightly holding a personal letter wrapped in rough bark and a copper iris badge with worn edges representing his identity as a messenger. His eyes were full of confusion about the elder's decision and instinctive fear of the Death Valley, but the military's duty and the desperate situation of Oak Village overwhelmed all of this. Then, 2 village guards walked straight to Roland, who was panting against the broken wall with a pale face. Roland the craftsman, the village guard said in a cold and businesslike voice, the elders have ordered you to lead the way for Lord Kyle, and immediately go to the Death Valley stone house to invite Lady Lillian, the daughter of the Starry Sky, to come out of the mountain and save Oak Village. There must be no mistakes. Cooper and Martha turned pale instantly. No! He is injured like this. He will die. Martha screamed and rushed over, trying to protect Roland. This is for the lives of the whole village. The village guard pushed Martha away roughly, his eyes cold. Just lead the way. You won't die. Go! Roland did not struggle or refute. He just raised his exhausted eyelids, looked at the cold village guards in front of him, and then looked past them at Kyle, who was sorting out the ridiculous token at the door of the stone house, trying to maintain the last bit of military demeanor. A cold sense of absurdity, and a heavy sense of powerlessness pressed on his heart like a boulder. The elder's resolution, the messenger's mission, and the villager's hope were like an invisible net that bound him tightly and pushed him in a direction that he could neither resist nor bear. He took a proud messenger to knock on the cold, heavy, and all-isolating wooden door. The fate of Oak Village, in an absurd and heavy way, together with the 3 cold copper coins in his pocket, once again weighed on his scarred shoulders. He stood up silently, and with difficulty, with the support of the village guards. Every step was stepped on the mud of despair, leading to the end that was destined to be futile. Chapter 140. The desperate clamor of Oak Village was temporarily left behind, but the heavy feeling of suffocation was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, tightly wrapped around Roland, who was staggering forward. Every step he took involved a tearing pain deep in his chest, and the heavy dull pain in his left arm was like a continuous bass, hitting his nerves. Cold sweat soaked his single clothes under his worn leather armor, mixed with mud and dirt, bringing waves of piercing cold. Cooper and Martha followed him with worried eyes until the village guards pushed them away roughly, isolating them outside the symbolic, long-broken wooden fence at the entrance of the village. Kid, hold on. Cooper's hoarse cry was blown away by the wind. Roland did not look back. He was hunched over, almost half-dragged and half-carried by 2 expressionless village guards, following the messenger Kyle, and stepped onto the gravel and scorch-marked path leading to the Death Valley. Kyle walked in the front. He tried to straighten his equally exhausted spine. On the broken leather armor, the copper iris badge with worn edges was repeatedly wiped by his sleeve, and now it reflected a weak, almost ironic light in the thin sunlight. In his hand, he tightly grasped the personal letter wrapped in rough bark from Elder Oliver, as if it was supreme authority. Although there were scratches on his face, and deep in his eyes, he was afraid of the unknown valley, and the daughter of the Starry Sky, his identity, as a messenger in the capital, and the mission of representing the will of the kingdom given by the elders, like a heavy armor and an inflated balloon, forcibly propped up his shaky self-confidence and quickly fermented into a kind of condescending arrogance. He deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for Roland, who was almost carried by the village guards and staggering, to catch up, and then spoke in a deliberately superior tone. "Hey, craftsman. Your name is Roland, right?" Kyle did not turn around, and his voice was not loud, but it reached Roland's ears clearly. "The elder said you are familiar with the road, and you have seen that." Lady." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully, avoiding directly using the overly mysterious title of Daughter of the Starry Sky, but there was not much respect in his tone. Roland panted hard, and his throat made a hissing sound like a broken bellows, and he had no strength to answer. Kyle continued to talk to himself, more like he was trying to cheer himself up or establish his authority in front of the village guards. "This mission is related to hundreds of lives in Oak Village, and even to the morale of the resistance forces in the eastern part of the kingdom. It is of great significance. Although you are a craftsman, it is your honor to be entrusted with the important task of guiding. Be sure to cheer up and lead the way." He paused, turned his head slightly, and glanced at Roland, who was in a state of embarrassment behind him. His brows frowned slightly, with undisguised disdain. "Look at you like this. TSK, I really don't know how you survived that night. But it doesn't matter, once we persuade that lady, her magic medicine will surely make you better faster. Perform well, and you will definitely benefit from it afterwards. Well, maybe I can find you a job in the rebuilt town?" Roland remained silent. All his strength was used to fight the severe pain and dizziness in his body, to support himself from falling. Kyle's words with the meaning of alms were like coming through a thick layer of frosted glass, blurry and distant. He just wanted to end this painful journey as soon as possible, just wanted to gather up a little bit of strength to face that cold gaze before knocking on the door. The air was getting heavier and heavier. The pungent smell of sulfur was like an invisible poisonous miasma, getting stronger and stronger into the nose, irritating the already fragile breathing. The traces of the short and fierce encounter at the entrance of the valley were clearly visible. The scorched land burned by the hoofprints of the lava, the traces of mucus emitting a foul smell, the scattered black wolf hair, and a few golden thorn grasses near the edge that were trampled into pieces. The embers of death had not yet cooled down, and the new messenger could not wait to step into this cursed land. Kyle subconsciously tightened the hilt of the broken sword at his waist. Only the hilt and a small section of the sword were left, and his step slowed down significantly, vigilantly scanning the rugged stone walls and dark paths. The arrogance that was forced to support, in the face of the dead silence and the pungent smell of sulfur, quickly melted like dew in the sun, leaving only tense nerves and accelerated heartbeats. He couldn't help but look back, lowered his voice, and asked Roland with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness, "Hey, craftsman, is this safe here? Will the monsters suddenly appear?" He even subconsciously moved closer to the village guard. Roland raised his heavy eyelids and looked at the mess, especially the few trampled golden thorn grasses with wilted edges. He remembered Lillian's precise and almost harsh movements when she spread the herbs in the morning. He opened his mouth and uttered only a few broken syllables. "Last night, I beat them. Temporarily." This vague answer obviously couldn't reassure Kyle. He swallowed his saliva and forced himself to calm down. "Humph, I don't think those monsters dare to come back. Let's go!" "Don't dawdle," he urged, more like urging himself. Finally, the silent stone house appeared at the end of the field of vision. It stood alone in a relatively sheltered corner of the valley. The heavy stone walls seemed to be integrated with the mountain, exuding an eternal cold breath. The charred new patch on the roof was particularly dazzling under the gray sky, silently telling the thrill of yesterday. Next to the stone house, the small herb garden still stubbornly maintained its order and vitality. Most of the golden thorn grass stretched out dark green leaves, and the medicinal materials spread on several pieces of drying stones curled gently in the breeze, emitting a clear and bitter aroma, forming a sharp contrast with the sulfur smell in the air. Several stones covered with moonlight moss, the silver veins inside quietly flowed with a faint light. And the heavy wooden door of the stone house was still closed, like cold lips that refused all prying. Kyle stopped a dozen steps away from the stone house. He took a deep breath, choked by the sulfur smell, and coughed, tried to straighten his back, tidied his tattered armor, and adjusted the position of the iris badge. The arrogance and tension on his face mixed into a strange stiff expression. He glanced at Roland, who was almost collapsing on the ground, and was supported by the village guards. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and then he cleared his throat, and spoke loudly to the closed wooden door, in a deliberately high-pitched tone, trying to appear solemn and majestic. "Ms. Lillian, By order of the Elders' Council of Oak Village, and on behalf of the will of the resistance forces in the eastern part of the kingdom, the capital urgently reports to the messenger, Kyle Horton, to come and see you. His voice echoed in the dead valley, seeming a little abrupt and thin. The stone house did not respond, only the sound of the wind whimpering through the jagged cracks in the stone. Kyle waited for a few seconds, frowning, as if he was dissatisfied with this negligence. He took a step forward, raised his voice a little more, with an official, unquestionable tone. Madam, please open the door. I have the handwritten document of the Council of Elders, and a copy of the urgent report from the capital. It is of great importance. It concerns the life and death of hundreds of refugees here. It also concerns the survival of the kingdom. Please open the door quickly. He deliberately raised the handwritten letter wrapped in tree bark in his hand, as if it was some kind of extraordinary imperial decree. The village guard behind him also subconsciously straightened his chest, and tried to look majestic. The wind in the valley blew, rolling up a few dead leaves, swirling and falling on the edge of the herb garden. The stone house remained silent. The heavy wooden door, like an unchanging stone, coldly rejected all the noise and righteousness outside the door. Kyle's face was a little embarrassed. He turned back and glared at Roland, whose face was pale and eyes were empty, as if blaming him for not informing the lady in advance that she was so unreasonable. He took a deep breath and prepared to make a third announcement, with a louder voice and more official words. Just then, the tightly closed wooden door of the stone house quietly opened a gap. There was no creaking sound of the door hinge, as if the door itself was part of the shadow, and it just naturally opened a gap at this moment. A dark gray figure appeared at the door. Lillian 0. She lowered her head slightly, and the edge of the dark gray hood covered most of her face, revealing only her cold and hard jaw and tightly pursed thin lips. She seemed to have just stood up from the workbench, holding a glimmering rune engraving pen made of some hard animal bone in one hand. The tip of the pen was lingering with an extremely weak energy flow that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, as if she was adjusting something. In her other hand, there was no magic medicine or magic weapon that Kyle expected, but a shallow plate woven with fine vines, on which were neatly placed several freshly picked silver-edged grasses with sharp serrations on the edges of the leaves. Her movements were precise and smooth, with an almost mechanical efficiency that was out of tune with the surrounding environment. After opening the door, her eyes did not linger on the three uninvited guests outside the door. Whether it was the arrogant messenger, the fully armed village guards, or the shaky, almost hanging Roland, as if they were just a few insignificant background stones. Her sight, like the most precise probe, only fell on the few medicine drying stones at the edge of the herb garden, as if she was just confirming the status of the medicinal materials, or preparing for the next daily operation. Kyle's half-prepared declaration full of righteousness was instantly stuck in his throat. He looked at the dark gray, inconspicuous figure at the door, the ordinary herbs, and the strange bone pen in her hands, and the cold attitude under the hood that completely ignored them. A huge sense of absurdity and anger of being despised suddenly rushed to his head. Is this the legendary Starry Sky Girl who waved her hand and made the monsters flee? This is clearly a weird, arrogant herbalist. However, the resolution of the elders, the emblem of the royal family, the mission he shouldered, and the hundreds of desperate eyes of Oak Village all weighed heavily on him. Kyle forced himself to suppress the anger and the inexplicable chill in his heart, took another step forward, and used all his strength to try to make his voice sound more majestic and penetrating. Ms. Lillian, I am Kyle Horton, the messenger of the capital. I am here by order of the Council of Elders, carrying an urgent document. He couldn't finish his words, because Lillian finally took action. She tilted her head slightly, and under the dark gray hood, her calm black eyes, like two bottomless cold pools, briefly and without any warmth swept over the three people at the door. When her eyes passed over the document held high by Kyle, and the shining badge on his chest, there was no pause, just like passing through the air. Then, her eyes fell back on the silver-edged grass in her hand. The light lingering on the fingertips of the hand holding the rune engraving pen seemed to stabilize. Then, a cold, calm voice, without any emotional ups and downs, but clearly penetrating the wind and Kyle's unfinished words, sounded, like an ice bead falling into a jade plate. It's blocking the light, make way. After the voice fell, she held the rattan shallow plate, and the hem of her dark gray cloak drew a cold arc, like a ghost blending into the light, and walked straight to the medicine stone at the edge of the medicine garden. Kyle, the document representing the will of the kingdom in his hand, and his righteousness were completely left in the cold air. The envoy of Chu Gu with his arrogant attitude and official documents, encountered a more thorough setback than the claws of the monsters, which came from absolute indifference, in front of this Silent Valley stone house. Chapter 141. Blocking the light, make way. Those 5 words, cold and calm, without a trace of worldly air, were like 5 daggers tempered with ice, fiercely piercing into Kyle Horton's ears, shattering his forced dignity, and also piercing through his pitiful arrogance based on the royal emblem and elders' documents. Kyle froze in place, as if frozen by invisible frost. His arm, holding high the personal letter wrapped in tree bark, was still comically suspended in midair. The solemn expression on his face that represented the will of the kingdom collapsed instantly, replaced by a kind of disbelief and astonishment after being completely humiliated, and then quickly replaced by a burning anger. What did he see? A plain-looking herbalist in a dark gray cloak. A village girl holding a few broken grasses, and a bone stick, a rune engraving pen in his eyes. A person who dared to treat him so rudely and arrogantly. A messenger from the capital, representing the Council of Elders, even vaguely representing the kingdom. The messenger of the will of the Eastern Resistance. What did she say? Block the light? Asked her to let go? He, Kyle Horton, wore the royal iris emblem on his chest, held the handwritten documents of the Presbyterian Church in his hands, and shouldered the important mission of saving hundreds of lives. In her eyes, he was just a light blocker? Not even as good as the few serrated broken leaves in her hand? Absurd. Unreasonable. Blasphemous. A surge of hot blood rushed to Kyle's head, burning his cheeks, and even the scratches on his face seemed to burn. The anger of being despised, mixed with the fear of the tragic situation in Oak Village, the anxiety about his own mission, and the contempt for the playing tricks woman in front of him, violently churned and erupted in his chest like volcanic magma. You? Kyle's voice was so high and even cracked because of extreme anger and excitement. He suddenly lowered his raised arm and squeezed the bark document until it creaked. With his other hand, he pointed at Lillian, who had walked to the medicine stone and was bending down slightly, accurately spreading a silver-edged grass leaf on the stone surface. His fingertips trembled violently because of the force. How dare you be so rude? Kyle's voice was like thunder, echoing in the deadly valley, scaring away several vultures perched in the cracks of the rocks in the distance. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I represent? Lillian's movements did not pause at all. Her fingertips seemed to have an independent life. She picked up the next leaf with great precision, gently brushed off a slightly larger dewdrop on the tip of the leaf, and then spread it on the stone surface, with the veins stretched in the direction facing the best angle of sunlight. The dark gray cloak fell, outlining a slender outline that seemed to contain inhuman power. She seemed to have not heard the hysterical roar behind her, nor did she see the finger pointing at her, shaking violently with anger. This complete indifference, as if treating air, completely ignited Kyle's last sanity. All his fear, all his reserve, all his weak respect for the daughter of the starry sky, were burned away by the raging anger at this moment. He no longer cared about the legend of the god, or the resolution of the elders. At this moment, he was just an angry royal messenger who was completely humiliated by the humble herbalist. Kyle took a big step forward and almost stepped into the vibrant herbal medicine field. He straightened his body that was tense with anger, and raised the scroll of bark document in his hand high with all his strength, as if he was holding up the king's scepter. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and then he shouted at Lillian's back in a tone mixed with extreme anger, deliberately raised, almost screaming, and full of official majesty. At least he thought so. Lillian. By order of the great King Odin Thorson, holding the highest emergency decree of the royal family, I hereby announce it to you. His voice was hoarse and distorted due to excessive force, and it caused waves of echoes in the valley. The 2 village guards, who were holding Roland, were startled by his sudden outburst and subconsciously took a half step back with fear on their faces. Roland raised his heavy eyelids with difficulty and looked at Kyle's back that was twisted by anger. A cold sense of despair and absurdity surged in his heart. It's over. Kyle was completely immersed in the dignity atmosphere he created. He paused for a moment, as if waiting for the other party to be shocked by this king's order, and then he shouted out the core purpose of this trip in a louder and more unquestionable tone. His Majesty the King has launched the brave plan, and the whole country is selecting a savior. Considering that you have special skills, you have performed miracles in Shimu village. He almost gritted his teeth to say this word, expelling monsters and protecting villagers. I hereby appoint you as a brave mentor. I order you to come out of the mountain immediately, and follow me to Oak Village to teach and assist the brave, who is about to be born, until the demons are expelled and the mountains are recovered. He shouted until he was hoarse, his cheeks flushed, and the veins on his neck bulged. Every word was loud and clear, as if carrying the royal power and the supreme glory of saving the people. He stared at Lillian's dark gray, still motionless back, expecting her to be shocked by this sudden grace and king's order, and turn around in fear, excitement, or even gratitude, and crawl on the ground. However, beside the drying stone, Lillian's movements still did not pause or disorder at all. She laid the last silver-edged grass leaf, and her fingertips brushed the surface of the leaf very lightly, as if brushing away the last trace of non-existent dust. Then, she stood up and picked up the empty rattan shallow plate. From beginning to end, her eyes never left her herbs, and she did not even look back at Kyle and his roar full of king's order and conferral. It was as if the announcement just now, which was enough to make ordinary people faint with excitement, was just a gust of sulfur-smelling, insignificant wind blowing through the valley. After doing all this, she turned around silently with an empty plate in her hand, just like when she came, and walked towards the still open door of the stone house. Kyle, and the king's order he held high in his hand, as well as his clown-like anger that was completely ignited but had nowhere to vent, were completely left in the cold air. The messenger of the first visit arrogantly showed what he thought was his most powerful trump card: the king's order and the title of Brave Mentor. In return, he still got the indestructible ice wall that came from absolute indifference. The dead silence of the valley, like the most ruthless mockery, drowned out the arrogant opening of the messenger who shouted at the top of his lungs. Chapter 142. Kyle Horton's roar full of royal orders and conferrals was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring up a few faint ripples in the dead air in front of the stone house, and then completely sank without leaving even a trace of echo. Lillian's dark gray figure carried an empty wicker tray. Her steps were precise and smooth, without any pause or disorder. She seemed to have just completed a daily operation that required concentration, drying herbs, and was now returning to her work area. Kyle's hoarse declaration, the raised bark document, the shining royal emblem, and even his entire posture twisted by anger, in the space behind her covered by sulfur smoke, were like clumsy graffiti on the background board, not worth a glance. She walked back to the door of the stone house, and the heavy wooden door was still open with that gap, like an invitation to darkness. She did not go in immediately, but stopped at the edge of the shadow on the inside of the threshold. Kyle froze in place, as if petrified. The arm holding the document was numb and trembling due to the long stalemate, and the muscles on his flushed cheeks twitched uncontrollably. The anger that was completely ignited and had nowhere to vent was now replaced by a deeper sense of absurdity and incredible humiliation, like being poured with ice water. She actually left like this? She didn't even pause? The king's order? The title of the Brave Mentor? In her eyes, what is it? You stop. Kyle finally found his voice, with a sharp and broken voice that was forced into a desperate situation. You dare to ignore the king's order? You are blaspheming. It's treason. His roar echoed in the valley in vain with desperate madness. The two village guards turned pale, and subconsciously took another half-step back, their palms holding their weapons full of cold sweat. Roland, who was held by them, closed his eyes in pain, and a stronger fishy sweetness surged in his throat. It's over. It's completely over. Lillian still had no reaction to his roar. She stood in the shadow of the threshold, lowered her head slightly, and the shadow of her hood covered most of her face. Her empty left hand reached into the tool bag on her waist very naturally, and took out a palm-sized dark gray stone slab with an extremely smooth edge. The rune base. At the same time, she put down the rattan shallow plate with her right hand, and picked up the animal bone engraving pen with a weak energy flow. Her fingertips were extremely stable. The tip of the engraving pen seemed to have life, moving quickly and steadily on the smooth stone surface, outlining. Every stroke was accompanied by an extremely subtle injection of energy, guiding the subtle silver halo to flow in the depths of the engraving. Her movements were focused and precise, with a cold sense of order that was completely isolated from the hysterical noise outside the door. Rune array optimization. Tranquility basic insect repellent type, improved, target, strengthen the sound wave expulsion frequency band for abyssal rot flies, ambient variant. Structural fine-tuning, optimization of the energy conduction path of node G4, increase resonance efficiency by 12%. Environmental parameter compensation. The current sulfur concentration has increased, and the energy threshold needs to be adjusted synchronously at 0.3%. Execution. Rune carving and energy calibration are carried out simultaneously. The cold flow of instructions rushed silently in her mind core, covering all senses. The noise emitted by the tiny human outside the door, full of invalid words such as blasphemy and treason, was accurately identified, filtered, and classified as high volume, low information external interference. In her world, there was only the rune array in front of her that was about to be completed, which could more effectively expel those annoying little bugs. Kyle watched the dark gray figure standing in the shadow of the doorway, with his back to him, concentrating on fiddling with the broken stone and bone stick. He felt like a clown who punched the air with all his might. All the majesty, all the righteousness, all the royal halo, in front of the focused back of that woman, became a complete joke. "I'm talking to you, Lillian." Kyle completely lost his mind. He rushed forward, trying to rush into the crack of the door, and grabbed the arrogant woman's shoulder. He couldn't go back like this. He couldn't imagine the disappointed and even angry eyes of the elders. He couldn't imagine the collapse of the desperate refugees in Oak Village after knowing that the god was so arrogant. However, just when he was about to rush to the door, and one foot was about to step on the threshold of the stone house, Lillian completed the last fine-tuning of the rune array. The glimmer at the tip of the engraving pen dissipated. She stood up very naturally, as if she had just brushed off the non-existent dust. Then, she held the rune base plate and the rattan tray, and the hem of her dark gray cloak drew a cold arc, ready to completely blend into the dimness of the stone house. Just before her body was about to completely disappear into the shadow inside the door, her movements paused very slightly. It was not hesitation, but more like the last step of some preset program. She tilted her head slightly, and under the dark gray hood, her pair of calm black eyes, like the most sophisticated scanner, scanned the door very briefly and without any temperature. Scanned Kyle's face that was twisted and red due to anger and sprint, scanned his foot that was almost stepping on the threshold, and also scanned the deformed bark document in his hand. That look, without anger, disgust, or even impatience of being disturbed. There was only a pure, cold scrutiny, like observing a stone blocking the road, evaluating its physical parameters, position, volume, whether it blocks traffic. Then, that cold, calm, emotionless, yet extremely clear voice sounded again, penetrating Kyle's heavy breathing and futile roar, like an ice bead falling into a jade plate, accurately hitting the dead air in front of the stone house. "It's blocked, make way." As soon as the voice fell, her figure completely disappeared in the shadow inside the door. The heavy wooden door, as if it had life, closed behind her silently but resolutely. Bang. A sound of closing the door, not loud but with an absolute sense of finality, echoed clearly in the dead valley. It seemed to draw a cold and perfect period for this absurd first visit. Outside the door, only Kyle Horton, who was completely petrified, was left. His arm that held the document fell down weakly, and the bark document that symbolized his mission and dignity fell to the cold gravel with a click. The redness on his face quickly faded, turning pale as paper, and his lips trembled, but he could no longer make any sound. In those eyes that were originally full of anger and arrogance, there was only the confusion and fear of being completely crushed, and a deep-rooted coldness of being absolutely ignored. Which? A village guard finally couldn't help it, and shouted hoarsely with tears and extreme fear. Another village guard stared at the closed wooden door that seemed to swallow all the light, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. And Roland, who was almost forgotten, leaned on a village guard, panting hard, looking at Kyle's soulless back and the abandoned document on the ground, looking at the cold door that isolated everything, and there was only endless coldness and fatigue in his heart. Lillian's response was still just those 5 words. "The light is blocked, please make way." This is more thorough and more despairing than any rejection or scolding. A classic disregard. Chapter 143. Bang. The sound of the door closing, which was not loud but had an absolute sense of finality, was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting Kyle Horton's heart hard and smashing the last trace of false noise in front of the stone house. Dead silence. The dead silence, which was even worse than before, quickly flooded the entire valley with a suffocating coldness. The wind seemed to have stagnated, and only the pungent smell of sulfur stubbornly penetrated into the nose. Kyle froze in place, as if nailed to the cold gravel by an invisible icicle. His arm, which was holding up the document, fell down weakly, as if all the bones and muscles were pulled out. The bark document, which symbolized the majesty of the royal family and the hope of Oak Village, fell on the gravel covered with dust and sulfur crystals with a click, rolled twice, and stopped next to a trampled golden thorn grass, looking so cheap and ridiculous. The redness on his face faded away like a tide, and instantly became as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. His lips trembled violently and uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, but he couldn't utter a word. The pupils of the eyes that originally burned with anger and arrogance shrank violently, leaving only the confusion and disbelief that were completely crushed, and a deep and cold chill of being absolutely ignored. The chill even overwhelmed the fear of monsters, and he shuddered involuntarily. She actually really closed the door? Ignored the king's order. Ignored the imperial decree. Ignored the existence of Kyle Horton. Like brushing away a tiny dust, the huge sense of humiliation and the anger of being completely despised, like a volcano temporarily extinguished by ice water, found a gap for eruption again under extreme astonishment and fear. But this time, the anger was no longer pure, but mixed with the trembling of fear and the madness of being fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. Ugh. Ah. Kyle let out a meaningless growl from his throat, like a beast being wounded. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the tightly closed wooden door that seemed to devour his soul, his chest rising and falling violently, as if it would explode in the next second. You? He finally found his voice, but it was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing, with a sharp and uncontrollable tremor. You. Lillian. He almost shouted out the name, as if he wanted to tear it apart along with the humiliation. He staggered forward 2 steps, completely ignoring the document on the ground that symbolized the king's order, and even more ignoring the edge of the trampled herb garden. His fingers pointed at the cold wooden door like a spasm, and his fingertips trembled violently because of extreme anger and fear. This is the king's order. His Majesty's order. Kyle's voice suddenly rose, with a kind of hysterical madness, trying to use the volume to fill the huge emptiness and fear in his heart. It is a title. It is an honor. It is the responsibility to save the kingdom. How dare you? How dare you do so? So blasphemous. Every time he shouted, his body leaned forward, as if he wanted to spit all his anger and fear on the door, but he didn't dare to really touch it. Disobedient. Kyle's voice broke again, because of excitement. He panted violently, and tried to shout out the deterrent words at the end. Disobey the king's order. Should be punished for treason. Military law. Military law. He shouted out the most severe punishment in the army, trying to use this cold clause to intimidate the incomprehensible existence inside the door. However, his voice echoed in the empty and silent valley, seeming so pale and powerless, even with a trace of ridiculous tragic grandeur. The wooden door remained silent, like an unchanging stone, coldly reflecting his timid roar. Will the elders let you go? Hundreds of lives in Oak Village will not let you go. Kyle's voice was filled with a desperate cry, and he began to bring out more specific threats. You watch someone die without helping. You are unworthy. Unworthy. He was stuck. The title of Daughter of the Starry Skies seemed so ironic at the moment, and he finally couldn't shout out the word God. Unworthy of being a human being. He shouted out the most pale and powerless moral accusation. Military law. Sanctions. Hanging. He repeated these cold words like a madman, trying to use them to build a fragile psychological defense line to fight against the suffocating indifference inside the door, and the desperate valley outside the door. His body was shaking like a leaf in the wind, with large beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead and temples, rolling down his pale cheeks. The dignity of the messenger that he had forced himself to hold up had long since disappeared, leaving only a poor creature who was completely devoured by fear and anger, and on the verge of collapse. The 2 village guards behind him were even paler than Kyle at this moment. They watched Kyle roar wildly at the closed wooden door, threatening incoherently, watching him waving his arms like a clown, but his body was shaking. A chill deeper than when facing a monster climbed up their spines. This was not fear of a strong enemy, but fear of the unknown, absolute indifference to the incomprehensible, and fear of the messenger in front of them completely losing control. Kai. Lord Kyle. A village guard trembled in his voice, trying to grab the crazy Kyle. Let's go back. This place is weird. Get out of here. Kyle shook off the village guard's hand, and glared at him fiercely with bloodshot eyes, his eyes full of madness and anger. You are all trash. You too? That craftsman too. He turned around suddenly, and his eyes full of hostility shot at Roland, who was almost held by the village guards, with a pale face and empty eyes. It's all your fault. The information is unclear. Misleading the elders. Causing me to suffer such a great humiliation. He attributed all his failures and fears to Roland, as if he had found an outlet for venting. Roland, who was being held, raised his eyelids with difficulty, and met Kyle's eyes full of resentment and anger. He was not angry, nor did he make excuses, but only a bottomless exhaustion and coldness. He looked at the messenger who was roaring wildly at the wooden door, looking fierce but weak, looking at the abandoned document on the ground, looking at the cold door that isolated everything. The hope of Oak Village, the resolution of the elders, and the decree of the royal family were so vulnerable in the face of absolute power and indifference. At this moment, a very weak energy fluctuation with a special cold rhythm, like a stone thrown into calm water, escaped from the closed door of the stone house without any warning. Buzz! This wave was not an attack, but it carried an inhuman, disturbing sense of order, instantly penetrating Kyle's hysterical roar and chaotic thoughts. Kyle's voice stopped abruptly. It was as if an invisible hand had strangled his throat. The madness and anger on his face solidified instantly, and were then replaced by an extreme fear. He suddenly covered his neck, his eyes almost cracked, and his body stumbled backwards uncontrollably, as if he was pushed hard by the invisible cold wave. Ho-ho. He made a meaningless, suffocating ho-ho sound in his throat, and his pale face instantly lost all color, leaving only pure deep fear. That door. What is inside that door? He could no longer maintain any threatening posture. The roar that was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside was completely crushed by the cold fear. He turned around suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost, not even caring about the documents and the 2 village guards that had fallen to the ground, and he tumbled and crawled towards the entrance of the valley, stumbling and fleeing. His back was in a state of panic. Where was the dignity of a royal messenger? The envoy of the first visit, with his arrogant opening and cowardly threats, was finally completely defeated by complete indifference and a wisp of cold energy fluctuations in front of this silent valley stone house. All that was left was an abandoned king's order, 2 frightened village guards, and a seriously injured and dying craftsman with only cold despair in his heart. Chapter 144. It is not absolutely dark inside the stone house. Above the workbench, the energy ball emitting a constant cold white light is still suspended, reflecting a small area around the workbench. Lillian's dark gray figure stands in the center of this cold light. She did not move away from the door, but stood beside the workbench. Her dark gray hood has been lowered, and her crow-like black hair falls like a waterfall, making her delicate but expressionless face even paler, as if it were carved from ice and snow. Her fingertips are still lingering with extremely weak energy flows that are almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and she is very accurately moving the energy threshold of a tiny rune inside the wristband tranquility inhibitor. The noise emitted by the tiny human outside the door just now, full of invalid words such as treason, military law, and sanctions, as well as the sharp surge in its energy fluctuations, anger, fear, hysteria, has been classified as a high-threat noise pollution source, low physical threat, in her mind core, which needs to be suppressed to maintain a stable working environment. Environmental scanning, passive trigger external variable, Kyle, physiological state, highly excited, adrenaline surge, mental fluctuations out of control, aggression/fear mixed, behavior pattern, irrational collision, high probability. Assessment, threat to the physical structure of the stone house, low, individual power is limited. Interference to the working environment, high, continuous noise pollution. Recommendation, non-physical expulsion, priority, high. Solution, directional low-frequency energy pulse, microstimulation of the vagus nerve, causing temporary discomfort. Energy consumption, negligible, suppressor occupancy rate, less than 0.01%. A cold stream of instructions was generated instantly. Lillian's eyes did not leave the precise guide structure inside the wristband. Her fingertips moved imperceptibly. Buzz! A very weak energy fluctuation with a special cold rhythm, like a stone thrown into calm water, accurately penetrated the heavy wooden door of the stone house, ignored the barrier of space, and instantly locked onto the target outside the door, who was in a state of hysterical explosion. Kyle Horton. This was not an offensive energy impact, but more like a highly precise, non-physical probe or regulator. It carried the absolutely rational cold will in Lillian's mind core, like the most precise scanning ray, and instantly fell on Kyle. For Kyle, this feeling was like a catastrophe, just when he yelled the word hanging, and tried to fill the huge fear in his heart with the most crazy threat. An indescribable cold chill from the depths of his soul grabbed him without warning. It was as if countless pairs of emotionless eyes from the underworld instantly penetrated his flesh and bones, and saw him from inside to outside, including every dirtiest thought and the most humble fear. There was no anger or disgust in that look, only a pure, horrifying scrutiny like evaluating a piece of expired meat. Then, an invisible, heavy pressure, not acting on the body, but directly pressed on his spiritual core. Like the cold water of the deep sea, it instantly submerged his consciousness. All his anger, all his roars, all his threats, in front of this absolutely cold gaze and pressure, like ice and snow under the scorching sun, instantly melted away. Ugh! Ho ho! Kyle's voice suddenly stopped. It was as if his throat was being strangled by an invisible and cold giant hand. He suddenly covered his neck, his eyes were almost cracked, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme fear. He felt as if his heart was being grasped by an icy hand, and suddenly stopped beating. The blood rushed to the top of his head in an instant, and froze in the next second. A strong feeling of suffocation and dizziness overwhelmed him like a tide. He wanted to scream, wanted to continue roaring, wanted to curse the witch inside the door with the most vicious language. But his vocal cords, his tongue, and all his vocal organs were completely frozen under this cold gaze and pressure. He could only squeeze out a meaningless ho-ho sound from the depths of his throat, like a leaking old bellows. He staggered backwards uncontrollably, and his legs seemed to have lost all sensation, and were as soft as boiled noodles. The dignity of the messenger that was forcibly supported, and the madness that was taken out on people were crushed to pieces, leaving only an empty shell that was completely devoured by pure fear and trembling in the soul. He felt like a frog stared at by a poisonous snake, and even the instinct to escape was frozen. This attention and pressure were extremely short-lived. Like a precise, imperceptible energy pulse, the purpose was only to interrupt the irritating noise pollution source. The energy flow at Lillian's fingertips stabilized. She completed the fine-tuning of the tiny node inside the suppressor. The extremely weak blue rune pulsation at the core of the wristband seemed to stabilize a little. Directional low-frequency pulse, released. Physiological feedback of the target individual. Kyle vagus nerve stimulation reaction confirmed. Heart rate dropped sharply. Respiratory inhibition, temporary aphasia. Behavior termination confirmed. Environmental noise pollution source, eliminated. Energy consumption, 0.008%, occupied by suppressor. Status, stable. Her eyes did not fluctuate at all, as if she had just turned off a noisy instrument. Her dark gray eyes were calm and focused again on the experimental rune substrate on the workbench that had just been half-carved and was scrapped due to substrate contamination. Her fingertips were surrounded by extremely faint energy with strong purifying fluctuations, like an invisible broom, sweeping across the surface of the stone slab, annihilating the remaining filthy magic energy that had escaped before. The hustle and bustle and fear outside the door had nothing to do with her. In her world, there were only cold data streams and rune arrays that needed to be optimized. Outside the door, the two village guards holding Roland also felt the heart-pounding cold wave that came and went in an instant. Although they were not directly locked and impacted like Kyle, the inhuman chill with an absolute sense of order slid across their backs like a cold venomous snake. Ugh! A village guard couldn't help but let out a short scream, his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground with Roland, who was being held by him. He stared at the closed wooden door, his eyes filled with unspeakable fear, as if the door was connected to an abyss that devoured the soul. The other village guard's teeth chattered, and the hand holding the weapon shook like a fallen leaf in the wind, almost unable to hold it. He watched Kyle covering his neck, collapsing on the ground as if his bones had been pulled out, his face pale, his eyes empty, and his throat could only make strange hoarse sounds, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. Witchcraft. This is definitely witchcraft. Witchcraft that is more terrifying than the claws of monsters. Roland, who was almost held up, showed amazing resilience at this moment. When the cold wave swept over, he also felt a palpitation and inexplicable dizziness, as if his soul was tightly grasped by something. But his sharp perception, as a craftsman, caught a very weak but familiar sense of order in the wave. It was exactly the same as the cold rhythm revealed in the click sound when the barrier was activated last night, and in the early morning. It was not witchcraft. It was her power. It was a slight leak of her absolute rationality and cold order world. He looked at Kyle, who was lying on the ground, lost like mud, looked at the two village guards, who were almost collapsed with fear, and then looked at the wooden door that was still silent, but seemed to contain endless cold majesty. The absurd sense of despair in his heart was replaced by a deeper understanding mixed with awe and coldness. This is her. Lillian 0. No words, no movements. Just a slight leak of gaze and energy pressure is enough to crush all the noise, anger, and threats into the humblest dust. Silent deterrence is far more powerful than any roar. Chapter 145. The suffocating cold gaze and pressure in front of the stone house, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, descended in an instant and dissipated in an instant. What was left was a dead silence that was more frightening than the roar of a monster. Kyle Horton sat slumped on the cold gravel ground, like a pool of mud with all the bones taken out. He still tightly covered his neck, as if the invisible, cold hand was still strangling his throat. There was no trace of blood on his pale face, and his lips trembled violently, but he could only make a strange sound of ho, Ho! Ho! Like a leaking old bellows. The pair of bloodshot eyes were round, the pupils were dilated, and they were filled with pure fear of being completely crushed by the soul. They stared straight at the closed wooden door, as if there was an abyss that swallowed everything behind it. The identity of the royal messenger, the mission of the Council of Elders, and the king's decree were all completely frozen and shattered by the chill that penetrated into the bone marrow. He couldn't even move a finger, and was left with uncontrollable, trembling like a sieve. Kai. Lord Kyle. A village guard finally found a little strength from the extreme fear, and cried, crawling to Kyle's side, trying to help him up. As soon as his hand touched Kyle's cold arm, Kyle shuddered as if he was burned by a branding iron, and his body bounced violently. Ah! Kyle let out a short and sharp gasp in his throat, and his bloodshot eyes turned to the village guard in horror, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. He used his hands and feet, like a frightened crab, and frantically crawled back on the gravel, trying to get away from the village guard, and even more wanted to get away from the door. Don't touch me. Go away. He finally squeezed out a few broken, distorted words from his dead throat. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing, full of fear. He used his hands and feet to struggle in the gravel and mud to stand up, but his legs were as soft as noodles. Just as he stood up a little, he fell back heavily, splashing a piece of mud. The other village guard was also scared. He looked at Kyle's lost soul in crazy look, then looked at the wooden door, that was still silent, but seemed to emit an invisible chill, and finally his eyes fell on the bark document on the ground that was covered with dust and sulfur crystals, and trampled by Kyle. The majesty of the royal family? The expectations of the elders? At this moment, they all became the most ridiculous and fragile illusions. Weird, too weird. The village guard's teeth chattered, his voice trembling. Go! Get out of this damn place. He no longer tried to help Kyle, but shouted to his companions in fear, and at the same time, he could not help but stagger back towards the entrance of the valley. The first village guard was also completely infected by his companion's fear. He looked at Kyle, who was struggling in vain on the ground with a distracted look, then looked at the wooden door that seemed to swallow his life at any time, and finally looked at the document on the ground that symbolized the king's order. A cold chill instantly seized all his courage. He gritted his teeth and gave up helping Kyle, and even ignored Roland, who was half held by them. He turned around and ran towards his companions, rolling and crawling. While running, he screamed in a distorted voice, "Go! Go!" His companions also turned around immediately, like frightened birds, and ran for their lives. The escape of the two village guards was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely destroying Kyle's remaining sanity. He watched in horror as the two guards left him, and fled in panic, and then felt the cold breath emanating from the door behind him, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The huge fear of being abandoned bit his heart like a venomous snake. "Wait for me! Don't abandon me!" Kyle screamed shrilly, like a dying beast, his voice distorted and full of despair. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all the dignity and stiffness of fear. He no longer cared about his image or the dignity of a royal messenger. He used his hands and feet to crawl and roll forward like a stray dog in the gravel and mud. His knees and elbows were scratched by sharp stones, and blood oozed out. The expensive leather armor, although torn, was covered with mud. The royal iris emblem that he had wiped repeatedly and symbolized supreme glory fell off the torn leather armor during the violent rolling, and fell into the mud with a ding sound, and was instantly covered by the dirt. He rolled and crawled, tears streaming down his face, and uttered meaningless sobs mixed with fear and pleading. Every time he used his hands and feet to pounce forward, he was hysterical and crazy, just wanting to escape from this cursed valley as soon as possible, and escape from the incomprehensible horror behind the door. Which? In another embarrassing roll, Kyle used up his last bit of strength and roared towards the direction of the valley, towards the backs of the two village guards, who were about to disappear at the mountain pass, full of extreme fear, resentment, and powerlessness. This roar, like the last curse of a dying person, echoed in the dead air of the valley, with a heart-pounding shrillness and despair. Before the roar ended, he used his hands and feet to pounce forward again, disappearing at the corner of the jagged rocks, leaving only the messy crawling traces on the muddy ground and a few drops of dark red blood stains, as well as the lingering sound of the shrill roar in the air. In front of the stone house, there was only deathly silence and the strong smell of sulfur. There was another person. Roland. In the chaos where Kyle was shocked by the gaze and collapsed, and the village guards fled in fear, he lost his support and fell heavily on the cold and hard gravel. The huge impact made his eyes black, and the severe pain in his chest swept through his body like an explosion. A large amount of fishy sweetness surged in his throat, which he swallowed back. He leaned against a cold rock behind him, gasping for breath, and every breath he inhaled was accompanied by tearing pain and a broken bellows-like hissing. He raised his head with difficulty, his bloodshot eyes, through the messy hair stuck by cold sweat, watching Kyle's embarrassed back rolling and crawling, screaming and disappearing at the mountain pass, and listening to the scream of the witch full of extreme fear echoing in the dead valley. Then, his eyes slowly moved to the closed, heavy wooden door. Inside the door, there was silence. It seemed that the cold fluctuations that shocked the soul just now, the silent pressure, were just part of his dying hallucination. Only the extremely weak, but extremely familiar energy rhythm with a sense of cold order left in the air, and the few trampled and wilted golden thorn grasses on the edge of the herb garden, silently proved what had just happened. The hope of Oak Village, the resolution of the elders, and the decree of the royal family came with a high-handed opening and a cowardly threat. In the end, the messenger rolled and crawled, screaming miserably, and the witch was completely defeated. At first glance, the failure was so complete, so absurd, and so cold. Chapter 146. The setting sun was like the last breath of a dying patient, stained Oak Village with a sickly, rusty yellow. Sulfur smoke hovered in the low sky, like the lingering ghosts, bringing the dusk early and aggravating the despair in the air. At the entrance of the village, the broken wooden fence was like a hollowed-out rotten bone. When Kyle Horton's figure, who was rolling and crawling, covered in mud and tears, and the two village guards who followed closely behind, fleeing in panic as if being chased by evil spirits, appeared in the field of vision, the dead silence of Oak Village, like a bowstring stretched to the limit, was suddenly broken. It's Lord Kyle. They're back. Someone shouted with a sharp eye and a hint of morbid hope. But this hope froze and shattered instantly when he saw Kyle's soulless and crazy appearance. Kyle almost rushed into the village entrance with his hands and feet, and fell headfirst into the cold mud. He lay on the ground, his body trembling violently, like a skinned frog, whimpering and sobbing incomprehensibly, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his head. His expensive leather armor, the only remaining dignity, was covered with mud and dark red blood stains, scratched by stones when rolling, and the iris badge that symbolized his identity had long disappeared. The two village guards were pale as paper, their eyes were unfocused, and their teeth were still trembling uncontrollably. They rushed into the crowd, grabbing the people next to them like drowning people grabbing driftwood, and screaming incoherently, Witch! Weird. Too weird. There is something behind the door. Behind the door. Something invisible. It caught me. It caught Lord Kyle. Run. Get away from here. That valley is a ghost town. That woman is a devil. Their hysterical descriptions, filled with extreme fear and chaotic imagination, instantly ignited the Oak Village, which was already like a powder keg. Witch? Devil? Isn't she the daughter of the starry sky? How could she be? What happened to Lord Kyle? He seems crazy. Failed? Even the king's order can't persuade her? It's over. It's completely over. The monster is coming. We're dead. The panic exploded like a plague. The screams of women, the howling of children, and the desperate roars of men mixed together, even crazier than before. The little light that had just been ignited by the legend of the daughter of the starry sky was now completely extinguished by the accusations of the witch and the devil, and replaced by a deeper, more suffocating darkness and hysteria. Some people collapsed to the ground, some hugged their loved ones and cried desperately, and some had red eyes, and cast their resentful eyes in the direction of the valley, as if that was the source of all evil. Cooper, Martha, and Greta squeezed in the crowd, anxiously looking for Roland. When they saw the miserable state of Kyle and the village guards, but did not find Roland, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. Martha covered her face, and suppressed crying came out from under the cloth. Cooper's turbid old eyes were full of fear and worry, staring at the direction of the valley. Quiet! Be quiet! A roar like a wounded bee suddenly exploded, temporarily suppressing the chaotic sound waves. Elder Oliver, surrounded by several village guards, rushed to the entrance of the village with a sullen face. The oak stick in his hand slammed heavily on the ground, making a dull sound, showing the violent fluctuations in his heart. He glanced at Kyle, who was lying on the ground, whimpering and trembling like mud, and then glanced at the two village guards, who were still in shock and incoherent. Finally, his sharp eyes, like a hawk, penetrated the chaotic crowd and locked onto the path in the direction of the valley. There is no Roland. A chill instantly gripped Oliver's heart. Failure. Such a complete failure. Not only did he fail to invite the lady, but even the craftsman he sent. War defeated? He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and maintained the last dignity on his face, but his tightly pursed, bloodless lips and slightly trembling oak stick exposed his inner anger and deep helplessness. Help Lord Kyle in. Give him water. Let him calm down. Oliver's voice was hoarse, with an unquestionable command. The village guards hurried forward, and with great effort, they lifted up Kyle, who was almost unconscious, and dragged him to the stone house that served as the command post. Oliver's eyes once again swept across the chaotic and desperate crowd, looking at the faces twisted by fear, and the light in their eyes that had just ignited and instantly extinguished. He knew that any comfort at this moment would be futile. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to make his voice sound steady and powerful. Scatter. Go back to your own place. The monsters haven't come yet. If you lose your composure, you will die faster. He shouted, trying to suppress fear with fear. Guard. Strengthen the vigilance. Add 2 guards to the watchtower. Under his strong order and the expulsion of the village guards, the chaotic crowd was temporarily dispersed, but the despair and resentment in the air were like maggots on the heels, and became stronger. People supported each other, sobbed, cursed, and returned to their own cold corners like zombies. The shrill voice of which, like the most vicious curse, began to spread in the desperate whispers. Oliver did not leave immediately. He stood alone at the entrance of the village, with his back to the village where the chaos was gradually subsiding. His hunched back looked unusually heavy in the dim twilight. The forced dignity on his wrinkled face finally faded away, leaving only deep fatigue, frustration and the cold helplessness of a chess player facing a situation where he cannot control the game. The starry sky girl. The witch girl. The power is real. The Creek Village last night, the valley that shocked Kyle today. All prove this. But this power is completely out of control, and even filled with incomprehensible coldness and hostility. The royal decree, the elders' documents, and the pleas of hundreds of lives, in her eyes, are like dust. What to do? Oak Village is already trapped. The mopping up team of the Demon King's army may appear on the horizon at any time. Is it really that we can only sit and wait for death? His turbid old eyes looked towards the direction of the valley shrouded in twilight and sulfur smoke, and his eyes were extremely complicated. There was anger, fear, helplessness, and even a trace of deep fear of that absolute power that he himself was unwilling to admit. At this moment, a staggering, hunched figure, like a ghost seeping out of the twilight, slowly appeared at the end of the path at the entrance of the village. It was Roland. He almost crawled, one hand pressed tightly on his aching left arm and torn chest, the other hand supported the ground, and moved forward bit by bit. Every step dragged a long trail mixed with dark red blood on the muddy ground. His face was more pale than when he left, his lips were cracked and purple, and every difficult breath was accompanied by a broken bellows-like hissing and an uncontrollable cough. The messy hair on his forehead was stuck to his face by cold sweat and mud, covering his bloodshot but unusually calm eyes. Cooper and Martha found him first. Martha screamed and rushed over desperately. Roland, kid. Cooper also staggered over, and together with Martha, carefully, almost lifted Roland up from the cold mud. Greta hugged little Tom, and turbid tears flowed silently. Kid, how are you? You scared us to death. Cooper's voice was filled with tears. Seeing Roland's miserable state, and the fresh blood stains coughed up on his clothes, he felt heartbroken. Roland did not answer immediately. He was supported by Cooper and Martha, and his body was shaking uncontrollably due to severe pain and exhaustion. He panted hard, accumulating a little bit of strength. Then, he slowly raised his head, his eyes passed through Cooper's shoulders, passed through the village full of resentment and fear after the chaos, and finally fell on Elder Oliver, who was standing alone at the entrance of the village with a heavy back. The elder seemed to sense something, and slowly turned around. In the twilight, his cloudy but still sharp eyes met Roland's calm, tired eyes, as if he had seen through all the vanity. No words. No accusations. No anger. There was only a bottomless silence. Roland's eyes were calm and waveless, like 2 dry old wells. In that look, there was no resentment towards the elder's resolution, no contempt for Kyle's incompetence, no fear of the villagers' hatred, and even no wailing about his own dying state. There was only a heavy fatigue after going through the calamity, and a kind of deathly silence after seeing some cold truth. He looked at Oliver, as if silently stating a fact. The miracle you saw, the salvation you longed for, the shelter you tried to exchange with the king's command and the brave mentor. Behind that cold wooden door, in the eyes of the owner of the vibrant herb garden, what exactly did it mean? Elder Oliver's Adam's apple rolled. He looked at Roland's tragic state, and his extremely silent eyes, at his almost torn left arm, and the glaring blood stains on his clothes. He understood that this craftsman climbed back from the valley described by Kyle as a ghost domain by himself. What he brought back was not hope, but a silent answer that was more frightening than Kyle's hysterical accusation. The helplessness on the elder's face deepened. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, it just turned into a heavy sigh that was almost inaudible. He looked away, no longer looking at Roland, leaning on his oak stick, turned around and walked towards the stone house command post that symbolized power and despair. Dusk completely engulfed the oak village. At the entrance of the village, there were only the suppressed sobs of Cooper and Martha, Greta's silent tears, little Tom's confused fear, and Roland's heavy and suffocating silence like eternal ice. This silence is the most profound and powerless footnote to the failure of the first visit. The village's reaction, from fanatical hope to hysterical fear and resentment, finally sank into a deeper ice cave of despair in the helpless sighs of the elders and Roland's dying silence. Chapter 147. The despair of Oak Village, under the coldness of the failure of the first visit and the weight of Roland's silence, was like a boulder sinking into a deep pool, temporarily covered by a dead numbness. The groans of the wounded seemed to be a little weaker, and the crying of the refugees turned into suppressed sobs. Even the air was stagnant, with a disgusting sticky feeling mixed with sulfur and despair. Elder Oliver's heavy sigh seemed to have taken away the last bit of false vitality of the village. Cooper and Martha carried Roland, who was almost unconscious, to a relatively sheltered corner of the broken wall. Greta used the only remaining, relatively clean rag to dip into the muddy stream water, and tremblingly wiped the mud and fresh blood stains on his face and clothes. Little Tom curled up beside Greta's legs, his big eyes full of fear, and he dared not look at Roland's pale face and the horribly swollen left arm. Roland leaned against the cold broken wall. Every tiny breath he took caused a tearing pain deep in his chest. His consciousness floated on the edge of the abyss of severe pain and dizziness. He barely took a sip of the water that Cooper handed over, which caused a more violent cough and brought out more blood foam. He closed his eyes and tried to accumulate even a little strength. In his mind, there was only the cold wooden door and the silent but soul-crushing pressure inside the door. At this moment, a rapid, messy, bloody sound of horse hooves, like the death knell of a dying person, suddenly tore through the dead silence of Oak Village. Here they come! Someone's coming again! A hoarse and distorted voice sounded with extreme fear on the watchtower at the entrance of the village. This sound instantly detonated the village that had just been covered by numbness. The panic that had just subsided was like a raging fire poured with boiling oil, and it was rekindled. Monster? Are they the cavalry of the monster? Run! Help! Help! The crowd exploded instantly. The refugees who had just returned to the corner were like frightened sheep, running and crying hysterically again. The guards on duty were pale. Their hands holding the rusty pitchfork were shaking, and they looked desperately at the stone house where Elder Oliver was. The door of the stone house was suddenly knocked open. Elder Oliver rushed out with an oak stick, and the last trace of forced calm on his face disappeared, leaving only deep fear. He roared, "Don't panic! Guard! Prepare for defense!" However, when the rider's figure broke through the twilight and sulfur smoke and appeared at the entrance of the village, everyone was stunned. It was not the hideous outline of a monster, but a human knight who was barely in human form. The horse had already exhausted its strength, spewing white foam with blood from its mouth and nose. Staggering to the entrance of the village, its front legs softened, and it fell to the ground with a bang, emitting a painful wail. The knight on horseback was thrown out by the huge inertia and fell heavily into the cold mud. His standard armor was covered with dents and burns from chopping with knives and axes. His helmet had long disappeared, revealing a young face covered with blood and ash, full of extreme pain and despair. His left arm was twisted at a strange angle, obviously broken, and a deep wound on his right leg was oozing dark red blood. Messenger! Messenger! Someone recognized the emblem of the kingdom's Eastern Legion on the broken armor. The young messenger struggled, holding on to the muddy ground with his only remaining right hand, dragging his broken body, crawling towards Elder Oliver bit by bit. Every time he moved, he was accompanied by uncontrollable groans of pain and blood gushing from his wounds, leaving a glaring blood trail on the mud. Elder! Elder! The messenger's voice was hoarse like a broken gong, full of blood, foam, and rust, but he roared out with his last bit of strength, and every word was filled with doomsday despair. Blackstone! Blackstone Fortress is gone! Like a bolt from the blue. Iron-walled General Gareth died in battle. Boom! This news was more direct and more thorough than the claws of the Demon King's army to destroy Oak Village, Blackstone Fortress, the last barrier in the east of the kingdom, known as the Iron Gate in front of the Wall of Sighs. Together with its General Gareth, who was famous for his tenacity and defense and was respected by the soldiers as Iron Wall, it actually fell? After a short, suffocating silence, there was an even crazier collapse. Ah! An old woman screamed so shrilly that it didn't sound like a human voice. He fell backwards. It's over. It's all over. Several soldiers dropped their weapons and sat on the ground with empty eyes. General Gareth. Even he. Someone covered his face and whimpered like a beast. The monster is coming. We are all going to die. The desperate cry swept the whole village like a plague. Elder Oliver was struck by lightning. His body shook violently, and the oak stick in his hand fell into the mud with a clang. He staggered back a step and leaned against the cold stone wall, barely avoiding falling. The wrinkled face instantly lost all its color and became as gray as death. The turbid old eyes were wide open, full of incredible horror and a kind of despair that the building was about to collapse, and there was no way to save it. The Blackstone Fortress fell. Iron Wall Gareth fell. What does this mean? It means that the last natural barrier leading to the heart of the kingdom, by the main force of the Demon King's army, has been completely flattened. It means that the Ash Plains no longer have any barriers. It means that the capital has been exposed to the demon's front. It also means that small shelters, like Oak Village, located at the edge of the scorched zone, like candles in the wind, may be completely crushed by the sweeping torrent of destruction at any time. The situation is no longer deteriorating. It is a collapse. It is the end of the world. General, he. The young messenger was still struggling to crawl in the mud, screaming with his last strength. His voice was like crying blood. He was defeated by the demon General Skull Crusher Banya, head on. The general's flag was burned by the demon flames. The fortress was flattened by the lava inferior demon. Brothers, all. His words were interrupted by violent coughing, and large mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out of his mouth. Finally, he raised his right hand, which was still able to move, and pointed to the east, the direction of the Blackstone Fortress. His eyes were filled with extreme pain and unwillingness. Then his arm fell weakly, his head tilted, and he was completely silent. Only his wide-open, bloodshot eyes were still staring at the east, telling of the unimaginably tragic defeat. Dead silence fell again, heavier and more desperate than before. Even the howling disappeared, leaving only countless pairs of empty, numb eyes that had completely lost all their brilliance. Elder Oliver leaned against the cold stone wall, and slowly slid down to sit in the mud. He no longer looked at the dead messenger, or the collapsed villagers. His turbid eyes looked out of focus at the gray sky and the swirling sulfur smoke, as if he saw the banners of the Demon King's army covering the sky, and the boundless demon tide rolling in. The majesty of the elders, and the survival of the village became insignificant jokes at this moment. He was like a piece of dead wood struck by lightning, with only embers left waiting to be completely burned out. In the corner, Roland, who was leaning against the broken wall, opened his heavy eyelids with difficulty. The messenger's weeping and blood-curdling scream, every word was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing deep into his consciousness. Blackstone Fortress fell. Iron Wall Gareth fell. These two names, like two collapsed mountains, pressed hard on his heart that was already on the verge of collapse. General Gareth, the backbone of the kingdom's soldiers, the patron saint in the hearts of countless civilian craftsmen like him. Even he fell. Even the natural barrier like Blackstone Fortress was flattened. An irresistible fishy sweetness suddenly surged into his throat. Roland could no longer suppress it and coughed violently. Cough, cough. Puff. A mouthful of dark red blood with broken pieces of internal organs, like a torrent of despair that had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly splashed out of his mouth, staining the worn leather armor on his chest red, and also staining Greta's trembling hands, wiping him red. The warmth and glaring red of the blood were so shocking in the gray twilight. Cooper and Martha cried out in fear. Roland felt no pain, only a feeling of coldness and suffocation, as if his soul had been completely drained. His eyes went dark, and his consciousness was like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. The news of the defeat on the front line, like the most deadly poison, instantly destroyed all the remaining order and false hope in Oak Village. The fall of the famous general, and the fall of the fortress caused the situation to deteriorate rapidly to an irreversible abyss. The shadow of death has never been so real and heavy as it is now, hanging over this desperate land. And the silent stone house deep in the valley, against the backdrop of the advent of the end of the world, seemed even more distant, even colder, and even more desperate. Chapter 148. The fall of Blackstone Fortress and the death of General Gareth, the Iron Wall, were like the heaviest coffin lid, completely sealing the last glimmer of luck left in Oak Village. Despair was no longer a thick fog, but solidified into ice, freezing every face and every inch of air. Even the groans of the wounded became weaker, leaving only a dead silence, waiting for the end. Elder Oliver slumped on the cold mud of the command post, his eyes empty, his oak stick thrown aside, like a body with a soul taken away. The body of the messenger was hastily dragged aside, and covered with a torn straw mat. The dark red bloodstain was particularly dazzling in the dim twilight, like an unhealable wound in Oak Village, silently announcing the complete collapse of the resistance in the eastern part of the kingdom. The Ash Plains had no barrier, the capital was in danger, and Oak Village, a small temporary settlement filled with desperate refugees located on the edge of the scorched zone, was not even a stumbling block in front of the torrent of the main iron hoofs of the Demon King's army, but only dust that was ruthlessly crushed. The dusk was completely sank, and the heavy, lee-gray clouds with a pungent smell of sulfur covered the last trace of starlight under low pressure, bringing the night to an early date. The smoke and blood in the air did not dissipate, but became more intense and more corrosive in the windless silence, like an invisible poisonous miasma, permeating every corner. In the stone house, the cold white ball of light was suspended above the workbench, constantly emitting precise and temperatureless light. Lillian's dark gray figure stood still. An extremely weak energy flow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, lingered on his fingertips. On a new dark gray rune substrate that had been strictly screened and confirmed to be pollution-free, he carefully carved the improved Tranquility Advanced Hysteresis Barrier rune. The lines were smooth, the turns were sharp, and it was full of cold geometric beauty. Rune structure optimization, node cross energy load redistribution. Stability prediction, increased to 86.7%. Environmental parameter compensation, sulfur ambient concentration continues to rise, plus 0.5%. Threshold synchronization fine-tuning, plus 0.15%. Core task, development of new defensive rune array, priority, high. External interference, blocked. The cold command stream rushed silently in her mind core. The collapse of the Oak Village outside the door, the death of the messenger, the despair of the elders, and even Roland's dying coughing of blood, were all accurately classified as completed and recorded external interference events, cluster survival probability, extremely low. In her world, there was only this rune in front of her that maintained her concealment and safety. However, just when she was about to complete a key energy diversion node, passive environmental monitoring, wide area triggered, detection, large-scale abyssal magic fluctuations, clustered, moving. Source direction, east, towards the Ash Plain, southeast, deep in the Scorch Belt. Distance, east cluster about 20 kilometers, advanced speed, medium speed. Southeast cluster about 15 kilometers, high mobility. Intensity, very high, army-level main force, medium-high, mopping up/reconnaissance cluster. Threat assessment, very high, devastating impact. Related impact, current hidden area, valley, exposure risk, sharply increased. The alarm information flow instantly covered the rune data. Lillian suddenly raised her eyes. The black eyes under the dark gray hood were as sharp as cold stars, without the slightest anger of being interrupted, only absolute focus on the sudden threat variable. Her perception was like an invisible radar network, instantly penetrating the heavy stone wall and the dark night, locking the source of the abnormal fluctuations. Visual scanning, ultra-distance micro-light heating imaging plus magic spectrum overlay mode east side, like a slowly moving black tide burning with dark red magic flames. The number is difficult to estimate, mainly composed of lava lesser demons, heavy units, swamp casters, filthy auras, and shadow wolves, fast mobility. Energy characteristics, destructive advancement. Path, clearly pointing to the direction of the capital, but the edge energy turbulence of the huge cluster, like the dust raised by the movement of the giant beast, is inevitably sweeping across the edge of the Scorch Belt, including Oak Village and its surroundings. Southeast side, the number is small, about dozens, but the energy activity is extremely high. Composition, Shadow Wolf Squad, fast, a small number of lava lesser demons, small, gargoyles, air units. Energy characteristics, highly dispersed, exploratory, and clear attack intentions. Path, rapidly interspersed and infiltrated along the edge of the Scorch Belt. The movement trajectory of one of the squads, Shadow Wolf X3, Gargoyle X1, is clearly pointing to Death Valley. Conclusion. The main vanguard sweeping cluster of the Demon King's army, Southeast Squad, is approaching. Estimated contact time, Valley less than 1 hour. Estimated contact time, Oak Village less than 2 hours, depending on the intensity of turbulence at the main edge. Survival strategy, enhance concealment, highest priority. Activate the quiet basic alert type barrier, passive mode, warning only. The command was issued instantly. Lillian's fingertips flashed with a faint light, and the preset warning program was activated. In the air around the stone house, extremely weak energy runes that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye flashed and disappeared, like water ripples blending into the night. Quiet basic alert type barrier, passive warning mode activated. Energy consumption, negligible, suppressor occupied. Her eyes fell back on the rune substrate on the workbench. The threat has been confirmed, and the countermeasures have been initiated. The torrent of destruction in the outside world is just a set of parameters that need to be avoided in the survival model. The runes carve precise movements without any pause. Oak Village, Watchtower. The village guard on the top of the tower is a half-grown child with a childish face. He was wrapped in a thin and worn cotton coat and shivered in the biting night wind. Fear was like a cold venomous snake, entwining his heart. The news of the fall of Blackstone Fortress and the tragic death of the messenger were repeated in his mind like a nightmare. He tried to open his eyes wide, staring at the scorched earth covered by sulfur smoke and night in the southeast, and his palms holding the rough wooden telescope were full of cold sweat. Suddenly, at the edge of the telescope's field of view, in the shadow of a withered and twisted bush barely illuminated by the moonlight, through the gaps in the clouds, something flashed by extremely quickly. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to capture the outline, leaving only a blurred afterimage with a faint red glow. The young village guard's heart jumped. He thought he was dazzled, blinked his sore eyes hard, held his breath, and pointed the telescope in that direction. A few seconds later, the shadow moved again. This time, he could see it a little more clearly. It was a low-lying outline of a large dog, but covered with a rough black shell. Its scarlet pupils were like flickering will-o'-the-wisp in the dark, and it flashed away in a flash. What made his scalp tingle even more was that when the creature moved, its 4 feet stepped on the charred ground, leaving a small trace that emitted a faint red heat, like a lava footprint. Shadow Wolf. The blood of the young village guard froze instantly. He wanted to scream, but his throat seemed to be strangled, and he could only make a ho-ho sound, like a leak. Then, in the night sky slightly higher than the direction where the Shadow Wolf disappeared, a larger and more frightening outline silently slid through the gap in the lead-gray clouds. The outline had rocky wings, a head like a mixture of a vulture and a stone sculpture, and a pair of cold eyes flashing with a faint green light, like a searchlight, looking down at the earth from a high position. Its flight trajectory was heading towards the direction of the Death Valley. Gargoyle. Demon. Monster. The young village guard finally squeezed out a shrill cry from extreme fear. The distorted screams pierced the dead silence of the night sky of Oak Village. Southeast. There are monsters. Heading towards the valley. And there are flying ones in the sky. This scream, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly detonated the Oak Village that had just been frozen by despair. Monsters are coming. Scouts. It's scouts. They found us. It's over. Run. The numb despair that had just fallen into was instantly replaced by a more primitive fear of facing the claws of death. The crowd fell into hysterical chaos again. Crying, screaming, pushing and trampling mixed together. Some people blindly ran to the dark wilderness outside the village, while others retreated to the corner in despair, holding their heads and trembling. Elder Oliver was forcibly lifted up from the ground by the village guards. His turbid old eyes looked at the deep darkness in the southeast, and the last trace of blood on his face faded. He saw the terrified and twisted face of the boy on the watchtower, and heard the desperate scream. Without confirmation, he understood that death had really come. Close the door. Block the entrance to the village. All men who can move. Pick up your weapons. Go up the wall. Oliver roared with his last bit of strength, but his voice was trembling and desperate. He knew it was futile, but it was his last duty as an elder. Death Valley. Outside the stone house. Quiet basic alert barrier. Micro-vibration wave feedback. Target. Pass on the east side of the valley. Distance. 500 meters. Number. 3 ground. 1 low altitude. Energy characteristics. Shadow Wolf. Gargoyle. The cold alarm flickered silently in the depths of Lillian's vision. Her fingertips stopped above the rune base. Dark gray eyes looked through the thick stone wall, like an invisible probe, accurately looking in the direction of the barrier feedback. The moonlight, through the thin clouds, barely illuminated the jagged stone walls of the pass on the east side of the valley. The three shadow wolves were like ghosts blending into the shadows, their scarlet eyes flashing with greed and vigilance in the darkness, their sharp claws scraping against the rocks, making a very slight rustling sound. They crouched low, their nostrils twitching, as if catching the remaining sulfur and blood smells in the air. And a very faint, but extremely pure fragrance of plants and trees, and about 10 meters above them, a gargoyle was hovering silently, its rock wings flapping slowly, its cold green eyes, like searchlights, scanning the silent valley below, and finally, firmly locked onto the piece of medicine garden next to the stone house that was still stubbornly glowing in the night. The silver veins of the moonlight moss were like a beacon guiding the way in the darkness. One of the slightly larger shadow wolves seemed to be attracted by the incompatible vitality of the medicine garden, or driven by some hidden instinct, the residual induction of specific energy by laboratory samples. It growled, and tentatively and silently took its first step towards the edge of the herb garden, in the direction of the trampled golden thorn grass. Its claws were about to step on the land that Lillian had carefully maintained. The demonic disaster was approaching. The minions of the demon army, like hyenas smelling blood, not only surrounded the desperate Oak Village, but also followed the trail and pounced on the valley stone house that had just experienced a brief period of peace. Danger had never been as clear and deadly as it was at this moment, looming over Lillian's hiding place and the crumbling shelter of Oak Village. The shadow of death, accompanied by the low howl of the shadow wolf and the faint sound of the gargoyle's wings breaking through the air, tore apart the last tranquility. Chapter 149. The despair of Oak Village was completely ignited into hysterical madness by the screams of the Demon King's scouts. The shadow of death has never been so clear as it was at this moment, with the low howl of the shadow wolf and the faint sound of the gargoyle's wings breaking through the air, like a cold noose, tightening everyone's neck. Close the door. Block the entrance to the village. All men who can move. Take up weapons. Go up the wall. Elder Oliver's hoarse roar echoed in the chaos, with a last, desperate struggle. The village guards were like being whipped, with red eyes, kicking and kicking to drive away the crying and fleeing refugees, using everything they could find. Broken beams, heavy millstones, broken sacks filled with soil, madly piled on the already dilapidated wooden fence at the entrance of the village, trying to build a fragile barrier. The men who could take up weapons, whether old or young, whether injured or not, were forcibly pushed and climbed up the few relatively intact earth walls or roofs left in the village. In their hands, they held rusty pitchforks, broken axes, temporarily sharpened sticks, and even half-cut hoes dug out from the ruins. Everyone's face was full of fear, and their bodies were shaking like fallen leaves in the wind, but the instinct for survival and the desperate protection of their loved ones behind them made them hold the pitiful weapons in their hands tightly. Cooper and Martha placed Roland, who was almost unconscious, behind a relatively safe broken wall. Greta hugged little Tom tightly, curled up in a corner, turbid tears flowing silently, and murmured prayers. Cooper looked at Roland's pale face, and the glaring blood stains on his collar. His wrinkled face was full of pain and reluctance, but he finally gritted his teeth, picked up the broken pitchfork on the ground. Martha insisted on taking it before, and hissed to Martha, "Watch the kid." Then he turned around, dragged his lame leg, limped but rushed towards the crumbling defense line with extraordinary determination. Martha looked at Cooper's hunched but resolute back, covered her face, and suppressed crying came out from under the cloth. She turned around and looked at Roland, who was sitting against the broken wall. His eyes were sluggish, and every breath was accompanied by a dying scream. Her heart was broken. At this moment, in the darkness in the southeast, there was a creepy, long and bloodthirsty wolf howl. Woo! Followed by more responses one after another. Like the horn of death. Here they come! They come! The guards on the earth wall screamed out of tune. In the darkness, several scarlet dots of light approached quickly like jumping will-o'-the-wisp. Shadow wolves. They crouched down with streamlined bodies covered with black shells, and stepped on the ground silently with 4 feet, like the most deadly shadow assassins, with extremely fast speed. Their target was not the solid barrier at the entrance of the village, but a relatively low and weakly defended earth wall on the side of the village. Shoot! Shoot! Someone screamed. Several crooked, weak homemade arrows were shot out sparsely. Most of them didn't even touch the shadow wolf's fur. A few hit the shell, making a crisp ding-ding sound, leaving only a few white marks before being bounced off. Damn it! The militiamen on the earth wall turned pale. Several shadow wolves jumped onto the low earth wall like black lightning. The sharp claws flashed coldly in the dim light. Ah! A young villager standing in the front holding a wooden stick, before he even had time to react, was instantly torn in the throat by a shadow wolf that pounced on him. The hot blood splashed on the earth wall, and the face of his companions next to him like a fountain. The screams were like igniting a barrel of explosives. Kill! Fight them! The militiamen, stimulated to the extreme by blood and fear, roared in despair. They waved the pitchforks, and with axes in their hands, like beasts forced into a desperate situation, and pounced on the monsters that jumped onto the wall with red eyes. A suffocating and tragic blocking battle broke out instantly. The wooden handle of the pitchfork stabbed hard on the hard carapace of the shadow wolf and broke. The wood axe chopped on the shoulder blade of the shadow wolf, making a dull impact, but only leaving a shallow white mark, which aroused the monster's ferocity. The sharp claws of the shadow wolf easily tore through the worn leather armor and flesh, bringing up a puff of blood mist. Screams, the sound of bones breaking, the monster's excited roars mixed together, instantly turning this section of the earth wall into a bloody Shura field. Hold on. Can't retreat. There are women and children behind. An old soldier, Patton, the former militia captain, had a deep cut on his face by the wolf's claws. Half of his face was covered with blood, but he still roared, and stabbed a shadow wolf's relatively soft abdomen with a half-rusted spear. The tip of the spear finally pierced. The shadow wolf let out a painful howl. But another shadow wolf next to him had already pounced on him and bit his arm. Old Patton. Someone's eyes were bloodshot. In the chaos, Cooper limped, waving the broken pitchfork, trying to force back a shadow wolf that tried to break into the village from the side gap. His movements were clumsy and slow, and the pitchfork was like a toy in the eyes of the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf's scarlet eyes flashed with a trace of cruel teasing, and easily dodged Cooper's attack. With a leap, the sharp claw blade went straight to Cooper's throat. Uncle Cooper! A hoarse roar like a dying beast suddenly sounded. It was Roland. The strength came from nowhere. Maybe it was Cooper's lame, but determined back rushing towards the defense line. Maybe it was the tragic scene of old Barton being bitten by the monster. Maybe it was the terrified eyes of Greta and little Tom behind him. An indescribable force, mixed with the pain of the chest bursting and the strong smell of blood in the throat, drove Roland to struggle and climb up from behind the broken wall. His eyes were black, and the world was spinning. His left arm was heavy, as if it was filled with lead, and every heartbeat brought dizziness. But he gritted his teeth, leaving deep blood marks on his cracked lips. With his uninjured right hand, he grabbed a bowl-sized, sharpened wooden stake that was originally used to support the shack and was leaning against the broken wall, the armed strength of a craftsman. The instinct to survive. The responsibility to protect. Get out of here! Roland used up all the remaining strength in his body and let out a roar that was not like a human voice. He dragged his heavy body, like a cannonball, although staggering, and rushed towards the shadow wolf that pounced on Cooper. With his right hand, he used the heavy pointed wooden stake like a javelin, with the craftsman's precision in angle and force. Quasi-instinctively, it fiercely stabbed the side and lower part of the shadow wolf's attack trajectory. That was the relatively vulnerable waist and abdomen connection. Puff! A dull, teeth-grinding tearing sound. The sharp wooden stake, with the support of Roland's whole body weight and inertia, miraculously penetrated the relatively weak side and abdomen carapace gap of the shadow wolf. It pierced deeply. Awooh! The shadow wolf let out a shrill and extremely miserable howl. The attacking movement was instantly deformed, and the huge pain made it twist its body violently, trying to get rid of the wooden stake on its body. Cooper was narrowly scratched by its deflected claws on the shoulder, and his skin was torn, but he avoided the fatal blow. Roland, you bastard! Cooper screamed with a tearful tone as he looked at Roland's shaky figure with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose again. Roland succeeded in his attack, but the huge recoil and the overdrawn body made him unable to hold on any longer. His eyes went dark, and he fell heavily to the ground. The wooden stake was still deeply inserted into the shadow wolf's flank, shaking with the shadow wolf's crazy twisting, bringing out a large amount of dark green sticky blood. This sudden counterattack from the injured temporarily frightened several nearby shadow wolves. Their scarlet eyes stared vigilantly at the fallen Roland and the wooden stake inserted into his companion, and they let out threatening growls and temporarily stopped the attack. The melee on the earth wall continued, and someone fell every second. But the brief respite gained by Roland's desperate attack gave the militiamen an opportunity to use pitchforks and hatchets to temporarily force back the other two shadow wolves that had jumped onto the wall. Old Barton also took the opportunity to break free from the wolf's mouth, holding his bloody broken arm, and was dragged down by his companions. However, this fragile balance was fleeting. In the night sky, the gargoyle's cold green eyes, hovering silently, swept across the chaotic village like a searchlight. It seemed to have lost interest in the ant-like struggle below. Its wings made of rock fluttered violently, and with a suffocating fishy wind, it changed direction. Its target was the Death Valley not far from the village, which was still stubbornly flowing with a faint silver light in the darkness. And the silent stone house in the valley. The gargoyle made a sharp hissing sound like the friction of rocks, locked the location of the herb garden, and swooped towards the valley with a scream that tore through the air like a dive-bombing death vulture. The crisis in the valley has not been resolved. And the Oak Village, which was built with flesh and blood and was shaky, could collapse completely at any time under the more fierce attack reorganized by the Shadow Wolf. The tragic blocking battle was soaked in blood and despair every second. The malicious pitchforks were so fragile in front of the sharp blades of the demons, but the will to protect their homeland burst into a heartbreaking tragic light under the shadow of death. The seriously injured Roland used his last bit of strength and the wisdom of a craftsman to briefly tear open a glimmer of light called resistance for this desperate battlefield. Chapter 150. The dead silence at the east pass of the valley was instantly torn apart. The gargoyle's rock friction scream was like the horn of the god of death. Its diving posture was full of destructive determination. Its dark green eyes were fixed on the faintly glowing herb garden below. Lillian's moonlight moss. The huge shadow was like a curtain of death, carrying a fishy wind, and swooped down towards the incompatible vitality next to the stone house. No! Roland, who was paralyzed on the gravel ground, was bloodshot. The herb garden was the only light in this desperate valley, and the only thing that the dark gray figure cared about. West. He didn't know where a surge of brute force came from, and he used his right hand to support the ground and struggled to stand up. However, what reacted faster than him was instinct. Just when the gargoyle's claws were about to tear the golden thorn grass on the edge of the herb garden, a thin figure, like a frightened rabbit, screamed and rushed out from the shadow in the corner of the stone house. It was little Tom. He was probably scared, or wanted to hide back to Greta, but was completely exposed to the path of the gargoyle's swooping. The child's frightened face was as pale as paper in the shadow, his legs were stiff, and he could only make untuned cries. Tom! Greta's heartbreaking scream sounded almost at the same time. Time seemed to freeze. Roland saw the gargoyle's claws made of cold rock, sharp enough to tear steel apart, the messy yellow hair on little Tom's head, and the drying stones that Lillian had placed precisely on the edge of the herb garden. A cold current instantly ran through his body on the verge of collapse. No thinking. No weighing. Get out of here! A roar that was not like a human voice exploded from the depths of Roland's throat. He had no time to stand up, and with only his right hand and intact right leg, he kicked hard on the muddy gravel, and his body was like a crossbow arrow. With an indomitable and tragic momentum, he rushed sideways towards little Tom. He used his body to transform into a thin, but resolute shield. Puff! A dull and teeth-grinding tearing sound was heard. The gargoyle dived too fast. Although its sharp claws deviated from the herb garden due to Roland's impact, they still fiercely scratched Roland's left arm, which he used to block. Painful. Indescribable pain. Roland felt as if his left arm was pierced and torn apart by a red-hot iron. It was not a pure cutting, but a terrifying dull feeling of rock rubbing against bones, and a burning evil energy that seemed to be able to melt flesh and blood instantly invaded. He clearly heard the cracked sound of his bones breaking. Blood spurted out like a fountain, instantly dyeing the soil under him, and the frightened face of little Tom red. Ugh! Roland let out a shrill and out-of-tune howl, and his body was thrown out by the huge impact force like a broken sack, and hit the rock at the edge of the herb garden. His left arm hung down softly at a completely unreasonable and twisted angle, and blood gushed out like a stream, soaking the worn leather armor, and quickly spreading a large area of glaring scarlet on the cold rock. Brother Roland. Little Tom was splattered with warm blood on his face, and was so scared that his soul flew away. He rolled and crawled into Greta's arms, crying heartbreakingly. Kid! Greta's turbid tears burst out like a dam bursting, and she hugged her grandson tightly, looking at Roland lying in a pool of blood, shaking like a candle in the wind. The gargoyle failed to succeed in its attack, and seemed to be enraged by Roland's desperate pounce and the blood that was sprayed. It circled half a circle in the low sky, let out a sharper hiss, adjusted its direction, and prepared to dive again. This time, its target was not only the herb garden, but also the tiny human on the ground who had frustrated it. However, just as it was about to dive again, An extremely weak energy wave with a sense of cold order, like an invisible ripple, accurately penetrated the heavy wooden door of the stone house and instantly brushed past the gargoyle. No attack, no harm. Contained in that wave was an absolute, inhuman gaze like a precision instrument scanning. Cold, pure, with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed in the core work area, herb garden, the gargoyle froze suddenly. In its dark green eyes, the bloodthirsty madness was instantly replaced by a deeper fear from instinct. It was as if invisible ice water was poured over its head, and it was also as if it was locked by a predator from a higher dimension. Its flapping of its rocky wings became flustered and stiff, and it let out a short neigh full of fear. It could no longer care about the prey on the ground and the tempting herb garden. It suddenly flapped its wings and flew high, as if avoiding the plague, and fled hastily towards the sky filled with sulfur smoke. The valley fell into silence again, leaving only the sound of the wind, the suppressed sobbing of little Tom, the desperate whimpering of Greta, and Roland's heavy breathing with a broken neigh. He lay on his back on the cold rock, and every breath brought a tearing pain all over his body, especially his left arm. It felt like countless red-hot steel needles were stirring wildly in the broken bones and torn muscles. The blood was still pouring out, taking away his already low body temperature and strength. His eyes were black, and his consciousness was like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. He turned his eyes with difficulty, and his vision vaguely swept across the intact herb garden, the quiet silver light of the moonlight moss, and finally fell on the closed wooden door. Inside the door, there was silence. It seemed that the cold gaze that drove away the gargoyle just now, and the invisible power that saved his and Tom's lives, were just part of his dying hallucination. There was no thanks, no questions, and no fluctuations. Only the extremely weak, yet extremely familiar, energy rhythm with a sense of cold order left in the air silently proved everything that had just happened. He used this arm to exchange for the integrity of the herb garden, for the life of little Tom, and once again verified the existence of power behind the door. The price? Is it complete disability? Or death? The cold despair mixed with severe pain drowned him like a tide. The hope of Oak Village, the resolution of the elders, the decree of the royal family, and even his own faint thoughts about baked sweet potatoes all seemed so pale and ridiculous in the face of this absolute power and indifference. Before his vision completely fell into darkness, he seemed to see the cold wooden door again and heard the clear click sound. And the 3 cold copper coins in his pocket. Uncle Hack. Consciousness sank into endless darkness. Chapter 151. After paying a heavy price, the blocking battle in Oak Village finally temporarily forced back the ferocious shadow wolves. Dead villagers and soldiers were lying on the earth walls and in the mud. The blood dyed the mud dark red. The strong smell of blood mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur was suffocating. The groans of the wounded were like dying elegy, especially clear in the dead silence. Cooper was limping, with blood marks on his face from being scratched by wolf claws. He limped in the chaos to find Roland's figure. Martha supported the old Barton, whose arm was broken and whose face was as pale as paper. Turbid tears mixed with the mud on his face flowed silently. Greta hugged the trembling little Tom, whose face was still stained with Roland's blood, and curled up in the corner of the broken wall, looking in the direction of the valley with empty eyes. "Where are you, Roland boy? Roland boy?" Cooper's hoarse voice was filled with tears, shouting in vain in the village filled with the breath of death. No response. An ominous premonition, like a cold venomous snake, entangled everyone's heart. They remembered the back of the staggering figure rushing into the depths of the valley, the shrill roar of the witch, and the faint, heart-pounding screams and collisions from the direction of the valley just now. Valley. Over there in the valley. A young villager who participated in the blocking pointed to the direction of the Death Valley, with a trembling voice, his face full of fear, just now. There were strange birds calling. And there were people screaming. Very miserable. Cooper and Martha's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. Martha uttered an uncontrollable cry and collapsed to the ground. Greta hugged little Tom, and turbid old tears rolled down. At this moment, the lee gray, heavy clouds that seemed to be filled with sewage finally couldn't bear the heavy despair and suddenly tore apart. Wow! The rainstorm poured down without any warning. The cold, bean-sized raindrops were like the whip of the gods, lashing the charred earth, the broken wooden houses, the bodies of the dead, and the cold and numb faces of every survivor. The rain was so heavy that it instantly gathered into a muddy stream on the muddy ground. The rain washed away the blood on the earth wall and diluted the dark red on the mud, forming a series of light red, winding streams, like blood and tears flowing from the earth. The blood of the injured was washed away by the rain, and a larger area of filth was spread in the mud. The pale faces of the dead looked even colder and more empty under the rain. This rainstorm did not bring any freshness, but seemed to immerse the whole world in a cold, sticky quagmire of despair. The cries were drowned by the sound of rain, and even the moans of the wounded became weak. People huddled under the broken eaves and behind the broken walls, staring at the white rain curtain outside with empty eyes, like ants waiting to be completely swallowed by the flood. Elder Oliver stood alone at the broken door of the command post, letting the cold rain wash over his hunched body. The oak stick in his hand was deeply inserted into the mud, supporting his shaky body. The turbid old eyes looked through the dense rain curtains towards the direction of the valley completely shrouded by rain and fog. The messenger of Chu Gu, with the arrogance of the royal family, fled back in embarrassment, screaming which. The news of the defeat on the front line was like the final death knell, crushing all hope. The monster scouts, like ghosts seeking their lives, tore apart the fragile defense line. And the only uncontrollable variable in the valley, the existence that was highly expected and denounced as a witch, was she alive or dead at this moment? Was she really left to die without help? On the elder's wrinkled face, rain and turbid tears mixed together, unable to distinguish one from the other. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to let out a long sigh, but the fierce wind and rain blocked his throat and turned into a violent cough. The cough sounded so weak and desolate in the clamor of the rainstorm. It's over. Everything is over. Oak Village, this small island of refuge struggling on the edge of the war torrent, was finally pushed into the vortex of destruction. The shadow of the demonic disaster accompanied this cold rainstorm, never so real and heavy as it is now, swallowing up the last light and temperature. Deep in the valley, in front of the stone house, the cold rain washed the ground mercilessly. The shocking bloodstains sprayed by Roland faded rapidly under the dilution of the rainstorm, but the scope continued to expand, mixed into the muddy stream, meandering to the low-lying area, and finally disappeared in the white rain curtain as if it had never existed. The closed wooden door stood silently in the rainstorm, like an eternal cold tombstone, isolating the Doomsday elegy outside the door from the absolute rational silence inside the door. The raindrops hit the heavy wooden board, making a dull and monotonous sound, as if beating the last drumbeat for this doomed tragedy. Despair, like this torrential rain, is freezing cold and there is nowhere to escape. Chapter 152. The cold rainstorm, like a river of anger poured out by the gods, mercilessly washed every inch of the Death Valley. The rain gathered into a turbid waterfall on the jagged stone walls, and rushed into a turbulent stream in the charred gully, stirring the pungent smell of sulfur, the bitter fragrance of plants, and the strong smell of blood belonging to Roland that had not been completely washed away by the rain into a cold, sticky, suffocating chaos. Consciousness, floating and struggling in the boundless pain and biting cold. Roland lay on his back on the cold rock at the edge of the herb garden, his left arm limp at his side, at a completely twisted, shocking angle. The wound left by the gargoyle's claws was not a simple tear. He could clearly feel it. Or rather, it was the severe pain that reminded him all the time. The sharp edge of the broken arm bone rubbed against his flesh and blood. The tendons that were forcibly torn apart were like broken bowstrings, and every weak heartbeat pumped out hot blood, mixed with cold rainwater, gushing out from the deep gap under the leather armor where the bone could be seen. The burning, magma-like evil energy had weakened with the retreat of the gargoyle, but it was still like a maggot in the tarsal bone, smoldering deep in the wound, bringing continuous, deep marrow-burning pain and numbness. The dizziness caused by blood loss was like a heavy lead block, constantly dragging him into the dark abyss. His body temperature quickly lost under the scouring of the rainstorm. His body trembled violently and uncontrollably, and his teeth chattered. Every time he tried to breathe, it was like countless red-hot steel needles stirring in his chest, causing a heart-wrenching cough, bringing out more blood foam, which was instantly washed away by the rain. His vision was blurred, and his ears were filled with the deafening sound of rain and the hum of blood. He tried to turn his eyes, and look through the dense rain curtain at the heavy wooden door that was so close, but seemed to be separated by an endless abyss. Inside the door, there was a dead silence. There was only the dull sound of raindrops hitting the wooden board, monotonous and cold, like the drumbeat counting down his life. No opening of the door, no questioning, no slightest fluctuation. It was as if his dying body, the blood he sprayed on the edge of the herb garden and diluted by the rain, the fact that he risked his life to protect this herb garden and little Tom, were just insignificant dust in this rainstorm, not even worthy of a glance from the being inside the door. The cold despair, mixed with the biting rain and the severe pain in his body, wrapped around him like a giant python, almost crushing him completely. Oak Village. is over. Uncle Hack's entrustment. Cooper, Martha, Greta, little Tom, and so many innocent people are all going to die. And he can't do anything. He can only lie here, like a useless rag, waiting for the blood to drain, or be torn apart by the next wave of monsters following the smell of blood. Give up. Too tired. Too painful. This thought whispered like a tempting venomous snake on the edge of his consciousness, on the verge of collapse. Just then, boom! A loud noise as dull as thunder, but with a clear sound of metal tearing, suddenly came from the direction of Oak Village through the dense rain curtain. Immediately afterwards, there were countless mixed screams and cries, distorted by the rainstorm, but still able to discern the extreme despair and fear. The wall collapsed. The monster is coming. Help! Child. My child. That voice was like the gate of hell bursting open in my ears. Uncle Cooper's hunched back as he rushed to the defense line with determination. Aunt Martha covered her face and suppressed her crying. Grandma Greta's turbid and desperate tears. Little Tom's terrified face stained with his blood. And Uncle Huck's deep bow before leaving, and the 3 cold, heavy copper coins. All the images and sounds that he had forcibly suppressed in the numbness of dying, in this doomsday-like wailing, exploded like ignited explosives. No, can't give up. Can't, just, and like this, an indescribable power, mixed with extreme pain, the last bit of protective will that burst out in despair, and the deep-buried heart, perhaps even he himself has not clearly realized, the door opposite. The only shaky, twisted truss of the cold power at the end, exploded in his broken body like volcanic magma. A roar like a dying beast exploded from the depths of Roland's throat. His intact right arm suddenly supported the slippery and cold rock under him. The severe pain instantly swept through his body, almost making him faint again. But he bit his lower lip tightly until he tasted the strong smell of rust. He used all the remaining strength in his body, coordinated with his right leg, and kicked and twisted frantically in the mud and gravel. Every time he moved, his broken left arm seemed to be repeatedly cut and ground by countless blunt knives. Blood gushed out like a spring. His body dragged a glaring bloodstain in the mud, which was constantly washed away by the rain, but was still shocking. The cold rain poured into his mouth and nose mercilessly, choking him to cough violently, and his eyes went black. But he didn't stop. Like a dying fish out of water, relying on his instinct for survival and the heavy responsibility, he crawled towards the tightly closed wooden door, inch by inch, in the mud and blood, with great difficulty. The goal is right in front of him. Only less than 10 steps away. But it seems to be separated by a sea of fire, and a mountain of swords. Huh. The heavy, blood-foam panting sound was drowned in the rainstorm. His consciousness repeatedly rose and fell in the dizziness of severe pain and blood loss, and there was almost only one obsession left: crawl over. Beg her. Even if I have to use my head to knock the door open. Finally, he crawled to the wooden door. The cold rain flowed down the door, pouring on his face covered with mud and blood, and his neck, bringing a piercing chill. He used up his last bit of strength and struggled to support his upper body with his right arm, but because of the severe pain and exhaustion, he fell heavily in the cold mud and water in front of the door again, splashing a piece of dirty water. No more. Really? No more. He raised his head, and the rain washed his pale face, which was as white as paper and twisted by severe pain. His vision was blurred and focused on the heavy wooden door that seemed to separate the two worlds. A broken sound like a leaking bellows came out of his throat, but he tried his best to shout out the words that contained all the pain, despair, unwillingness, and the last bit of humble prayer, mixed with blood, foam, and rain. Please, Lady Lillian. Save everyone. The voice was hoarse and weak, almost inaudible in the deafening sound of the rainstorm. But it seemed to have exhausted all the remaining life fire in him. After shouting this, he could no longer hold on. The right arm that supported his body was completely powerless, and the whole person seemed to have all the bones pulled out, and fell heavily and lifelessly in the cold mud and blood in front of the door. The broken left arm was softly placed in the mud and water, and the blood gushing out of the wound was washed by the rain, quickly spreading a larger area of glaring scarlet, and then quickly diluted. He was face down, motionless. Only the occasional uncontrollable twitching of his body in the cold rain proved that life had not completely left. The rain mercilessly washed his broken body, and the blood-stained mud in front of the door. The rain poured down. The closed wooden door was silent. In the muddy blood in front of the door, a dying young craftsman was kneeling, as if abandoned by the world. The second visit to the thatched cottage. He was no longer the arrogant messenger of the king's order, but a desperate man who dragged his broken body, covered in blood, and made the last prayer with his life in the doomsday rainstorm. Chapter 153. The cold rain, like countless fine steel needles, mercilessly pierced every inch of Roland's exposed skin, and even more frantically poured into his slightly open mouth and nose due to severe pain. The fishy and salty muddy water mixed with the rusty blood gushing out of his own wounds instantly blocked his trachea. Cough. Ho ho. The suffocation felt like an iron clamp, strangling his throat. The instinct for survival drove his broken body to spasm and struggle violently. His intact right arm scratched in vain in the mud, trying to prop up his head, but only stirred up a piece of dirty water. The broken left arm twitched helplessly in the muddy water, and every tiny pull brought heart-wrenching pain, almost completely tearing his remaining consciousness apart. What was in front of him was no longer a blurred rain curtain, but a rolling, suffocating darkness. The deafening sound of rain in his ears was replaced by a weird, humming sound of blood rushing, as if his soul was being swept away by this cold flood. Give up. It's too painful. Just sink like this. This thought, with the temptation of death, whispered on the edge of his sinking consciousness. However, just before his consciousness was about to completely slide into the dark abyss, Uncle Cooper's resolute eyes when he was pounced on by the shadow wolf, Aunt Martha's trembling hands when she supported old Bart, Grandma Greta's turbid tears silently shed as she hugged little Tom, Uncle Hack bowed deeply, with a heavy spine, like a mountain, and the 3 copper coins that were close to his cold chest, as if they still retained the last bit of warmth of the Creek village, and the loud sound of the earth wall that symbolized the last hope collapsing from the direction of Oak Village, and the heart-wrenching and desperate wails of countless lives being pushed into the abyss of hell. The wall collapsed. The monster is coming. Help. My child. My child. These voices, like red-hot irons, burned his dying soul fiercely. That was not an auditory hallucination. That was happening, bloody, and everything he wanted to protect at the cost of his life was being completely destroyed. No, I can't. A force that came from the deepest part of life, mixed with the boundless responsibility to protect everything, and the last crazy force that burst out from despair, like the last eruption of a dormant volcano, instantly ignited every dying cell in his broken body. This force even temporarily overwhelmed the suffocation, the dizziness of blood loss, and the horrible pain that could make people faint instantly. A roar that was not like a human voice, like the dying struggle of a trapped beast, suddenly burst out from Roland's body, which was covered with mud. The water-choked throat exploded. The roar, with thick blood foam and mud, the friction of broken bones, and the tragic feeling of a torn soul, penetrated the dense rain curtain and even briefly overwhelmed the noise of the rainstorm. He used up the last and most blazing burning of the fire of life, condensing all the remaining will, all the pain, all the despair, and the only faint, twisted, almost humble prayer of the cold existence behind the door into a broken, but extremely clear cry. Please, Lady Lillian. Save. Everyone. Every word was like a blood clot squeezed out of the broken chest, with a heart-pounding tragedy. The voice was hoarse and twisted, but it contained a kind of determination and sadness that was enough to shake the soul. The moment the roar fell, the forcibly ignited fire of life also burned out. The right arm that supported his body seemed to have been drained of all its bones and muscles, and had completely lost its strength. He could no longer maintain any posture, and his entire upper body fell forward heavily and lifelessly like a broken dead tree. Bang! His cheek slammed into the cold muddy water in front of the door, splashing a piece of dirty water. The broken left arm was pressed down by the body, and he felt a sharp pain that almost made his soul leave his body, but he could no longer feel it. His consciousness was like a kite with a broken string, falling rapidly into the boundless darkness. The cold rain ruthlessly washed his pale face, which was as white as paper, stained with mud and blood, and poured into his slightly open mouth and nose. His body twitched slightly in the mud, and his breath was as weak as a candle in the wind, which could be completely extinguished at any time. Only the remnant of the last shout seemed to still stubbornly linger in front of the closed wooden door, leaving a faint, but extremely clear mark called desperate prayer in the deafening sound of the rainstorm. Heavy rain poured down. The wooden door was silent. In the cold muddy blood in front of the door, a dying young man, who seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, lay prone. He knocked on the door for the second time with the last cry of his life. This time, there was no more king's order, no more messengers, only blood, tears, mud, and the last roar of a humble soul in the doomsday rainstorm. Chapter 154. In the stone house, a constant cold white ball of light floated above the workbench, shrouding Lillian Zero's figure in a halo of absolute order. Her fingertips were as stable as a precision, mechanical arm, lingering with extremely tiny energy flows that were difficult to discern with the naked eye, outlining the final ending of the Tranquility Advanced Hysteresis Barrier rune on the dark gray rune substrate. At the turning point of the sharp lines, the energy flow was smooth and precise, and the cold geometric beauty was about to close perfectly. Rune array depiction. Final energy threshold calibration, deviation, 0.005%. Status, stable. Estimated completion time, 3.2 seconds. Core task, defense array optimization, priority, high. External environmental interference, shielded, physical isolation plus noise filtering matrix, efficiency 98.7%. The cold command flow rushed silently in the core of her mind, forming an efficient, pure world that excluded all invalid variables. The deafening sound of heavy rain outside the door, the sound of mud and water churning, and the dull sound of falling and meaningless sobbing a few minutes ago have long been accurately identified as continuous high volume and low information density noise, and have been completely blocked after classification, just like redundant data that has been deleted. However, just when the rune array is about to close perfectly, passive environmental monitoring, ultra-distance, low-light heating imaging plus biological field spectrum analysis mode trigger, detection. The physiological state of the high biological activity target, human, codename, Roland, has undergone a sharp transition. Location, the main door of the stone house, distance, 0.52 meters, abnormal physiological parameters, vital signs are in a cliff-like failure, heart rate, 142 BPM. Suddenly dropped to 38 BPM, respiratory rate, 32/min. Near stop shallow, body surface temperature, 34.1 C. Continues to drop, core body temperature, 35.7 C. Continues to drop, blood pressure, systolic pressure is less than 60 millimeters of mercury, energy field deep scan, there is a high-intensity structural damage signal source, spiral bone fracture, complete/partial tear of multiple tendons, and low-activity alien energy residue in the left forelimb, arm, area, lava inferior magic enchantment, fire/corrosion attribute, decaying. Blood loss, estimated to have reached the critical threshold, 27% of body weight, behavior pattern analysis. The target suddenly entered an unconscious prone static state from inefficient crawling, displacement, 1.8 meters, high-intensity sound wave output, information entropy, low. Comprehensive judgment, the life support system is on the verge of collapse, near-death state, level 4. The dazzling red alarm information flow instantly covered the rune data flow that was about to be completed. Lillian's fingertips, that outlined the rune hovered extremely accurately, at only 0.1 millimeters, from the surface of the substrate. Under the dark gray hood, the pair of black eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools suddenly raised, as sharp as a probe, and accurately locked the direction of the heavy wooden door. It was not the anger of being disturbed, but the variable assessment that a highly active obstacle suddenly appeared in the core work area, in front of the door, and the state deteriorated sharply triggered the highest level of threat response protocol. Threat assessment update, immediate target, Roland, current status, no active attack capability, dying. But it poses the following persistent low-level threats. Physical blockage. The target blocks the only main entrance and exit, blocking rate, 100%. Obstructing the emergency evacuation route, priority, medium. Biological contamination source. The target's wound continues to bleed. Contamination diffusion rate, affected by rain erosion, currently moderate. There is a weak escape of the attached alien energy, environmental interference coefficient, 0.3, low, but needs to be monitored. Secondary threat trigger, the target is in a dying state, and the smell of blood has a probability of attracting secondary predators, monsters, current environmental risk coefficient, increased to 0.65. Conclusion, the current state of the target poses a continuous low-level compound threat to the core's concealment and the stability of the working environment. Accurate status confirmation and rapid intervention plan are required, priority, medium-high. The command was generated instantly. Lillian's eyes penetrated the heavy wooden door. It was not a physical sight, but a holographic projection constructed in real time by high-dimensional scanning data in the core of thinking. The cold rain outside the door, the muddy ground, the broken human body lying prone in the blood and mud. Every wound, the direction of every drop of blood, the dislocation angle of every bone, are clearly presented in her horizon like a high-precision anatomical diagram. Deep scanning horizon, focus on the target body start. Bone structure modeling, spiral fracture in the middle of the left humerus, length 3.25 centimeters, maximum displacement 0.82 millimeters. Accompanied by severe laceration of surrounding soft tissue, muscle group, microvascular network, injury rating, grade 4. Slight contusion of the ulnar nerve bundle, functional impact, temporary paralysis risk, high. Tendon injury analysis. Complete tear of the long head tendon of the biceps brachii and the coracobrachial tendon, retraction distance of the broken end, 1.53 centimeters. Partial tear of the deltoid tendon, tear ratio, 41.7%, rating, grade 3. Vascular injury location. Tear of the brachial artery branch, anterior circumflex artery, active bleeding rate, medium, about 15 milliliters per minute. Extensive rupture of the secondary capillary network. Residual detection of alien energy. Confirmed the enchanted energy of the lava lesser demon claws, fire/corrosive properties. Current activity, low half-life, 1.7 hours. Scope of influence, local tissue burns and accelerated necrosis, current necrosis boundary, 0.5 millimeters from the edge of the wound. Comprehensive diagnostic report generated, slight fracture of the left humerus, Gustilo-type I open fracture, tendon tear, mainly, long head tendon of biceps brachii, coracobrachial tendon completely ruptured. Complications, hemorrhagic shock, progressive, stage 4, severe hypothermia, local tissue burns and necrosis, early stage. The cold diagnostic conclusion is like the most accurate scalpel, instantly completing a comprehensive analysis of the dying obstacle outside the door. Treatment plan evaluation. Physical removal of obstacles. Not feasible. The risk of forced removal of the target mass and position is too high, mortality rate greater than 95%, and it aggravates the spread of pollution and energy disturbance. Maintaining basic vital signs. Temporary intervention feasible. Priority, medium. Plan, release highly effective hemostatic and tissue repair inducer, model, ambient sense 7, stabilize the circulatory system, and delay the shock process. Removal of biological pollution sources. Low priority, environmental self-purification efficiency, rainwater scouring coefficient, high. Removal of alien energy. Low priority, low activity, decaying. Target's own immune and repair mechanism removal efficiency, expected to meet demand. Decision, execute plan 2. Items to be used, standard life support kit embedded unit highly effective self-healing gel, ambient sense 7. The order was issued. Lillian's movements were not delayed at all, just like a well-set precise program. She hovered the rune engraving pen precisely 0.1 centimeters above the unfinished substrate to ensure that the energy flow was not interrupted. The fingertips of the other hand gently pressed on an unmarked secret compartment in the tool kit on the waist. Click. An extremely slight mechanical sound. A palm-sized cylindrical metal can with a dark gray matte finish and a smooth mirror-like surface, without any logo or pattern slid into her palm silently. The cold metal touch was exactly the same as her body temperature. At the same time, the back of her other hand, to ensure the stable energy flow at her fingertips, pressed very accurately on a barely perceptible rune groove on the inside of the heavy wooden door that was almost integrated with the door panel. Buzz. An extremely weak energy pulse with an inhuman rhythm brushed across the complex door axis structure. The heavy wooden door, as if precisely controlled by an invisible force, slid inward silently to open a gap that was only wide enough for one person to pass sideways. The speed was as fast as lightning, and the door axis did not make a single friction sound. Instant. The cold rainstorm and wind, which were filled with the strong smell of blood, sulfur and mud, poured into this absolutely orderly space like a flood that broke through a dam. It blew the few strands of black hair that fell on Lillian's cheeks, and the hem of her dark gray cloak fluttered in the wind. Outside the door, in the white and violent rain curtain, Roland's broken figure lying prone in the muddy blood was clearly outlined by the cold white light inside the door. His pale face was deeply sunken in the mud, his broken left arm was twisted like a twist, and the blood-stained mud under him kept blurring and fading under the heavy rain, as if his life was being quickly washed away. Lillian's eyes, like the highest magnification electron microscope, scanned the target very briefly. The error between the position, posture, and vital signs readings and the holographic scanning model, less than 0.1%. Confirmed. There was no fluctuation in her eyes, no sympathy for the miserable situation, no impatience for the interruption, only pure, final confirmation of the status of obstacles to be dealt with. Then, she held the metal can in her right hand, and with the most stable and accurate parabola trajectory, her wrist trembled slightly. Whoosh! The dark gray self-healing gel drew a short and perfect arc in the air, avoiding the surging mud and water, and landed precisely beside Roland's intact right hand, which was spread out on the edge of the mud due to exhaustion. On a relatively dry flat gravel that was not completely submerged in blood. A click sound was made, which was so slight that it was almost drowned by the sound of rain. The position was precise, ensuring that the target's only remaining intact limbs could be touched as soon as consciousness recovered. You can only repair the roof if you are alive. A cold, calm voice, without any emotional ups and downs, but as clear as an ice cone that penetrated the deafening rainstorm, sounded. The tone was flat, as if stating an objective fact. Before the voice fell, the hand that threw the gel-can had been retracted like a bird returning to its nest. The energy flow on the back of the hand pressing on the rune node inside the door flashed slightly. Bang! The heavy wooden door closed tightly behind her at the same speed as when it was opened, silently but with the meaning of absolute end. The violent storm, the pungent smell of blood, the desperate breath of dying, and the cold diagnosis and instructions were completely isolated from the outside, as if it had never been opened. Inside the door, the cold white light was constant as before, without a ripple. When the moisture brought by the violent storm approached Lillian 3 feet away, it was instantly annihilated and dried by the invisible energy field. Her dark gray figure has returned to the absolute working posture, and the hovering engraving pen fell accurately, continuing to outline the unfinished rune node. The dark gray eyes were calm and waveless, like two deep pools frozen for 10,000 years, focusing again on the cold geometric lines on the substrate. The opening, scanning, diagnosis, throwing, and closing of the door just now in a flash seemed to be just a subroutine automatically called to handle external redundant variables when running the main program, which was completed without leaving any trace. External variable, Roland, state intervention completed, high-efficiency self-healing gel, ambience and 7, has been accurately delivered to the target's reachable position, coordinate error, 1 mm. Core task, defense array optimization, rune engraving, interruption time, 1.8 seconds. Resume execution. Energy consumption, negligible, suppressor occupancy rate, 0.03%. Status, stable. The cold command flow once again covered the mind core, completely shielding and deleting the deafening rainstorm and dying screams outside the door. Inside the stone house, absolute order has returned, and the cold world of precision and efficient operation has returned. Only the subtle rustling sound of the rune engraving pen across the substrate is like an eternal background sound. Chapter 155. The cold metal touch, through the thin mud and biting coldness on the fingertips, burned Roland's chaotic consciousness like a red-hot iron. The slight click sound was almost inaudible in the deafening noise of the rainstorm, but it was like a thunder that tore through the darkness, pulling him back from the edge of the abyss of death. What is? His intact right hand, with its fingers stiff and numb due to exhaustion and cold, was touching a cold, smooth cylinder with a texture that was absolutely unnatural. It was not stone, not wood, and certainly not anything known in this desperate land. The instinct of survival overwhelmed the numbness of dying. He used up all his remaining strength and suddenly retracted those fingers that were almost unconscious, grabbed it. The cold, heavy touch was so real. It was like a drowning man grabbing the only driftwood. At the same time, that cold, calm, without any emotional ups and downs, but like an ice cone, it accurately penetrated all the noise of wind and rain, and clearly and unquestionably hit his blurred auditory nerves. You can only repair the roof if you are alive. Repair the roof? These 5 words were as cold as a scalpel, and the logic was clear and almost cruel. There was no mercy, no encouragement, and not even a trace of warmth. It was like an absolutely rational equation, instantly piercing Roland's chaotic consciousness wrapped in layers of pain, coldness, and despair, repairing the roof. Uncle Cooper's hunched back, hammering on the wooden board on the ruins of Shimu village. Uncle Huck bowed, with a heavy entrustment like a mountain. He himself was in front of the hut in Death Valley, braving the smoke and dust raised by the magic flame bomb, concentrating on calibrating the angle of each tile, using the craftsman's skills to fight against destruction. And, that quiet morning before the rainstorm, after he repaired the chimney, he handed over the scorched and hot roasted sweet potato. That was his only reward that he could afford. Repair the roof. Roland made a meaningless, blood-foamy hoarse sound from his throat. This sentence was like a key, instantly opening the gate of his memory that was closed by his near-death state. Those fragments of promises, responsibilities, and skills, those things that supported him from Shimu village to here and crawled back from the edge of death, under the stimulation of this cold logic, burst out with amazing power like a last ray of light. Live, must live, only by living. Can you repair the roof? Only by living. Can you fulfill your promise? This thought was like a tonic, violently injected into his broken body. A nearly brutal force from the depths of his will drove him. An uncontrollable roar mixed with severe pain and determination squeezed out of his throat. His intact right arm burst out with amazing strength, tightly grasping the cold metal can and pulling it out of the mud. The action affected the wounds all over his body, especially the broken left arm. The horrible pain made his eyes go black, and he almost fainted again, but he clenched his teeth tightly. His teeth sunk deep into his lower lip, and blood mixed with rain flowed down. He struggled, using his right elbow and knee to push and rub frantically in the cold mud. Every move was like rolling on a mountain of knives. He struggled, little by little, to turn his heavy, almost frozen body from a prone position to a sideways position. The cold rain washed his face frantically, blurring his vision. He gasped for breath, and every breath he took was accompanied by tearing pain and a strong smell of blood. With his trembling right hand, which was covered with mud and blood, he struggled to raise the dark gray metal can to his eyes. The tank was smooth and cold, without any markings or instructions. There was only a tiny, needle-like raised button at the bottom of the tank. How to use it? Despair surged into his heart again. This cold thing, this only hope, was like a heavenly book at this moment. Perhaps it was the violent movement, perhaps it was his body temperature, perhaps it was the disordered bioelectricity in the dying state. His thumb unconsciously and heavily rubbed the tiny protrusion. Click! An extremely slight mechanical sound was heard. Swish! A tiny nozzle popped out from the top of the tank instantly. A sticky, translucent gel-like substance with a strange, cool and refreshing fragrance gushed out as if it had life. The gel, with a powerful thrust, accurately and automatically covered the hideous and terrifying wound on his left arm. Ugh! When the cold gel came into contact with the bloody wound where even the white bones could be seen, an indescribable pain, like 1,000 needles piercing and mixed with extreme burning, instantly exploded along the nerves and swept through Roland's entire brain. It was as if countless ice needles and fire ants drilled into his bone gaps and torn muscles at the same time. The pain even surpassed the moment when the gargoyle's claws tore him. His body suddenly arched up, as if struck by a strong electric current, and he let out a shrill and distorted howl. His right hand tightly grasped the metal can, his knuckles were pinched white. His body twitched and twisted wildly in the mud. The cold sweat mixed with rain instantly covered his pale face. This is not healing at all. This is torture. However, the next second after this extreme pain broke out, a strange, cool and itchy feeling quickly spread from the depths of the wound like a gentle stream. The burning pain and fiery corrosive feeling that penetrated deep into the bone marrow seemed to be smoothed, neutralized, and quickly weakened by an invisible force. What shocked him even more was that the blood that was originally gushing out like a spring actually stopped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A thin and tough transparent film quickly formed on the wound surface covered by the gel. Under the film, the tiny blood vessels seemed to be forcibly glued and contracted by some force. The cold and itchy feeling became stronger and stronger, as if countless tiny lives were working frantically in the depths of the wound to repair it. The severe pain was weakening, and the dizziness from blood loss seemed to have stagnated. A weak but extremely real warmth began to spread from the depths of the wound, like a spark, to the cold and stiff limbs and bones with difficulty. It worked. Really, it worked. Roland lay on his back in the cold muddy water, letting the heavy rain wash over him. He gasped for breath, and although every breath was still painful, it no longer brought the feeling of suffocation of dying. He stared at the transparent gel on his left arm that emitted a faint fluorescent light, feeling the strange numbness and warmth after the interweaving of ice and fire, his eyes filled with incredible shock and a faint ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Just then, bang! The heavy wooden door that had just been opened for a moment made a clear and cold closing sound behind him. The sound was not loud, but it was like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing the glimmer that had just ignited in his eyes. He turned his stiff neck with difficulty and looked at the tightly closed door that separated the two worlds. Inside the door, there was silence. Cold white light shone from the bottom of the door, constant and cold. Outside the door, there was only deafening rainstorms, freezing mud, and the can of life-saving but extremely painful cold creature in his hand. Only by being alive. Can we repair the roof? He murmured and repeated the cold words, his voice hoarse and with blood foam. This time, it was no longer a humble plea, but with a kind of enlightenment engraved into the bone marrow and a heavy, indescribable complexity. He survived? The price was this arm? Or something else? He didn't know. He only knew that he had to live. Because the roof was not repaired yet. He clenched the cold metal can in his hand, as if he was holding the only driftwood and a heavy contract. His body trembled slightly in the mud, not because of the cold and severe pain, but because of the cold and heavy gift from the absolutely rational world. Chapter 156. The cold, sticky gel exuding a strange, cool and refreshing fragrance, like a living creature, tightly wrapped the hideous and terrifying wound on Roland's left arm. Under the film, there was an itch like thousands of ants gnawing at the bones, and a subtle but continuous dull pain, as if the bones and muscles were forcibly pulled and glued together. This feeling was strange and torturous, far from comfortable. Every heartbeat was like a small hammer hitting the broken bone, and every weak blood pulse pulled the tendons that were forcibly sutured, bringing waves of soreness and dull pain deep into the bone marrow. But the bleeding did stop. The dark red stream that took away his vitality like a spring was tightly sealed by the tough transparent film. A weak but very real warmth was struggling to fight against the coldness of the rainstorm, and the chill of blood loss, like a spark, burning tenaciously in the depths of the wound and in the stiff limbs. Although every breath still caused a tearing pain in the chest, and every slight movement of the body caused severe pain throughout the body, the dizziness and suffocation caused by blood loss had indeed stopped. Survived. This realization, with the huge shock of surviving a catastrophe, mixed with the continuous, inhuman torture of the wound, made Roland, who was curled up in the muddy rainstorm, tremble violently and uncontrollably. It was not because of the cold, but a complex tremor from the depths of the soul. The fear of the cold creature, the ecstasy of surviving, the confusion of the unknown repair process, and the indescribable awe and a hint of coldness that penetrated into the bones of the existence behind the door. He tightly grasped the dark gray metal can in his right hand, and the cold touch was imprinted on his palm through the mud, as if holding a piece of ice from another world. This was the thing that saved his life. It came from behind that door. The price was the cold and inhumane. You could only repair the roof if you were alive, and the healing process that was like torture. He turned his stiff neck with difficulty, and his bloodshot eyes looked through the dense rain curtain at the heavy, silent, and isolated wooden door behind him. Inside the door, there was silence. Only the constant cold white light from the bottom of the door was like an indifferent eye. No explanation. No care. No extra words. Only this can of gel, and that cold instruction. At this moment, boom! Another thunderous roar, but with a clear sound of houses collapsing, suddenly penetrated the rain curtain from the direction of Oak Village. Immediately afterwards, there were more miserable, more desperate, and more chaotic cries and screams than before. The sound was full of the pain of being torn by claws, the screams of being burned by demonic flames, and the wailing of loved ones being dragged away. I can't stand it anymore. The barn at the east end is broken. Help, the monsters are eating people. Mom. Mom. That voice was like the death knell of hell being struck heavily. Every syllable was filled with blood and extreme fear, hitting Roland's heart, which had just ignited a glimmer of light because of survival. Cooper. Martha. Greta. Little Tom. Uncle Hack's copper coins. The trust of Creek Village. There are so many innocent lives struggling in despair. No. Roland let out a hoarse sob in his throat, mixed with blood, foam, and rain. His instinct for survival had just been satisfied, and the responsibility of guarding and the bloody massacre happening in front of him instantly turned into a heavier boulder pressing down. He struggled to get up and rush back to that hell. But the severe pain from his broken left arm, and the strange sense of restraint brought by the gel made his body, which had just been propped up a little, fall heavily back into the mud. Despair was like a cold venomous snake, wrapping around his heart again. He suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at the closed door. It was like grabbing the last straw. Ms. Lillian. He used up all the remaining strength in his body, mixed with severe pain, fear, and worry for the villagers, and shouted hoarsely, almost crying blood, towards the door. Oak Village. Monsters have entered. Please, save them. Just like you saved me just now. Please. The voice seemed so weak in the rainstorm, but it contained boundless sorrow and desperate prayers. Inside the door, the cold white light was constant. Lillian's figure stood in front of the workbench, like a solidified sculpture. The dark gray eyes stared calmly at the last energy circuit of the rune array that was about to be completed under her fingertips. The violent storm was isolated outside. The roars, cries, and desperate shouts outside the door were like irrelevant bytes thrown into the information torrent. They were accurately identified, filtered, and classified as continuous high-entropy external noise. priority, very low. Rune array engraving. Final energy circuit closed loop calibration, deviation, 0.001%. Status, stable. Estimated completion time, 0.7 seconds. Core task, defense array optimization, priority, high. External interference, shielded, efficiency, 99.9%. However, just when the rune loop was about to close perfectly. Passive environmental monitoring, high sensitivity biofield fluctuation capture trigger, detection, high intensity emotional fluctuations appear in the target, Roland, biofield, pattern, extreme anxiety, fear, pleading. Accompanied by high intensity sound wave output, information entropy, low, high repetitiveness. Threat assessment, target emotional fluctuations, and continuous sound wave output constitute a new source of noise pollution, intensity, rising. Interference coefficient for core work concentration, 0.15, low, but continuously accumulating. The alarm information flow swept across the mind core like a water ripple. Lillian's fingertips outlined the rune without any pause, and accurately completed the closure of the last energy circuit. The dark gray eyes did not even raise. External noise source, Roland, status, non-physical threat. Interference level, low. Solution, maintain the current shielding level. If the noise intensity continues to rise to the threshold, interference coefficient greater than 0.3, execute the secondary plan, non-lethal sound wave suppression. Decision, maintain shielding. Core mission completed. Rune array quiet advanced hysteresis engraving completed. Energy conduction test, passed. Efficiency estimation, increased to 92.3%. Status, stable. Archive. Instructions completed. Lillian's eyes finally moved away from the completed rune substrate and briefly swept in the direction of the wooden door that isolated the wind, rain, and noise. Her eyes did not fluctuate at all, as if she was sweeping across an insignificant tool on the workbench. The survival status of the target, Roland, has been temporarily stabilized through gel intervention. Its subsequent behavior, shouting, emotional fluctuations, is a predictable, inefficient biological stress response and has nothing to do with the core mission. Noise. Pure noise. Need to be cleared. Her fingertips did not touch any rune nodes, but she waved them lightly in the direction of the door very naturally, as if brushing away non-existent dust. An extremely weak thought with an absolutely cold sense of order, like an invisible command, instantly penetrated the heavy wooden door and accurately landed in the deep consciousness of the target outside the door, who continued to make noise due to extreme anxiety and fear. This was not an attack. It was more like a highly accurate, non-physical information injection or logic overlay. It carried the pure rational cold will in Lillian's mind core, like the most precise formatting instructions, instantly covering the fear that was churning in Roland's mind, his worries about the villagers, and his desperate prayers. Use this, don't bother me. A cold, calm voice without any emotional ups and downs, but as clear and unquestionable as an ice pick hitting a rock, sounded directly in the deepest part of Roland's consciousness. This voice was not heard through the ears, but was directly engraved in his mind like a brand. Every word carried a cold weight and an absolute command, at the same time. Bang! A door closing sound that was not loud, but with an absolute ending in isolation, sounded clearly and coldly in Roland's physical hearing. It was like a cold end to this one-sided communication, inside and outside the door, two worlds. Inside the door, the cold white was constant, orderly, and the rune array emitted a faint glow of completion. Outside the door, there was heavy rain, mud, and blood. A young man curled up in despair, as if he was under a spell. All of Roland's screams, all of his prayers, all of his fears and anxieties were instantly frozen and crushed by the cold command and the clear sound of the door closing that was directly imprinted in his mind. Use this. Don't make noise. He unconsciously repeated the cold words in his mind, his voice as thin as a mosquito, with uncontrollable trembling. The trace of strength that had just been ignited by his survival, along with his concern for the villagers and the impulse to rush back, were completely drained at this moment. Only the boundless coldness and an absolute obedience after being completely processed were left. His right hand holding the metalkin fell weakly, and the coldkin body was close to the mud. His body curled up tighter in the rainstorm, but the violent trembling was strangely calmed down a lot, leaving only a deep bone marrow, unspeakable fatigue and dead silence. He no longer looked at the door. No longer tried to shout. No longer thought about the wailing of Oak Village. He just tightly grasped the can of cold gift, feeling the constant, inhuman numbness and dull pain on the wound on his left arm. In the deafening sound of the rainstorm, He was like a puppet that had been input with an order and then crashed, waiting. Or just existing. Use this, Jill. Don't bother me, keep quiet. The order was clear, and the logic was cold. He just had to execute it. The rainstorm washed everything away. The closed wooden door stood silently. In the muddy blood in front of the door, curled up a completely quiet figure. The noise of wind and rain became the only background sound of this dead silence. Chapter 157. The cold rainstorm, like millions of steel needles, continuously pierced every inch of Roland's exposed skin, madly poured into his thin clothes, and took away the last trace of weak warmth. Under the transparent gel film on the wound on his left arm, the itchy itch like thousands of ants gnawing at his bones, and the dull pain of his bones and muscles being forcibly pulled and glued together, like a never-ending torture, continuously gnawed at his remaining consciousness. Every heartbeat was like an invisible hammer hitting the healing bone fracture, and every weak blood pulse pulled the tendons that were forcibly sutured, bringing waves of soreness and tearing deep into the bone marrow. Use this, don't bother me. The cold command that was directly imprinted in the deepest part of his consciousness was like the strongest shackles, imprisoning all his screams, all his anxieties, and all his impulses to struggle and get up, freezing them in the depths of his soul. The shrill cries and monster roars coming from the direction of Oak Village, like the background sound of hell, became distant and blurred at this moment, as if separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. He couldn't make noise. He had to be quiet. This was an order. Roland curled up in the cold muddy blood in front of the door, his body shaking violently and uncontrollably due to the cold, severe pain and the heavy order. His right hand, the only hand that could still move, seemed to be welded shut, tightly grasping the dark gray metal can with all his strength. The cold can was deeply embedded in his muddy palm, and his knuckles were pinched palely, as if it was the only proof of his life and contract. Once he let go, everything, life, promise, and this inhuman healing pain, would vanish. He no longer tried to look at the door. The cold white light coming through the bottom of the door only made him feel a chill deep into his bones. He no longer thought about the miserable situation in Oak Village. Every time a thought came to his mind, it would be instantly crushed by the cold command in his mind. He didn't even dare to feel the inhuman torture of his left arm too much. The pain was too clear and too intense, as if it would break through the shackles of silence at any time and bring about a more terrible treatment. He could only do one thing, hold the jar tightly. Keep quiet. Wait. Waiting for what? He didn't know. Maybe waiting for the wound to heal? Maybe waiting for death? Maybe waiting for the cold existence inside the door. The next order? Time lost its meaning in the deafening sound of the rainstorm, and the continuous pain. Every second seemed as long as a century. The cold was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, madly devouring his body temperature. The weakness after losing blood was like a heavy lead block, dragging his consciousness down continuously. The numbness, itching and dull pain in his left arm were like a cruel official who never stopped, repeatedly whipping his fragile nerves. His body was shaking more and more, and the sound of his teeth clattering could be clearly heard in the rainstorm. He tried to curl up tighter, trying to preserve a little bit of his pitiful body temperature, but every tiny movement affected the wounds all over his body, especially the broken left arm, which brought waves of severe pain that made his eyes black. The uncontrollable painful groan with thick blood foam overflowed from his clenched teeth, and he swallowed it back in an instant. No noise. No sound. He used his remaining willpower to suppress his body's instinctive reaction. Sweat, or maybe cold rain, mixed with tears, physiological, uncontrollable due to severe pain, slid from the corners of his tightly closed eyes, and were instantly washed away by the rain. Under the dual torture of cold and severe pain, his body began to spasm uncontrollably. Muscles stiffened and twitched, bringing new waves of pain. His right hand, which was holding the jar, began to feel numb and tingling due to excessive force, but he did not dare to relax even a little. So cold. So painful. So tired. The thought of giving up, like the sweetest poison, once again tempted him on the edge of his consciousness that was on the verge of collapse. Let go. Fall down. Sink into this cold mud. Everything will be over. No more pain, no more cold, no more heavy instructions and desperate responsibilities. Only by staying alive. Can we repair the roof? That cold word, like the last alarm bell, suddenly rang in his chaotic consciousness. Uncle Hake's heavy spine when he bowed, Uncle Cooper's silhouette focused on knocking on the wooden board on the ruins. He himself used the craftsman's skills to fight against the concentration of destruction in front of the Death Valley hut, and the faint warmth left in his palm when he handed over the roasted sweet potato. The roof. Is not repaired yet. A faint, but extremely persistent feeling. The power of stubbornness, like the last light of a candle in the wind, burst out again from his dying life. He clenched his teeth and buried his cheek deeper into the cold mud and water, using the biting cold to stimulate his consciousness that was about to dissipate. The right hand holding the jar burst out with the last strength, and the knuckles groaned under the heavy load. Can't give up. Must. Hold on. In order to fix the roof. He no longer tried to suppress the trembling and spasms of his body, but poured all his willpower and all his life energy into one thing. Keep that curled up posture. Hold the cold jar tightly. Maintain the minimum quiet. He no longer tried to fight the cold, letting the cold soak into his bones. He no longer tried to relieve the severe pain, letting the numbness and dull pain rage in his left arm. His only goal was to kneel silently, humbly, and tightly grasp his token in this muddy and bloody water, like a stone statue that had been input with the final command. Time passed by minute by minute. The rainstorm was still crazy. The amplitude of his body shaking became smaller and smaller, and the frequency became lower and lower. It was not because the pain was relieved, but because his physical strength was rapidly fading, and he almost had no strength to tremble. The biting cold made his mind dull and sticky. The severe pain in his left arm seemed to be numb, turning into a distant and continuous dull sound. The right hand holding the jar finally began to relax slightly uncontrollably. The numbness spread from the fingertips to the forearm. He used up his last bit of strength in fear to tighten it, but it could only result in weak twitching of his fingers. I can't hold it anymore. The despair brought by this realization was worse than the cold and the severe pain. He struggled, trying to hold the can in his arms and protect it with his body, but a very small movement completely exhausted the last bit of balance. Bang! The body could no longer support itself, completely lost all strength, and fell forward heavily without any buffer. His cheek slammed into the mud again. His broken left arm was pressed down by his body, and he felt a sharp pain that almost made his soul leave his body, but he could no longer feel it. At the moment of falling, his right hand still instinctively grasped the metal can tightly, holding it tightly against his chest, close to his cold heart. Consciousness, like a kite with a broken string, fell rapidly towards the endless darkness. The last remaining perception was the cold metal touch on his chest and the weak but continuous numbness and itching deep in the wound of his left arm. The sound of rain seemed to be getting smaller, or he couldn't hear it. In the moment before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the clear sound of the door closing again. Bang. Cold. Determined. Then, there was endless darkness and silence. In the cold muddy blood in front of the door, a figure completely lost all sound, like an abandoned broken doll. Only the right hand pressed against the chest was still tightly grasping the dark gray metal can, and the knuckles remained in a clenched posture because of the final stiffness. The cold rain mercilessly washed his pale face, broken body, and the bloodstains under him that were repeatedly washed and faded in color, but still glaring. Persistence in the rain ended in complete coma. He completed the instruction, holding this and not making a noise. The price was the last bit of clear consciousness. Chapter 158. The cold darkness, like the boundless deep sea, swallowed up Roland's last glimmer of consciousness. There were no nightmares, no illusions, only absolute nothingness and bone-deep coldness. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. He was floating in the lightless abyss. Only the constant tingling sensation deep in his left arm, like thousands of ants gnawing at his bone marrow, was like the only weak but stubborn coordinate in the darkness, proving that some process he could not understand was still going on. I don't know how long it took. The numb, sticky darkness seemed to be pierced by a very weak light. Cold. Bone-piercing cold. His body seemed to be frozen in the ice for thousands of years, and every joint was as stiff as a rusted deer. His consciousness was like a fish frozen under the ice, struggling to float up bit by bit. Numbness. Itch. The constant numbness and itch deep in his left arm, penetrating into his bone marrow, became extremely clear and strong. It was as if countless tiny lives were frantically nesting and rebuilding in the cracks between his bones and broken muscles. It was no longer a simple torture, but with a kind of indescribable vitality. Then, it was pain. It was not the tearing pain that tore his soul apart before, but a deep muscle soreness, like after overwork, accompanied by a slight dull sound of joint friction, and a sore feeling of fascia being stretched. Although the pain was still clear, it was strangely within the tolerable range. He tried to move his fingers. Not the right hand. The hand that had been tightly holding the metal can had long been stiff and numb, but the fingers of the left arm moved, the fingers on his left hand, which were covered by a gel film and should have been insensitive, actually curled up very weakly. A weak but very real electric current, accompanied by numbness, itching and soreness, instantly spread from the fingertips to the entire left arm. This tiny movement, like a stone thrown into a stagnant pool, instantly caused huge ripples in Roland's frozen consciousness. He opened his eyes suddenly. His vision was blurred, as if covered by a thick layer of mist. The cold air, with the moisture after the rain and a faint smell of blood, poured into his dry and stinging nasal cavity. The skylight was no longer the deep and desperate darkness, but a kind of oppressive, lead-gray dim light. The rainstorm had stopped at some point, leaving only sporadic cold water drops dripping from the broken eaves or the rugged stone walls, making a monotonous and clear tick-tick sound. He found himself still curled up in the cold mud in front of the stone house. His body was almost unconscious from the cold, his cheek pressed against the wet, sticky mud. The only difference was that the biting cold that seemed to freeze his soul seemed to have weakened a little. No, inside his body, there was a weak but real warm current, struggling to spread from the depths of his left arm to his limbs, stubbornly fighting against the cold outside. Left arm. He suddenly cast his eyes towards his left arm. The next second, Roland's pupils suddenly contracted. His bloodshot eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. The arm that was torn by the gargoyle's claws last night, twisted like a twist, bloody and blurred, and even the white bone stumps could be seen. At this moment, it was completely wrapped in a thin, transparent film that was as thin as a cicada's wing and emitted an extremely weak light green fluorescence. Under the film, the hideous wound disappeared. No, it's not gone. It's repaired. The horrible gap that was originally torn and exposed to the bone is now covered by a layer of pink new skin tissue. Although the color still has an unhealthy flush, and although there are still subtle suture marks on the edge, the wound is indeed closed. You can even see the faintly undulating muscle contours under the skin that are recovering vitality. The broken and twisted left arm has also returned to its normal shape. Although it is still swollen, and although there are still bursts of deep pain and itching, the horrible feeling of bone dislocation and muscle tearing has disappeared. Incredibly, he tried to bend his left elbow very slightly. A clear soreness, like a rusty hinge being forcibly turned, came, accompanied by a slight pull of the fascia, but the joint can move. He tried to move the fingers of his left hand again. Stiff, numb, accompanied by intense itching and pain, but all 5 fingers could bend and stretch slightly under his will with great difficulty. How? How is this possible? The excruciating pain of last night, the gushing blood, the twisted broken arm. All vividly remembered. Just one night. In this cold mud? Roland's body trembled violently and uncontrollably due to extreme shock and a kind of ecstasy of surviving a disaster. He raised his right hand suddenly. The hand that had been tightly holding the metal can was now stiff and painful due to the long-term clenching and cold. Where is the metal can? He spread out his right hand. The palm was empty. There were only purple marks deeply sunk into the flesh by the edge of the can, as well as mud and blood that had long dried and turned black. The dark gray metal can that saved his life disappeared without a trace, just as mysteriously as it appeared. The shock receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable feeling of awe, fear, and a faint hope that quietly rose like the dawn. He struggled, using his right arm and his left arm, which had not yet fully recovered its strength, to support his upper body with difficulty. The cold muddy water flowed down his cheeks and neck, bringing a chill, but it could not extinguish the glimmer in his heart. He lowered his head, and carefully examined his reborn left arm again. The light green film was becoming thinner and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared completely like water vapor, completely blending into the new skin, leaving only a pink, slightly raised scar, and the still clear soreness, swelling, numbness, and itching. This is not a miracle. This is that can of cold gel. It is the gift given by the existence behind the door, with absolute rational logic. Only by being alive. Can you repair the roof? The cold words echoed in my mind again. This time, it was no longer just a heavy order, but also contained a kind of cold and powerful real power. He survived, and his arm can still be used. And can repair the roof. The impact of this realization was stronger than escaping death. The life of a craftsman lies in his hand. The rebirth of this arm not only gave him life, but also gave him the possibility to fulfill his promise and complete the entrustment. He raised his head with difficulty, and his bloodshot eyes looked at the still closed wooden door. At the bottom of the door, the constant cold white light, in his eyes at this moment, was no longer just indifferent and cold, but also brought an indescribable, awe-inspiring power like the abyss. Oak Village, Cooper, Martha, Greta, little Tom. The ecstasy was instantly pulled back by the heavy reality. He turned his head sharply and looked in the direction of the valley exit. The leaden morning light enveloped the mountains. The hellish howling and screaming of monsters last night had disappeared, replaced by a palpitating, deathly silence. Only the faint smell of gunpowder and blood in the air silently told the tragedy that happened last night. How are they? A huge fear and eagerness instantly seized Roland's heart. He ignored the soreness and numbness of his left arm, and ignored the stiffness and coldness of his body. He used his right arm to support the ground, and at the same time, his left arm also burst out with amazing strength, although it brought a tearing pain, struggling to stand up. As soon as the body left the mud, a strong feeling of dizziness and weakness came like a tide. The effects of excessive blood loss and low temperature have not been completely eliminated. He staggered and almost fell again, but he gritted his teeth and used his right arm to support the cold rock next to him, barely able to stabilize his body. He gasped for air, and every breath brought a piercing pain in his chest. He looked down at himself. His body was covered in mud and blood, his old leather armor was in tatters, and although his left arm was healed, the sleeve was torn, revealing the pink new scar underneath and the still obvious swelling. He was in extreme embarrassment. But he stood up. He was still alive. His arm could still move. This was hope. In Roland's bloodshot eyes, the faint light of dawn finally penetrated the haze of despair and became clear and firm. He took a last deep look at the silent wooden door, as if he wanted to engrave this cold gift and heavy contract into his heart. Then, he dragged his still stiff and sore body, step by step, staggering but extremely determined, towards the exit of the valley, towards the dead and silent Oak Village, which might have been hell on earth, and walked with difficulty. The faint light of the morning sun fell on his muddy, but straight back, and also on his left arm, that had healed like a miracle. Chapter 159. The lee-gray morning light, like diluted ink, penetrated the low-hanging, heavy clouds full of moisture with difficulty, and sprinkled sparingly on the charred path leading to Oak Village in Death Valley. The air was cold and damp, filled with the smell of earth after rain, the strong smell of sulfur, and a faint, but heavy rust-like, bloody smell. Roland dragged his stiff and sore body, step by step, staggering on this land that survived the disaster. Every step involved the pain of the whole body, especially the left arm. The deep soreness and numbness deep in the bone marrow had not completely subsided. Every swing brought a clear dull pain and a pulling feeling of the fascia. But what made him more nervous was the dead silence in front of him. It was too quiet. The deafening rainstorm last night had long ceased, but with it also disappeared the heart-wrenching howls, desperate screams, and roars of monsters. At this moment, only sporadic, cold raindrops dripped from the charred dead branches, making a monotonous and clear tap, tap sound, as well as his own heavy breathing and heavy footsteps, which seemed particularly harsh in this dead silence. The closer he got to Oak Village, the stronger and more pungent the smell of blood in the air became. The muddy path under his feet became darker and darker, showing a palpitating, dark red and black color. It was diluted countless times by rain, but still could not be washed away. Blood. Finally, the outline of the ruined Oak Village appeared at the end of his vision. Roland's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his pupils suddenly contracted because of the scene in front of him. The village wall that the villagers had frantically piled up last night with broken beams, heavy millstones, and broken sacks filled with soil, symbolizing the last struggle, has now turned into a messy ruin. The thick logs were broken into several pieces, the heavy stone millstone was overturned and smashed into the mud, and the soil in the sacks mixed with dark red blood flowed everywhere. What was even more shocking was that on the ruins, in the surrounding mud, and even under the broken earth walls, there were incomplete corpses scattered around. Some were disemboweled, with their internal organs spilling all over the ground. Some had their heads shattered, with their brains mixed with blood and solidified in the mud, and some had their limbs torn off and thrown away in the distance. The strong smell of blood and the stench of internal organs mixed together to form a disgusting smell of death, almost solidified. The remaining, low earth walls were covered with huge claw marks and burnt black marks. Several sections of the wall collapsed completely, revealing the interior of the village that had also been ravaged behind. The burnt black wooden house frame, the overturned rags, the scattered, blood-stained debris. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Only a few vultures covered in blood and mud were circling in the low sky, making a few hoarse and unpleasant calls, and then landed on a corpse and began to peck greedily. Their existence added a bit of creepy vitality to this hell on earth. Roland's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a cold giant hand, and almost stopped beating. The huge fear and grief instantly overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He staggered forward a few steps, his bloodshot eyes frantically scanning the ruins and corpses, and his throat made a hoarse, like a broken bellows. Uncle Cooper, Aunt Martha, Grandma Greta, Little Tom, Old Barton. Where are they? Could it be all? At this moment, a very weak, suppressed sobbing sound, like a gossamer, came from behind a relatively intact stone house deep in the village. Someone is alive. Roland, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, ignored the severe pain in his left arm and the weakness of his body, and stumbled towards the direction where the sound came from. Going around the stone house, the scene in front of him made his heart settle down a little, but was instantly filled with deeper sadness and heaviness. That was the only corner of the threshing ground in the village that was still intact. At this moment, it became a temporary shelter and a morgue. Dozens of surviving villagers, mostly the elderly, women, children and some men with less serious injuries, huddled together like frightened birds, with numbness, fear and bottomless despair written on their faces. Most of them were injured, wrapped in dirty cloth strips, staring at the ground with empty eyes, or holding the trembling children in their arms tightly. At the edge of the field, more than a dozen relatively intact corpses were barely covered with broken straw mats. Several women knelt beside the corpses, suppressing their voices, their shoulders shaking violently and silently, and tears mixed with the mud on their faces rolled down. In the center of the field, Elder Oliver stood hunched over, leaning on his heavy oak stick. His eyes, once sharp as an eagle's, were now bloodshot, cloudy and dim, and every wrinkle on his face seemed to have deepened, filled with unspeakable fatigue and a kind of decadence that was about to collapse. He was whispering something to several elders around him, who also looked ashen, his voice hoarse and dry. When Roland's staggering and embarrassed figure broke through the silence and appeared at the edge of the threshing floor, he instantly attracted the attention of all the survivors. Roland kid? A familiar voice trembled with disbelief. It was Cooper. He was sitting against a broken wall, his left leg fixed with branches and rags. His face had a deep claw mark. The blood was not dry, but he was still alive. Next to him, Martha hugged Little Tom tightly. Little Tom's face was dirty, and his big eyes were filled with extreme fear. When he saw Roland, he subconsciously shrank into Martha's arms. Greta was sitting next to him, and when she saw Roland, her cloudy eyes suddenly lit up a faint light, and then were drowned by deeper sadness. Old Barton's body was covered under a straw mat not far away. Kid, you're still alive? Cooper's voice was crying, and he struggled to stand up, but his leg injury made him grimace. Martha also covered her mouth, tears flowing silently. The survivors around him also made low, unbelievable exclamations and commotions. They looked at Roland as if they were looking at a ghost returning from hell. Last night, they all thought that the craftsman who dragged his body to the Valley of Death had already been killed by the monster or swallowed by the witch. Elder Oliver also turned his head suddenly, staring at Roland with his turbid old eyes. Especially when his eyes fell on Roland's arm, which was in a normal shape and could even swing naturally with his movements. Although the sleeves were torn and stained with mud and blood, his pupils suddenly contracted. The deep fatigue on his face was instantly replaced by an indescribable complex expression mixed with shock, suspicion and a hint of morbid fanaticism. Roland! Elder Oliver's voice suddenly rose. With an unquestionable majesty, although there was trembling in his heart, he leaned on the oak stick, walked quickly, at the fastest speed his hunched body could reach, to Roland, and his sharp eyes swept him up and down like a searchlight, and finally fixed on his left arm. Your arm. The elder's voice was filled with suppressed excitement and a slight tremor. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the pink scar under the torn sleeve, but stopped suddenly, as if it was something holy that could not be desecrated. Last night, Kyle said, your arm was destroyed by the monster? What? What happened? His voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear in the dead silence of the threshing floor. All the survivors focused their eyes on Roland's left arm, filled with the same shock and disbelief. Last night, many people saw the horrible injury on Roland's left arm with their own eyes. How could it be intact overnight? Even the scar looked like it had healed for months. This can only be a miracle. It is the power of the daughter of the starry sky. The accusation of the witch instantly became pale and powerless in front of this incredible miracle. An indescribable awe and rekindled, morbid hope spread like wildfire in the dead eyes of the survivors. Roland looked at the elder's scrutinizing and anxious eyes, and the rekindled enthusiasm in the eyes of the survivors around him, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, and his heart was filled with complex emotions. He did not answer the elder's question immediately, but scanned the crowd eagerly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Cooper, Martha, Greta, and little Tom were still alive. But when he saw the bodies covered with straw mats on the sidelines, the bloody wounds on their bodies, and the bottomless fear in their eyes, his heart sank again. Roland opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and dry, his throat as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. I used the medicine she gave me. This sentence was like a spark thrown into a frying pan. The medicine she gave me. It was indeed that gentleman. A miracle medicine. It's really a miracle medicine. The survivors couldn't suppress their exclamations and discussions instantly. The eyes looking at Roland's arm were full of naked awe and desire. Elder Oliver's turbid eyes burst into an amazing light. It was a light that a drowning man saw driftwood, and a gambler saw the hope of a comeback. He suddenly grabbed Roland's intact right arm, with such force that Roland felt pain, and his voice was full of unquestionable urgency and command. Good. Good. It's good to be alive. The arm is healed. Even better. The elder's voice trembled slightly because of excitement. Roland. Listen. Oak Village. Is over. Last night. The monsters broke through the village wall. We suffered heavy casualties. There are not many people who can fight. Although the monsters have retreated temporarily, they may come back at any time. We can't hold on. We must leave. Leave this damn place immediately. He looked around at the desperate survivors around him, and slammed his oak stick heavily on the ground. Everyone. Pack up what you can carry immediately. The seriously injured should support each other. We retreat to the high ground in the west. The mountains there are steep, maybe we can hide for a while. The elder's decision was tragic and heroic. Evacuation is the only choice. However, just as he finished speaking, and was about to turn around to organize the evacuation, Roland shook his head slowly and firmly. This subtle movement was as clear as thunder in the dead silence of the threshing floor. Everyone was stunned, including Elder Oliver. He turned back suddenly, and looked at Roland in disbelief. The urgency on his face was instantly replaced by astonishment and a hint of anger. Roland. What do you mean by shaking your head? Do you want to stay and wait for death? Or do you still expect that adult in the valley can come to save all of us? He deliberately lowered his voice for the last sentence, with a complex and indescribable meaning. Roland met the elder's angry eyes, and then looked at the confused, puzzled, and even reproachful eyes of the survivors around him. They thought he had forgotten everything because he had the magic medicine. He slowly raised his left arm, which had just been reborn and was still sore and numb. His movements were a little stiff, but he pointed in the direction of the valley with extraordinary determination. His voice was still hoarse, but it was calm and heavy after experiencing life and death and understanding some cold truths. No, Elder. I want to go back. Back to the valley. Chapter 160. Roland's calm, but extremely heavy words returned to. The valley were like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, stirring up a brief ripple in the dead hearts of the survivors of Oak Village, and then being swallowed up by deeper despair and confusion. Return to the valley? The place of death that was denounced as the witch, when the Demon King's army could return at any time, and the remnants of the entire Oak Village were about to embark on a desperate escape? The astonishment on Elder Oliver's face was quickly replaced by a kind of anger and deep disappointment. His bloodshot eyes stared at Roland, and the knuckles of his hand holding the oak stick turned white because of the force. Asshole. The elder's voice was hoarse and broken due to extreme anger and anxiety. The oak stick slammed heavily on the muddy ground, splashing dirty water. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what happened in the valley last night? Gargoyle. Shadow Wolf. That adult didn't even open the door. Go back now? Do you think you have a long life, or do you think we are a burden to you? The monsters will come back at any time. We must go. Now. Right now. He no longer looked at Roland, as if he was hopeless. He turned around and shouted at the survivors who were also shocked, puzzled, and even looked at Roland with a hint of contempt, using his last strength. Are you all deaf? Pack up. Those who can move should help the seriously injured. Go west. High ground. Right now. The elder's roar was like a whip, waking up the sluggish crowd. The instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed all doubts. The survivors were like frightened ants, and they moved again in panic. Women pulled their crying children, men, mostly injured, supported their groaning companions, and the desperate atmosphere was filled with a hasty, doomsday escape. Cooper struggled to stand up, but was held down by Martha. He looked at Roland, his cloudy old eyes full of anxiety and confusion, and he shouted hoarsely, "Boy! Listen to the elders. Don't be stupid. Come with us. Stay here. You will die." Little Tom huddled in Martha's arms, his big eyes looking at the chaotic crowd around him, and the horrible corpses in the distance with horror, and then looked at Roland standing there motionless, his small body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Roland stood there, like a silent reef in the storm. He endured the elders' anger, Cooper's anxiety, Martha's worried eyes, and the puzzled and even contemptuous eyes of the survivors. The screams in the valley last night, and the cold closing sound of the wooden door, the bloody sea of corpses and desperate cries in Oak Village, and the continuous numbness and soreness deep in the wound on his left arm that proved the miracle. All the images and sounds collided and intertwined fiercely in his mind. He understood the elders' fear and anger. Escape is the only seemingly reasonable way out in despair. He also understands Cooper's concern. Staying is tantamount to seeking death in everyone's eyes. But, last night, he exchanged his life for a cold sentence: you could only repair the roof if you were alive, and a can of gel that brought extreme pain, but also allowed him to regenerate his broken arm. The existence behind the door, the power is real. The logic is cold. She doesn't care about the life and death of Oak Village, or even his life and death. What she cares about seems to be only the herb garden, and some kind of absolute order. Escape? To the highlands in the west? No matter how steep the mountains there are, can they stop the demon torrent of the main force of the Demon King's army? Look at the tragic scene of Oak Village, which seems to have been trampled by a giant beast. Look at the earth walls and corpses that were easily torn apart. How far can these old, weak, sick, and disabled people run in the face of a real demon disaster? How long can they hide? Valley. Only that valley, only behind that cold wooden door, that is the only twisted, but incomprehensible way out. This is not blind faith, but a cold, almost cruel rational judgment after last night's personal experience. He needs to go back. Not to beg for mercy, but to fulfill that cold contract. To repair the roof. That is his only bargaining chip in exchange for life. It is also the only possibility he can fight for Cooper, Martha, Greta, little Tom, and even these desperate survivors. He took a deep breath, and the cold air mixed with the strong smell of blood pierced his lungs, bringing a sharp pain, but making his eyes more determined. He did not refute the elders, nor did he respond to Cooper's call. He just looked deeply at Cooper, Martha, and Greta, and that look contained apology, determination, and a faint, indescribable hope. Then, he turned around abruptly, dragging his still aching and stiff body, no longer looking at the chaotic fleeing crowd behind him, and staggering, but extremely determined, he once again stepped onto the blood-stained muddy path leading to the Death Valley. "Roland!" Cooper's desperate roar sounded behind him, with a crying tone. Roland's footsteps did not pause at all. His back was straight, as if he was carrying a mountain. However, just as he walked out of the bloody ruins of Oak Village and stepped onto the charred path leading to the valley less than 100 steps. Woo! A low, long sound, as if it came from the depths of the earth, and like the roar of countless giant beasts at the same time, suddenly tore through the lee-gray, dead morning light. The sound was so loud and heavy. It carried a terrifying pressure that made the soul tremble. It instantly drowned out the noise of the fleeing crowd in the direction of Oak Village, the ugly cries of vultures, and even made the air at the edge of the entire scorched zone freeze and tremble. Roland's footsteps suddenly stopped. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible ice hand. An extreme fear from the instinct of life instantly overwhelmed him. He turned his head hard and stiffly, looking in the direction where the horn sound came from. The east. The next second, his pupils shrank into needle points due to extreme horror. The eastern horizon, the skyline that was originally in the direction of the ash plain, which was pressed down by the lee-gray clouds. At this moment, it was being swallowed by an endless, rolling and rising. Dark red, that was not the sunset. That was the burning devil's flame, countless points of beating. Scarlet, demon pupil-like light spots flickered and moved densely under the rolling dark red clouds. Like a vast ocean of hellfire. Farther away, some huge and terrifying outlines as big as mountains loomed in the rolling demon flames and sulfur smoke, and every heavy footstep seemed to make the earth groan. The dark red tide was slowly moving towards Oak Village, towards the Death Valley, towards the entire kingdom's hinterland, at a speed visible to the naked eye, but with an unstoppable momentum to destroy everything, the main force of the Demon King's army. The torrent of destruction that flattened the black stone fortress and swallowed up the iron-walled General Gareth. The enemy is at the gates. Oh my god! In the direction of Oak Village, Elder Oliver, who was organizing the escape, dropped his oak stick into the mud with a clang. His hunched body was shaking violently. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the burning horizon in the east. The last trace of blood color on his face faded, leaving only pure despair, and despair that penetrated deep into his bones. His lips were trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. On the threshing floor, all the survivors who were hastily packing up and preparing to flee were completely frozen as if they were cast under a spell. They looked at the dark red demon tide in the east that was swallowing up the world, and the little hope of escape that had just ignited on their faces was instantly crushed. Instead, it was even worse than when they were besieged by the shadow wolves last night. Pure, ultimate fear of facing the coming of the end of the world. Dead silence. Dead silence even worse than before. Only the low, long, horn sound that seemed to come from the abyss of hell echoed and roared between heaven and earth, like the final death knell for the entire Eastern Kingdom. Roland stood on the charred path leading to the valley, his back to the burning torrent of destruction, facing the Death Valley shrouded in sulfur smoke. The cold wind blew his tattered clothes, and his hair stained with mud and blood. The road ahead was the cold and unknown valley, and the silent door. The road behind was the main force of the Demon King's army that swallowed up the world. The real desperate situation has never come so clearly and fatally as it did at this moment. He clenched his trembling fist. The pain in his left arm seemed so insignificant at this moment, and the faint light of dawn in his bloodshot eyes seemed so small under the reflection of the burning hell behind him, but so desperate and resolute. No hesitation. He took another step. Target, valley. Speed faster. More determined. Chapter 161. The lee-gray sky was so heavy that it seemed to fall down, pressing down on the towering but scarred walls of Anvil Castle. The air was filled with the strong smell of sulfur and burning, and every breath was like swallowing hot gravel. In the distance, the horizon had been completely swallowed up, replaced by a rolling and roaring dark red. The burning flames of the main force of the Demon King's army were like an endless sea of blood, suffocatingly slow but unstoppable, surging towards the last fortress in the east of the kingdom. Woo buzz, the low sound of the horn, as deep as rolling thunder, but with a piercing and shrill whistle like metal tearing, was no longer a threat from afar, but like a death knell, echoing and colliding in every corner of the sky above Anvil Castle, shaking people's eardrums, and their hearts twitching wildly with the terrifying rhythm. This sound is the prelude to destruction. Anvil Castle, the outpost of the Wall of Sighs built on a steep mountain with solid rocks and early magic technology, is now like a lone boat in the stormy waves that could capsize at any time. The huge and heavy city gate has long been sealed by countless layers of fine iron gates, with faint runes flashing. The surface of the gates is covered with deep claw marks, burnt black, and large pieces of solidified black viscous liquid. It is the dirty blood of the inferior demons mixed with the remains of the defenders. On the city wall, the kingdom flags that once represented order and power are now mostly in tatters. Some were burned by the magic flames, and only left the charred flagpoles, while others drooped weakly, soaked in rain, gunpowder and dark red blood stains. Soldiers. Soldiers everywhere. They filled every inch of the battlements and every narrow city road. The armor is no longer shiny, but covered with mud, blood stains and dents. The shields were covered with cracks, and most of the spears and swords were curled and stained with dark green demon blood. The same emotions were written on the faces of young and old people: extreme fatigue, deep fear, and on top of this fear, a nearly numb, desperate will to fight to the death after being forced into a desperate situation. No one spoke, only heavy breathing, suppressed coughs, and the subtle sounds of weapons accidentally knocking against cold rocks, which gathered into a palpitating background of dead silence. Hurry up! Bring the last batch of burning oil up. Pour it on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th impact points. A hoarse roar sounded on the upper part of the city wall. The shouting officer had half of his face wrapped in bandages, oozing dark red blood, and his only remaining eye was bloodshot, staring at the dark red tide outside the city that was getting closer and closer. His voice seemed so weak in the roar of the horn, but it was full of unquestionable determination. The soldiers followed the orders numbly like puppets. The heavy wooden barrel was pushed up to the battlement with difficulty, and the sticky black liquid with a pungent smell inside swayed slightly. Several soldiers worked together to scoop up the boiling oil with a huge wooden spoon and prepared to pour it down the city wall. Their arms were shaking, and their eyes were empty as they looked at the increasingly clear tide of destruction below, which was composed of countless hideous monsters. Crossbow. Magic crossbow loaded with armor-piercing cones. Target. Those big guys. Aim. A roar came from another direction. The huge bed crossbow that required several people to operate was tightened with a creaking bowstring, and the thick crossbow arrows flashing with unstable blue light were laboriously lifted onto the slide rails. The soldier in charge of aiming lay on the cold crossbow machine, looking through the simple sight at the lava trolls and skeleton war beasts in the magic tide that were like moving hills, and his palms holding the joystick were full of cold sweat. Behind the city wall, on the temporary command platform, the atmosphere was as depressing as solidified lead. The remaining generals of the kingdom's Eastern Legion gathered here. Each of them was like an eggplant hit by frost, with an indissoluble dead ash on their faces. In the center, the old General Algernon, who temporarily took over the command, hunched his back, and held his hands tightly on the edge of the huge map table that had been burned through by magic flames in many places. On the map, a huge dark red arrow representing the main force of the Demon King's army had been firmly pierced into the fortress mark that symbolized the Anvil Fort. Scouts. The last news. A staff officer's voice was as dry as sandpaper. Skullcrusher Banya's vanguard is less than 5 leagues away from us. The main force is following closely behind. No one responded. This news was like the last nail in the coffin that had already sunk. Where are the reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements from the capital? A young adjutant couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, with a hint of crying on the verge of collapse, didn't you say? Before General TV fell, he had issued the highest level of request for help. Why? Why is there no news at all? In response to him, there was only a deeper silence and the terrifying roar of the monsters outside the city that was getting louder and louder, as if they were close at hand, and the low roar and heavy footsteps merged. Old General Algernon slowly raised his head, and his turbid eyes swept over every desperate face around him. He did not answer the adjutant's question, but said word by word in a hoarse voice that was almost inaudible, "There are no reinforcements." This sentence, like a cold judgment, completely extinguished the last flicker of hope on the platform. Anvil Fort is the end. The old general's eyes fell back on the fortress mark pierced by a red arrow on the map. His eyes filled with endless sadness, and a kind of almost martyrdom-like calmness. Hold this place. One more moment. The capital. One more moment of preparation. The civilians behind. One more moment. To escape. He suddenly straightened his hunched back, as if to squeeze out the last strength in his life, and shouted to the messenger, "Order the whole army. The kingdom will live or die in this battle. Behind us. That's our home. Fight to the death. Never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat." The surrounding generals were like burning firewood, shouting with all their strength in response, their voices briefly exploding in the desperate air, and then ruthlessly drowned out by the even louder, more powerful trumpet of destruction coming from outside the city. The order was passed down with all their might, stirring up a brief, last glow commotion on the dead silent city walls. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. The slogans rang out sporadically, with trembling, fear, and the last bit of blood that was forced out. The soldiers clenched their broken weapons, straightened their already exhausted bodies, and stared at the burning hell outside the city that was getting closer and closer with their bloodshot eyes. Under the city wall, the vanguard of the demonic tide. The shadow wolf pack that was like a black tide, the lava demons that were waving huge stone clubs and roaring, and the gargoyles that were hovering at low altitude and making piercing screams, were clearly visible. Their scarlet eyes flashed with pure desire for destruction, and their sharp claws rubbed against the charred earth, making a tooth-grinding sound. Further away, in the core area of the demonic tide, the outline of the huge siege beast appeared in the roiling demonic flames and smoke. The abyss worms that wriggled like giant pythons arched their huge bodies, and the skeleton war beasts carrying huge bone catapults let out dull roars. The most eye-catching was the huge figure that looked like a moving volcano. Skullcrusher Banya. Its huge body was covered with a thick lava-like carapace, and every step it took made the earth tremble. The hideous giant axe in its hand, which was wrapped in dark red magic flames, and was like a battering ram, plowed a burning deep trench on the scorched earth just by dragging it on the ground. The shadow of destruction has enveloped every brick and stone of the city wall. Anvil Castle, the last fortress of the human coalition, was like a reef that was about to break in a storm. On the city wall, the soldiers held their cold weapons tightly, their bodies trembling with fear and coldness, but their eyes solidified into a cold will to die in despair. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, blood, and burning oil, and the thick smell of death. The horn of fighting to the death seemed so weak and tragic in the face of the torrent of destruction of the Demon King's army. Chapter 162. On the charred path leading from Death Valley to Oak Village, Roland dragged his still aching and stiff body, and every step he took felt like he was stepping on red-hot charcoal. The constant numbness and deep dull pain deep in his left arm were like countless tiny needles drilling in the cracks of his bones, constantly reminding him of the life and death catastrophe last night, and the miracle of the jar of cold creature in his hand. The glimmer of dawn skillfully penetrated the heavy lee-gray clouds, but it could not dispel the thick and sticky smell of blood that permeated the air, like rust. This smell became stronger and stronger with his stumbling steps. He did not dare to think about the scene in Oak Village. Uncle Cooper's leg injury, Aunt Martha's tears, Grandma Greta's empty eyes, little Tom's frightened face, and the loud noise of the village wall that symbolized the last struggle last night, and the desperate wailing that followed, drowning everything. These images were like cold venomous snakes, entwining his heart, and every beat brought suffocating pain. When he finally dragged his heavy feet and bypassed the last jagged boulder, and the outline of Oak Village came into view again, Roland's body suddenly froze. Dead silence. The disgusting sea of blood and corpses left after the fierce battle last night did not disappear. Broken limbs, coagulated dark red blood clots, torn internal organs, were still scattered around the ruined village wall, scattered under the collapsed earth wall, and scattered among the charred remains of wooden houses. Several vultures covered in blood were pecking at food as if no one was around, making creepy thump-thump sounds, adding a strange life to this hellish scene. However, what really made Roland's heart stop was the scene in the direction of the threshing ground. There was no longer the desperate place where the survivors huddled and waited for death last night. Instead, there was a more oppressive and heartbreaking chaos. People. More and more chaotic people than last night. No longer soldiers or young men who could take up weapons, but all the old, weak, women and children. White-haired, staggering old men, women holding babies who were still crying in their swaddling clothes, children who tightly grasped the corners of their mother's clothes with fear and confusion on their faces. They were like a flock of sheep driven by a hurricane, gathering in chaos, pushing and crying under the hoarse but powerless command of Elder Oliver and a few village guards, who could still walk. Hurry! Stop dawdling. Go west. Go west. Throw away everything you can't carry. Save your life. Take care of each other. Help the elderly and children. Cry. What's the use of crying? Go. Elder Oliver's voice was completely hoarse, and his oak stick slammed heavily on the ground, but it hardly caused any ripples. His hunched body seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, and his bloodshot eyes were sunken in his eye sockets, leaving only bottomless fatigue and a nearly mechanical numbness. He no longer looked at the eastern horizon, as if there was a monster devouring the soul there. In the crowd, suppressed, intermittent crying sounds came one after another. An old woman held a shabby wooden box tightly, as if holding her last wish, and turbid tears silently slid across her wrinkled cheeks. A baby in the arms of a young mother seemed to feel this doomsday atmosphere, crying heartbreakingly, and her little face flushed red. Several half-grown children huddled together tightly, their eyes filled with fear and confusion about this suddenly collapsed world. They even forgot to cry. Grandma Greta. Uncle Cooper. Aunt Martha. Roland's eyes were like searchlights, scanning the chaotic crowd frantically, and he called out hoarsely in his throat. Finally, he saw a familiar figure at the edge of the crowd. Cooper was leaning against a simple wooden cart that was almost falling apart. His injured leg, fixed by branches and rags, was stretched straight out. His face was as pale as paper, and his lips were chapped. Martha was struggling to pile several bulging broken bundles on the cart. Her movements were clumsy due to anxiety and physical exhaustion. Grandma Greta was sitting on the other side of the cart, hugging little Tom tightly. Little Tom buried his face deeply in his grandmother's arms, and his small body was still shaking slightly. In addition to the bundles, there were also some simple pots and pans on the cart, and even a small bag of black-looking flour. This was their only property that they could take away. Roland! Cooper was the first to see Roland staggering over. His only remaining eye suddenly lit up with a faint glow, but was soon drowned by deeper worries. You're back. Your hand. His eyes fell on Roland's arm, which was in normal shape, although the sleeve was torn and stained with filth. He was filled with incredible shock. Martha and Greta also raised their heads and saw Roland. Martha's tears instantly flowed out again, with the relief of surviving the disaster and unspeakable sadness. Grandma Greta hugged little Tom's hand tighter, looking at Roland with turbid eyes, her lips trembling, but she couldn't make a sound. Uncle Cooper. Aunt Martha. You are? Roland rushed to the cart. His voice became hoarse due to excitement and running. He looked at the simple escape equipment and the chaotic crowd in disbelief. Go! We must go! Cooper's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. He pointed to the horizon in the east, which was covered by gray clouds, but seemed to be able to hear invisible roars. The muscles on his face twitched with fear. The army of monsters. A real army. They are coming like a mountain. Anvil Castle is over. The elders ordered that all those who can't walk or fight immediately retreat to the high ground in the west. Run as far as you can. Staying here is waiting to die. His words confirmed Roland's deepest fear. The silent horizon in the east was more desperate than any hideous monster at this moment. But your leg? Roland looked at Cooper's injured leg that was simply fixed, and his heart sank. How can you climb mountains and cross ridges with such legs? I won't die. Cooper gritted his teeth and punched his injured leg hard with his fist. He gasped in pain, but he shouted, "We have to crawl out. Martha, Greta, Tom, can't stay here." He looked at his wife, children and old mother with eyes full of unquestionable protective desire and an almost tragic awareness. Brother Roland. Little Tom raised his head slightly from Grandma Greta's arms, with tears on his little face, and his big eyes full of fear and attachment. Are we leaving? Leave home? His little finger unconsciously pointed to the village behind him that had turned into scorched earth ruins. The word home was like a blunt knife, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Martha couldn't help it anymore, and cried out with her face covered. Grandma Greta's turbid tears rolled silently, and her skinny hands gently patted her grandson's back. Cooper turned his face away, a gleam of tears flashed in his one eye, and his Adam's apple rolled violently. Where is home? There is only scorched earth soaked in blood, and the corpses of relatives. Tom, good boy. Roland suppressed the pain in his heart and the sobs in his throat, squatted down, and gently touched the withered hair of little Tom with his newly reborn and still sore hand, and tried to keep his voice steady. Let's go. Find a safer place. Wait, we will come back later. This promise, even he himself felt pale and powerless. What time is it? Still dawdling. A village guard stumbled over, his face full of fear and anxiety, and shouted at the Cooper family and the women and children who were still crying and pulling around. The vanguard scouts of the monsters have appeared on the eastern ridge. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Quick! Push the cart. Go! This roar was like a death warrant, instantly triggering greater chaos and fear. The crowd burst into even more miserable cries and screams, pushing and pulling, like a flood that broke through the dam, and began to rush westward blindly. The elderly were knocked down, the children were scattered, the packages were abandoned, and the cries, shouts, and screams merged into a tragic song of Doomsday escape. Go! Go! Cooper grabbed the edge of the cart, and used his intact leg to push the ground desperately, trying to push the heavy cart. Martha and Greta also gritted their teeth, and pushed with all their strength. I do it! Roland roared, ignoring the pain in his left arm, and pressed his intact right shoulder against the heaviest part of the rear of the cart, cooperating with Cooper's pedaling force, bursting out the arm strength of a craftsman. 1, 2, push! The heavy cart groaned in the mud, and finally moved with difficulty, merging into the chaotic flow of people who were running westward like a frightened bird. Martha pushed the cart hard while protecting the shaky bag and little Tom on the cart. Grandma Greta staggered beside him, her cloudy eyes finally looking back at the charred land where her husband, old Barton, and countless fellow villagers were buried, tears flowing silently. Roland gritted his teeth and pushed the cart. Each step was extremely heavy. He felt the constant numbness and soreness deep in the wound on his left arm, and the invisible pressure from the silent but suffocating horizon in the east behind him. He turned back and took a last look in the direction of Oak Village. The ruins shrouded in death and despair, and the muddy path leading to the Valley of Death, stained with his blood last night. Cooper, Martha, Greta, little Tom. They embarked on a life-or-death escape. And he had to go back. Back to that valley. Back to that cold door. To complete the only, twisted contract that carried everyone's slim chance of life. Farewell, under the shadow of Doomsday, was so hasty, so heavy, filled with the weeping of the old, weak, women and children, and the despair of parting with life and death. The cart bumped forward in the chaotic flow of people, carrying Roland's last concerns, and the reason why he had to return alone. He was holding the cart, but his eyes penetrated the chaotic crowd and locked onto the direction of the valley. Chapter 163. After bidding farewell to the Cooper family and the chaotic, weeping crowd that was rushing westward as if driven by the end of the world, Roland turned around and set foot on the muddy path leading to the Valley of Death, which was stained with his own blood last night. Every step he took was like cutting off the cares and the way to life behind him with his own hands. The last urging sound mixed with the crying and the terrified roar of the village guards from the direction of Oak Village was like a cold needle piercing his back. The lead-gray horizon in the east was suffocatingly silent. There were no deafening horns, no overwhelming demonic shadows, but the invisible, heavy pressure that was like a mountain crushing down on him was more terrifying than any visible terror. Anvil Castle was finished. Uncle Cooper's words were like a brand, burning into his consciousness. The main force of the monsters pressed down like a mountain. How much time was left for the valley? No, how much time was left for him? The constant numbness and deep dull pain deep in his left arm became the only motivation to support him to move forward. Every slight movement reminded him of the power of the cold existence behind the door, and the contract that was as heavy as a mountain. Only by staying alive could he repair the roof. He quickened his pace, almost jogging with his stiff and sore body. The charred path stretched under his feet, passing through the withered and twisted woods, and bypassing the jagged rocks. The sulfur and bloody smell in the air seemed to have faded a little, but the death chill that penetrated into the bone marrow had not dissipated. When he finally passed through the narrow valley pass again, a familiar scene came into his eyes. The silent valley shrouded in sulfur smoke, the simple stone house standing silently, and the medicinal garden next to the stone house that stubbornly flowed with a faint silver light in the gray environment. Traces of last night's fierce battle. The dark red bloodstains that remained after being washed away by the rain, the rock fragments scraped by sharp claws, and the several medicinal stones that were overturned by the swooping gargoyles were still clearly visible, silently telling of last night's danger. However, what was out of tune with this solemn scene was a very subtle scent that permeated the cold air. Roland's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his bloodshot eyes looked in disbelief at a relatively flat open space behind the stone house, near the edge of the herb garden. There, a small bonfire was burning quietly. The fire was not big, and a few charred dead branches were carefully placed together, burning a stable, warm orange flame, dispelling the dampness and haze in a small area around. On the bonfire, near the charcoal ashes, there were several pieces of moderate size, with the skin burnt black, and even cracked in some places, revealing the golden and tempting inner flesh, emitting rich, sweet, and unique burnt heat, baked sweet potatoes, the warm, sweet, familiar aroma with the fragrance of soul, as if possessing magic, instantly penetrated Roland's pungent blood, mud, and sulfur smell, and also penetrated the heavy despair and coldness in his heart, accurately hitting the softest and heaviest part of his memory, Uncle Hack. The copper coin he handed over before parting, still with residual warmth. In the ruins of Shimu village, he used the coke and broken clay pots he picked up to bake the first half-cooked sweet potato for Uncle Cooper. In front of the Death Valley cabin, after he repaired the chimney, he handed the dark gray figure the perfectly baked, fragrant, and hot sweet potato. And that cold response. The third brick of the chimney is 5 degrees crooked, pay attention next time. All the images, all the temperature, all the promises, all the despair, all intersected in this warm and familiar fragrance. Roland's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a warm and bitter hand. He stood there, forgetting to move forward, and the shadow of destruction pressing behind him. His eyes were fixed on the small bonfire, and the roasted sweet potatoes that were quietly emitting heat and fragrance in the charcoal fire. Beside the bonfire, a figure sat quietly with his back to him. It was Roland himself. Or rather, it was the young craftsman who struggled in the muddy rain last night, knelt in despair, grasped the miracle under the cold command, and witnessed the rebirth of the broken arm in the morning light. At this moment, he had shed the panic and sadness brought by the fleeing crowd. The leather armor on his body was still torn and dirty, covered with mud and dried black blood. Under the sleeves torn by the gargoyle last night, there were new pink scars and obvious swelling. But his movements were full of almost pious concentration and calmness. He was lowering his head, using his left hand, which had finally recovered some strength and perception. His movements were still a little stiff and clumsy, to carefully turn over a piece of sweet potato that was almost roasted on the edge of the charcoal fire to prevent it from being burnt. The firelight reflected his coal ash-covered, but extremely serious profile. The tightly pursed corners of his mouth were no longer due to pain or fear, but to the solemnity of concentrating on the simple task in front of him. The flames jumped, casting flickering light and shadows in his focused eyes, dispelling the remaining panic from last night, and precipitating a kind of calmness that was almost returning to nature after experiencing life and death. He was no longer the craftsman who desperately asked for help from the elders, nor was he the dying person who screamed in a pool of blood in the rain. He turned back to his most authentic self. A focused, serious craftsman who still tried to create a little warmth and order with his hands in the ruins and despair. He was repairing the roof. He used the only way he could. He used this small fire, these pieces of sweet potatoes covered with dirt found in the abandoned packages of the fleeing villagers, and this warm fragrance that seemed so luxurious under the shadow of Doomsday. This was his contract. It was his visit card for 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was his silent cry and final bet. Roland looked at the figure, who was quietly busy by the campfire, as if isolated from the world, and watched the wisp of warm smoke rising with sweet fragrance, slowly drifting towards the silent and heavy wooden door. An indescribable complex emotion surged in his chest. It was sadness, heaviness, and a desperate determination, and there was also a trace. A faint hope that even he himself did not dare to delve into. He took a deep breath, and the cold air mixed with sulfur, scorched earth, and the sweet fragrance of roasted sweet potatoes pierced his lungs, but strangely brought a trace of strength. He no longer hesitated, took a step forward, no longer staggered, but walked towards the small bonfire, towards the last warm self in the ruins, and towards the cold and silent door that separated the two worlds with a calm and heavy feeling like a pilgrimage. The valley was silent. There was only the crackling of the bonfire, the subtle sizzling sound of sweet potatoes roasting on the charcoal fire, and Roland's footsteps becoming clearer. The rich, warm aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, like invisible tentacles, spread in the cold air, stubbornly and gently knocking on the closed door. Chapter 164. The cold air, carrying the smell of sulfur embers and distant gunpowder, flows silently in the Death Valley. The stone house is as silent as a tomb, and the cold white light from the bottom of the door is constant, like the eternal stars, watching everything happening outside the door indifferently. Roland sat by the small bonfire, the orange flames leaping, casting warm light and shadows on his face covered with coal ash, but unusually calm. The rich sweet and burnt aroma of roasted sweet potatoes stubbornly swirled and rose, silently fighting against the cold and dead silence of the valley itself. He stared intently at a piece of perfectly roasted sweet potato at the edge of the charcoal fire. The skin was charred and crispy, and the golden flesh in the cracked mouth exuded tempting heat. He stretched out his left hand, which had just been reborn and was still a little stiff and clumsy, and carefully used a sharpened branch to poke the sweet potato out from the edge of the charcoal ashes. The scorching heat came through the branches, making his fingertips numb slightly. He didn't take it immediately, but just let it lie quietly on the ashes that were still warm, letting the warm and sweet fragrance spread more wantonly. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head. His eyes calmly passed over the jumping bonfire and fell on the heavy, cold wooden door that isolated all temperatures. The muddy pool of blood in the rainstorm last night, the dying roar, the cold command, and the pain and shock of the broken arm reborn in the morning light. All the intense emotions, all the desperate prayers, seemed to be precipitated and filtered by this small fire, this dedicated work, and this warm and stubborn fragrance. He was no longer a desperate person kneeling in the mud and begging with tears and blood. He was no longer the lost craftsman who was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. At this moment, he was just Roland, a person who fulfilled the contract. In the distance, in the direction of the Anvil Castle, a dull explosion roared faintly, like rolling thunder, and even the ground was shaken very slightly. The smell of sulfur in the air seemed to be stronger. The torrent of destruction was closer. The expression on Roland's face did not change at all, as if the destruction in the distance had nothing to do with his world at the moment. He just sat quietly, letting the dull roar echo in the valley and dissipate. Until the last echo was completely annihilated in the silence, he slowly and deeply breathed in. The air was cold and stinging, but mixed with the unique, warm aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Then he spoke. The voice was not loud, even with a little hoarseness, but it was extremely stable and clear, penetrating the crackling of the burning bonfire, and steadily said to the closed door, "Ms. Lillian." He paused, his eyes still locked calmly on the wooden door, as if he was having the most ordinary conversation with the existence behind the door. "I'm here to repair the chimney that was blown up last time." He didn't cry about the tragedy of the village. He didn't exaggerate the horror of the demon army. He didn't mention his serious injury and miracle last night. There was not even a trace of prayer. His opening remarks were simple, direct, and pragmatic, just like the most ordinary report of a craftsman to his customer before starting work. It was as calm as talking about the weather, but as heavy as stating an unchangeable fight. He paused for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and his eyes subconsciously swept across the eastern horizon that seemed to be shrouded by an invisible pressure. That was the direction of the Anvil Castle, and also the direction where the torrent of destruction was coming from. His voice was still steady, but it carried a hint of indescribable sadness and relief that came from knowing the outcome. It's almost over. Win or lose. This sentence fell lightly, but it contained a heavier power than any roar. It told the inevitable end of the human coalition's desperate defense line at Anvil Castle, and also told all the awareness behind his lonely return at this moment to fulfill this seemingly insignificant contract. Whether the outside world is destroyed or miraculously survives, the latter has a probability infinitely close to zero in his mind. He must complete what he promised. Fix this chimney. After the voice fell, the campfire returned to silence. Only the sweet potatoes made a subtle sizzling sound in the embers, and the fragrance became more and more intense. Roland no longer looked at the door, as if the calm statement just now had exhausted all his words. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes fell back on the campfire, and the piece of hot roasted sweet potato, his expression focused and peaceful. He stretched out his hand, this time with his intact right hand, and tested the temperature of the sweet potato with his fingertips, which was still hot. He didn't care. With his coal-ash-stained fingers, he deftly pinched a charred and crispy corner of the sweet potato and carefully lifted it up from the hot ashes. His movements were steady, with a craftsman's concentration on his work. He blew away the ash on the surface of the sweet potato. His movements were natural and serious, as if the most important thing at the moment was to properly handle the baked sweet potato, not the cold existence behind the door that could decide the life and death of countless people, nor the shadow of Doomsday that was pressing on outside the door. The wind in the valley seemed to stop for a moment. The rich, sweet fragrance of the baked sweet potato, with the fragrance of the soil, seemed to have substance, persistently and gently wrapped the small bonfire, wrapped the calm and focused figure, and also silently and continuously knocked on the cold and heavy wooden door that separated the two worlds. Chapter 165. Inside the stone house. A constant cold white ball of light floated above the workbench, illuminating Lillian's dark gray figure accurately. Her fingertips were as steady as the most sophisticated instrument, lingering with extremely tiny energy flows that were difficult to discern with the naked eye, outlining a complex energy circuit on a new rune substrate. The lines were sharp, the turns were precise, and the cold geometric beauty was constructed in silence. Rune array quiet wide area shielding type description. Node H3 energy conduction optimization, deviation, 0.008%. Status, stable. Estimated completion time, 4.2 seconds. Core task, upgrade of hidden reinforcement array, priority, high. External environmental interference, shielded, efficiency, 99.3%. Warning, low entropy organic molecule diffusion detected, non-threat category. Component analysis, maltose, starch high temperature cracking products, caramelized derivatives. Classification, environmental background noise, olfactory perception module. Threat level, negligible. Execution, temporarily reduce the sensitivity of the olfactory perception module by 15%. The cold stream of instructions silently rushed through her mind, forming a pure, efficient world that excluded all invalid variables. The small bonfire outside the door, the calm and focused figure, and the calm statement about repairing the chimney, along with a sweet smell in the air that continued to try to penetrate and was classified as low-entropy organic molecules, were all like redundant bytes thrown into the information torrent, accurately identified, filtered, and blocked. Focus. Absolute focus. The closed loop of the energy circuit is about to be completed. However, just when the energy circuit is about to be perfectly closed. Core database. Keyword trigger, keyword, bake sweet potato, related data package search. Start, keyword match, 100%, related data package, Athos warm sharing non-standard taste stimulation, pleasure, high. Loading. Buzz, an unprecedented, strong illogical information flow, like a flood, instantly broke through the cold, orderly instruction sequence in Lillian's mind core. It did not come from external scanning, but from the bottom of her own database, a corner that had been sealed for a long time and marked as low-priority emotional fragments. Core process. Warning. Encountered a non-logical data torrent impact. Source. Internal database. Bottom-level emotional fragment area. Related horizon. Athos data package forced activation. Scene playback. Savage planet. Beside the campfire, the young priest's face was covered with charcoal ash, and his green eyes were in. Shining in the firelight, clumsily handed over a piece of roasted, steaming tuber. Lillian, try this. It's sweet. Eating it will make you happy. Taste sensor history record, retrospective sample intake. Component analysis. Pleasure neurotransmitter simulation signal, intensity, abnormal. Logical paradox. What is happy? The database does not match the behavior pattern. The cold alarm information flow was instantly submerged and covered by this sudden, surging internal data torrent. Lillian's fingertips, which were outlining the runes, hovered extremely accurately and completely at a distance of only 0.01 millimeters from the surface of the substrate. Under the dark gray hood, the pair of black eyes, like two bottomless, frozen cold pools, suddenly raised. This time, her eyes were no longer the probe that penetrated the wooden door for external scanning. For the first time, her focus of vision truly fell on the heavy wooden door that separated the inside and the outside with an incomprehensible stagnation. It was as if the cold wooden board itself had become some kind of unsolvable puzzle. Outside the door, the bonfire was burning with a slight crackling sound. Roland lowered his head, his expression focused and calm. His left hand, still a little stiff, was holding the hot-baked sweet potato that had just been taken out of the ember steadily, and his right hand was holding half a sharp-edged flint fragment. He carefully used the sharp edge of the flint to accurately and steadily cut a slit along the charred and crispy skin of the sweet potato. Swish! The charred and crispy skin cracked, and the richer, hot, sweet, and fragrant golden inner flesh was exposed to the cold air. White-hot air rose instantly, mixed with the smell of grass and wood ash, forming a more impactful warm current. Roland's movements did not pause at all, with the unique precision of a craftsman and a kind of ritualistic concentration. He carefully turned the sweet potato with his left hand and held a flint piece in his right hand, as if he was carving a fine work of art, steadily and deftly peeling off the charred skin of the sweet potato in circles and pieces. The charred crumbs fell to the mud at his feet, revealing the soft golden inner core that exuded a deadly sweet fragrance. His peeling movements were smooth and steady, as if he was in the safest and quietest workshop, not a valley shrouded in the shadow of Doomsday. The angle of each cut and the strength of each peel were just right, removing the bitter charred skin while retaining the hot and juicy inner flesh to the greatest extent. The flames jumped, reflecting his coal ash-covered but extremely serious profile, and illuminating his slightly pursed, focused mouth. In the stone house, Lillian's figure was like a solidified sculpture. Core process. Serious warning. The logic processing unit is experiencing high-intensity interference. External scan. For start focus on target, Roland, behavior pattern analysis. Behavior pattern. The target is processing the skin of organic carbon-based food, baked sweet potato. Action. Stable, left hand stability. Affected by recent muscle tissue repair. Accuracy decreased by 7.3%. Concentration. Extremely high, biofield fluctuation pattern. Highly concentrated. Efficiency. Fair. Related vision. Athos data packet scene continues to replay. The young priest clumsily peeled off the charred skin of the baked sweet potato, grinning from the heat but still smiling, and handed over the golden part. Be careful of the heat. The inside is sweeter. Taste sensor history, retrospective pleasure neurotransmitter simulation signal peak record. Logical paradox, unable to parse. Warning. Redundant loop in the core database. The cold alarm information flow flashed wildly in the thinking core like garbled code. Conflict. In Lillian's absolutely rational vision, a weird scene was playing out at this moment. Overlap. Roland's profile outside the door, covered in coal dust, peeling sweet potatoes with concentration, and the image of Athos beside the campfire, covered in coal dust, smiling awkwardly and handing over sweet potatoes, in the forced playback of the database, are repeatedly switched and superimposed like two slides. Logical error. Time-axis conflict. Space coordinates do not match. Target individuals do not match. Try to clear redundant data. Failed. Data packet Athos is too strongly correlated. Try to restart the logic processing unit. In the depths of Lillian's dark gray eyes, the ice layer that has remained unchanged for thousands of years seems to have a very subtle, imperceptible ripple. Her fingertips are still hovering above the rune substrate, and the energy flow remains perfectly stable, but her sight is like being pulled by an invisible chain, firmly locked on the figure outside the door, who is concentrating on peeling sweet potatoes. She watched him deftly peel off the last piece of burnt skin. Watched the piece of golden, hot sweet potato flesh, which exuded a fatal sweet fragrance, being carefully held in his palm with a flint. Watched him lower his head slightly, and blew gently at the rising hot air. The rich, warm, sweet aroma, mixed with the smoke of grass and wood ashes, was like an invisible, surging tide, penetrating the heavy wooden door, the barrier of the information filter, and the cold logical torrent in her mind that tried to maintain order, accurately and irresistibly, impacting the forced activated fragment at the bottom of her database. Keywords: baked sweet potato, related data package, Athos warm sharing non-standard taste stimulation, pleasure, high. Loading completed. Core instruction: logical paradox cannot be solved. Request higher authority to handle. Request. Lillian's figure still stood still, and her dark gray cloak did not move at all. But deep in her mind, which was absolutely orderly, a silent storm was sweeping. Cold logic and surging emotional fragments collided violently, and the data flow was in a mess. Outside the door, the stubborn, warm, and destructively tempting sweet fragrance was becoming the most powerful catalyst in this storm. Her eyes, through the invisible barrier, fell on Roland's focused and calm profile, and for the first time, there was a hint of a hard-to-define stagnation that was beyond observation. Chapter 166. Inside the stone house. The constant cold white light, like the most precise surgical lamp, enveloped the workbench and Lillian's figure like a solidified sculpture. Her fingertips still hovered 0.01 millimeters above the unfinished rune substrate, and the lingering microscopic energy flow remained perfectly stable, without the slightest escape or fluctuation. Under the shadow of the dark gray hood, the pair of black eyes, that were like two bottomless mouths of ice that had frozen for thousands of years, were no longer focused on the geometric lines in front of them. Her sight penetrated the heavy wooden door, penetrated the physical barriers, and was firmly locked on the figure outside the door. Roland lowered his head slightly, his expression focused and almost pious. His left hand, although the movement was stiff, it was extremely stable, carefully held the piece of sweet potato flesh that had just been peeled off all the charred skin, golden and shiny, and emitting billowing hot steam. In his right hand, he held the sharp flint flake, as if holding the most precise carving knife. He did not enjoy the warmth immediately, but placed the edge of the flint flake precisely on the golden and soft inner flesh of the sweet potato. Swish. The cutting sound was so subtle that it was almost inaudible. The sharp edge of the flint flake easily cut into the hot and soft sweet potato flesh. Roland's wrist turned steadily, with the precise control of angle and force unique to craftsmen. The flint flake moved nimbly in the golden inner flesh, like a hot knife cutting through butter, smoothly cutting and separating a piece of medium-sized, neatly edged, and almost perfect fan-shaped sweet potato flesh from the main body. The golden potato flesh was supported by the flint flake, and on the separated cross-section, the sticky juice, like amber syrup, slowly seeped out, shining with an attractive and deathly luster under the cold white morning light and the jumping orange bonfire. The sweet aroma was more intense, boiling hot, and explosive, mixed with the fragrance of caramel and the mellow aroma of starch that was completely tamed by the high temperature. It was like an ignited bomb, suddenly bursting out from the cut piece of sweet potato meat. This fragrance is no longer the low-entropy organic molecules that were previously diffused and needed to be shielded. It turned into an invisible, surging torrent with destructive temptation. Core database. Keyword: roasted sweet potato related data package, Athos warm sharing. Loading degree: 100%. Forced association horizon. Scene playback intensity increased to max. Savage planet, bonfire jumping. The young priest Athos's green eyes were amazingly bright in the firelight. His face was stained with charcoal ash, and his smile was as pure as an uncarved gem. He clumsily cut off a piece of steaming golden potato flesh with a stone chip, which burned his fingers so much that they shrank slightly, but he still stubbornly handed the piece of potato flesh to the black-haired girl with the joy of offering a treasure. Lillian. Quick! The inside is the sweetest. Be careful of the heat. Historical taste sensor records, retrospective target intake. Analysis. Detected high-intensity non-standard neurotransmitter simulation signal, complex type, dopamine, endorphin, serotonin. Peak pleasure record, breaking the threshold. Warning. Logical paradox, unable to analyze the correlation between the signal source and the improvement of survival efficiency. The cold logic alarm is like a snowflake thrown into boiling water, melting, boiling, and bursting in an instant. Core process. Serious error. Logic processing unit overload. Error. Timeline anchor point failure. Space coordinate positioning confusion. Target individual identification conflict. Try to start the redundant protocol to clear interference. Protocol execution failed. The emotional weight of the associated data packet Athos is too high. Try to force close the Athos data packet. Failed. Data packet integrity is threatened. Warning. Logic dead loop in the core database. Energy occupancy rate soared abnormally. Suppressor occupancy rate, 15%. 37%. Deep in Lillian's mind, The cold kingdom of absolute order was being ravaged by an unprecedented storm. The data fragments representing Athos, with the warmth of a campfire and a pure smile, were like a violent flood, madly impacting the real-time scanning data stream representing Roland outside the door, who was covered in coal dust and focused on cutting sweet potatoes. Two completely different time and space, two completely different individuals, two equally tempting. Even the latter was more intense in olfactory simulation. Baked sweet potato information violently collided, entangled, and covered each other in her precise clock-like logic chain. The cold logical instructions tried to maintain order, but it was overwhelmed by the surging torrent of emotional fragments again and again. The unsolvable paradox of pleasure is like a huge whirlpool, swallowing all rational analysis. The continuous and peaked warm breath outside the door, mixed with caramel, starch sweetness, and fireworks, penetrated all information filters, no longer a noise that needed to be blocked, but turned into the strongest fuel to ignite this storm of thought. In the depths of Lillian's dark gray eyes, under the unchanging ice layer for thousands of years, there seemed to be extremely subtle, imperceptible electric light flashing, jumping, annihilating, and regenerating wildly. Her fingertips were still hovering, and the energy flow was still stable, but her body had a very tiny, non-command stagnation, as if the core that maintained her eternal precision operation was temporarily stuck in the gears by this invisible aroma storm from roasted sweet potatoes. Outside the door, Roland was unaware of the storm of thought that was erupting inside the door. He focused on the perfectly cut fan-shaped sweet potato meat on the flint. The golden color, the sticky syrup, the rising heat with deadly temptation, all of this seemed so luxurious, so warm in the cold valley and the shadow of Doomsday. He lowered his head slightly, and blew gently and carefully at the hot potato flesh. The white-hot air was blown away, but the rich sweet fragrance spread more unscrupulously. Then, he slowly raised his head. His eyes were no longer on the sweet potato, but calmly, with the afterglow of concentration after completing an important step, he looked at the closed wooden door again. His right hand steadily held the sweet potato flesh that exuded a destructive and tempting aroma. His eyes were calm and focused. He was waiting for a response. Or, just waiting to complete the next step. In the stone house, absolute silence. Only the silent storm of logic and emotion caused by roasted sweet potatoes in the depths of the mind was raging wildly. Lillian's gaze penetrated the wooden door and fell on Roland's hand holding the sweet potato meat, on the golden and hot creation, and also on his calm and focused eyes. Core database. Keyword roasted sweet potato. Athos warm sharing. Correlation. Breaking through the security threshold. Logical dead loop. Unable to be resolved. Request for higher authority processing. Request failed. Highest authority. Administrator Lillian 0. Execute the final non-logical command. Deep scan of the target individual, Roland, biofield fluctuations, and the target item, roasted sweet potato, molecular composition. The cold command stream was difficult to generate in the storm. This time, the focus of the scan was no longer threat assessment or environmental parameters, but the source of the fragrance and the person who brought the fragrance. Chapter 167. Inside the stone house. The logical and emotional storm caused by the baked sweet potato deep in the core of the mind, like the debris after a supernova explosion, fell into a strange, highly active calm after a brief and violent collapse. The cold command flow and the surging data fragments have not completely subsided, but are maintained at a high speed in an irrational, delicate balance achieved by the forced intervention of the highest authority, Administrator Lillian 0. Deep scan, force command execution target individual, Roland, biofield fluctuation analysis. Physiological parameters, heart rate, 92 bpm, mild tension, breathing, stable, slightly low efficiency, body surface temperature, 36.2 C, core body temperature, 37.1 C, left arm muscle group, repairing, activity, high, microtraumatic inflammatory response continues, adrenaline level, slightly increased, non-combat state. Energy field scan, no abnormal energy residue, abyss corrosion has been cleared. Mental field fluctuations, high concentration, mode, craftsman task-oriented, with weak anxiety source, external environmental threat perception, and sadness, intensity, low continuous non-explosive. Related factors, unknown. Target item, baked sweet potato molecular composition scan. Starch high temperature gelatinization, complete, maltose conversion rate, 78.3%, caramelization reaction products, Maillard reaction rich. Aromatic hydrocarbon compounds, High concentrations detected, phenylethanol furanone. Conclusion: highly consistent with the database's baked sweet potato taste/olfactory records. Pleasure: high. The scan data washed Lillian's mind like an icy waterfall. However, this time, these precise readings did not quickly transform into clear threat assessments or action instructions as usual. They were shrouded by an invisible filter woven from Athos data fragments and that stubborn aroma. Logical Processing Unit. Try to establish a logical association between Roland's biofield fluctuation pattern and sadness parameters. Failed. Lack of correlation. Try to analyze the influence coefficient of sadness parameters on current environmental variables, external threats, task priorities. Failed. Influence coefficient, unquantifiable. Warning, core process occupancy rate remains high, 45%. Inhibitor occupancy rate, 37%. The cold alarm flashes like background noise. Lillian's dark gray figure still stands quietly in front of the workbench, her fingertips hovering, and the energy flow is constant. But her sight is no longer a probe that passively receives scanning data. Her eyes penetrated the heavy wooden door, and for the first time, as if she had some kind of a logical focus, she moved slowly between the figure outside the door and the object. She looked at Roland's profile covered with coal dust and dried mud spots. That face was young, with the rough traces of a craftsman exposed to the sun and rain, and now it was clearly outlined by the orange light and shadow of the campfire. His brows were slightly furrowed, not because of pain or fear, but because of the solemnity that comes from concentrating on the work in his hands. The lines of his tightly pursed mouth were hard, revealing an almost stubborn seriousness. His eyes, now drooping, stared at the sweet potato flesh on the flint in his hand. His eyes were so focused that it seemed as if he was staring at a rare treasure. The firelight danced in the depths of his pupils, illuminating a kind of quiet light that could not be classified in Lillian's database, but could not be ignored. This was not Athos. Athos's smile was like uncarved sunlight, and his eyes were full of pure curiosity and the joy of sharing. There was no smile on Roland's face. Only concentration, solemnity, and the sadness that was captured by the scan, which was diffused at the bottom and could not be analyzed. Her eyes slowly moved downwards. They landed on the fan-shaped sweet potato flesh that was supported by a flint piece, which was golden and shiny, emitting a destructive and tempting heat. The sticky amber-like sugar juice was slowly seeping out from the cut surface, reflecting a luster that tempted crime under the interweaving of cold light and warm fire. The rich, warm, sweet aroma, like a substantial tentacle, penetrated the wooden door, penetrated the gaps in the information barrier, and also penetrated the cold torrent in her mind that tried to maintain order, stubbornly stimulating her smell simulation module. Taste sensor history, retrospective high-intensity pleasure neurotransmitter simulation signal. Logical paradox. Related horizon. Athos data fragment. The young priest was scalded and grinned, but still smiled and handed over the potato flesh. Be careful. The inside is sweeter. The data fragments emerged uncontrollably again and overlapped. Roland's profile outside the door, covered in coal dust, staring intently at the sweet potato meat, and the image of Athos in the database, covered in coal dust, smiling purely as he handed over the potato meat, were like two negatives that could not perfectly overlap but were forcibly superimposed in her absolutely rational horizon, creating a strong conflict and dizziness. Her eyes moved silently and repeatedly between the two. From Roland's profile covered in coal dust, with hard lines and unexplainable sadness, sliding to the golden and hot sweet potato meat, exuding a fatal temptation and sweet fragrance, which was highly correlated with the peak pleasure record in the database. Then sliding back to Roland's eyes, which were calm and focused under the firelight, but seemed to carry a heavy unknown. Then, uncontrollably sliding again to the golden creation with tempting heat rising. Every movement of the eyes seemed to forcibly carve an irrational scratch on the cold logical chain. Each time he moved, he was accompanied by the aftermath of the silent storm deep in his mind. The cold skin data and the surging emotional fragments annihilated and stimulated each other in the conflict. She watched Roland finally move. He slightly adjusted the wrist holding the flint to make the golden potato more stable. His eyes were still lowered, staring at it intently, as if he was evaluating the final heat or waiting for a certain opportunity. In the stone house, Lillian's figure was still like a solidified ice sculpture. But under the shadow of the dark gray hood, deep in the black eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools, under the unchanging ice layer for thousands of years, there seemed to be extremely subtle, illogical light spots flashing wildly, flickering. Was it the redundant electrical signal generated by the core processor, when it processes information that cannot be parsed under ultra-high load? Or is it some kind of deeper level belonging to observation? Confusion? She couldn't understand. She couldn't understand the underlying fluctuation defined as sadness by the scan. She couldn't understand why the individual named Roland focused on such inefficient behavior under the shadow of Doomsday, and with his own injuries. It is even more incomprehensible why this individual, and the creation in his hand that exudes a specific fragrance, can so strongly and continuously activate the Athos data packet marked as a low-priority emotional fragment, and cause such a violent logical conflict. However, her eyes could not move away from the coal ash-stained profile, and the golden and hot sweet potato flesh. As if attracted by an invisible magnetic force, she silently and repeatedly wandered between the two. Outside the door, the bonfire crackled. The sweet fragrance of sweet potatoes permeated stubbornly. Inside the door, the cold light was constant. The storm of thought was raging silently. The silent gaze wove an invisible net between the cold logic and the warm temptation. Chapter 168. Inside the stone house. Deep in the core of his mind, the storm caused by the baked sweet potato did not stop. Instead, it reached a new critical point under Lillian's silent gaze that repeatedly moved between Roland's profile and the golden potato flesh. The cold logic instruction flow and the surging Athos emotional data fragments, like two equally powerful and violent ocean currents, madly collided and tore in her core as precise as a clock. Logic processing unit. Severe overload. Warning. Abnormal rise in core temperature. Suppressor occupancy rate. 42%. Try to analyze the motivation of the target individual. Roland inefficient food processing behavior. Roasted sweet potato. Survival needs. Low energy conversion efficiency. Social behavior. The target individual did not send an interactive signal. Ritual behavior. The database has no matching template. Analysis failed. Try to clear the redundant interference of Athos data fragments. Force clearing command execution. Correlation. Reject clearing. Emotional weight anchoring is too strong. Error. Logical dead loop intensifies. Redundant information entropy of the core database surges. The cold alarm screamed in the torrent of thoughts like a buzzer on the verge of collapse. Lillian's dark gray figure remained motionless, and the energy flow hovering at her fingertips was even more stable and condensed, as if all the chaos was compressed and isolated in that body. However, in her absolutely rational horizon, the high-precision scan data stream representing the reality outside the door is in a more intense and irreconcilable conflict with the Athos fragments representing past memories. Outside the door, Roland is covered in coal dust, with hard lines, and a focused profile with an unexplainable sadness, real-time scan data. Beside the wild campfire, Athos is covered in charcoal dust, with a pure smile and sparkling eyes, handing over the image of potato meat, Athos fragments. Golden and shiny, with fatal temptation heat rising, the molecular composition of the sweet potato meat is highly consistent with the historical pleasure peak, real-time scan plus historical record superposition. These images and data streams collide, overlap, and cover each other crazily in her precise core processing unit. Every pixel, every energy reading, every molecular formula is competing for processing priority, creating dizzying garbled code and logical faults. Warning, the real-time scanning data stream and the Athos fragment have a space-time coordinate conflict. Warning, the molecular composition of the target item, baked sweet potato, highly matches the historical peak pleasure record, but the target individual, Roland, biofield has not detected the corresponding pleasure fluctuation. The logical paradox cannot be reconciled. Error. The core correlation matrix is disordered. Unable to establish an effective causal chain. The cold logical chain broke and twisted in the conflict. However, in the depths of this chaotic and collapsing data torrent, a very weak, yet extremely stubborn, strange signal, like a weak fire that sank into the depths of the ice sea, stubbornly penetrated the layers of garbled codes and alarms and quietly emerged. This is not a physiological parameter from an external scan. It is not a taste record from a historical database. It is not any known information that can be parsed by logical instructions. It is like a feeling. An extremely weak, yet extremely real, warmth. The source of this warmth seems to point to the outside of the door. Pointed to the jumping orange bonfire. Pointed to the golden and shiny sweet potato meat emitting hot steam. And also pointed to the figure beside the bonfire, covered with coal ash, with a focused expression, as if isolated from the whole world, just to deal with the work in his hand. Core process. Non-standard energy fluctuations detected. Source. External scan. Target item. Baked sweet potato. Thermal radiation peak. Correlation scan. Target individual, Roland, biofield. Detected weak, continuous non-threatening energy dissipation mode, unknown. Spectral analysis, low-intensity infrared band, partially coupled with the thermal radiation of the target item. Coupling coefficient, unquantifiable. Core database bottom layer, emotional fragment area weak resonance detected. Associated data packet Athos warmth, resonance intensity, extremely low continuous. The cold scanning data tried to capture and quantify this abnormality, but could only give a vague infrared band, and it cannot be quantified conclusion. But this warmth, this feeling that resonated faintly with the warm fragments of Athos in the database, was like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, triggering a more violent, silent explosion in her chaotic mind core. The coldness of logic, analysis failed. Inefficient. Unknown threat. And this faint warmth that came from the bonfire outside the door, the sweet potato, and the focused figure, which could not be analyzed but really existed. In her precise core, the most intense, silent fight unfolded. The cold logic chain was like billions of steel needles, trying to classify, analyze, disassemble and deny this warmth, and that warmth, like the most flexible vine, ignored the cold steel needles, but stubbornly, weakly, and continuously exuded its existence. Feeling, and resonating more and more clearly with the warm fragment about bonfire, pure smile, and be careful of the heat deep in the database. Try to activate the highest level logical firewall. The firewall encounters unknown spectrum, infrared coupling band, penetration. Penetration source, target item, baked sweet potato, and target individual, Roland, biofield. Threat level, reevaluation. Warning. The core temperature continues to be abnormal. Suppressor occupancy rate, 45%. Emotional fragment area Athos data packet. Warmth parameter activity. Abnormal increase. Correlation. Locked. In the depths of Lillian's dark eyes, under the dark gray hood, under the frozen pool of water for thousands of years, it seems that there are extremely fine ice crystals in the high temperature in conflict. Silently cracking and melting. Her fingertips are still hovering, but the concentration required to maintain the absolutely stable energy flow seems to be consumed by this silent war inside. Outside the door. Roland seemed to have finally finished evaluating the sweet potato meat. He adjusted his breathing slightly, and his eyes were still calmly staring at the golden and hot creation on the flint. He slowly raised his right hand that was holding the sweet potato meat. His movements were steady and solemn, as if he was offering the most precious sacrifice. His eyes were no longer lowered. Instead, he calmly, with a calmness after completing an important process, steadily cast his eyes again at the tightly closed heavy wooden door that separated the two worlds. Inside the stone house. The faint but stubborn warmth from outside the door, accompanied by Roland's hand-raising action, accompanied by the rich sweet fragrance that spread more unscrupulously, accompanied by the increasingly strong resonance in the core of his mind with the warm fragments of Athos. Like the last straw, it broke the dam of logic. Core process, logical firewall, partial failure, non-standard energy fluctuations, warmth, and associated emotional fragments, warmth, break through the logical isolation layer, warning. Core database, unauthorized interaction between the logical layer and the emotional fragment area. Execute the final agreement. The risk of physical isolation failure increases. Initiate the emergency plan. The cold command flow was generated with difficulty in the final chaos. But this time, the goal of the command is no longer to block or clear. Lillian's gaze penetrated the wooden door. For the first time, in the true sense, it was no longer just a scanning probe, but with an undefined stagnation mixed with logical confusion and a faint warmth, it fell on Roland's hand holding the golden potato meat and steadily reaching towards the wooden door. Falling in his eyes that were calm, focused, but seemed to carry the weight of the entire Doomsday. Chapter 169. Inside the stone house. The silent storm deep in the core of the mind reached its peak when Lillian's eyes penetrated the wooden door and truly locked Roland's hand holding the golden potato meat and steadily reaching towards the wooden door, as well as his calm and focused eyes. Then, it fell into a deathly silence. It was not calmed down. It was completely, absolutely, down. Core process, logical firewall. Completely collapsed, non-standard energy fluctuations, warmth, and related emotional fragments, warmth, broke through the highest isolation authority, the core database logic layer, and the emotional fragment area. Have irreversible interactive fusion. Core instruction flow, interrupted. Logical processing unit, forced shutdown. Threat assessment protocol, offline. Status, Administrator Lillian 0. Thinking core. Entered emergency sleep, non-physical. The cold alarm information flow was as if all energy was drained in an instant, completely extinguished, and solidified. The crazy collision of logical instructions and emotional fragments in the core of the mind, the futile struggle to analyze sadness and quantify warmth, the dizzy garbled code caused by the violent conflict between the fragments of Athos and the reality outside the door. Everything was forcibly paused by a more powerful and incomprehensible force under the silent gaze across the cold wooden door. Absolute silence. Cold, absolute, dead silence without any information flow. Lillian's dark gray figure still stood quietly in front of the workbench. Her fingertips hovered above the ruined substrate, and the lingering microscopic energy flow lost its precise control, like a broken mercury, silently disintegrating and annihilating, leaving a few tiny, chaotic burn marks on the substrate. Under the shadow of the dark gray hood, deep in the black eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools, under the water that had been frozen for thousands of years, all the crazy flashes, ice crystals cracking, redundant electrical signals. All disappeared. Only a pure empty stagnation remained. Her sight still penetrated the wooden door and locked firmly outside the door. But at this moment, it was no longer scanning, no longer analysis, and even no longer confusion. It was a pure passive receiving state. It was like an observation instrument with all processing chips unplugged, which could only passively reflect the scene outside the door. Outside the door. The crackling sound of the burning bonfire seemed to be infinitely amplified. The rich, warm, and deadly sweet fragrance of the roasted sweet potato lost all the information filters and flowed into the stone house unhindered like a surging warm current, filling the cold air and also filling her downtime thinking core. Roland's profile line covered with coal dust appeared particularly clear under the reflection of the bonfire. Those calm and focused eyes, like two deep wells, reflected the orange firelight and seemed to reflect the absolute silence behind the door. His right hand holding the golden and hot sweet potato meat was as stable as a rock, without a trace of trembling. That gesture was not a humble sacrifice, but a kind of delivery after completing the contract. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The sound of the wind in the valley, the dull and rapid explosion roar coming from the direction of the distant Anvil Castle. Everything became a blurred background sound. There was only the crackling of the campfire. There was only the sweet fragrance of sweet potatoes. There was only the silent waiting of the figure outside the door. There was only the empty stagnation of the body inside the door. Core database bottom layer, emotional fragment area Athos warm sharing. Data packet activity, maintain peak value. No logical processing response. No threat assessment response. No action command generated. The silence continued. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In this absolute, dead silence that seemed to have stopped even time. Lillian's body, like a solidified sculpture, moved very slightly, without command. Not her fingers. Not her eyes. But her shoulders. The dark gray cloak cloth, stained with a little rune powder, rubbed the lining very slightly, making an almost inaudible rustling sound. Then, her right hand, which had been hovering above the rune substrate, fell down very slowly, as if it had broken free from invisible shackles. The movement was stiff and sluggish, and it lost all the smoothness of a precision instrument, more like a body that had just been released from the petrified state. Her right hand fell to her side, and her fingertips curled up slightly unconsciously. Then, her body began to turn at an extremely slow, almost jerky rhythm. No longer facing the workbench and the unfinished rune array. Instead, she turned to the corner of the stone house. There, against the wall, was an inconspicuous dark gray backpack. The backpack was extremely simple in style, without any logo, and the material was neither cloth nor leather, shining with a restrained metallic matte. It was not big, but it gave people a strange, heavy texture. That was her toolbox, which contained creations that were thousands of times more complex than the rune engraving pen. The core components of the life support device, although they were damaged, environmental scanners, portable energy suppressors, high-efficiency gel generators, and some ancient parts brought out from the ruins of the laboratory, whose uses she herself might not be fully clear. Lillian's eyes, if that empty stagnation could still be called eyes, fell on the backpack. Her movements were still stiff and slow, like a rusty gear being forcibly turned. She took a step forward. The footsteps landed silently, but with a strange sense of heaviness, as if that step crushed some invisible barrier. She walked to the backpack. Slightly leaned over. The dark gray cloak fell with her movement, outlining the thin shoulder line. She stretched out her right hand that had just fallen, and her fingers still seemed a little stiff, but she grasped the backpack's cold and smooth shoulder straps with extraordinary precision. A slight sound of metal buckle unlocking sounded. She lifted the backpack. The action was effortless, but the weight of the backpack seemed to be transmitted through her arms to the depths of her downtime thinking core, stirring up a very faint ripple. She didn't put it on her back immediately. She just held it and stood up straight. The dark gray figure, carrying a dark gray backpack, stood in the corner of the cold stone house, with his back to the constant cold white light ball on the workbench and the unfinished ruined substrate with chaotic burn marks. Her face was still hidden in the shadow of the hood, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Only the slightly stiff fingers holding the backpack and the stagnant eyes that still penetrated the wooden door and reflected the scene outside the door in a hollow way proved that she was not a real sculpture. The rustling sound of the backpack was faint but clear in the dead stone house. It was like a signal. A cold logical world, under the attack of silent storms and warm temptations, completely shut down, and the most primitive action signal sent by the body instinctively. Outside the door. Beside the campfire. Roland's right hand holding the sweet potato meat was still steadily reaching towards the wooden door. His eyes, calmly and attentively, penetrated the heavy wooden board, as if sensing the silent, earth-shaking changes inside the door. He waited. The warm light of the campfire danced on the side of his face covered with coal ash, and also on the piece of golden and shiny sweet potato in his hand, which exuded a destructively tempting sweet fragrance. Chapter 170. Inside the stone house. Lillian was standing in a cold corner, carrying the dark gray toolbox backpack, like a piece of frozen time. The absolute silence deep in the core of her mind was still shrouded, like the void before the birth of the universe, without any command flow, any alarm, or even any fluctuations belonging to thinking. Only the stagnant eyes that penetrated the wooden door and reflected the scene outside the door proved that this body was not completely offline. Outside the door, Roland's coal ash-stained, rigid profile, the orange light and shadow of the bonfire, and the golden and shiny sweet potato meat in his hand, which exuded a destructive temptation and sweet fragrance. These scenes were like frozen projections, imprinted in her horizon of downtime. Core database bottom layer, emotional fragment area Athos warm sharing. Data packet activity, maintain peak. No response. No response. The silence continued. The concept of time seemed to have blurred. Just when this eternal stagnation seemed to be completely solidified. Lillian's slightly stiff right-hand fingers holding the backpack curled up very slightly. It was like a rusty switch that was forcibly activated by a weak but tenacious current. Then, her body, which had been absolutely stagnant, began to turn very slowly, like a rusty gear being forcibly turned by an invisible huge force. No longer facing the wall in the corner. Instead, it turned to the heavy wooden door that isolated all warmth and coldness. Her movements were still stiff and sluggish, losing all the smooth beauty of precision instruments, more like a puppet controlled by external forces. The dark gray cloak made a slight rustling sound as she turned, which was particularly clear in the dead stone house. One step. Her left foot stepped forward. The footsteps landed silently, but with a strange sense of heaviness, as if she had stepped on some invisible layer of ice. 2 steps. The center of gravity of her body moved with her footsteps. The arm holding the backpack swayed slightly, and the cold metal straps rubbed against the cloth of the cloak. Her eyes, the empty stagnation, as her body turned, finally, no longer penetrated the wooden door to reflect the scene outside the door. Instead, slowly, extremely slowly, focused on the real, heavy wooden door in front of her. Rough wood grain. Cold touch in imagination. The constant cold white light from the bottom of the door. And the clearer, more unignorable. The rich sweet smell of roasted sweet potatoes coming from behind the door. The subtle crackling sound of the burning bonfire. And an invisible, focused waiting that seemed to penetrate the wooden board. This information is no longer scanned data, no longer the object of logical analysis. They were like the most primitive signals, directly hitting her sensory core that had crashed. Core database. High-intensity multimodal external stimulation detected, olfaction, roasted sweet potato aroma, hearing, bonfire burning, unknown perception, focus waiting for the biofield. Try to start basic threat filtering, failed. The core logic layer is offline, forced awakening protocol, activate the lowest level of body movement control authority. The cold reminder was like a bubble sinking into the deep sea, fleeting. Lillian's body had turned around, and was facing the wooden door. She stood there with her backpack, only 3 steps away from the wooden door. She raised her head very slowly, as if bearing a heavy burden. Under the shadow of the dark gray hood, the pair of black eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools finally stopped reflecting the distance in vain, and truly focused on the door panel that was close at hand. The direction of the wood grain. Tiny holes caused by insects. Slight rust on the door hinge joint. And the rune node groove on the inside of the door that she had operated countless times for silent opening and closing. All the details were clearly visible. Her right hand, the hand holding the backpack, was still stiff. But her left hand, the hand that had been hanging at her side, was raised very slowly. The movement was still sluggish, but with an unprecedented, almost instinctive purpose. Her left hand reached out to the rune node groove on the inside of the door. Her fingertips were getting closer and closer to the cold rune groove that was almost integrated with the door panel. By the bonfire outside the door, Roland held the sweet potato flesh in his right hand, still steadily reaching towards the wooden door. His eyes were calmly and focused on the door panel, as if he could sense the subtle sound behind the door, like the movement of a glacier. The rustling of the cloak, the heavy feeling of footsteps landing, and the invisible and stagnant gaze that was getting closer and closer. He waited. The bonfire jumped, and the sweet fragrance of sweet potatoes lingered stubbornly. Lillian's fingertips finally touched the rune groove. The cold touch, along the nerve endings of her fingertips, was like the weakest electric current, instantly transmitted to the depths of her downtime thinking core. Buzz, a very slight tremor that only she could hear, as if it came from the depths of her soul. The absolutely dead void was forcibly torn open by this weak current. Core process, the lowest level of body control authority, has been taken over. Basic command, execute the preset action of the physical contact point, rune node, open/close. Command confirmation, open, no thinking. No trade-offs. Only the lowest level, the preset body command is activated. Lillian's fingertips lingered with an extremely weak energy fluctuation with a special cold rhythm, which was instantly injected into the rune groove. Buzz. The extremely weak, but extremely clear sound of the mechanism running came from the inside of the heavy door shaft. Then, creak. A heavy, slow sound with the friction of years of dust. The heavy wooden door that separated the two worlds withstood the scouring of heavy rain, witnessed the desperate kneeling and cold orders. Opened a gap inward. The bone-chilling valley wind, wrapped in the strong smell of sulfur and gunpowder, instantly rushed into the stone house like a flood. It blew the hem of Lillian's dark gray cloak and scattered the few wisps of black hair hanging from the edge of her hood. Outside the door, the jumping orange-yellow campfire halo, the warm sweet smell of sweet potatoes, and the figure next to the campfire covered with coal ash, with a focused expression and his right hand holding the golden potato meat steadily. Like a picture scroll that was suddenly lit up, it crashed into Lillian's empty vision without reservation and incomparably real. The cold white and constant light of the stone house, and the orange-yellow warm campfire light outside the door intertwined and collided at the moment the door crack opened. Lillian stood inside the door, with a dark gray backpack, and the shadow of the hood still covered most of her face. Her gaze penetrated the strands of hair blown by the cold wind, and for the first time, it was no longer a scan, no longer an analysis, no longer an empty reflection. But truly, with the physical vision of this body, it fell on the real, close figure outside the door. It fell on his face, which was covered with coal dust, had hard lines, and was filled with an inexplicable sadness, but was extremely focused. It fell on his eyes, which were as quiet as a deep well under the reflection of the bonfire, and were now looking into the door, with an indescribable shock. It even fell on the piece of golden and shiny sweet potato flesh that he held steadily in his right hand, exuding a destructive and tempting sweet fragrance that almost burned people's eyes. All the scenes, all the smells, all the details. The crackling of the campfire, the sweet fragrance of sweet potatoes, the coldness of the cold wind, the glimmer of shock and hope in Roland's eyes. Like billions of information bombs, in her mind core that had just been forcibly torn open and crashed. It exploded. Core database, overload, 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 logic firewall, completely ineffective, emotional fragment area, Athos warm sharing, data packet activity, breaking through the threshold, forced association with real coordinates. Error, space-time perception anchor point confusion. Timeline positioning failed, high-intensity environmental variables detected, gunpowder, sulfur, magic energy residue, towards the anvil fort, intensity, destructive level, associated database, planetary ecological records, initial scan, match, extremely low, environmentally harsh, rate of transformation, unable to calculate, warning. The logic chain of the core timeline is broken. There is a huge fault between the current environment and the database benchmark time point before the laboratory collapse. Fault time estimation. Error. Unable to estimate. A huge amount of chaotic and conflicting information flows rushed and exploded in the cracks of her mind core. The cold logic tried to get back online, but it broke inch by inch in front of the chaotic information like a mountain and a sea. The absolute order world belonging to Lillian Zero collapsed like a sand castle in the face of the forced opening of the door, and the influx of the reality full of destruction and warmth. In the center of the chaotic storm of this information explosion, an idea based on the most basic environmental scanning comparison, and the core timeline fracture, the most intuitive, instinctive, and the most inconsistent with her interstellar social animal personality, emerged in her chaotic mind. Uncontrollably and clearly, with an almost absurd confusion and an extremely weak sense of collapse, like a drowning person grabbing driftwood. Lillian's lips under the dark gray hood moved very slightly. A silent voice, almost blown away by the cold wind, with a trace of fatigue and disbelief belonging to human nature that she herself had not noticed, drifting in the cold air. Her head tilted slightly to one side, as if she was overwhelmed. The left hand that was not holding the backpack unconsciously raised up, and the fingertips pressed the smooth forehead covered by the shadow of the hood. Slept? Chapter 171. The heavy wooden door closed silently behind Lillian, blocking the constant cold white light in the stone house, and the last trace of herbal fragrance belonging to home in the air. Outside the door, the smell of sulfur smoke, the bloody smell of scorched earth, and the sweet smell of roasted sweet potatoes that had not yet completely dissipated, mixed with the damp and cold air unique to the valley, hit her face. Lillian Zero, the interstellar social animal, who had just been forcibly awakened from hundreds of years of hibernation by a roasted sweet potato and a world-destroying crisis, was now standing at the entrance of the Death Valley, where she had lived in seclusion for many years. The hem of her dark gray cloak was slightly swayed by the cold wind, and a toolbox backpack of the same dark gray, inconspicuous but heavy, was hung around her waist. The shadow of the hood still covered most of her face, revealing only her delicate jaw and tightly pursed, slightly pale lips. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes somewhat empty, as she scanned the charred land that had survived the catastrophe, the faint cries and chaos coming from the direction of Oak Village in the distance, and the dark red demon tide that was slowly pressing down on the eastern horizon like a solidified blood scab. The shadow of the destruction of the main force of the Demon King's army. The amount of information was too much, and the core processing unit was still struggling to restart the system and force update the environmental parameters in the background. I just slept? This thought was like a bullet screen that repeatedly refreshed the screen in the depths of her mind, with an almost absurd confusion and a trace of human fatigue that she herself had not even noticed. Lady Lillian? A voice that was as excited as if she had survived a catastrophe, but cautious, for fear of disturbing something, sounded beside her. It was Roland. The young craftsman stood one step away from her. His tattered leather armor was stained with mud and dried blood, and his face was also stained with coal dust, but his eyes were surprisingly bright, full of incredible hope and a heavy sense of responsibility. He was still holding the golden sweet potato flesh that was supported by a flint piece in his hand, which was now a little cold, and he looked a little helpless. The faint but clear voice from inside the door just now, I just took a nap? And the scene of Lillian walking out with a bag on her back seemed like a miracle to him, but it also made him realize more clearly that the state of this adult seemed a little strange. Not the majesty of a god, but a kind of just woke up with a little grumpiness. Lillian slowly moved her eyes from the horizon of destruction to Roland's face, as if a rusty gear was turning with difficulty. The eyes under the dark gray hood were like two bottomless cold pools. In the depths of the pools, there seemed to be ice crystal fragments after the raging logic storm, and the vague glimmer of restart. Her eyes unconsciously wandered between Roland's coal ash-stained face, his scorching eyes, and the cold sweet potato in his hand. At the bottom of the database, the Athos warm sharing fragment associated with the baked sweet potato was still in high brightness standby mode, and was weakly and illogically coupled with the individual data stream named Roland in front of her. This made her instinctively mark this contract object as the primary identifiable coordinate of the current environment in the chaos of downtime and restart. Lead the way. Lillian finally spoke. Her voice was clearer than when she was in the stone house, but it still had a dry feeling like metal friction, lacking ups and downs, as if repeating a cold instruction. She paused. Her eyes seemed to penetrate Roland, and fell on the blood-stained muddy path behind him leading to the ruins of Oak Village, and then, very naturally, or based on the optimal path planning in some absolute memory, she added, also, The third brick of the chimney is 5 degrees crooked. Pay attention next time. Roland, yes. Lady Lillian. He responded almost reflexively, and the doubts in his heart about the lady's strange state were instantly dispelled by a huge sense of responsibility and a strange sense of familiarity, of as expected. Chimney. She remembered. She really cared about that chimney. This made him feel more down to earth than any oracle. He carefully put the cold sweet potato into his arms, maybe it could be a token, straightened his back, and pointed to a narrower path outside the valley pass, almost covered with withered thorns. The elder said that retreating to the highlands to the west is the only way to survive, but monster scouts have appeared on the eastern ridge, and the main road is too dangerous. I know an old hunting trail that passes through the Grey Claw Forest in the north, and can bypass most of the open land. Lillian's eyes followed the direction of his finger. The brows under the dark gray hood frowned slightly. Grey Claw Forest. Vegetation coverage, dense, withered period. Terrain rugged. Estimated path efficiency, 37.8% lower than the main path. Threat assessment. The cold path analysis data stream was generated instantly, in contrast to the solution proposed by the primary identifiable coordinate deep in her core. The optimal solution is obviously not this time-consuming and laborious beast path. However, just when her logical core was about to reject this inefficient solution. Woo! From the direction of the dark red magic tide in the east, a deeper and longer horn, as if from the abyss of hell, was heard again. This time, the distance was closer, with a kind of substantial pressure that froze the soul. Even the charred land underfoot was slightly vibrating. The already chaotic cries from the direction of Oak Village were instantly drowned out by even greater screams of fear and despair. External threat level, rapidly rising. Vanguard of the Demon King's army, entering high-speed advancement state. The cold alarm instantly covered the path efficiency analysis. Lillian's eyes moved away from the narrow beast path and fell back on Roland's face. His young face was tense at the sound of the horn, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But the hand holding the handle of the simple short knife at his waist was even stronger, and his knuckles turned white. It was a kind of tenacity to struggle forward in despair. Deep in the core of Lillian's mind, the cold logical chain and the biofield data called the will to survive transmitted by the primary identifiable coordinates collided briefly. In the end, an instruction based on the current highest priority survival covered the consideration of pure efficiency. She nodded very slightly. The movement was so small that it was almost imperceptible, more like a signal to confirm the receipt of information. Go. One word, crisp and clear, with an unquestionable meaning. Roland was refreshed. Yes. Sir, please follow me closely. This road is not easy to walk on. He no longer hesitated, turned around and stepped into the narrow path covered with withered thorns, and quickly pushed aside the thorny branches to make way for the people behind him. Lillian followed. Her steps were no longer as awkward as when she just left the stone house, but restored a strange stability and lightness, as if the heavy toolbox and the muddy scorched earth under her feet had no effect on her. The dark gray figure shuttled between the withered and twisted trees, like a ghost blending into the shadows. Most of the time, her eyes fell on Roland's back in front of her, using him as a moving coordinate point, and occasionally quickly scanning the surrounding environment, performing silent threat assessment and path correction calculations. Mr. Lillian, Roland said in a low voice, observing the forest carefully, with a hint of imperceptible worry, there may be gray-clawed wild boars or poisonous thorn vines on this road. Although they are easier to deal with than monsters, you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a calm but precise voice, like a scalpel cutting. Avoid the main road and take the animal trail. Lillian's voice was not loud, and it clearly penetrated the dead silence in the forest. Pigs are easier to deal with than messengers. Roland, He stumbled and almost tripped over a protruding tree root. He turned around suddenly and saw Lillian's expressionless face under her dark gray hood, as if the sharp rant just now, especially when thinking of the arrogant messenger before, was not said by her. An indescribable emotion surged into Roland's heart. Is it absurd? Is it astonishment? Or a feeling of wanting to laugh that suddenly emerged under the shadow of Doomsday, which was extremely inappropriate. This lady, the daughter of the starry sky who could make him reborn with a broken arm and possessed unpredictable power, always seemed to think in this way. To the point? And extremely pragmatic, he opened his mouth, but in the end, he only responded in a low voice with a bit of helplessness, "You are right." Then he led the way more attentively, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily bit slightly upwards, as if he had caught a faint warm light with a smell of fireworks in the endless darkness. Lillian stopped talking and followed silently. The dark gray cloak brushed against the withered bushes without making any sound. Only in the depths of her mind, on the cold path planning map, the threat, messenger, high, was silently replaced by the threat, gray claw wild boar, medium and low. Logically, this is very reasonable. As for the complaint that came out of her mouth, it was probably just redundant information noise generated during the system restart process. She refocused her attention on scanning the movement trajectory of the primary identifiable coordinates in front of her, as well as any inefficient variables in the surrounding environment that might interfere with the journey. Death Valley gradually disappeared behind them. Ahead was the dangerous Grey Claw Forest, and further away, the unknown journey shrouded by the shadow of the Demon King's army and the last wailing of humans. And their first step was to avoid the messengers, who were more troublesome than monsters, and the wild boars they might encounter. Chapter 172. The name of Greyclaw Forest is not in vain. The withered and twisted branches are like jagged gray bone claws, stretching hideously under the lee-gray sky, blocking the already stingy daylight. The air is dull and sticky, filled with the oppressive smell of rotten leaves, wet soil and distant gunpowder smoke. The path under his feet has long been completely swallowed up by the fallen leaves and tangled tree roots over the years. Roland can only rely on his memory, and the vague traces left by the hunters to open up a difficult path in the entanglement of vines and thorny bushes. He waved the short knife in his hand non-stop, chopping the thorns blocking the road, with the unique precision and efficiency of a craftsman, but the fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and the slightly rapid breathing exposed his physical exhaustion and nervous tension. Lillian followed him silently one step behind. The dark gray cloak was like a second layer of skin, allowing her to almost blend into the shadows in the dim forest. Her steps were still steady and light, and the heavy toolbox seemed to have no weight. The hood was slightly lowered, and most of her vision was locked on the back of the person in front of her, who was struggling to open the way, which was the primary identifiable coordinate. However, she was not completely passive. The black eyes hidden in the shadows were like the most efficient scanning array, capturing every detail of the surrounding environment at a speed far beyond that of humans. 3 meters to the left, the cross-section of rotten wood, the mycelium is growing actively, non-toxic. 5 meters to the right, the fallen tree trunk, the internal structure is 87% decayed, and there is a risk of collapse, avoid. In the canopy above, small rodents are active, non-threatening. Abnormal air vibration frequency, low frequency, heavy, about 1.5 seconds interval. Source, northwest, about 150 meters away. Matching database, large omnivorous hoof creature, gray-clawed wild boar, adult, emotion, alert/foraging. The cold analytical data stream silently passed through her mind like a waterfall. She could even hear the subtle sound of heavy footsteps crushing dead branches and leaves, and the heavy breath with the smell of soil that followed. The threat level was marked as medium-low, and the best solution given by the logic processing unit was to evade silently, bypass it, or wait for it to leave on its own. However, Roland in front of him knew nothing about this. He was concentrating on splitting the particularly dense thorn wall with sharp barbs in front of him. The dagger rubbed against the tough vines, making a teeth-grinding squeaking sound. He used too much force, leaned forward slightly, and stepped on a slippery moss. Now! Huff! Accompanied by a violent roar that seemed to tear the eardrums, a huge gray-brown figure rushed out from behind the dense dead trees in the northwest like a battering ram. The target was directly aimed at the unstable Roland. The thing was as big as a calf, covered with hard bristles like steel needles, and the huge fangs flashed a cold yellow light in the dim light. The scarlet eyes were full of rage for disturbing the territory and pure desire for destruction. It charged at a very fast speed, and its heavy body rolled over the ground, and the dead branches and leaves were scattered like an explosion. Roland! Lillian's voice was still calm, but with a strange penetrating power, instantly piercing the roar of the wild boar and the dead silence in the forest. It was not an exclamation, but the simplest alarm. Roland's scalp exploded the moment he heard the roar. His life or death instinct made him twist his waist and pull his center of gravity backwards. At the same time, he subconsciously held the short knife in front of him to block. Bang! A dull, heart-pounding crash. Roland felt like he was hit hard by a giant hammer. The short knife he blocked made a whine as it could not bear the weight, and the huge force knocked his feet off the ground and sent him flying backwards. His back hit a dead tree as thick as a bowl, causing his eyes to go black and his internal organs to shift. His throat felt sweet, and a fishy smell surged up. The short knife in his hand flew out of his hand, and fell under some fallen leaves. The gray-clawed boar succeeded in its attack, and made a proud, bellows-like snoring sound. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Roland, who had temporarily lost his ability to move after hitting the tree. His thick hind hooves dug into the ground, splashing rotten leaves and mud. It was obviously accumulating strength to launch a fatal second charge. The pair of terrifying fangs were facing Roland's chest. Despair instantly seized Roland's heart. He could even smell the stench of rotten meat coming out of the wild boar's mouth. At this critical moment, a dark gray shadow, like a weightless ghost, inserted between the wild boar and Roland at a speed and angle that violated physical common sense. It was Lillian. She did not look at Roland, who was on the verge of life and death behind her, nor did she take any fighting posture. Her movements were extremely simple, even a little careless. The dark gray cloak rose slightly as she moved, revealing the inconspicuous toolbox backpack on her waist. Her left hand quickly pressed an inconspicuous buckle on the side of the backpack. Hiss. A very slight sound, like a high-pressure gas leak. Then, an indescribable, extremely pungent, and irritating smell, even faintly mixed with sulfur and some kind of rotten sweetness, suddenly erupted with Lillian as the center. This smell was so strong and strange that it instantly overwhelmed the wild boar's body odor, the smell of rotten leaves in the forest, and even covered the burnt smoke in the distance. Warning: high-intensity irritating odor molecules detected, composite type, capsaicin extract concentrate plus corrupt berry fermentation element plus trace sulfur dust. Threat level: fatal mental interference to creatures with sensitive sense of smell, gray-clawed wild boar. Lillian's core calmly recorded the data. The effect was immediate. The gray-clawed wild boar, which was about to launch a death charge, suddenly stagnated. Its pair of scarlet eyes, which were originally full of brutal killing intent, were instantly occupied by great pain and confusion. It was as if it had hit an invisible wall composed of the most disgusting and unpleasant smell in the world. Ah! A shrill and out-of-tune howl burst out from the wild boar's throat, completely different from the previous violent roar, full of extreme physiological discomfort and fear. Its huge head was shaking wildly, and snot and tears instantly gushed out uncontrollably. No longer feeling any threat from the terrifying fangs, it spun around in agony like a drunk, kicking its hooves wildly, wanting only to escape from the poisonous gas zone that had completely destroyed its olfactory system. It didn't even care about the prey, Roland, that was so close to it. With the last bit of confused sense of direction, it whimpered in extreme fear, like a huge, out-of-control gray meat ball, crashing through the sparser bushes on the side, stumbling, rolling and crawling away into the depths of the dim forest, leaving only the branches it had broken along the way and the lingering, frowning, spicy and strange smell in the air. The crisis was resolved. The forest instantly returned to dead silence, leaving only the wild boar's distant, gradually faint howling, and Roland's uncontrollable violent coughing and wheezing as he leaned against the dead tree. He was pale, and his chest was burning with pain. The impact just now was really heavy. Lillian stood there, as if she had just done something insignificant. She withdrew her hand from the buckle of her backpack, and her dark gray cloak fell silently. The suffocating smell was rapidly dissipating with her as the center, diluted by the air flowing through the forest. She even tilted her head slightly, and her small nose twitched very slightly, as if she was evaluating the concentration of the residual smell. Her eyebrows under the hood frowned in a barely perceptible arc of disgust. Dispersal effect, excellent. Side effect, environmental odor parameters temporarily exceeded the standard. Suggestion, ventilation. She ignored Roland, who had survived the disaster and was trying to calm his breathing, and her eyes calmly swept over the dead tree he had hit and the tools scattered at his feet, which had just been knocked off by the collision. Structural damage, minor bone fracture, 3rd and 4th ribs. Soft tissue contusion, large area. Recommendation, rest, rejected, not applicable in the current environment. Lillian's voice was calm, and she accurately reported the scan results, just like reading a cold medical report. Then, her eyes fell on a small tool bag scattered on the ground, from which rolled out a few small copper nails and a small piece of black stuff carefully wrapped in oil paper. That was the cold baked sweet potato that fell out of his arms. Lillian's eyes stayed on the sweet potato for a moment. Deep in the database, the associated data packet of the baked sweet potato seemed to flicker faintly again, forming an extremely strong contrast with the spicy and strange smell that had not yet completely dissipated in the air. She said nothing, but just looked away and looked back in the direction where the wild boar disappeared, as if to confirm whether the threat was really far away. Pigs, she concluded calmly, as if stating the conclusion of an experiment that had just been verified, are indeed easier to deal with than messengers. Roland, He held onto the tree trunk and stood up with difficulty. The pain in his chest made him take a breath. He looked at Lillian's dark gray back, as if isolated from all the troubles in the world, then looked down at the piece of baked sweet potato covered with mud and cooled on the ground, and then looked at the direction where the wild boar disappeared. The suffocating strange smell still remained in the air. An extremely complex emotion surged in his heart. Was it fear? Was it gratitude for having a life? Was it awe of the unpredictable means of this adult? Or a deep sense of powerlessness and absurdity that she could still use such a calm and accurate tone to evaluate pigs are easier to deal with than messengers at this time, and proved its correctness with actual actions? He opened his mouth, and in the end all his emotions turned into a long sigh with pain and hoarseness. You are right. Roland bent down resignedly, enduring the dull pain in his chest, and first picked up the tools and small copper nails scattered on the ground, and finally carefully picked up the oil paper bag stained with mud, rubbed it on his clothes, and put it back in his arms. This is not only food, but also some kind of token and hope. He looked up at Lillian. His eyes were complicated but firm. Let's continue walking, sir. There may be other pigs on this road. Lillian nodded slightly, and the shadow of the dark gray hood covered all her expressions. Yeah. Chapter 173. The suffocating pungent smell of the gray-clawed wild boar, like an invisible miasma, stubbornly hovered among the withered and twisted trees for a long time before being slowly diluted and covered by the stronger sulfur smell and an indescribable smell of the earth itself rotting at the edge of the eternal night's scorch mark. The irritation left in the air still made Roland's nose and throat itch slightly, and every breath was accompanied by a burning discomfort. The dull pain where his sternum was hit reminded him of the thrill just now, with every step. He followed Lillian silently, trudging through the increasingly rugged and sparsely vegetationed area. The ground under his feet was no longer covered with thick rotten leaves, but scorched earth mixed with sharp gravel and gray-black hard blocks, which made an unsettling cracking sound when stepped on. The gray claws of the gray claw forest gradually faded, replaced by more twisted, black dead trees that seemed to be struggling in pain, with gnarled branches and covered with a layer of dark purple-red moss that looked like metal rust. The air also became more sticky and hot. Every time I inhaled, my lungs felt like they were rubbed by rough sandpaper. The pervasive smell of sulfur was so thick that it could not be dissolved, and it was mixed with a sweet and disgusting smell of corruption. Roland's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, part of which was the exhaustion of the sultry heat and trekking, and a larger part was the highly tense mental burden. He subconsciously pressed one hand on his aching chest, and the other hand tightly grasped the short knife he had picked up again, the handle of which was soaked with sweat. His eyes were like the most vigilant sentinel, constantly scanning the strange dead trees in front of him, the shadows of the jagged rocks on both sides, and the scorched earth under his feet that might hide traps at every step. The craftsman's caution and experience in surviving in the wild told him that the environment here was more dangerous than the gray claw forest, and every step could lurk with unknown dangers. Lillian's dark gray figure continued to move silently in front, as if the harsh environment and potential threats around her were just background noise. Her steps were as steady as a machine with a set program, and the heavy toolbox backpack on her back seemed to have no effect. Occasionally, she would pause very slightly, and her eyes under the hood were like an invisible probe, sweeping across the purple-black liquid with a strange oily sheen that seeped out from a crack in a rock somewhere, or the lavender particles floating in the air like fine dust that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Environmental parameters continued to deteriorate. Sulfide concentration increased by 17%, and the concentration of unknown inert magic particles, ambient alien variant, increased. Corrosiveness increased. Threat assessment. The environment itself poses a continuous low-level damage to carbon-based organisms, Roland. Cold analytical data flowed in her mind core. She could even sense the fluctuations in the physiological parameters of the primary identifiable coordinate behind her. High heart rate, decreased breathing efficiency, increased muscle tension, and slightly increased core body temperature, not caused by environmental factors, related to soft tissue contusion and stress response. Just then, a steep slope covered with loose gravel and purple-red moss appeared in front of them. The slope was nearly 60 degrees, and it was the only way to a higher, relatively dry and safe rock ridge. Roland took a few quick steps, past Lillian, and came to the bottom of the slope first. He did not climb immediately, but stopped, frowned, and carefully observed the situation on the slope. He tentatively kicked away a few loose gravels with his feet, and the gravels rolled down, which was particularly harsh in the dead silence. "Master Lillian," Roland said in a low voice, With the solemnity of a craftsman examining a dangerous structure, this slope is very steep, the stones are too loose, and the moss is slippery. I will go up and explore the way first, you. He habitually wanted to say please wait a moment, but thinking of the other party's unfathomable means, he swallowed it back and changed his words. Please be careful of your feet. Lillian stopped behind him, and her dark gray hood turned slightly towards him, as if looking at him. She did not respond to the reminder about the slope, and her mind core was quickly calculating the optimal climbing path and the potential risk factor of falling rocks. However, Roland did not start climbing immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked in the direction where the wild boar's scream had just disappeared. In the darker forest, where the dead trees were as dense as ghost claws, his face was filled with lingering worry and deep doubts. And Roland licked his chapped lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question he had been holding back all the way. His tone was full of the cautious verification based on observation and experience that is unique to craftsmen. That beast trail is on the outskirts of the Great Claw Forest, near our old hunting ground in Oak Village. I remember. Although the Great Claw boars are ferocious, they usually only move in the deepest swamps of the forest and rarely run to the outer edge. Not to mention like the one just now, which is so irritable. As if the buttocks were burned by magic fire. He paused, as if recalling the wild boar's abnormally violent attack posture and the tragic scene of its collapse due to the stimulation of the strange smell, and frowned even more tightly. Also, the timing of its rush out was too coincidental. I just slipped and it rushed out. It was like he couldn't find a more accurate word to describe the feeling of being ambushed, and ultimately could only attribute it to a more simple worry, the animal trail. Logically, it should avoid the regular territory of large beasts. But just now, the pig was clearly living near the animal trail. This is a bit wrong. Roland's doubts were clear and specific. They were not speculations of fear, but were based on his understanding of the forests of his hometown and his keen intuition of danger. His caution was not cowardice, but the instinct of a craftsman to survive in a harsh environment. Understanding the characteristics of the materials, environment, and avoiding known defects, dangers, is the prerequisite for completing the work surviving. Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly. Under the shadow of the hood, the eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools seemed to turn slightly, and the focus of her sight shifted from the steep slope to the depths of the dim forest, where the wild boar disappeared. The target individual, Roland, submitted a report on environmental anomalies. Event review: Gray Claw Wild Boar, subspecies, Steel Bristle, attack behavior. Behavior analysis: the timing of the attack was highly consistent with the imbalance of the target individual, Roland. Coincidence probability: less than 15%. Attack intensity: exceeded the conventional territory defense threshold, abnormally violent. Environmental scan, retrospective mode attack source area. Trace amounts of residual pheromones, not secretions of Gray Claw Wild Boar, were detected. Ingredients: highly irritating synthetic compound, same as the core ingredient of the repellent. Concentration: extremely low, rapidly decaying. Source: unknown. Relevance: pending. The cold data streams collided silently in her core, analyzing. Roland's cautious judgment based on experience unexpectedly provided a reasonable trigger point explanation for the abnormal pheromone residue she scanned. The logical chain is being completed. She did not directly answer Roland's doubts about whether there are wild boars living on the animal trail, nor did she explain the possible existence of abnormal pheromones. Her eyes fell back to the steep slope, and her mind core had calculated the most stable climbing route. Pig habits. Lillian's voice was calm, as if she was stating an objective fact, but she subtly avoided the issue of beast trails and directly pointed to the more core abnormal point: it was disturbed. She paused, as if selecting the most concise words, and finally added a sentence with a tone of almost certainty. Sample number 7, moonlight moss. Pheromone leakage trace. Attraction or intensification. Moonlight moss? Pheromone leakage? Roland was startled. He remembered the name that Lady Lillian mentioned when she threw the self-healing gel to him, and the spray she used to scare off the shadow wolf in front of the valley hut last night. Could it be that the horrible smell that drove away the wild boar just now was also something similar? And leaked? Was it done on purpose, or? The chill brought by this speculation was even greater than facing the wild boar's fangs. If even the seemingly accidental beast attack could be hidden behind a human, vicious calculation. Roland's face became more solemn, and he subconsciously clenched the short knife in his hand, his knuckles turning white because of the force. The craftsman's caution was raised to the highest level at this moment. He no longer entangled in whether the beast trail itself was safe. Lady Lillian's brief words had already outlined for him a potential threat that was far more complex and insidious than the beast. "I understand, sir." Roland took a deep breath of the hot air that stung his lungs, suppressed the chill in his heart, and refocused all his attention on the steep slope in front of him. His eyes became extremely focused and sharp, as if he was polishing an extremely precise part. "I will be extra careful." He no longer hesitated, and chose a relatively stable rock as a fulcrum, and began to climb up carefully, trying to be steady with every step, and repeatedly testing every grip. Although his movements were slightly slow due to the pain in his chest, he was steady like a rock, and had a unique sense of absolute control over the structure of a craftsman. His back was straight, as if he had erected a cautious barrier for the people behind him. Lillian watched him start to climb, and her dark gray eyes briefly paused at each of his landing points and grips, conducting silent force analysis and risk assessment. After confirming that the path he chose was highly consistent with her calculations, she stepped onto the first rock like the lightest cat. Her movements were not at all worldly, but precise, efficient, and stable, as if the steep slope was just flat ground. Only when she passed by Roland, her eyes hidden in the shadow of the hood seemed to briefly sweep across the sidelines of his face, which were slightly tense due to pain when he climbed hard. The air was still filled with the strong smell of sulfur and corruption, and the suspicion about the moonlight moss pheromone was like an invisible shadow, quietly covering the scorched earth where the two were walking, making Roland the craftsman's caution even more cautious about the evil of human nature. Chapter 174. The steep slope was like the exposed spine of a giant beast, covered with loose gravel and a layer of purple-red moss that looked like solidified blood scabs. Every time he stepped on it, the gravel rolled down, causing a palpitating echo at the edge of the deadly scorch mark. Roland's breathing became heavy, and every breath he took involved a dull pain deep in his sternum, which was the memorial left to him by the gray-clawed wild boar. Sweat mixed with sulfur dust on his face slid into the corners of his eyes, causing a stinging pain, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He was fully focused, and the craftsman's caution was sharpened to the extreme under the threat of death. Every time his fingers dug into the cracks in the rocks, every time his toes tried to find a foothold, he weighed the strength repeatedly, trying to find the most stable fulcrum among the slippery moss and loose gravel. He put the dagger back on his waist, freeing his hands to deal with this dangerous terrain. He leaned slightly to share the pressure on his chest with his shoulders and arms. Although his movements were slightly slow due to the pain, he was as steady as a rock, as if he was using his body to measure a safe path for the person behind him. Lillian's dark gray figure followed closely behind him, like a weightless shadow. Her movements were the absolute opposite of Roland's cautious climbing. Precise, efficient, and stable to the point of being almost indifferent. The heavy toolbox backpack on her back seemed to be non-existent. Her toes touched the position that Roland dared to step on after repeated attempts, which was even more tricky and more labor-saving. The rugged rock wall was like a smooth road under her feet, and her dark gray cloak brushed against the purple-red moss without any stain or sound. Finally, Roland's hand climbed to the edge of the ridge. He roared, bursting out the last of his strength, dragged his heavy body up, and then immediately turned around and stretched out his hand eagerly below. "Master Lillian. Catch me." Lillian looked up at him. Under the shadow of the hood, her deep eyes seemed calm. She didn't even reach for Roland's outstretched hand. She just lightly touched her toes on a slightly protruding rock, and her body flipped over the ridge as lightly as a feather, landing steadily beside him, without even a single disorder in her breath. Roland's hand froze in midair, and then he withdrew it somewhat embarrassedly, pressed it on his chest that was still aching, and coughed to cover it up. "I hope you're okay." On the ridge, the view suddenly widened. But it was only relative to the twisted dead wood forest below. In front of him was a more vast and deader scorched zone. The earth was like it had been plowed by a giant god with a red-hot iron, showing large patches of cracked, dark black with a metallic luster. Twisted, black dead wood that seemed to have been twisted by a huge force was sparsely scattered, and the branches were like ghost claws desperately reaching towards the lee-gray sky. The sulfur stench and sweet smell of corruption in the air became stronger and stronger, almost condensed into substance, and every breath was like swallowing hot gravel. Farther away, the rolling dark red magic flames burned and squirmed on the horizon. The oppressive feeling of the main force of the Demon King's army was like an invisible giant hand strangling the throat. Roland's face became paler, not only because of the pain, but also because of the pure malice of this land. "This is the depths of the eternal night's scorch," he murmured, his voice dry. "Oak Village is just a victim on the edge, and here, it is the wound itself. Environmental parameters. Continued deterioration. Sulfide concentration. Critical value. Inert magic energy particles. Ambient alienation increased activity. Corrosiveness. Moderate and continuous threat to carbon-based life forms. Roland. Suggestion. Shorten exposure time and improve travel efficiency. Lillian's calm voice sounded like the most objective environmental monitoring report. Her eyes swept across the cracked ground, across the twisted dead trees, and finally fell on Roland's hands that were shaking slightly due to pain and tension. Target individual, Roland. Abnormal physiological parameters, increased heart rate, decreased breathing efficiency, slightly increased core body temperature. Related, slight fractures of the third and fourth ribs, large area of soft tissue contusion. Recommendation, avoid strenuous activities. Rejected, not applicable in the current environment. Roland smiled bitterly. This adult's diagnosis is always so accurate that it makes people feel cold, but they can't refute it. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the discomfort in his lungs and the dull pain in his chest. I can hold on, sir. Next. Where to go? This scorched earth. There is no trace of the animal trail. Lillian did not answer immediately. Her sight was directed to a direction deep in the scorched earth. The terrain there was relatively flat, but the ground was cracked more severely. A sticky, purple-black liquid with a strange oily sheen was faintly seeping out of the cracks. The lavender particles floating in the air seemed to be more dense there. Threat assessment. Highly corrosive quagmire, pseudostate. Inert magic energy particle enrichment area. Energy fluctuation. Abnormal, weak, continuous. Correlation. There is a weak correlation of 0.7% with the residual spectrum of pheromone of sample number 7, moonlight moss. Database conflict. Moonlight moss pheromone should have completely decayed. Logical error? Rescan. Under the dark gray hood, Lillian's brows were almost imperceptibly frowned in an extremely small arc. This subtle data conflict, like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, aroused a subtle ripple in her mind core that had just experienced a restart and was fully processing a large amount of environmental information. Go this way. She raised her hand and pointed in another direction. There were jagged rocks there, forming a maze-like stone forest. Although the terrain was complex, the ground was relatively solid, with fewer cracks, and the particles floating in the air were thinner. Avoid energy-rich areas. Path efficiency. Decreased by 12.4%. Survival rate. Increased by 18.3%. Yes. Roland responded without hesitation. Lady Lillian's judgment of environmental dangers had long been proved by her actions to be absolutely authoritative. He tightened the short knife at his waist, took the lead, and stepped into the stone forest that stood like the fangs of a giant beast. Under his feet was hard black rock. Although rugged, it was much more reassuring than the soft scorched earth and suspicious swamps. The light inside the stone forest was even dimmer, and the strange rocks cast twisted and hideous shadows, as if hiding countless prying eyes. The silence was magnified to the extreme, with only the subtle sound of the gravel under their feet being stepped on, and Roland's slightly heavy breathing echoing between the stone walls. The air was still hot and filthy, but the sweet smell of corruption seemed to be filtered out by the stone forest. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the road ahead was blocked by a huge black square stone that seemed to have fallen from the sky, leaving only a narrow gap. Roland stopped and carefully observed the situation inside the gap and around the boulder. After confirming that there were no obvious traps or traces of monsters, he turned sideways and prepared to squeeze through. Just when his body was stuck in the gap, Lillian's voice suddenly sounded behind him, calm and without waves, but with an unquestionable certainty. Stop! Roland's body froze instantly, maintaining an awkward posture, and even holding his breath. He looked at Lillian nervously. Lillian didn't look at him. Her eyes penetrated the narrow gap and fell on the ground at the other end of the gap. There, a small piece of inconspicuous moss-like plant, with a faint silver light, was attached to the shade of a rock. The light was extremely dim, and almost imperceptible in the dim light, but in Lillian's horizon, it was like a signal light in the dark night. Target confirmation. Sample number 7 variant, moonlight moss. Status, unnatural proliferation. Pheromone secretion, abnormally active, intensity, 350% of the laboratory record baseline. Relevance, unknown catalytic reaction with inert magic energy particles, ambient alienation, in the scorched zone environment. Threat assessment, greatly increased attraction/irritation to creatures with sensitive sense of smell, including some monsters. Logical chain completion, abnormal behavior of gray claw wild boar. Roland followed Lillian's gaze, and finally saw the piece of glimmering moss. His pupils shrank slightly. This is... Sample number 7, Moonlight Moss. Lillian's voice was still calm, but she revealed the answer to the previous doubts: pheromone leakage, unnatural proliferation. Catalyst source: environmental magic energy alienation, ambient variant. She paused, her eyes swept over Roland's figure frozen in the gap, and his subconscious action of protecting his chest, as if evaluating a troublesome variable, and finally put an end to this unexpected discovery and the previous battle with a brilliant summary. The pig's trouble comes from this. But the conclusion remains unchanged. Pigs are indeed easier to deal with than messengers. Roland, He was stuck in the crevice, looking at the strange moss that emitted a faint silver light but could cause a terrible disaster, and then thinking about Lillian's summary that was still sharp and accurate, and full of personal style, in such a dangerous environment. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel fear, absurdity, or a strange sense of relief. At least, the lady's thinking is still terrifyingly clear. And she was right. Whether it was the wild boar or other troubles that might be caused by this mutant moonlight moss, they were much easier to deal with than those arrogant messengers who would only bring disaster. After all, troubles could be solved by knowledge and that magical backpack. He took a deep breath, endured the discomfort in his chest, and carefully squeezed through the cracks in the stone, while keeping the moss that flashed ominous silver light firmly in his mind. Under the shadow of this scorch mark, the hidden troubles were obviously far more than just monsters. Chapter 175. Walking through the stone forest that stood like the fangs of a giant beast, Roland took a deep breath of burning cold air at the sight in front of him. It was not a more dangerous terrain, but a more heartbreaking desolation. The edge of the stone forest seemed like an invisible boundary, separating the bizarre and rugged rock world from the pure, scorched earth plain that was completely ravaged by war. However, this plain was no longer empty. On the cracked, metallic black earth, a silent river of despair and pain was slowly creeping. Refugee tide? They were like a group of scarred ants driven by a hurricane, struggling on the scorched earth filled with sulfur smoke and the smell of death. There were no flags, no organizations, only a suffocating gray. Men, women, old people, children. Most of them only had tattered pieces of cloth stained with mud and blood on their bodies, which could not be called clothes at all. Many people walked barefoot on the hot and sharp gravel and cracked scorched earth, leaving dark red footprints with every step, but they were so numb that they seemed to feel no pain. Simple carts and wheelbarrows were the most luxurious means of transportation in the team, with very few bags piled on them. Maybe a small bag of blackened flour, a shabby clay pot, and a few furs of indistinguishable color. More were the wounded, who were supported and groaning. The broken arms were hastily tied with dirty strips of cloth, revealing the white bone stumps. The wounds on the abdomen oozed dark red pus and blood, attracting buzzing green-headed flies. Some people had bloody cloth covering their eyes, and were led by their companions, walking forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. In addition to sulfur and burning, the air was mixed with a stronger smell of blood, sour sweat, and the stench of rotting wounds. Deathly silence. It wasn't that there was no sound. The weak cries of babies like kittens, the suppressed groans of pain from the wounded, the heavy gasps and coughs of the elderly. But these sounds were swallowed up and drowned by a larger, heavier despair, and finally merged into a hard, suffocating, almost vacuum-like deathly silence. No one spoke, no one cried, except for those babies who didn't know much yet, and even eye contact was rare. On the faces covered with dirt, there was only emptiness, numbness, and deep fatigue. Their eyes were like 2 dry wells, reflecting no lee-gray sky, no burning horizon, but only the completely abandoned homeland and the endless suffering under their feet. Roland's steps stopped involuntarily, as if he was nailed to the spot. The dull pain in his chest seemed to be replaced by a greater sense of suffocation at this moment. He had seen the tragic situation of Oak Village, but that was just a microcosm of a village. The boundless, silent, and creeping river of despair in front of him was the most naked and cruel portrayal of the war of the Demon King's army's invasion to the east. The Anvil Fort was finished. The crowds of people rushing from the direction of the fort were living, flowing epitaphs. He subconsciously pressed the oil paper bag in his arms. The baked sweet potato that was covered with mud and had long been cold. Uncle Cooper, Aunt Martha, Grandma Greta, little Tom. Are they also struggling in this river of despair? Or have they already? He didn't dare to think about it anymore, and only felt a cold chill crawling up his spine, which was worse than the dull pain in his sternum. Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly beside him, the shadow of the hood covering most of her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Her eyes were like invisible probes, calmly sweeping across this slowly moving picture of suffering. Target group: Large-scale unarmed carbon-based life forms, human refugees. Number, estimated to be more than 300. Status, extremely weak, general dehydration, malnutrition, wound infection. Threat assessment, to oneself, low, to the environment, low, to the target, path obstruction, estimated efficiency reduction, 63.8%. Environmental parameters, the refugee group has aggravated air pollution, blood, stench, excrement. Pathogen concentration increased, internal purification barrier needs to be activated. Related scan, refugee source direction, Anvil Castle, energy fluctuations, destructive residue, traces of large-scale magic/physical attacks. Life signals, extremely sparse. Conclusion, the human coalition's defense line has collapsed. The cold analytical data stream silently passed through her mind core, accurately quantifying the scale, status and impact of this disaster. However, when her sight swept over a baby in the crowd, who was held tightly in the arms of his mother. The baby's thin face was covered with mud, and he was crying weakly and intermittently with all his strength. His small body trembled violently with every sob. Deep in her mind, the data fragment representing Athos seemed to flicker extremely faintly, and the associated sadness parameter generated an extremely small disturbance pulse that was difficult to analyze at the bottom of the database. Logical error. It is impossible to quantify the influence coefficient of the sadness parameter on the current environmental variables, path efficiency, threat level. Redundant data. Execution, ignore. The cold command quickly covered the faint disturbance. Lillian's eyes moved away and fell back to the direction of the refugee tide. It was roughly the same direction as the Demon King city they were going to, but a little further south, as if it was heading towards a legendary abandoned mine or highland retreat point that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The path is blocked. Lillian's voice sounded calmly, breaking the silence between the two and interrupting Roland's thoughts immersed in grief. Detour. Target, northwest, avoid crowded areas. She raised her hand and pointed to an area closer to the edge of the refugee tide and deeper into the scorched zone. There were more undulating terrain and more strange rocks. There were obviously fewer refugees, but the purple-black viscous liquid seeping from the cracks in the ground and the lavender particles floating in the air seemed to be more active. Roland suddenly came to his senses and looked in the direction Lillian pointed, his heart tightening. That area looked more dangerous than the main road taken by the refugees. Sir, that side. Looks more dangerous, those purple mists. Ambient alienation enriched area. Corrosiveness, moderate. Threat level, lower than the efficiency loss and potential pathogen infection risk caused by being dragged down by the refugee group. Lillian's voice was flat, as if she was weighing the pros and cons of the two experimental plans, and the crowd will attract monster scouts. Disperse and avoid, and the survival rate will increase. Roland looked at the people who were staggering forward on the main road with empty eyes, and then looked at the rugged land with ominous purple air that Lillian pointed to. Reason told him that Lady Lillian's judgment was always based on cold survival probability calculations, and it was absolutely correct. But emotionally, let this mysterious lord step into that obviously more dangerous area, just because he, a burden, couldn't quickly pass through the refugee tide? The dull pain in his chest seemed to be clearer. But Roland wanted to say something else. No buts. Lillian interrupted him, turning her dark gray hood towards him. Her eyes from the shadows seemed to fall on his hands that were subconsciously protecting his chest. Your structural damage cannot withstand crowding and pushing. Efficiency comes first. She paused, as if she felt the need to add a more reasonable reason. Her eyes swept over an old man who was dragging his broken leg and struggling to move with a stick in the refugee tide. Or, do you want to help them repair the roof? Her tone was still calm, but the metaphor of repairing the roof was like an icy needle, accurately piercing the inappropriate compassion in Roland's heart. He clenched his fists suddenly, and his nails almost dug into his palms. Yes, he could barely support himself, and he couldn't even protect Uncle Cooper's family. What qualifications and abilities did he have to help this endless suffering? Lady Lillian took him away from the valley, which was a gift outside the contract. He couldn't become a bigger burden. I understand, sir. Roland's voice was hoarse and heavy. He took a last look at the silent river of despair and pressed the cold wallpaper bag in his arms tighter, as if it was the only source of strength. He took a deep breath of the hot and polluted air, straightened his back which was slightly hunched due to the pain, and pointed to the rugged land with purple mist. Go this way. I open the way for you. He no longer hesitated, took the lead, and with an almost tragic determination, stepped into the depths of the scorched earth that Lillian assessed as higher survival rate, but was filled with more sulfur, corruption, and strange purple particles. The broken homes and desperate eyes were left behind by them, becoming a silent, but most shocking war ukiyo-e on this burning land. And the road ahead was the dark red devil flames of the main force of the Demon King's army, and the scorched land that was polluted by the alienation of the ambient, and the mysterious moonlight moss, hiding unknown dangers. Chapter 176. Leaving the silent river of despair, and stepping into the depths of the scorched zone that Lillian judged to have a higher survival rate, Roland truly realized what it meant to choose the lesser of two evils. The air seemed like solidified lead, and every breath he took was like swallowing hot gravel mixed with sulfur and a strong, sweet smell of corruption. Under his feet were no longer cracked, scorched earth, but large chunks of black, strange rocks like cooled lava, with hideous edges and corners, and oozing sticky, oily purple-black liquid from the cracks, emitting a disgusting fishy smell. The lavender particles in the air became denser, like living dust, flashing an ominous glimmer in the dim light, and attached to the skin, bringing a subtle, continuous numbness, itching and tingling sensation. Roland's breathing became more and more heavy and difficult, and the dull pain deep in his sternum was like a maggot in his tarsal bones, and every step he took involved the surrounding muscles. Sweat had already soaked through the lining of his tattered leather armor, mixed with the sulfur dust and purple particles on his face, leaving dirty traces. He pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes scanned the jagged rocks and twisted dead with debris in front of him with sharp eyes. The short knife was always in his hand. The craftsman's caution was honed into an almost instinctive vigilance in extreme environments. The path chosen by Lady Lillian may have a higher survival rate, but every step is on the edge of the knife. Lillian's dark gray figure is still like a ghost blending into the shadows, following silently. The heavy toolbox backpack seems to have no effect on her. With her hood down, most of the time, her horizon is locked on the real-time scan of environmental parameters. Environmental corrosiveness continued to increase. Inert magic energy particle, ambient alienation, attachment rate, increased. Target individual, Roland, surface protection, invalid. Suggestion, increase the speed of travel. Threat scan, no large energy reaction monster, for the time being. Small arthropod corrosive biological activity, low threat. Path correction, 300 meters ahead, large ground fissure, pseudostate swamp, detour around the stone hill on the right. Warning, high-intensity biological energy reaction detected. Spectral characteristics, holy, chaotic, database matching. Matching degree, angel number 7. Coordinates, directly in front. Approaching at high speed, the analysis flow of the core of thinking was instantly interrupted by the last highlighted alarm. For the first time, Lillian's forward steps were extremely briefly stagnant. The dark gray hood suddenly lifted up, and the black eyes hidden in the shadow instantly locked onto the sky in front of her that was covered by a huge black rock. Abnormal energy readings. Lillian's cold voice sounded on the dead, scorched earth with a rare fluctuation in the category of surprise. Almost at the same time as she finished speaking. Sugar. Supplies. Target locked. A clear, high-pitched female voice full of extreme desire and ecstasy, like a hymn tearing through the dark clouds, if you ignore its content, suddenly came from right above everyone's head. Roland looked up in shock. I saw a dazzling white gold stream of light, like lightning tearing through the lead-gray sky, at an almost vertical angle, from a very high altitude towards their location. To be precise, it was towards the top of a relatively flat black giant rock in front of Lillian's side. It was swooping down madly. The light was so pure, so holy, it was incompatible with this filthy and desperate scorched zone, and even briefly dispersed the purple particles that filled the surroundings. In the core of the light, a slender figure could be vaguely seen. On its back grew a pair of huge wings made of pure light energy, with soft golden edges flowing along the edges of the wings, and above its head was a pale golden halo emitting a warm halo, and a simple and neat, glittering silver-white body armor that outlined a graceful curve. Angel. Roland's mind buzzed, and he almost stopped thinking. The legendary, holy and powerful angel who served God. She actually appeared in the heart of the scorched belt that was doubly tainted by the devil's army's magic flames, and the alienation of the ambient. And what did she shout just now? Sugar? Supplies? Just when Roland was shocked and lost consciousness, the white gold stream of light had already dived to the top of the giant rock. The violent airflow brought by the dive swept up the gravel and purple dust on the ground, forming a small sandstorm. Bang! A not violent but clear enough impact sound. The light converged instantly. The holy angel figure was seen in an extremely embarrassed face-break posture, heavily hitting the hard black giant rock surface. She seemed to be pressing something under her body, and there was a crisp click sound, and a more shrill and more crazy scream, "My caramel pudding!" The smoke, mixed with purple particles, slowly dissipated. The situation on the top of the giant rock was clearly presented to the stunned Roland and the expressionless Lillian, but the core data stream was refreshing frantically. The angel with wings of light on her back and a halo on her head was now lying on the rock without any image, and her smooth forehead was even stained with a piece of black rock ash. Her face, which was as delicate as a divine work of art, was now full of grief and unbelievable despair. Her big blue eyes, like the clear sky, stared at the bottom of her body. An unknown object that was crushed into a ball of golden caramel sauce and white cream, mixed with black rock ash. Next to the object, there were also a few pieces of crushed oil paper packaging fragments with some cute dessert patterns printed on them. Limited edition. Abyssal lava caramel pudding. The last one. I queued for 3 days to get it. The angel's voice was filled with tears. She raised her head and looked around angrily, as if she wanted to find the culprit who caused her crash. Her light wings were trembling slightly due to her excitement, emitting unstable energy fluctuations. Who blocked my supply route? Her eyes finally locked on the two people standing not far below the giant rock. A filthy, stunned human youth, and a dark-haired girl with a dark gray cloak and an unfathomable aura like a deep pool. In Lillian's horizon, high-precision scanning data refreshed like a waterfall. Target confirmation, Angel Body Number 7. Codename, Ella. Status, active. Energy core, stable, holy light attribute, purity, high. Physiological parameters, normal, violent emotional fluctuations. Related database, creation log, laboratory period. Design goal, environmental cleaning/purification. Key defect/slip module, sugar metabolism and taste feedback nerve enhancement, priority, abnormally high. Behavior analysis, dive trajectory locks target, caramel pudding destroyed. Emotional state, extremely sad, angry. Threat level, unknown, non-combat posture. Conclusion, Angel Body Number 7, the operating status meets. Design defect expectations. Just when Angel Ella's angry eyes were about to turn into substantive questions, Lillian took a small step forward. Under the shadow of the dark gray hood, her eyes calmly met the blue eyes burning with grief and anger. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated Ella's wailing and the stagnation of the air. With a kind of indifference that saw through the essence of everything, she accurately reported the number buried deep in the database, Angel Body Number 7. A few simple words, like the highest level forbidden spell, instantly froze all the movements and expressions of Angel Ella. The anger, sadness, and madness on her face were frozen instantly, as if the pause button was pressed. Her big blue eyes suddenly widened to the limit, filled with pure, incomprehensible shock and a trace of deep-rooted awe from the origin of creation. She even subconsciously retracted the light wings behind her that were trembling with anger, and the halo above her head stabilized. You? Ella's voice trembled, with incredible awe. Her eyes were fixed on Lillian's dark gray figure. Do you know my number? Lillian did not answer her question. Her eyes swept across the remains of the abyss lava caramel pudding that was smeared on the giant rock, and fell back on Ella's face full of shock and awe. The thinking core instantly completed the deduction based on the design defect logic chain. Temporary employment. Lillian's voice was still calm, as if she was stating an ordinary transaction. Lead the way. The reward is sugar. Ella, awe? The frozen shock on the angel's exquisite face was instantly replaced by huge, pure, almost overflowing ecstasy. As if the sadness of losing pudding just now had never existed. Her light wings swish fully unfolded, emitting a warm light that was more dazzling than before, instantly dispelling the purple particles and oppression in a large area around. Sugar? Really? How much is okay? Ella's voice instantly rose an octave, full of childish joy. She even forgot to maintain her elegance and floated down from the boulder directly, avoiding another face break, landing lightly in front of Lillian, her big blue eyes sparkling, full of undisguised desire and expectation. Lead the way. Anywhere is fine. As long as there's candy. Roland looked at the dramatic scene in front of him. The embarrassed angel who fell from the sky, howling in grief for the loss of pudding, and being shocked and frozen by Lillian's words, Angel Body Number 7, and then instantly transformed into a fanatical worker because of the reward is candy. He felt that his worldview had been hit unprecedentedly. He opened his mouth, and finally only let out a long sigh with endless fatigue and a sense of absurdity, and helplessly held his aching forehead. Okay, team member +1. And a strange style. Fighting, Angel. And the reward is candy? Roland subconsciously touched the still cold oil paper bag in his arms, and suddenly felt that his piece of cold roasted sweet potato didn't seem so shabby anymore. Lillian ignored Roland's forehead holding and calmly looked at Ella, who was full of motivation due to the promise of sugar, and pointed to the direction of the Demon King City concisely. Target, Demon King City. Lead the way. Avoid the main force and large monster groups. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the task. Mr. Sugar Supply Officer. Ella straightened her chest, flapped her light wings excitedly, rolled up a small stream of clean air, and her face was filled with pure happiness of finding a long-term meal ticket. Foodie Battle Angel, Ella, officially joined the team. Chapter 177. Target, Demon King's Castle. Lead the way. Avoid the main force and large groups of monsters. Lillian's calm voice still echoed in the hot and filthy air. The magic power brought by the phrase, "the reward is sugar," was like the highest level of exhilaration, instantly igniting all the action power of Angel Ella. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the task. Mr. Sugar Supply Officer. Ella straightened her well-developed chest, silver-white armor outlined a beautiful arc, and her exquisite face was filled with pure happiness of finding a long-term meal ticket. Her big blue eyes sparkled, as if she had seen the mountains of candy. The light wings behind her excitedly flapped at a high frequency, rolling up a far cleaner and slightly warmer airflow than before, which temporarily dispelled the uncomfortable purple particles and sulfur stench around a small area. She turned around impatiently, and the huge light wings stretched out, and the whole person floated lightly, about half a meter above the ground, like an exquisite luminous doll. She took a deep breath, put her hand on her forehead and looked out, her eyes sharply scanning the direction of the Demon King City deep in the scorched zone. There, the surging dark red demonic flames burned on the horizon, like the gaping mouth of hell. Let me see. The best path. Ella muttered, her expression focused as if she was performing a sacred navigation ritual. Avoid the large amount of magic energy reaction. Bypass that annoying corrosive swamp. Yeah. Got it. Go this way. Follow me, Sugar. Lady Lillian. And that? Human follower. She pointed excitedly to a northwest area with more jagged rocks and more purple-black viscous exudates. There were even a few places where faint purple smoke columns rose from the ground. Obviously, this newly appointed guide angel had a very good understanding of avoiding large groups of monsters, but her assessment of environmental danger seemed to be based entirely on whether it affects her straight-line arrival at the target, and whether it is convenient for her to turn back to get candy. Roland looked at the direction Ella pointed, and then at the more active ambient alienation phenomenon in that area, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is the survival rate of the route led by this angel really higher than that chosen by Lillian? He subconsciously pressed his aching chest again. Lillian's dark gray figure did not move at all, and under the shadow of the hood, the scanning horizon operated silently. Angel body number 7, Ella, path planning, directly point to the target, Devil's Castle. Path risk assessment. Ignore the impact of environmental corrosiveness and inert magic energy particle enrichment. Relevance, non-lethal. Threat assessment. Effectively avoid large magic energy reaction points, main force of monsters. Efficiency, excellent. Conclusion, the path is feasible, needs to strengthen protection. The cold analysis confirmed the efficiency advantage of Ella's route. As for the environmental risk? In the face of absolute speed and holy light protection, it does not seem to be the primary consideration. Lillian nodded slightly. It's feasible. Let's go. Okay. Ella cheered, and her wings of light suddenly fluttered. The whole person was like an arrow from a bow, turning into a dazzling white gold stream of light, shooting towards the direction she chose. The speed was so fast that only a residual image was left on the retina. Wait! Too fast, Roland exclaimed. How could he keep up with the flying speed of the angel with his injured body? However, Lillian's movements were faster. At the moment Ella started, her dark gray figure floated out like a ghost. Her steps seemed small, but she stepped accurately on the most stable stress point of the rugged rocks. Her speed was not slow at all, and she was closely attached to the diagonal back of the white gold stream of light. The heavy toolbox backpack on her back was as stable as a rock. Follow the trajectory of the coordinate point, Ella. The path is synchronized. Lillian's cold voice came into Roland's ears. At the same time, he felt an extremely weak energy flow with a clear direction brushing past his side. It was Lillian marking Ella's flight trajectory for him. Roland was refreshed. He ignored the pain in his chest, clenched his teeth, and burst out all his strength. Following the weak guidance direction, He ran hard among the jagged rocks. Every step involved a wound, and sweat instantly soaked his back, but he didn't dare to pause. Ella's flying speed was too fast. She was like a holy meteor that broke through the dirty sky, sprinting straight. When she encountered a huge rock or a rising purple smoke column blocking her way, she would either cleverly turn around at a right angle or directly increase the altitude and violently pass through. She didn't care about the more violent inert magic energy particle turbulence disturbed by her holy light tail flame below. Just as Lillian and Roland, panting, followed Ella's trajectory and rushed into an area composed of several huge, twisted black stone pillars, like the ribs of a giant beast, Ella, who was flying high in the sky ahead, suddenly let out a louder and more ecstatic scream. Sugar. High purity. High concentration. Target locked. The desire and excitement in that voice were 100 times stronger than when she lost the caramel pudding just now. Ella's flying figure suddenly braked in the air. The huge light wings instantly flapped in the opposite direction, abruptly stopping the forward momentum. Her eyes were like the most accurate tracking magic guide, firmly locked on a huge rock gap shrouded by shadows deep in the stone forest below. Then, under Roland's horrified eyes, and Lillian's scanning vision that instantly rose to the highest level, the light wings behind Ella burst into an unprecedented brilliant light. The whole person turned into a white gold comet that dive-bombed, with a scream that tore through the air, and at a nearly vertical angle, completely ignoring whether there were people below, she crashed into the crack of the giant rock. Or, in other words, towards Lillian, who was just below her dive path. Madly. Lady Lillian. Roland's roar was drowned in the dive's scream. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Lillian's dark gray figure stood at the core of Ella's dive trajectory. Under the shadow of the hood, deep in those eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools, the cold logical data flow was refreshing at an unprecedented speed. Angel body number 7, Ella dive trajectory locked. Target, unknown high sugar item, coordinates, rock crevice, threat assessment, impact kinetic energy, high. With holy light energy dissipation medium. Threat level to the main body, Lillian medium, avoidable, avoidance plan calculation, move left 0.75 meters, sideways 37 degrees. Execute, no one. There was not a trace of hesitation. At the moment before Ella's comet of holy light and ecstasy was about to hit her, Lillian's body slid slightly to the left half a step, with a subtle amplitude that surpassed human limits, and was almost like teleportation. At the same time, her upper body tilted to the right very naturally at an imperceptible angle. The violent airflow mixed with the rich breath of holy light, like a real wall, rubbed the edge of Lillian's dark gray cloak and passed by. Her hood was blown back for a moment, revealing a few strands of black and smooth hair like crow feathers, and a small part of her delicate but calm face below. Bang! Crack! Following closely, there was a duller and more violent crash than before, and the crisp sound of some fragile object being completely destroyed. Ayla once again slammed heavily on the hard ground in front of the crack of the giant rock in a perfect face-break posture. The smoke and gravel stirred up were even worse than last time. And under her, there was a faint and more miserable and desperate whine. My collector's edition honey wine lava chocolate. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. I saw Ayla lying on the ground in a big letter shape. Her light wings were a little droopy, covered with burnt mud and purple particles. She raised her head with difficulty. Her delicate face was covered with ash. Her big blue eyes were filled with tears. This time it was real, staring at the bottom of her. A pool of completely flattened, melted golden honey, sticky black chocolate sauce, and broken wine capsules mixed together, exuding a rich sweet fragrance of unknown objects. Next to it was a crushed tin box, with a gorgeous devil horn logo printed on it. Ouch! Ella let out a heartbreaking cry, completely forgetting that she almost hit someone just now. Lillian has stood up again. Her dark gray cloak has returned to calm, and her hood has been pulled up again, covering all her expressions. Only in the depths of her mind, a cold record is quietly generated. Event, Angel Body Number 7, Ella, has a serious confusion of navigation priorities due to sugar lock and performs a dangerous dive. Evasion action, completed, efficiency, 100%. Related conclusion. The priority of the sugar metabolism module defect is too high and needs to be included in the path planning risk model. New variables. Sugar bait trap risk plus risk of being hit by one's own angel. Note, this angel body's obsession with the dessert shop and bankruptcy risk may exceed its awe of the creator. She calmly glanced at the angel lying on the ground, mourning for the melted chocolate, and then glanced at Roland, who was still in shock, holding his knees and breathing heavily, and spoke lightly, with no emotion in her voice. Lead the way. plenty of candy. But if you bump into me again, she paused and added, with a barely perceptible warning in her tone, I take all of it. Chapter 178. Lead the way. Plenty of candy. But if you bump into me again, I take all of it. Lillian's calm warning was like 2 basins of ice water, accurately extinguishing the heartbroken wailing of Angel Ella and the energy fluctuations that almost lost control and ran away again. Ella's body on the ground suddenly stiffened, and in her big blue eyes filled with tears, the sadness that surged for the melting chocolate was instantly replaced by great fear and the desire to survive, mainly the desire to survive for sugar. Take all of it? Absolutely not. This is even more terrifying than being captured by the Demon King's army. Yes. Lady Lillian. I promise not to bump into you. Absolutely not. Ella shuddered and hurriedly got up from the ground, moving so fast that she created a small whirlwind. She didn't care to pat the burnt mud and purple particles on the silver armor, nor did she care to feel sorry for the collector's edition honey wine lava chocolate that had been closely integrated with the earth. She just used the back of her hand stained with chocolate sauce and mud to wipe her dusty face. As a result, the more she wiped, the more it became like a little cat that got into a chimney. She straightened her back, and her light wings were nervously folded behind her. She tried to put on the most serious and reliable look, but her big eyes, which were still watery and glanced at the chocolate debris on the ground from time to time, revealed her infinite mourning for the sugar loss in her heart. I will lead the way. Straight. No turns. Don't look at the sugar. Ella promised solemnly, but the last sentence, don't look at the sugar, was a little lacking in confidence. Lillian's dark gray figure remained motionless. Under the shadow of her hood, her eyes, like 2 bottomless pools, calmly stared at the angel who had just gone bankrupt and was quickly appeased by the promise of enough candy and the threat of deducting all the sugar. Just as Ella patted her chest to make a promise, Lillian's horizon silently locked onto her. Target scan. Angel body number 7, Ella. Status, active. Physiological parameters. Core body temperature slightly increased, plus 0.5 C, heart rate, 120. BPM, mild stress, adrenaline level, dropped to baseline. Surface scan. Attached with a large number of scorch marks with pollutants, sulfide, inert magic energy particles, organic humus. Holy Light Self-Purification Program. Started, efficiency, medium, expected cleaning time, 17 minutes. Energy core, stable, Holy Light attribute, purity, high. Energy output, no abnormal fluctuations. Key scan items, sugar metabolism module associated neural feedback system. Lillian's scanning focus quickly focused on the core area related to sugar on Ella's body. High-precision energy flow penetrates the surface, capturing subtle biological signals. Detected the target individual, Ella, oral salivary gland secretion, abnormal surge, baseline value 300%. Associated neural feedback signal, detected high intensity, continuous pleasure/desire complex band, intensity, 15% above the safety threshold. Target site focus, continuous, high-intensity lock on the chocolate debris on the ground, sugar residue source. Behavior inhibition center, some functions are suppressed by high priority, sugar craving signals, efficiency, decreased by 40%. Conclusion, sugar metabolism module and related neural feedback system are in overload operation state. Trigger source, high concentration sugar items, damaged chocolate. Meets the design defect, abnormal priority of sugar metabolism module, expectations. Current status, no direct threat to core functions, flight, Holy Light, but significantly increases the probability of navigation confusion, collision risk, and being attracted by sugar bait. The cold analysis data stream was instantly completed in Lillian's mind core. Under the dark gray hood, her lips moved slightly, and a silent conclusion emerged, angel body number 7. Sugar metabolism module overload? Ella was still trying to maintain a serious expression, but her body betrayed her. The small nostrils twitched uncontrollably, greedily catching the rich chocolate sweetness mixed with the smell of scorched earth in the air. The chocolate debris covered with dirt and filth seemed to exude a fatal temptation in her eyes. Her big blue eyes glanced at the ground uncontrollably, and her throat even rolled very slightly, making an almost inaudible swallowing sound. That posture was like a cat that had been hungry for 3 days staring at the fresh fish in the window. Just as Ella was struggling with her mind and body, her reason, Lillian's warning, and instinct, Sugar's call, were fighting fiercely, and her body was about to break her oath of not looking at Sugar and stretched out her finger to the wreckage again. Lillian's voice sounded again, calm and without waves, but like a precise scalpel, cutting off Ella's last struggle. Sample analysis. Composition of ground residue. Cocoa butter content, 32%. Honey purity, low, mixed with magical pollen. Wine core solvent, inferior industrial alcohol, non-edible grade. Comprehensive sugar content, falsely high, increased by inferior sweeteners. Conclusion, inferior imitation, nutritional value, negative. Toxicity, slight, accumulated by long-term intake. Ella's half-stretched finger froze in midair in an instant. The serious expression on her face completely collapsed, replaced by huge shock and disgust. Inferior imitation? Ella's voice rose 8 octaves, full of anger and disbelief at being deceived. And poisonous? That profiteer Barlow with horns on his head. How dare he cheat me with fakes? I queued for 3 days. I spent 3 silver moon coins. She was so angry that her wings were puffed up like hair, and her big blue eyes stared at the poison on the ground. The desire just now was instantly replaced by raging anger, as if the thing insulted her dignity as a dessert connoisseur, self-proclaimed. Lillian ignored Ella's angry accusation and turned her eyes to Roland, who had just recovered his breath and was holding his chest with an expression of "here it comes again." Target individual. Roland physiological parameters continued to be abnormal. Heart rate increased. Shallow breathing. Slight tremor of bone stress points. Association. Slight fractures of the 3rd and 4th ribs and increased load. Suggestion. Deal with it immediately. Roland, He reluctantly put down his hand supporting his forehead and sighed resignedly. Well, it's his turn to be structurally damaged again. He was about to say that he could still hold on, but he saw Lillian had already reached for the dark gray toolbox backpack on his waist. Ella's attention was also attracted. She watched Lillian open the backpack and take out a palm-sized flat round can with a cold metallic luster. There was no mark on the can, only a few tiny rune nodes flashing a faint blue light. Self-healing gel spray. Improved, Lillian said concisely, and threw the small can to Roland. Spray on the wound area. Effect, local analgesia, promote periosteum repair, inhibit the spread of inflammatory factors. Side effects, slight burning sensation tolerable. Roland hurriedly caught the cold metal can, and his heart warmed as he looked at the complex runes on it. He didn't expect that Lady Lillian would give priority to his injuries at this time. Thank you, sir. He hurriedly thanked her, and regardless of the harsh environment, he immediately unbuttoned the front of the broken leather armor, revealing the large purple and shocking contusion area on his chest, and pressed the button on the top of the can at the wound. A cool mist with a faint herbal fragrance sprayed evenly on the red, swollen and painful skin. In an instant, a strong burning sensation like countless fine needles swept over. Roland groaned, and the veins on his forehead burst out, but then, the dull pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow really receded quickly like a tide, replaced by a cool soothing and itchy. It was as if countless tiny lives were busy repairing the wound. This power. Roland grinned, but his eyes lit up. The effect was immediate. Ella came closer curiously, her nostrils twitching, as if she wanted to smell the spray, but when she was swept by Lillian's calm eyes, she immediately shrank back and hovered obediently to the side, but her big eyes were still curiously looking at the wound on Roland's chest that was rapidly absorbing the gel, and the color was beginning to fade. Lillian watched Roland finish spraying, and the alarm about Roland's injury in her mind core was temporarily lifted. She turned her attention back to Ella, who was still angry about the inferior chocolate, and the residue on the ground that was defined as inferior imitation. Lead the way. Lillian's voice was still calm, as if all the episodes just now had never happened. Target, Demon King City. Path, efficiency first. If you find sugar, signal again. She paused, and the dark gray hood seemed to turn slightly towards Ella, and added, with a subtle insight from the creator, scan the ingredients first. Ella shuddered, and immediately held her head high. Yes. Lady Lillian. I promise to scan first. Lead the way. Follow me. She fluttered her wings and turned into a stream of light again, but this time her speed was obviously much slower, and her flight trajectory was much more stable. But before taking off, she couldn't help but glare at the poison on the ground again, and muttered in a low voice, "Damn Barrow." Roland felt the coolness and slight itch coming from his chest, and carefully put away the magical metal can. He looked at the angel, who was starting again in front of him, who had obviously learned his lesson, and looked at Lillian, who was wearing a dark gray cloak and had an unfathomable aura beside him. The absurd feeling in his heart was once again replaced by a strange sense of peace. Although his teammates had strange styles, and the Demon King ahead was ferocious, following the sugar supply officer seemed to always give him a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath. His chest didn't hurt that much anymore, gripped his short knife, followed the platinum track again, and stepped into the deeper shadow of the scorch mark. Chapter 179. The cool touch of the improved self-healing gel mixed with a slight burning and numbness spread under the purple bruise area on Roland's chest, as if countless tiny ice needles were blocking the source of pain, and with a strange itchy feeling, as if the flesh and blood were repairing faster. He carefully fastened the front of the broken leather armor, carefully put the magical metal spray can into his arms, and felt that his breathing was much smoother. The medicine given by Lady Lillian always worked so quickly. Lead the way. Target, Demon King City. Path, efficiency first. Lillian's cold voice sounded again, like the final confirmation of the action order. Yes. Lady Lillian. Ensure efficiency. Ella was suspended at a height of half a meter above the ground, with her light wings converged, trying to maintain a stable flying posture. The cat makeup on her face had not been wiped off, but her expression was extremely serious. Mainly because she was afraid of making another mistake and having all the sugar points deducted. She carefully controlled her speed and direction, avoiding the dangerous areas with purple smoke columns, and flew towards the dark red flames of the Demon King City, not daring to fly straight like before. Roland took a deep breath and felt that the dull pain in his chest had indeed been relieved by a large margin. Although he could not completely let go of his movements, he could at least keep up with Ella's deliberately slowed speed. He held the dagger tightly and vigilantly scanned the surrounding jagged rocks and the purple-black sticky substance that kept oozing out of the ground. In the air, the pungent smell of sulfur, the sweetness of corruption, and the subtle tingling sensation brought by the inert magic particles were still strong, like an invisible poisonous miasma. In the distance, a few low and malicious roars penetrated the dead air, foreshadowing the approach of the monster patrol. There is a small magic reaction ahead. 3 points. It's the Shadow Wolf. Ella, who was flying ahead to explore the way, suddenly lowered her voice to warn, and her big blue eyes sharply swept across a shadow area formed by the collapsed boulders. She instinctively wanted to dive down to purify with holy light, but thinking of Lillian's warning and the threat of deducting sugar points, she stopped the impulse and just hovered in place, accumulating energy with her light wings, ready for battle. Do you want to clean it up, sir? Lillian's dark gray figure silently shuttled between the strange rocks, as if blending into the shadows. Her horizon had already locked onto the groups of creeping shadows in the shadows. They were the shadow wolves that attacked Oak Village last night. Their scarlet eyes were like dancing will-o'-the-wisp in the dim light, and sticky saliva dripped between their fangs. They obviously also discovered the delicious light spots in the sky, and the two prey on the ground. Target confirmed. Shadow Wolf, magical subspecies. Number 3, threat level, low. Optimal solution, non-lethal expulsion. Applicable props, improved moon moss dispersal spray, no, MTD-spray version 2.0. Mechanism of action, irritating pheromone interference plus weak holy light frequency band simulation, special for repelling beasts. The core of thought completed the deduction instantly. Lillian's hand had reached for the dark gray toolbox backpack on her waist, ready to take out the flat square can marked MTD. However, just when her fingertips were about to touch the tank, a shrill wolf howl that was out of tune suddenly erupted from the shadows. It was not an attacking roar, but full of extreme, physiological pain and fear. One of the shadow wolves that was about to pounce suddenly felt like it was hit on the head by an invisible hammer, and its whole body twitched violently. Its scarlet eyes instantly turned white, and a lot of white foam spurted out of its mouth and nose uncontrollably. Then, it rolled around like a drunk, twitching and making a creepy whine. The other two shadow wolves were also frightened by the sudden change of their companions, and retreated again and again. Their scarlet eyes were full of fear and confusion, and they didn't dare to move forward for a while. This strange scene stunned Ella, who was floating, and Roland, who was preparing to fight. Lillian's movements also paused. Her scanning vision instantly focused on the shadow wolf that was twitching in pain. Target individual, Shadow Wolf number 1. The nervous system suffered high-intensity, specific interference. Interference source, unknown, body surface scan, high concentration attachments detected. Sample number 7 variant, moonlight moss, spores. Status, activity surge. Pheromone secretion, abnormal peak, correlation analysis. Target individual, Shadow Wolf number 1, prone position. Dense moonlight moss bacteria were detected in the rock crack below. Pheromone concentration, seriously exceeded. Conclusion, The target individual suffered a nervous system collapse, unexpected side effect, due to close contact with highly active moonlight moss bacteria, pheromone overload. The threat was lifted. The cold analysis came to a conclusion. This unfortunate shadow wolf became another victim of the unexpected power of the mutant moonlight moss in this land polluted by ambient alienation. The other two shadow wolves were completely frightened by their companion's miserable state. They tucked their tails between their legs, whimpered in fear, and ran into the deeper shadows without looking back, disappearing. The crisis was resolved in an unexpected way. Huh? Just ran away? Ella blinked her big eyes, looking at the twitching and foaming shadow wolf and the disappeared companion, with a confused look on her face. She hasn't made a move yet. Roland also breathed a sigh of relief, and his hand holding the dagger slightly relaxed, but his eyes looked at the moonlight moss colony more solemnly. This thing is more weird and dangerous than he imagined. Lillian retracted her hand reaching for the backpack, and her eyes under the dark gray hood calmly swept over the colony that emitted a faint silver light but was full of murderous intent. A record was quietly generated in the thinking core. Moonlight moss variant, ambient alienation catalytic type, is neurotoxic to specific demonized creatures. Shadow wolves confirmed. Threat model updated. She no longer paid attention to the twitching shadow wolf, and turned her eyes to Ella. Keep leading the way. Stay alert. Oh. Yes. Sir. Ella came to her senses, and hurriedly continued to fly forward to lead the way. However, when she flew over the moonlight moss fungus, she subconsciously increased the distance, and her light wings were folded tighter, muttering softly, "This grass is so fierce." The three, one angel and one immortal, continued to travel through the strange stone maze in the heart of the scorched zone. Ella really learned a lot. Although she flew in front, her speed was moderate. When she encountered a suspicious sugar signal source, such as a few clusters of strange purple fungi with a sweet and greasy aroma on the rock wall in the distance, she would really stop first, look at Lillian nervously, and wait for Lillian to scan and confirm non-sugar, highly toxic before she dared to move forward. Roland's injuries continued to recover under the effect of the gel. Although he could not fully exert his strength, it was not so difficult to follow Ella's trajectory. His tense nerves relaxed a little, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the dark gray figure in front of him again. This mysterious sir, not only can he regenerate his broken arm, but also can see through the ingredients of inferior desserts at a glance, take out magical potions at will, and even can accurately call out the number of the legendary angel? This is definitely not just as simple as powerful, a question that has been suppressed for a long time, accompanied by a deeper and deeper respect for Lady Lillian, churned in Roland's heart. While Ella stopped again, and waited for Lillian to scan the purple smoke column rising in front of her to see if there was a sugar trap, Roland couldn't help but lower his voice, and asked Lillian beside him with great respect and inquiry, "Sir Lillian, did you call that angel just now? Angel body number 7? He carefully considered his words, fearing that he would offend the other party. You seem to know her? And you know her very well? Lillian's eyes were still fixed on the smoke column in front of her, scanning the data stream silently. She didn't seem to feel that there was anything to hide about Roland's question. The absolute facts based on the database were as natural as stating the sulfur concentration of the scorched zone. Laboratory creation log, No. 7, design goal, environmental cleaning/purification. Lillian's voice was calm, as if she was reading a cold file. Key module defect, abnormal sugar metabolism and related neural feedback priority, slip of the hand. Her answer was concise, but it contained a shocking amount of information. Laboratory? Creation log? No. Design goal? Key module defect? Slip of the hand? Every word was like a thunderbolt, hitting Roland's cognitive system hard. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes were round, and his mind was blank. Lady Lillian, what did she say? Angels, are they made? And, it's Lillian. The laboratory where the adults are? What kind of sacred operation is that slip of the hand? However, this thunderclap not only struck Roland. What? A sharper and more unbelievable cry, like a startled lark, suddenly came from the front. I saw Ella, who was suspended in the air, waiting for Lillian's scan results, as if she was struck by a holy light, and her whole body froze. She turned around suddenly, and the dust on her delicate face could not cover up the blood color that faded in an instant. The big blue eyes, like the clear sky, stared at Lillian's dark gray figure, filled with pure shock and awe that penetrated the soul, just like a believer facing a miracle. You know my number? Ella's voice was trembling so much that she even forgot to flap her wings. She fell straight down from half a meter in the air with a thump, and landed heavily on the charred rock. But she seemed to feel no pain at all. She just climbed up with her hands and feet, staggered to Lillian, raised her head, and her big eyes were instantly filled with tears. This time it was not because of the candy. Her voice was filled with tears and an excitement that was almost like a pilgrimage. You know I am number 7? You are mother? Or administrator? My lord. Is the log of the nest of creation still there? A series of awe-filled and confusing names came out of her mouth, and each word pointed to the origin of the laboratory that had long been lost in the dust of ancient times. The way she looked at Lillian was no longer looking at a powerful employer or sugar supply officer, but at a person who walked out of a myth and gave her existence. The source. Lillian's dark gray figure did not move at all, and the shadow of the hood covered all her expressions. She just calmly looked down at the angel who rushed in front of her, was so excited that she was incoherent and even fell down. Deep in the core of her mind, the data packet of angel number 7, Ella, was triggered by keywords such as nest of creation and administrator, and the related laboratory memory fragments emerged again. Facing Ella's gaze full of admiration, awe, confusion, and extreme desire for confirmation, Lillian just tilted her head slightly, as if examining an overly excited experimental sample, and then gave an answer in her calm tone that never changed for thousands of years, which made Ella completely petrified and Roland hold his forehead again. Authorization. Administrator Lillian 0. Now, she raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the Demon King City, as if the shocking revelation just now was just a trivial system broadcast. Lead the way. Efficiency first. Ella, Roland, The dead silence of the Scorch Belt seemed to be given a new meaning at this moment. Chapter 180. Authorization. Administrator Lillian 0. Now lead the way. Efficiency first. Lillian's calm voice, like a cold legal code, echoed in the heart of the Scorch Belt filled with sulfur, awe and shock, instantly freezing all the surging emotions. Ella kept rushing to her and looking up, as if she was petrified. The ash and tear marks on her face mixed together, looking particularly funny, but in those big blue eyes, like the clear sky, there was only pure, solidified awe and a kind of almost soul-out-of-body confusion. Administrator. Lillian 0. The name with the highest authority in the creation nest log. Actually exists. And right in front of us. And hired her to lead the way? The reward is sugar? The huge information impact made the core processor of the number 7 angel body seem to be temporarily down. Her mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to shout mother or administrator, but Lillian's cold and calm command tone and the sentence lead the way, efficiency first were like a basin of ice water that extinguished all unrealistic impulses to call her. Roland, who was standing by, barely regained a trace of consciousness from the extreme shock, and slowly put down the hand that was supporting his forehead. There was only a deep fatigue and helplessness on his face. As expected, and what else can I do? He finally understood that in Lillian's place, whether it was the rebirth of a broken arm, an angel creation, or administrator authority, they were just variables and tasks that needed to be processed. He silently held the dagger in his hand tighter, and his eyes vigilantly swept the shadows of the strange rocks around him, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming cognitive shock. Surviving and walking to the Demon King City was the only reality at this moment. The dead silence lasted less than 3 seconds. Lillian's dark gray figure showed no sign of waiting. She didn't even look at the petrified Ella again, and walked straight ahead, bypassing the frozen angel, and continued to move forward in the direction of the Demon King City. The heavy toolbox backpack on her back was as stable as a rock, and her steps were steady and precise, as if the conversation that was enough to subvert the worldview of mortals and angels had never happened. Her actions were the most clear instructions. Ella's body trembled violently, as if she had been freed from petrification. She watched Lillian's dark gray cloaked figure about to merge into the shadow of the jagged rocks ahead. A deep-rooted instinct of obedience, which came from the origin of creation and the ultimate desire for reward is sugar, instantly overwhelmed all the awe, confusion, and the urge to get to the bottom of things. Wait. Wait for me. Administrator. Lady Lillian. Ella hurriedly climbed up, not even having time to shake off the dust on her body, and her light wings flapped hastily, bringing up a small stream of chaotic air. She stumbled and flew to a position slightly behind Lillian, trying to maintain a respectful floating posture, her big blue eyes closely following the dark gray figure, her voice with a barely perceptible tremor and great urgency. Lead the way. I will lead the way. Ensure efficiency. Absolutely no bumping. And I won't look at the candy. Unless you let me. She made the promise quickly, as if she was afraid that if she was a step slower, the reward as candy contract would be invalid, or the walking creation nest log administrator would disappear. Lillian did not stop, and the dark gray hood did not even deflect towards Ella. Only the calm voice sounded again, as if confirming a contract clause that had been signed long ago, and was only supplemented with details at this moment. Contract confirmation. Temporary employment. Duty. Lead the way. Target. Demon King's Castle. Path. Efficiency first. Avoid the main force and large monster groups. Reward. Sugar. Quantity. Floating settlement based on path efficiency and threat avoidance success rate. Additional terms. If there is another collision, or if you come into contact with a suspicious sugar source without scanning, the reward will be deducted until it is cleared. Addressed during the contract. Lady Lillian. The terms are clear, the rights and responsibilities are clear, and the rewards and punishments are clear. There is no emotional redundancy, pure transaction logic. This is Lillian Zero's contract. Ella was stunned when she heard it, and her big blue eyes blinked, digesting the cold and tempting terms. Quantity floating settlement. Deduction and clearing? It sounds complicated, but she grasped the core meaning. Lead the way well, don't bump into things, don't eat anything randomly, and you will get sugar. And it's the sugar given by the administrator. The quality must be 10,000 times better than the poisoned chocolate of that profiteer Barlow. The huge sense of happiness instantly dissipated the remaining awe and confusion. A brilliant smile of incomparable piety and pure foodie satisfaction bloomed on her delicate little face. Her light wings emitted a warmer and softer light because of excitement, temporarily dispelling the uncomfortable purple particles around her. Yes, Lady Lillian. I understand completely. I promise to complete the task. Lady Sugar Supply Officer. Ella straightened her chest. Her voice was loud and full of enthusiasm. This time, the title of Lady Sugar Supply Officer was very smooth, full of recognition from the heart. Not only can she distribute sugar, but she is also an administrator. What else is she if not a supply officer? She immediately got into the role, and flew to the front of the team. Her light wings flapped steadily, and the speed was controlled within the range that Lillian could easily follow, and Roland could barely catch up. Her eyes scanned the path ahead sharply, more seriously and responsible than before. When she encountered any suspicious energy fluctuations or terrain, she would stop immediately, looking at Lillian nervously and expectantly, waiting for scanning instructions, just like an excellent student waiting for the teacher to correct his homework. Ms. Lillian. There is an energy accumulation point ahead, suspected to be a small corrosive swamp. Do you need to scan to confirm that the path is safe? Ms. Lillian. A weak signal of magic energy movement is detected on the left ridge. It may be a wandering inferior demon. Do you need to clean it up or take a detour? Ms. Lillian. There is luminous moss on the rock wall on the right. Please scan whether it is edible. Oh no! Is it poisonous? Every report is accompanied by great respect and a subtle expectation for the sugar settlement. Roland followed behind, looking at the battle angel in front of him, who instantly turned into a model employee because of a sugar contract, and then felt the cool and itchy feeling in his chest under the effect of the improved gel. The absurd feeling in his heart has completely settled into a strange sense of solidity. Although the teammates are more unique than each other, the administrator and her sugar angel, although the demon king in front is hideous and the ambient is alienated and weird, this simple and rough contract seems to be more reassuring than any passionate oath. He silently adjusted his breathing, following the platinum track in front of him, and the dark gray, calm back that seemed to be able to suppress all chaos. The cold sweet potato in his arms pressed against his chest, bringing a hint of cold comfort. The shadow of the Demon King's castle seemed to be a little closer in the surging demonic flames. Chapter 181. The air in the heart of the scorch belt was still hot and filthy, filled with the sweet smell of death, sulfur and corruption. But at this moment, among the rugged rocks covered by dark red devil flames, the atmosphere seemed a little subtle. The dark gray cloak did not move at all. Under the shadow of the hood, Lillian Zero's eyes calmly swept over the freshly baked temporary employee in front of her. Ella was trying to straighten her back. Her light wings were nervously folded behind her, and the cold dust and tear marks on her delicate face were mixed together, like a cat that had gone through a chimney. Only her big blue eyes burned with infinite awe for the sugar supply officer, and a pure desire for enough rewards. She was suspended half a meter above the ground. Her posture was almost stiff with respect, as if she was accepting the highest level of inspection. Yes. Lillian. Promise to scan first. Lead the way. Follow me. Ella's voice was loud, with an excitement that was eager to show off. She flapped her wings, and once again turned into a stream of platinum light, shooting towards the direction of the Demon King's castle. But this time, she obviously remembered the threat of light deduction, so she slowed down a lot, and her flight trajectory became much more stable. She even deliberately lowered the altitude to ensure that the people behind her could keep up. But before taking off, she couldn't help but take another fierce look at the chocolate debris on the ground that was defined as inferior imitations. She clenched her fists and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "Damn Barrow. Next time I see him, I must use holy light to purify his oven." It seems that the hatred of bankruptcy and poison has been forged. Lillian's dark gray figure did not pause at all, like a ghost blending into the shadows, taking steady and precise steps, following the platinum trajectory. The heavy toolbox backpack on her back was as stable as a rock, as if it was just a decoration. Most of the time, her horizon is locked on the flight path of Ella in front of her, using it as the primary navigation coordinate for movement, while quickly scanning the surrounding environmental parameters: sulfide concentration, inert magic energy particle activity, potential threat sources. Target individual, Ella stable flight posture. Navigation priority, target lock, Devil's Castle. Sugar craving signal, high, but effectively suppressed by the contract, light deduction threat, and the awe of the administrator's identity. Threat assessment, the risk of collision caused by navigation confusion has dropped to an acceptable range, 3.7%. The cold analytical data stream silently passed through her mind. Well, the contract is effective. Roland, who fell behind, reluctantly put down his hand that was supporting his forehead. His long sigh, filled with endless fatigue and a sense of absurdity, was almost drowned in the airflow caused by Ella's flight. He looked at the dark gray figure in front of him, who seemed to be able to suppress all chaos, and then looked at the platinum streamer, who was full of power and willing to be a pioneer for sugar. He felt that his worldview was repeatedly refreshed, flattened, and reshaped today. "Okay, +1 for the team members." Roland whispered to himself, with a helpless arc at the corner of his mouth. It's still a strange style. "Fighting, Angel." He weighed the still cold oil paper bag in his arms. The piece of baked sweet potato covered with mud and cooled thoroughly. The token that I originally thought was a bit shabby suddenly seemed plain and boring in front of the contract of the reward is sugar? At least, it was not defined as inferior imitation and poison by the administrator. He shook his head and shook off these inappropriate thoughts. The wound on his chest that was treated with the modified gel felt a cool and slightly itchy feeling, and the pain was greatly reduced. He took a deep breath of the hot air that stung his lungs, clenched the short knife in his hand, and his eyes became sharp and alert again. No matter how weird the teammates were, no matter how dangerous the road ahead was, surviving and reaching the Demon King's castle was the only reality at this moment. He took a step, endured some discomfort, and tried his best to keep up with Lillian's figure. Ella flew in front, playing the role of navigation conscientiously. She no longer rushed around like before, but carefully avoided the dangerous areas with lavender smoke columns rising. When she encountered suspicious energy accumulation points or terrain, she would stop on her own initiative, suspended in the air, and look back at Lillian nervously and expectantly. "Ms. Lillian, there is an energy accumulation point ahead, suspected to be a small corrosion swamp. Do you need to scan to confirm that the path is safe?" Ella's voice carried a subtle hint of seeking credit, and her big blue eyes blinked, as if saying, "Look, how professional I am. Remember to settle the sugar." Lillian did not stop, and the dark gray hood did not even turn towards her. Only a calm voice came, like the most accurate navigation instructions. "Threat level, low. Path, detour 3 meters to the right, the surface structure is stable. Execute." Simple, efficient, without any redundancy. "Yes." Ella was refreshed and immediately did as she was told, bypassing the purple-black swamp with strange bubbles, and her light wings drew a graceful arc to continue leading the way. After a while, she stopped again. "Ms. Lillian." A weak magic energy movement signal was detected on the left ridge. "It may be a wandering inferior demon. Do you need to clean it up or detour?" This time, the tone was more professional. "Number 3. Threat, low. The cost of detouring is too high." Lillian's eyes penetrated the dim light, and accurately locked onto several sneaky figures in the shadows of the ridge. "Ella." "Here." Ella immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for military orders. "Target, lesser demon eyes. Use, holy light frequency band simulation, non-killing mode." Lillian issued a clear and unambiguous order. "Execution angle, dive 15 degrees, continuous exposure for 1.5 seconds. Additional effects, blinding and dispersing. Holy light." "Got it." Ella was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The light wings behind her instantly burst into a soft but dazzling platinum light, and the whole person was like an arrow from a string, diving down accurately at the angle indicated by Lillian. Roar! The scarlet eyes of the inferior demons on the ridge that were about to sneak up were suddenly filled with pure white light. They roared in fear, subconsciously covered their eyes with their arms, staggered back, and completely lost their sense of direction and intention to attack. Ella succeeded in one strike and immediately raised her altitude, with smooth and beautiful movements. She was suspended in the air, looking at the inferior demons below who were covering their eyes and running around. Her big blue eyes were shining, with a hint of excitement and anticipation for Sugar. She looked back at Lillian. Report to Lady Lillian. Mission accomplished. The inferior demons have been dispelled. Sugar settlement. Lillian had already calmly walked past the chaotic area of the inferior demons, as if she had just brushed off a grain of dust. Her dark gray cape brushed across the charred rocks, and she said without looking back, "Dispersal efficiency, excellent. Threat removed successfully. Basic sugar unit increased by 0.5. Record? Only 0.5? Ella's face collapsed instantly, and her light wings seemed to dim for a moment, but she soon cheered up again. Yes. Lady Lillian. I will continue to work hard. For more sugar, go for it." She turned into a stream of light again, flew forward, and began to scout more vigorously. Roland followed behind, looking at Ella's energetic back, for Sugar, listening to her bargaining, failed, whimper, and feeling the continuous coolness in his chest. The absurd feeling in his heart has been replaced by a strange sense of steadiness. Although the combat power source of this battle angel is a bit special, and although the remuneration settlement method of the administrator is as cold as accounting, it is undeniable that with Ella's aerial scouting and non-lethal interference, their efficiency and safety in crossing this scorched belt have indeed improved a lot. At least, it's better than facing wild boars and inferior demons alone. Roland whispered to comfort himself, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly involuntarily. He looked up at the dark red demon flame surging in the direction of the Demon King city, and clenched his short knife. The team +1, the Demon King ahead is hideous, the ambient is alienated and weird, but this strange team composed of interstellar administrators, human craftsmen and foodie battle angels seems to be able to really find a way out on this desperate scorched earth. The dark gray figure moved forward steadily in front, the white and gold streamer shuttled cautiously in the low sky, and the human footsteps left a firm mark on the charred rocks. The team officially set off. The target is the Demon King city, and the first trophy recorded is an inferior demon blinding incident worth 0.5 sugar units. Well, it fits the style of the God of Knowledge. Chapter 182. For the precious 0.5 sugar units, Ella flew extra hard and carefully. She was like a platinum comet flying low, shuttling through the gray area where the scorched belt and the withered forest meet. Every hovering scan was accurate, and every report was full of professionalism and an imperceptible desire for sugar. Ms. Lillian. The terrain ahead has changed. The coverage rate of withered trees has increased. The concentration of ambient alienated particles has decreased. Ella's voice came back from the front with a hint of excitement, like discovering a new continent. She hovered on a relatively tall and rugged rock, pointing to the northwest. Lillian's dark gray figure moved silently to the edge of the rock. Roland followed closely behind, enduring the slight itch in his chest and looking up. The scene has indeed changed. The cracked, metallic, and scorched earth under his feet that constantly oozes purple-black mucus seemed to be forcibly blocked by an invisible boundary. Behind the boundary, although the trees also showed a sickly gray and twisted appearance, and the branches stretched towards the leaden sky like dry ghost claws, the surface was finally no longer pure dead land. Sparse, tenaciously struggling dark green mosses covered the rocks and tree roots, and the suffocating sulfur stench and sweet decay in the air were also diluted by a clearer and more bitter smell of plant decay. Further away, a relatively tall black ironwood forest can be vaguely seen. Although the branches and leaves are also sparse, the shape is still there. Like a silent barrier, it guards the road to the deeper forest. Environmental parameter update. Sulfide concentration decreased by 35%, inert magic energy particle concentration decreased by 28%, and the smell of biological humus increased. Vegetation coverage. Sparse, withering period. Threat assessment. Environmental corrosiveness decreased, but potential biological threats, non-monsters, increased. Lillian's mind core completed the analysis instantly. She cast her eyes on the black ironwood forest, path, forest ahead. Efficiency improvement estimate, 12%. Thread model update. Introduce forest native defense mechanism variable. Forest? Roland frowned. As a craftsman, he had some understanding of the source of materials. Sir, this area is close to the outer outpost of the elves ancient with throat. Although the demonic disaster is raging now, the elves' patrols and defense mechanisms may. He was interrupted by Ella's voice in front of him before he finished speaking. Sir Lillian, look over there. There are words. Ella pointed to the trunks of several particularly thick and severely peeled ancient trees at the entrance of the black ironwood forest, and her tone was full of curiosity about discovering new things. Lillian and Roland looked in the direction she pointed. On the trunks of the devastated ancient trees, huge and eye-catching slogans were written with a faint light green fluorescent paint. The handwriting was powerful and almost rigidly neat, but the content was full of sharp accusations and cold warnings. Stop abusing magic. Every ray of energy that escapes is murdering the soul of the ancient tree. The stench of the scorch marks comes from greedy demands. Put down your magic devices. Stop those who fluctuate unnatural magic. Pollution sources are not welcome here. Respect the cycle of life, otherwise the thorns will respond. Under the slogan, there are several extremely abstract patterns painted with the same fluorescent paint. A tree crushed by a huge gear, a simple stove spewing black smoke, painted like a twisted demon face, and a human figure tightly entangled by thorny vines, struggling in pain. Roland looked at these slogans full of hostility and environmental extremism, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He subconsciously tightened the dagger at his waist, although that thing had nothing to do with magic device. Ella tilted her head, her big blue eyes full of confusion. Murder? Pollution source? Thorns? She obviously didn't understand the seriousness of these words in the context of the elves. Lady Lillian, what are they talking about? This pigment seems to have a taste of grass juice? Can it be eaten? The sugar radars seemed to be scanning again. Under Lillian's dark gray hood, her eyes, like two bottomless coal pools, calmly swept over the slogans. Her scanning vision operated silently. Slogan pigment composition, fluorescent moss extract plus rosin plus a small amount of magic stabilizer, natural affinity attribute. Non-toxic edible? Logical error non-food. Slogan content analysis. Core appeal, environmental protection, extreme tendency. Main targets, abuse of magic power, especially unnatural fluctuations, industrial pollution, symbols, gears, furnaces. Threat, thorn vines, may refer to defense mechanisms or punishment. Conclusion, elf sentry warning sign. Threat level, medium, non-lethal, but there are strong means of expulsion. Related, ancient tree throat post. Just as Lillian finished the analysis. Swish. A sharp whistle that pierced the air came from the depths of the black ironwood forest in front of the side, without warning. It was so fast that only a vague emerald green afterimage was left. The target was not directly aimed at the three people, but was shot accurately at the charred ground less than half a meter in front of Lillian's toes. The arrow sank deeply into the hard rock and soil, leaving only the violently vibrating arrow feathers, making a heart-pounding buzzing sound. The arrow shaft was wrapped with several tiny thorns that flashed with metallic cold light. Then, a cold, clear voice with undisguised disgust and condescending judgment sounded from the depths of the forest like a cold spring. Human. And that luminous body with chaotic energy field. Your footsteps and breathing itself are already a blasphemy to this devastated land. Not to mention the disgusting magic disturbance, and the stench of metal tools on you. Accompanying the voice, a slender figure slid out of the shadow of a huge black iron tree like a ghost, landed lightly on a protruding rock in front, and looked down at the three people. It was an elf man. He was tall and straight, wearing a neatly cut close-fitting leather armor with dark green and dark green vine patterns, and a dark green cloak with a hood casually draped on the outside. The hood was slightly lifted, revealing a perfect profile. The lines were as delicate as sculptures, the skin was the ivory white unique to elves, and the pointed ears protruded from the soft light golden long hair. However, in those emerald eyes, there was now a burning cold anger and undisguised contempt. He held a longbow in his hand that was simple in shape, but exuded a strong natural atmosphere. The bough was like a living ancient tree branch, and the bowstring was shining like stardust. The other hand was already on the second arrow wrapped in thorns, and the tip of the arrow flashed a dangerous cold light, pointing steadily at the dark gray, inconspicuous toolbox backpack on Lillian's waist. Especially you, the elf's eyes were like poisoned ice needles, firmly locked on Lillian, and the disgust in his voice almost turned into substance. The coldness, death, and unnatural magic fluctuations on you that seemed to suck all vitality dry. It's even more suffocating than the devil's magic flame. Leave now. Otherwise, the next arrow will not be a warning. He raised his chin slightly, and his pointed ears trembled imperceptibly in anger. His posture was arrogant and full of hostility, like a judge defending the last pure land. The elf environmentalist, Legolas, officially debuts. The air seems to freeze instantly, leaving only the hum of the trembling arrow feathers and the echo of the elf's cold words. The first non-demon army trouble the team faces seems to come faster than expected, and more. Environmentally friendly? Chapter 183. Legolas's cold voice was like a cold current, instantly freezing the already thin air at the edge of the scorched zone. His emerald eyes burned with pure disgust, and the thorns wrapped around the arrow tip flashed an ominous metallic cold light, firmly locking onto the toolbox backpack on Lillian's waist. The source of the unnatural blasphemy breath in his perception. Roland's heart instantly rose to his throat. He subconsciously took a half step forward and blocked in front of Lillian, holding the dagger in front of him, his body tense. The wound on his chest felt a slight stinging pain due to the sudden tension, but he endured it, and didn't make a sound. He could feel the powerful natural energy contained in the elf's arrow. It was definitely not an ordinary warning. Ella was also startled by the sudden hostility. She folded her light wings suddenly, and landed from midair, to a position slightly behind Lillian. Her big blue eyes were full of confusion, and a trace of offended grievance. "Hey! The one with long ears. Why are you pointing your arrow at Lady Lillian? We are just passing by. And we are very clean." She tried to straighten her chest, and tried to use the halo of holy light to prove her harmlessness, but this seemed to make the disgust in the elf's eyes even deeper. Lillian's dark gray figure did not move at all. Under the shadow of the hood, the eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools calmly met Legolas's judgmental gaze. No fear, no anger, only a purely rational observation. At the moment when Legolas' accusation of disgusting magic fluctuations fell, the module representing environmental scanning and energy perception in the depths of Lillian's mind core had been activated to the highest level. The invisible scanning beam was like the most precise probe, instantly covering the elf in front. Target individual, elf, adult male. Physiological parameters, active vital signs, high natural affinity, energy core, stable, natural magic, purity, high. Threat assessment, high, long-range precision strike capability. Focus scanning, target individual energy perception system, environmental radar. In Lillian's horizon, Legolas seemed to be surrounded by an extremely subtle, constantly fluctuating light green energy field. This energy field is like countless slender vine tentacles, extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment. The air, the rocks under the feet, the withered but not completely dead black ironwood behind him, and even the thin natural magic particles in the air, silently resonating and exchanging information. At this moment, a considerable number of these invisible vine tentacles are like snowflakes thrown into boiling oil, violently and madly pointing at her. Pointing to the dark gray toolbox backpack on her waist, high-intensity directional energy resonance detected. Target locked. Administrator Lillian 0, main body, and accessories, toolbox backpack. Resonance frequency analysis. The core band points to the unnatural magic disturbance source, the core connection residual fluctuation. The secondary band points to the high entropy metal/rune energy residue, toolbox contents. Resonance intensity, warding level. Trigger source, Legolas, physiological reaction, adrenaline increase, heart rate increase, pupil contraction, disgust/hostility, energy weapon activation, thorn arrow. Conclusion. The target individual has a highly sensitive environmental energy perception talent, elf characteristics enhancement. Its environmental radar has a strong rejection reaction to the administrator's energy characteristics, the core connection, and laboratory technology creations, toolbox, and is judged as a legal magic disturbance and pollution source. The logical chain is clear. The cold analysis was completed in an instant. Lillian understood the source of Legolas' hostility. Not against humans or angels themselves, but against the energy characteristics she carried, which were marked as heavy pollution sources by the extremely sensitive environmental radar of the elves. Leave. Legolas' voice became even colder, with the meaning of an ultimatum. His fingers on the arrow's slightly exerted force, the bowstring tightened, and a slight groan came out. The tip of the thorn wrapped around the arrow, the metallic cold light seemed even more dazzling. Immediately. Otherwise, the thorns will respond for this silent forest. Every breath you take, every heartbeat that emits chaotic magic, is like poison, eroding its remaining vitality. His words were full of poetic accusations and absolute paranoia, as if Lillian's existence itself was an unforgivable sin against nature. Sweat beads oozed from Roland's forehead. He tried to explain, "Wait. Your Excellency the Elf. We have no intention of offending you. We are just passing through to the front line of the Demon King's city. This lord." He pointed at Lillian, but didn't know how to describe this mysterious existence for a moment. "She is not an enemy. Her power is used to fight against the Demon King." "The Demon King?" Legolas sneered shortly and full of sarcasm, and his emerald eyes swept over Roland, as if he was looking at a poor wretch who was deceived. "The spread of scorched earth and the rampage of demonic flames, aren't they the consequences of you humans abusing magic power without restraint and destroying the balance of nature? The Demon King? It's just a larger collection of pollution spawned by your greed." His arrow tip was still pointing steadily at Lillian, "And now, you are bringing an existence that is more like a pollution source than the Demon King himself, breaking into this last breathing place? Absurd. Ridiculous." Ella was completely confused. She looked at the angry elf, then at the silent Lillian, and finally pulled a corner of Lillian's cloak and whispered, "Mr. Lillian, does he think we are dirty? How about I use holy light to purify the surrounding air? It's free. No sugar." She tried to solve the problem in her own way. Lillian finally moved. Not retreating, nor making excuses. She adjusted the angle of the dark gray hood very slightly, as if she just moved her neck, so that her eyes could fall more clearly on Legolas' perfect but angry face. Her voice was still calm, as if she was stating a laboratory parameter that had nothing to do with her, but she accurately penetrated Legolas's passionate accusations, and the sound of the taut bowstring. "Illegal magic disturbance detected? Energy level, warning?" Lillian repeated the core of Legolas' perception without any ups and downs. Logical error. She paused. Her eyes seemed to penetrate Legolas, and fall on the deep withered black ironwood forest behind him, or perhaps she was examining the invisible energy field around him. "Your natural resonance perception system, environmental radar, has a sensitivity that exceeds the standard by 17.3%, and the baseline calibration has failed. Excessive sensitivity leads to misjudgment." She raised her hand slightly, and her fingertips pointed casually at Legolas's arm holding the bow. To be precise, it was pointed at an extremely hidden small rune node under his leather armor wrist guard, like a vine entangled. "Evidence, your Forest Whisper wristband, the third energy circuit node." Lillian's voice was extremely clear, with a kind of all-seeing coldness, due to long-term exposure to a high concentration of ambient alienated particles. Micro cracks appeared in the internal crystal structure, resulting in 0.7% unnecessary energy dissipation and frequency distortion when natural magic flows through this place. It is this distorted frequency. Lillian's eyes fell back on Legolas's suddenly frozen face, as if reading an irrefutable test report, which amplified the background noise of your perception system and distorted your threshold judgment of the unnatural. Normal energy fluctuations, such as the core connection, and efficient energy carriers, such as my toolbox, were misjudged as illegal disturbances and severe pollution sources. She concluded, her tone as flat as if she was discussing the weather. "In short, your radar is broken. It needs to be returned to the factory for repair. Otherwise, every arrow you shoot is murdering the forest energy veins you are trying to protect with your own dissipated, distorted magic." Chapter 184. Lillian's calm words, like the most accurate scalpel, instantly cut through Legolas's code of absolute justice based on the environmental radar, and laid the cold reality based on failure nakedly in front of him. Time seemed to freeze. The wind swept up the dust on the edge of the scorched earth, swept across the withered black ironwood branches, and made a low whimpering sound. Ella blinked her big eyes in confusion, looking at Lillian, and then at the elves standing stiffly on the rocks, as if she had not completely digested the information that the radar was broken. Roland held his breath, and cold sweat oozed from the palm of his hand holding the dagger. He didn't know what consequences Lady Lillian's accurate and harsh diagnosis would bring. Would it make the elves angry and kill them, or... Legolas stood there, as if struck by an invisible lightning. On his flawless elf face, the flame of anger suddenly solidified, and was immediately replaced by an incredible paleness mixed with great shock and offense. The emerald pupil suddenly shrank, like a frightened cat. The fingers on the bowstring turned white due to excessive force. The arrow wrapped with thorns trembled slightly, and the feathers made a subtle, unstable hum. Where Lillian's fingertips pointed, the extremely hidden Forest Whisper rune node under his wrist guard, which he himself might not always pay attention to. At this moment, it seemed to have become a burning mark. Her words accurately pierced the perception barrier that the elves were proud of, and degraded him from the sacred and inviolable natural resonance system to a faulty instrument that needed to be returned to the factory for repair? You're talking nonsense. For the first time, Legolas' voice lost its cold sense of judgment, with a subtle tremor and sharp denial. He subconsciously wanted to refute and rebuke this human's, in his eyes, blasphemous slander, but Lillian's overly precise and overly professional description. Micro cracks, energy dissipation, frequency distortion, 0.7%. Every word was like a cold hammer, hitting the core of his unshakable belief. His proud perception. Was it really polluted? Distorted. A huge sense of humiliation and embarrassment of being completely seen through instantly overwhelmed the elf. His proud self-esteem would never allow him to admit any mistakes or weaknesses in front of a heavy pollution source and a human craftsman. Especially after he had just issued a judgment declaration in the name of nature. Anger, forcibly suppressed, more intense anger, instantly replaced shock. This anger was no longer just directed at pollution, but also at Lillian's penetrating, calm gaze, as if looking at an experimental sample. This gaze made him feel like a peacock stripped of all its gorgeous feathers, leaving only naked shame. Shut up. Legolas suddenly let out a suppressed roar, forcibly interrupting Lillian's technical analysis that might continue. His emerald eyes were rekindled with anger, but this anger was mixed with more sharpness born of shame and anger. He no longer looked at Lillian, as if looking at her any more would be pollution, but turned his spearhead directly to Roland, who looked more normal and seemed easier to control. Filthy humans. Legolas' voice was like a poisoned ice spike, with the rhythmic sarcasm unique to elves, and every word seemed like a carefully crafted humiliation. Look at what you have done. Your magic is crude, chaotic, and as foul-smelling as rotten tree roots fermenting in a swamp. Look what it has turned this land into. He suddenly raised his arm, pointing to the withered forest behind him, and the dark red devil flame surging in the distance, his movements carrying a sense of tragic drama. Scorch marks. Plague. Twisted monsters. The source of all these disasters is your greedy demand for the power of nature and your ignorant abuse. You are like a group of cave trolls that broke into a fine porcelain shop, wielding your muddy and bloody power to smash everything to pieces. His green eyes stared at Roland, as if he wanted to pour all his disgust for the human race on this young craftsman. What do you call fighting the devil? Legolas sneered with extreme contempt, his pointed ears trembling slightly because of his excitement. It's just another stupid farce built on more destruction and pollution, doomed to fail. Fighting chaos with more chaos? Using your magic guides that smell of industrial waste to pollute a wider area? It's ridiculous. Every step you take carries the stench of death. Every breath you take spews the dust of destruction. His words were like a string of cannonballs, full of poetic malice and condescending judgment. He compared human magic to the stench of fermented rotten tree roots, compared human behavior to cave trolls smashing a porcelain shop, and belittled the efforts to fight the devil as a farce that stinks of industrial waste. Every sentence accurately hit the pain and dignity of Roland, a craftsman who was proud of his skills and protection. Roland's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The dull pain in his chest seemed to be replaced by greater anger at this moment. He could endure danger and pain, but he would never tolerate his determination to protect his homeland and the sacrifice of his compatriots being slandered so viciously. He clenched the dagger, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and his teeth were clenched, almost unable to hold back his retort. At this moment, Ella finally couldn't help it. She was ignored by Legolas just now, and was vaguely offended by the other parties calling her luminous body, although Lady Lillian said it was not an insult to her. Now she heard the elves curse humans, including Roland, so viciously, and the sense of justice, and a little bit of protection, of the sugar angel was instantly ignited. Hey! Long-eared. Who do you say is a luminous body? And Roland doesn't stink. Ella flew angrily to a little ahead of Roland, spread her wings of light, and tried to block Legolas' malicious sight. He is very serious about repairing the roof. He smells like wood and stone. Much better than your glowing bark, indicator. And, Lady Lillian said your radar. It's broken. Why don't you fix it quickly? What's the point of cursing here? Ella's words were illogical, full of childish frankness and protection, but like a lit firewood, it instantly ignited Legolas' suppressed anger and shame. The elf's emerald eyes narrowed dangerously, and the tip of the arrow suddenly moved away from Lillian. This pollution source temporarily made him feel tricky and daunted, and steadily aimed at Ella, who was suspended in the air and emitting unnatural holy light. Shut up. You are a luminous body with chaotic energy and no natural rhythm. Legolas' voice was icy and piercing, with a murderous intent that was completely enraged. Your existence itself is a blasphemy against pure light. You and that cold pollution source are both illegal magic disturbances that should not have entered this forest. The thorns will purify you first. The bowstring was instantly pulled to full length. The tip of the thorns wrapped around the arrow, the metallic cold light surged. The air seemed to be sucked dry, and the battle was about to break out. The elf's venomous tongue opened the battle, successfully pushing himself to the opposite side of the entire team, and the target of his arrow was the innocent, but quick-talking, sugar angel Ella. Chapter 185. Legolas' bowstring was pulled to the full moon. The tip of the arrow wrapped in thorns, the cold metal light like a poisonous snake, firmly locked onto Ella, who was suspended in the air, with her wings trembling slightly due to anger and a trace of fear. The elf's emerald green eyes burned with a completely enraged cold murderous intent, as if she was going to completely purify this luminous body of chaotic energy in the next second. Purify you. Legolas' voice was like the shattering of ice, full of unquestionable determination. Ah! Ella screamed in fear, and her wings instinctively opened with all her strength, and the holy light energy instantly condensed, ready to resist or dodge this fatal arrow. Roland's heart almost stopped beating. He wanted to rush forward, but the distance and the speed of the elven arrow made him despair. He could even foresee the tragic scene of the collision between the holy light and the thorns at this critical moment. Target individual, Legolas, there is a serious contradiction in your behavior logic. Lillian's voice was calm, clear, and without ripples, like a drop of ice water thrown into a boiling oil pan, instantly piercing the tight hum of the bowstring and Ella's exclamation. She did not move, and her dark gray cloak did not move in the deadly air. Under the shadow of the hood, her eyes did not even look at the deadly arrow ready to be fired, but fell on Legolas' waist. To be precise, it fell on the left side of his dark green vine-patterned leather armor belt, hanging on a string of leaf-shaped pendants woven from some dark brown tough leaves as decoration. Among them, the third leaf is the most conspicuous. Legolas's finger on the arrow paused slightly, almost unnoticeably. Lillian's sudden and totally inappropriate logical analysis was like an invisible thorn, piercing precisely into his highly concentrated killing intent and anger. Contradiction? What contradiction? Lillian's voice did not pause at all, like the most accurate instrument broadcasting parameters, clearly echoing in the frozen air, the core of the accusation, defending the purity of nature, logical basis. Behavior: use high-intensity energy weapons, thorn arrows, energy level, medium-high, with unnatural metal toxins. Target: non-lethal target, Angel Ella, energy attribute, holy light, spectrum analysis, derived from natural light band, pollution level, low. Threat assessment: far lower than the energy dissipation and ecological damage caused by your own weapons. Contradiction: use highly polluting and highly destructive means to attack low-threat targets to protect purity? The logical chain is broken. Efficiency: negative value. Lillian's diagnosis is like a cold scalpel, peeling off the outer layer of Legolas' actions layer by layer, exposing the absurdity of its internal logic. She even gave the ultimate evaluation of negative efficiency. Legolas's face instantly became extremely ugly, and a trace of embarrassment and deeper shame and anger flashed in his emerald eyes. The knuckles of his fingers holding the bow turned white, and the tip of the arrow trembled slightly due to anger. He wanted to refute and denounce the sophistry of the source of pollution, but Lillian's cold and precise logical chain was like an invisible shackle, which made him speechless for a while. However, Lillian's attack was not over. Just when Legolas was shocked by the logical contradiction and his momentum was slightly stagnant, Lillian's eyes hidden in the shadow of the hood, like a scanning mirror with the highest magnification, instantly focused on the third leaf of the leaf-shaped pendant on the left side of his belt. Her voice sounded again, still calm, but with a kind of precision that penetrated the appearance and reached the essence, as if reading an irrefutable quality inspection report. In addition, based on your core demand of maintaining the purity of nature, the abnormal status of related items was detected. Lillian raised her hand slightly, and her fingertips pointed casually at Legolas' waist, pointing at the third dark brown leaf. Decoration on the left side of your belt, the third iron oak leaf. Status: internal structure damage. Scan result: insect infestation rate 37%. Main infestation organisms: larvae of the iron oak borer, dormant period. The infestation channel has penetrated deep into the main meridian of the leaf veins. It is expected that the integrity will drop below the critical point within 14 to 21 days, causing the structure to collapse. Lillian paused, as if giving the other party some time to digest this bad news, and then added a comment that could be called a killer. Conclusion: The natural creation you wear is on the verge of collapse due to the pests growing inside. You are unaware of this, but you are obsessed with purifying external pollution. Her tone even carried a very faint doubt belonging to the god of knowledge, as if asking, "Did you get your priorities wrong?" Bang! This precise and harsh, detailed and outrageous blow was like the last heavy hammer, hitting Legolas's proud elf self-esteem hard. Insect. Insect eaten? 37%? Legolas's perfect, angry handsome face froze instantly. All the murderous intent, all the harshness, all the judgmental attitudes, at this moment, were like a balloon that was punctured and instantly deflated. His emerald green eyes suddenly widened, filled with incredible shock and a trace of confusion from being struck by lightning. He subconsciously, even a little stiffly lowered his head and looked at the leaf on his waist that was named by Lillian. The iron oak leaf he wore every day, symbolizing his connection with the forest, and even regarded by him as a symbol of his guardian status. In his perception, the leaf was still tough and exuded a faint natural scent. He had never thought 37% of it had been eaten away by insects. And there were dormant larvae inside? An indescribable torrent of great absurdity and strong shame instantly broke down all the elves' strong barriers of anger. Where was his proud natural perception? Where was his declaration to defend the purity of the forest? In the end, he didn't even know that nearly 40% of the ornaments on his body that symbolized nature had been eaten away by insects. This was 100 times more deadly than Lillian pointing out that his radar was broken. This was the most naked mockery and denial of his identity and beliefs. The hand that Legolas put on the arrow trembled slightly uncontrollably. The thorn arrow filled with murderous intent and natural energy seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds at this moment. The bowstring he had pulled to its full length also slowly, unwillingly, relaxed as if it had lost its air. The tip of the arrow dropped, pointing to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Lillian again. This time, the anger and contempt in her emerald eyes were replaced by an extremely complex emotion. Was it shock? Was it shame? Was it disbelief? Or a deep-rooted sense of powerlessness and a slight wavering in the face of the crushing of absolute knowledge? For the first time, his perfect elf face lost all its arrogance, leaving only a pale and embarrassed look as if it had been completely stripped of its gorgeous feathers. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Lillian's words, "You are completely unaware of this," echoed in his mind like a spell. Ella took the opportunity to fly back behind Lillian, patting her chest with lingering fear. Her big blue eyes looked at the distraught elf curiously, and then looked at Lillian's dark gray back with admiration, muttering softly, "Wow! Lady Lillian is so powerful. She even knows that insects are hiding in the leaves." Roland also breathed a sigh of relief. His tense body relaxed, and his eyes were filled with deeper awe when he looked at Lillian. This lady's fighting method is really amazing. In the air, there was only the whimper of the wind passing through the withered black ironwood, and the silent, petrified embarrassment of the elf Legolas. The god of knowledge, with the coldest and most accurate data, completed a textbook-level precision strike. The elf's poisonous tongue was silenced in the face of absolute knowledge crushing. Chapter 186. Dead silence. The suffocating dead silence enveloped the junction of the scorched zone and the withered forest. The wind swept the dust of sulfur and rotten leaves, whimpering over the jagged rocks and Legolas's frozen figure, as if afraid of disturbing this frozen scene. The elf Legolas, the forest sentinel who was proud, venomous, and committed to defending the purity of nature, was like being hit by the most powerful petrification spell, and was completely frozen on the protruding rock. His emerald green eyes lost all their sharp brilliance, leaving only a kind of empty, unbelievable confusion, staring at the third leaf of the leaf-shaped pendant on his waist. The iron oak leaf that had just been sentenced to death, with a 37% insect infestation rate. Time seemed to have stopped flowing on him. The fully drawn bowstring had long been loose, and the arrow wrapped in thorns hung weakly to the ground, and the buzzing of the arrow feathers completely disappeared. The hand holding the bow trembled slightly, and the perfect ivory face lost all its blood color, leaving only a paleness as if struck by lightning. The lips that always had a cold or harsh arc were slightly open, but no sound came out. The pointed ears that he was proud of were now drooping weakly, revealing an unprecedented embarrassment. Insect bites. 37%. An extremely weak, broken whisper finally escaped from his pale lips, like a dream. He seemed to have finally regained control of his fingers. Very slowly, with a hesitation that was almost fearful, he stretched out his slender fingers and gently touched the dark brown leaf. The touch from his fingertips was still tough, with the unique coolness and leathery texture of the iron oak leaf. But just when his fingertips touched the intersection of the leaf veins in the center of the leaf, an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible hollow feeling was instantly transmitted to the depths of his perception along the fingertip nerves. It was not vision or hearing, but the elf's innate keen intuition about the state of plant life. The inside of that leaf was really empty? Legolas' body trembled violently, as if he was hit by an invisible electric current. The confusion in his emerald eyes was instantly replaced by great fear and shame. He retracted his fingers as if he was burned, and the whole person staggered back a small step, like a deflated skin bag, almost slipping off the rock. He tightly grasped the leaf, his knuckles turned white because of the force, as if he wanted to use brute force to prove that it was intact, but the cold and certain empty feeling transmitted from his fingertips bit his pride and belief like a venomous snake. He didn't dare to look up. He didn't dare to look at Lillian's calm and almost cruel eyes under the dark gray hood. He didn't dare to look at the curious eyes of the angel he denounced as a luminous body. He didn't dare to look at the human craftsman he cursed with the most vicious language. It's over. It's all over. Just now, he was like a high judge, accusing the other party of pollution and blasphemy with the most harsh verses, but in the blink of an eye, the token of nature on his body was eaten away by nearly 40%. And he was completely unaware of this. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. The most shameful stain in the history of elves. Legolas felt his cheeks burning up, and he wanted to dig a crack in the ground and crawl into it immediately, or let the scorched earth under his feet swallow him up completely. Just as Legolas fell into a storm of complete self-doubt and shame and anger, an extremely abrupt and strongly suffocating inhalation sound suddenly came from behind him. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. It was Roland. The young craftsman was keeping his head down, pressing his fist against his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently and silently. His whole face was flushed, and the veins on his forehead were slightly bulging. It was obvious that he was using all his might to suppress something. He tried hard to maintain a serious expression, but the corners of his mouth twitched wildly and uncontrollably, and even tears welled up in his eyes. There is no way. The contrast is too great. Too dramatic. Just now, he was as arrogant and mean as the god of winter, using the most vicious poems to devalue them, and even almost shot through Ella's elf sentinel with an arrow. Now he is like a primary school student, who was found out by the teacher for his homework mistakes in public, standing there in a daze, doubting his life at a leaf on his belt. He almost fell off the stone, especially when he thought of the elf's wonderful and venomous speech about rotten tree roots, cave trolls, and the stench of industrial waste, and then looked at his current embarrassed appearance that he wished he could disappear on the spot. Roland felt that his ribs, the place that had just been repaired by the gel, were aching slightly. Laughing. He could only use violent coughing to cover up the laughter that was almost about to burst through his throat, and he was so depressed that his eyes were filled with tears. Ella also reacted. She looked at the petrified elf with a pale face, then at Roland, who was almost injured from trying to hold back his laughter, then at Lady Lillian, who was wearing a dark gray cloak and looked as if nothing had happened. She blinked her big blue eyes, and finally couldn't help but complain in a low voice. You. The one with long ears. Your face is so white. Whiter than the sterile petri dishes in Lady Lillian's laboratory. Are you sick? Her tone was full of genuine confusion, and she didn't realize that this was a finishing blow. Legolas, He felt like he was shot by an invisible arrow again. Sterile petri dish? What the hell is that? But he didn't even have the strength to refute now. He just wanted to disappear on the spot. Lillian's dark gray figure remained motionless, as if she was not the one who caused this storm of petrification and holding back laughter just now. Her eyes calmly swept over the elves, who were in great chaos, and her mind core quickly evaluated the efficiency and risks of the current situation. Target individual, Legolas suffered a major mental blow, cognitive conflict, belief versus reality. Fighting will, collapsed. Threat level, reduced to the minimum. Current state, non-combat state. Efficiency, stagnant. Optimal solution, provide a logical exit, task goal, divert attention, and avoid irrational behavior due to excessive shame and anger, such as self-destruction or destruction of jade and stone. A cold logical chain was generated instantly. Lillian took a small step forward, and the hem of her dark gray cloak swayed slightly. Her voice sounded again, still calm, but it was like a bucket of cold water poured on Legolas's chaotic thoughts, and also interrupted Roland's laughter that was on the verge of losing control. The logical error has been pointed out. Radar failure and item damage are reparable variables. Lillian's voice echoed clearly in the dead silence, as if stating an established fact, current priority, path efficiency. Target, Demon King City. She paused. Her eyes fell on Legolas's hand holding the leaf tightly, as if she was just making an objective observation, and then threw out her contract invitation. Her tone was as flat as discussing the weather. Temporary employment. Serving as a forest path guide and environmental threat assessor, non-combat. Reward. Repair the cracks in the energy circuit nodes of your Forest Whisper wristband and remove the dormant larvae in the third iron oak leaf of your belt. Success rate, 99.8%. Lillian even added a sentence considerately, as if to emphasize the bargain of this deal. Additional service. Provide a detailed analysis report on the impact of the ambient alienated particles in this area on the elf's perception system. Helps optimize your environmental radar baseline calibration. When Ella heard the word reward, she straightened her back immediately as if by reflex, and her light wings flapped energetically, rushing to answer for the petrified elf. Lord Lillian. He will definitely agree. Repair and deworming. And a report? It's a great deal. Much more valuable than my sugar unit. She looked at Legolas with an eager look of hurry up and agree, idiot. Roland couldn't help it any longer. Taking advantage of Ella's interruption, he turned his head and coughed more violently, almost coughing out his lungs. His shoulders shook like fallen leaves in the wind. This time, he really held back his tears, but it was just because he was laughing. Legolas still stood stiffly, his knuckles clenched until they turned white. His emerald eyes flickered violently, anger, shame, confusion, struggle. All kinds of emotions surged in his eyes, like a storm. Repair the wristband? Deworming? Report? Is this pollution source giving alms? Or is it continuing to humiliate him in this way, however? Lillian's diagnosis, that was so accurate that it was terrifying, echoed in his mind like a spell. His radar might really be broken. His leaves were really eaten by insects. This was about his beliefs and responsibilities. What was the point of staying here stubbornly, except to make himself more embarrassed? Go to the Demon King City? The location of the biggest pollution source? The elf's proud self-esteem was struggling violently. In the end, the fear of his own flaws and the obsession with his duties, even if distorted, overwhelmed everything. He needed an answer, a correction. Even if it meant temporarily bowing to this source of pollution that he hated so much. Legolas raised his head abruptly, his emerald eyes flashing with humiliation, unwilling but with a hint of determination to burn his boats. He didn't speak, but very stiffly, with an almost tragic gesture, he put the longbow in his hand behind his back. Then, he stepped off the rock and landed on the ground. His movements were a little staggering, but he walked firmly to a position a few steps in front of Lillian, with his back to everyone, leaving only a straight, but endlessly desolate and embarrassed back. Silence. But this silence itself is an answer. The elf sentinel, Legolas, temporarily joined this strange team heading to the Demon King City in this silent and humiliating way. And his first appearance ended with an unprecedented defeat. The air seemed to still contain the echo of his venomous tongue, as well as Roland's short and twisted laughter that finally could not be suppressed, and leaked out from between his fingers. Chapter 187. Legolas surrendered silently, just like releasing the last bit of force from a taut bowstring. He turned his back to the crowd, his straight back revealed a stubborn desolation, and every step he took on the ground mixed with charred black and sparse moss was heavy and stiff. The unique energy fluctuations in the air that the elves denounced as blasphemy and belonged to Lillian seemed to have turned into a real whipping his proud self-esteem. He refused to speak, but silently led the way ahead, relying on the elves' instinctive familiarity with the paths of the forest, even the withered forest, and led everyone away from the border area that made him lose face. Roland finally recovered from the pain of holding back his laughter, and there was still a little moisture in the corners of his eyes. He rubbed his aching chest, he laughed too hard just now, looked at the elf's back full of "don't get close to me," and looked at Lillian, who was wearing a dark gray cloak beside him, as if she had just brushed off a speck of dust, and Ella, who was a little excited because she successfully hired a new teammate, although the other party didn't appreciate it, and was secretly taking out a small piece of hard candy from her bosom and stuffing it into her mouth. He shook his head helplessly, and hurried to catch up. The composition and atmosphere of this team are really getting more and more hard to describe. Under Legolas' silent but efficient leadership, the withered black ironwood forest was quickly left behind. The land under his feet became more solid, no longer pure scorched earth, but hard ground mixed with a lot of black gravel and metal slag. The clear and bitter smell of decayed plants in the air was quickly replaced by another stronger and more aggressive smell. Gun smoke. The strong, pungent smell of sulfur and gunpowder left by unburned magic energy was like an invisible curtain covering every corner. Furnace. Not just one, but a series of low and continuous roars. It was the resonance of countless huge furnaces operating at the same time, like a heavy heartbeat from deep in the earth, with scorching air waves and the clanging echoes of metal collisions, coming from afar, shaking people's feet numb. And an invisible, murderous atmosphere of iron and blood. "We're here." Legolas's cold voice finally sounded, with a hint of imperceptible fatigue and disgust. He stopped, stood on a high black rock, and pointed downwards. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear, but it was by no means a refreshing scene. An extremely huge fortress, like a steel behemoth crawling on the edge of the scorch belt, firmly guarding the throat of the mountains deeper inside. The fortress walls are not ordinary stone masonry, but are made of countless huge, heavy, dark metallic copper-beard rocks. The surface of the rock is covered with rough and powerful chisel marks and huge metal rivets for reinforcement, full of the unique heavy and rough style of the dwarves. The main gate of the fortress, two giant metal gates like mountain walls, are tightly closed, and the door panels are cast with iconic, huge cross-mining hammers and roaring goat head reliefs. It is the symbol of the dwarf clan Copperbeard. Here is the frontline fortress. Copperbeard Gate. However, at this moment, this dwarf fortress, known for its solidity, is shrouded in the clouds of war. The towering walls of the fortress are covered with traces of smoke and fire, and several battlements are obviously damaged, and are being urgently repaired by dwarf craftsmen with rough logs and metal plates. Outside the city walls, the charred land was dotted with huge holes, twisted metal debris, extinguished magic flame craters, and blood-stained bandage fragments and broken weapon parts that had not yet been completely cleaned up. Above the fortress, the thick smoke of gunpowder had not completely dissipated. It intertwined with the billowing black smoke, mixed with sparks and metal dust, spewed out by countless huge furnaces, forming a dirty lead-gray sky, covering the already stingy skylight. The air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder, the smell of sulfur and hot metal from the furnace, the faint smell of blood, and a kind of iron smell with a burnt feeling that is unique to metal after repeated forging and quenching. Near the gate of the fortress, the atmosphere was even more solemn and solemn. Teams of dwarf soldiers were patrolling nervously. Most of them were wearing heavy, stained chain mail or studded leather armor, wearing face-covering helmets, revealing only bloodshot eyes full of fatigue but still alert. The huge war hammer, heavy battle axe, and heavy crossbow cannon that required two people to operate were their iconic weapons. Every dwarf step was heavy and powerful, and it made a dull echo on the ground, like beating a war drum. What is even more eye-catching is that a simple wooden shed was temporarily built next to the closed Bronzebeard gate. In front of the shed, there was a long line. Most of the people in the team were dwarves. There was an old man with gray hair and cloudy eyes, but he was holding an old mining hammer tightly. There was a young man with a childish face, wearing ill-fitting leather armor, looking around nervously, and even a few sturdy and resolute dwarf women who had heavy supply bags tied on their backs and short-handled battle axes on their waists. Their faces were all engraved with the same mark: fatigue, worry, and a determination to burn their boats. In front of the shed, a dwarf clerk, who was dressed relatively neatly but looked equally exhausted, was sitting behind a shaky wooden table, dipping his stubby fingers in ink and writing furiously on rough parchment. Next to him stood an extremely burly dwarf officer, who was like an iron tower. The officer's beard was full of hair, which exploded like steel needles, covering most of his face, revealing only a pair of sharp, bloodshot eyes, like a hawk. He was wearing a severely worn heavy steel armor, which was covered with traces of knife and axe. The emblem of the Bronzebeard clan was engraved on the breastplate. He put one hand on the handle of the huge war hammer at his waist, and the other hand grasped a thick parchment scroll. With a hoarse and loud voice like thunder, he roared at the dwarves in line. "Listen up. Sign this volunteer recruitment order, get the badge, and you will be a member of the Kingdom Alliance Bronzebeard Rock Brigade. The Demon King's cubs are over the mountain. If you want to save your furnace, save your mine, save your wife and children. Don't dawdle like a woman. Name. Age. What did you do before? Tell me now." His roar echoed in the smoke-filled air, with an unquestionable iron-blooded and urgent voice. The dwarves in line were silent, and one by one they stepped forward, pressed their fingerprints on the parchment handed over by the clerk, and then took a rough metal plate with a hammer and shield pattern from the officer, tightly grasped it in their palms, and silently walked towards the group of soldiers who were lining up next to them. The air was filled with a suppressed tragic and dead silence, with only the roar of the officer, the writing sound of the clerk, the roar of the furnace, and the faint shouts from afar, which could not be distinguished from drills or pain. The breath of war, like the hot smoke spewed out by the furnace, was so thick that it could not be dissolved, and it weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Wow! So many people. So much smoke. Ella floated beside Lillian, curiously looking at the busy scene below, her big blue eyes illuminated by the fire of the furnace, her small nostrils twitching. Smell of barbecue? No. Seems to be burnt iron? The sugar angel's sense of smell seems to be more sensitive to food. Roland's face became extremely solemn. He slightly exerted force on his hand holding the dagger, and his eyes swept over the damaged city wall, the debris on the ground, and the dwarves, young and old, who lined up to sign the volunteer recruitment order. This is the front line. A front line that is 100 times more tragic than Oak Village. Uncle Cooper and the others. Have they ever stood in such a team? A chill and a heavy sense of responsibility once again pressed on his shoulders. Legolas' brows were furrowed, his emerald eyes filled with undisguised disgust. He glanced at the furnaces spewing black smoke and the diffused smoke, and cursed in a low voice, the source of destruction, the nest of noise and pollution. But he did not scold loudly like before. He just suppressed his disgust deep in his heart, and subconsciously and extremely covertly protected the diagnosed leaf on his waist with his hand. Lillian's dark gray figure stood quietly on the edge of the rock, the shadow of her hood covering her expression. Her horizon silently swept across the entire Bronzebeard Gate fortress. Environmental parameters: noise level, extremely high; air pollution, severe, containing sulfide, metal dust, gun smoke residue; thermal radiation, strong. Fortress status: moderately damaged; wall structure damage rate 19%, under continuous repair. Defense level: high, heavy armor unit, heavy city defense weapons. Personnel status: high alert, general fatigue, morale; low but tenacious, burn the boats. Key targets: furnace area, energy core, recruitment point, human resources supplement, main gate, pass node. Threat assessment: external, main force pressure of the Demon King's army; internal, high-intensity continuous operation leads to equipment overload risk. The cold analysis data stream refreshed like a waterfall. Her eyes finally fell on the huge furnace area, which was the core of noise and smoke, and the heart that supported the operation of this war fortress. At this moment, bang! A deafening, furious metal collision sound suddenly erupted from deep in the furnace area. Then, a roar like a wounded beast drowned out the roar of all the furnaces, and the roar of the conscription officers, and resounded throughout the front area of the fortress. Damn it! Is this mining hammer for goblins? It's as light as a feather duster. I can't even flatten a piece of scrap metal with one hammer. Which idiot logistics equipped this equipment? I want to complain. Complain to the king. Chapter 188. The roar of metal filled with rage and humiliation, like thunder from the ground, instantly overwhelmed all the noisy sounds of the Bronzebeard Gate fortress. The roar of the furnace, the roar of the conscription officers, the shouts of the soldiers' drills, and even the faint aftermath of explosions in the distance. It tore open the thick smoke and metal dust curtain above the fortress, with the frenzy of a wounded beast and the extreme anger of the craftsman's dignity being trampled. Damn it! Is this mining hammer for goblins? It's as light as a feather duster. I can't even flatten a piece of scrap metal with one hammer. Which idiot logistics equipped it? I want to complain. Complain to the king. The sound waves rolled, shaking the roofs of the nearby sheds. The dwarves, young and old, who were waiting in line to sign the volunteer recruitment order were frightened, and several dwarf teenagers turned pale. Even the dwarf officer who was roaring and distributing conscription cards, like an iron tower, paused, and the corner of his mouth twitched under his thick beard, and he cursed in a low voice. Brum is angry again. The source of the sound came from an open-air blacksmith shop area deep in the fortress, surrounded by huge furnaces, with rolling heat waves and sparks flying. It was the heart of the entire fortress, and it was also the purgatory with the most noise and smoke. Lillian's dark gray eyes instantly locked the direction of the sound source. Roland, Ella, and Legolas, although the latter still had a sour face, also looked in the direction of the sound. On a relatively open forging platform between several giant furnaces spewing orange flames, a figure was at the center of violent anger. It was a extremely eye-catching dwarf. He was considered tall among dwarves, with muscular body, like a block of granite that had been tempered 1,000 times, full of explosive power. However, in sharp contrast to his majestic body was the mining hammer in his hand. No, it was more like an enlarged, crudely shaped nail hammer than a mining hammer. The hammer head was nearly 2 circles smaller than the ordinary dwarf mining hammer, and the hammer handle was relatively slender. The overall proportions looked extremely strange and uncoordinated in the dwarf's hands. This mining hammer was being tightly grasped by the dwarf at the moment, and the hammer head was covered with fresh hot metal debris, and it was still emitting green smoke. The dwarf himself was like an active volcano on the verge of eruption. His messy, red beard, like a burning flame, almost covered his entire chest, and at this moment, it was standing up and shaking violently because of extreme anger. On his face, which was blackened by smoke and fire, and covered with sweat and metal dust, a pair of eyes as big as copper bells were wide open, burning with anger that could melt steel. He was only wearing a thick leather apron soaked in sweat and covered with sparks, revealing his arms and chest as angular as rocks, with bulging muscles and blue veins pulsating under his skin like earthworms. Look! Look carefully. The dwarf Bloom, obviously it was him, suddenly raised the feather duster like mining hammer in his hand high up, and roared at the dwarf apprentices and craftsmen around him, who were also wearing leather aprons, and were silent as a mouse, spitting and sweat flying everywhere. Listen to this noise. He smashed the hammer hard against a huge iron block used as an anvil next to him. Bang! A dull sound. Far less shocking than his roar. The hammer head bounced on the hard iron pier, leaving only a shallow white mark, and even the crisp echo of metal collision seemed weak. Listen! Bloom's voice was hoarse and out of tune because of anger, full of incredible humiliation. Is this the sound of a mining hammer hitting an iron pier? This is the sound of a woman hitting a pillow. He swung the hammer, his movements full of violent power, but with the small hammer, it revealed an indescribable sense of humor and grief. I'm Bloom. Bronzebeard Fist Bloom. He patted his rock-like chest, making a dull sound. When I was in the Slag Valley mine, I could break a basin-sized black-veined rock into 8 pieces with one hammer. Now? Just give me this thing? Let me smash the tin cans of the Demon King's army. Smash those lava lumps with legs? He became more and more angry as he spoke, and suddenly threw the feather duster mining hammer in his hand to the ground. The hammer made a wrong crisp sound, bounced a few times, and rolled to a pile of scrap iron slag. Which damn idiot logistics officer? Did he send the training hammers for the goblin scouts to the front line? Ah! Bloom's roar was like a storm, sweeping across the entire blacksmith shop area, and even the flames of the furnace seemed to be swaying under his anger. I want to see the logistics manager. Now! Immediately. Right now. I want him to taste the weight of this hammer with his nose. See if I can smash his stupid head? The surrounding dwarf craftsmen looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward to offend this angry master craftsman. An old dwarf, who looked like a foreman, rubbed his hands and took a cautious step closer. Master Bloom, calm down. Supplies are in short supply on the front line, especially fine forging hammers. This is already the heaviest one that can be found in the warehouse. The heaviest? Bloom turned his head suddenly, his red beard almost poking the old foreman's nose. His eyes almost popped out. Bullshit. Where's the mountain crusher I used back then? That's the real dwarf mining hammer. That weight. That feel. Even the mountain wind has to go around when I swing it. He waved his thick arms excitedly, as if he was missing a peerless magic weapon. But mountain crusher. The old foreman shrank his neck and his voice became even smaller. It doesn't match you. Don't match? Bloom was like a rock hyena whose tail was stepped on. His hair exploded instantly. His voice suddenly rose octaves, full of rage and deep frustration of being poked in the sore spot. What do you mean by not matching? Ah? Are you saying that I don't deserve Mountain Crusher? Bullshit, your ancestors. His roar stopped abruptly. Not because he was angry, but because of what he saw. At the edge of the blacksmith area, near the woodshed of the recruitment point, several figures appeared at some point. A human girl wearing a dark gray cloak with a deep breath, a young man who looked like a human craftsman, a winged creature emitting unnatural light and looking around curiously, and another. A pointy-eared elf that made him feel extremely disgusted instinctively and exuded a natural stench, especially the figure in the dark gray cloak. Her eyes, calm, indifferent, like the highest grade prospecting crystal, penetrated the diffused smoke, heat waves, and iron filings, and fell on him with incomparable precision. Or rather, fell on his chest that was violently heaving due to anger, and his body that was obviously shrunk by more than one circle compared to the sturdy body of the dwarf in the legend. That look made Bloom's violent anger stagnate instantly, and an indescribable feeling of being scrutinized and a sense of inexplicable guilt surged into his heart. This feeling is even more aggrieved than having equipment withheld by the logistics officer. What are you looking at? Bloom, like a wounded beast, instantly turned his anger that had nowhere to vent to these uninvited guests, especially the figure in the dark gray cloak. He picked up the feather duster mining hammer on the ground, pointed it in the direction of Lillian, and roared with all his strength, his voice full of dwarf-style straightforward provocation and aggrieved resentment. "Where are you from again? Haven't you seen a dwarf lose his temper? Or haven't you seen?" His voice suddenly stopped, with an unspeakable humiliation. "Haven't you seen a dwarf master using a toy hammer?" Chapter 189. Bloom's roar was filled with frustration and fury. "You still haven't seen a dwarf master using a toy hammer?" It was like the last battle cry, echoing in the scorching blacksmith shop area, shaking sparks. His thick arms pointed directly at Lillian, his red beard stood up, and his copper bell-like eyes were bloodshot due to anger and a trace of inexplicable shame. The dwarf craftsmen around him, who were as silent as cicadas, and the dwarf recruits in line, all subconsciously held their breath, their eyes wandering between the furious master and the uninvited guests. The air seemed to solidify in the heat waves spewing from the furnace, leaving only the slight clinking sound of the hammer head rolling down the iron slag pile. Legolas frowned and turned his face away in disgust, as if looking at the furnace spewing black smoke and the roaring dwarves for one more time would be pollution. Ella tilted her head curiously, looking at Bloom with her big blue eyes, then at the small mining hammer at his feet, and whispered, "Toy hammer? But it seems a little bigger than my sugar jar?" Roland subconsciously clenched his dagger, his body slightly tense. He had seen the violent power of dwarf warriors, and the anger of the bronze-beard fist Master Bloom in front of him was no joke. He looked at Master Lillian beside him with concern. The figure in the dark gray cloak, under Bloom's violent glare and everyone's gaze, was still like the calmest point in the center of the storm. Lillian didn't even take a step back. Under the shadow of the hood, the eyes like two bottomless cold pools calmly met Bloom's burning gaze. Her horizon had already been silently activated, and the invisible scanning beam was like the most precise probe, instantly covering the furious dwarf master. Target individual, Bloom dwarf, adult male. Physiological parameters: core body temperature increased, environment plus emotions, heart rate increased, violent fluctuations, adrenaline level, peak. Muscle strength, excellent, active state. Bone density, abnormal. Key scans, abnormal body proportions. Compared with the standard dwarf adult database, mismatch between bone structure and muscle strength. Related historical database. Creation nest log, geologically stable unit dwarf type. High-precision scan data streams collided silently and analyzed in Lillian's mind core. Bloom's burly but disproportionate body, the absurd contrast between the violent sense of power and the toy hammer in his hand, and even the mountain breaker and mismatch mentioned in his roar, all the clues were instantly connected. Just when Bloom's anger was about to break through the critical point, and he was ready to use his fists instead of words to theorize, Lillian's voice rang out. Calm. Clear. Without waves. It was like reading a cold, unquestionable laboratory failure report. Bone density download failed due to device freeze. These 11 simple words, like the highest level of silencing, instantly froze all of Bloom's roars and movements. The fury on the dwarf master's face was like a pause button, instantly frozen. His copper bell-like eyes suddenly widened to the limit, and the burning anger inside was replaced by pure, incomprehensible shock and confusion. The red beard also stopped shaking and exploded stiffly. He opened his mouth, keeping the shape of roaring, but couldn't utter a word, as if his throat was tightly strangled by an invisible iron clamp. The surrounding dwarven craftsmen were petrified. The foreman's iron pliers fell to the ground with a clang, and several apprentices' jaws almost dropped to their feet. Equipment stuck? Failed to download bone density? What kind of holy book is this? Lillian's eyes swept over Bloom's stiff body calmly, as if she was examining a precision instrument that had broken down. Her voice was level, and she continued to accurately analyze the essence of this fault. Geological stability unit, dwarf type, design parameters, bone density enhancement coefficient 8.5, muscle group synchronization enhancement rate 95%, expected body size, 1.3 times the standard dwarf adult body. Her eyes fell on Bloom's body that had obviously shrunk, as if she was measuring an error value. Finished product measured, bone density enhancement coefficient, 4.2, error, 50.6%. Muscle group enhancement rate, 98%, in line with expectations. Body compression ratio, 0.5, expected value 1.3. She paused, as if stating an obvious conclusion. Core problem: the bone enhancement data package encountered equipment jamming, energy fluctuation/heat dissipation failure, at the end of gene compilation, and the download failed. The muscle group data package was downloaded. Final product: muscle strength meets the standard, and bone density only reaches 49.4% of the expected value, which cannot support the maximum output of muscles, resulting in body disproportion, compression, and limited power output. Light tools are required. Lillian's explanation was precise, cold, and full of technical details. Every number was like a cold chisel, chiseling hard on Bloom's self-awareness that he had believed in for decades. He was not born short? He was not unworthy of Mountain Breaker? But, when he was born, the bone data was stuck? Not downloaded in full. So he is only this size now? So he can't use a real dwarf hammer? An indescribable torrent of a mixture of a huge sense of absurdity, anger at being deceived, and deep frustration instantly broke through all the dams of the dwarf's rationality. Bullshit! Bloom finally found his voice, and let out a broken roar, his whole face flushed purple-red because of extreme emotions. He took a step forward, his heavy footsteps shook the ground slightly, his huge fists creaked, and his red beard shook wildly. You human who pretends to be a ghost. What nonsense are you talking about? What device is stuck? What download failed? I am Bloom, born with supernatural power. It's just. He was stuck, and he couldn't say the sentence "it's just that I haven't grown up yet," which made him feel more ashamed than admitting that he didn't have enough strength. Evidence. Lillian's voice was still calm, interrupting Bloom's furious denial. She didn't even wait for Bloom to react. Her eyes were like a precise scalpel, instantly locking onto a certain point where his thick neck and thick shoulders meet. A slightly raised bone joint that was extremely hidden under the dwarf's thick hair and thick muscles. Your 7th cervical spinous process, Lillian's fingertips casually touched the position, has abnormal shape. Scans show uneven distribution of trabecular density and multiple unnatural stress cracks. Relationship: long-term overload of muscle strength that does not meet the upper limit of bone strength. Standard dwarf bones, reinforcement coefficient 8.5, can withstand this load without damage. She paused and added the most shocking evidence. If the bone density meets the standard, your height should increase by at least 38% on the existing basis, and your shoulder width should increase by 25% to match your current muscle strength level. The weight of the mountain crusher will no longer be a burden to you. 38%? Bloom was like being hit on the top of his head by an invisible hammer. His tall body, among dwarves, shook violently, and he almost lost his balance. He subconsciously reached out to touch the back of his neck, where, indeed, after every full swing of the hammer, there would be an indescribable pain. He always thought that he was too strong. But it was the bones protesting? The surrounding dwarves were completely confused. Device stuck? Download failed? 7 cervical spinous process? Trabecular density? Stress crack? These words are like heavenly books, but combined with Master Bloom's body and the mystery of strength that has been suppressed for half a lifetime, and his soul-destroying appearance at this moment as if struck by lightning. An indescribable chill and absurdity climbed up the backs of every dwarf. Ella clapped her hands as if she had suddenly understood something. The light wings also flapped their hands. Oh, I understand. Lady Lillian means that the bones of this bearded uncle are stuck. Just like the last time I lined up to buy the limited edition lava cake, but when it was my turn, the oven was stuck, and it was not baked. The inside is still soft. Her metaphor is as straightforward and full of foodie characteristics as always. Roland, The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, looking at the dwarf master who was roaring like thunder just now, but now, he was touching his neck like a lost child with empty eyes, and thinking about Ella's metaphor of unbaked cake. He could only press his aching chest again, suppressing laughter, and at the same time, his eyes looking at Lillian were filled with deeper awe and sympathy. This gentleman's way of exposing people's scars, or exposing people's bone density, is really simple, rough, and effective. Although Legolas still had a sullen face, a trace of unconcealable astonishment flashed across his emerald eyes. He subconsciously glanced at Lillian's dark gray back, and then looked at the petrified dwarf with collapsed faith. This source of pollution seems to be more dangerous than he imagined? Or unfathomable? The blacksmith shop area fell into a deathly silence. Only the furnace was still roaring tirelessly, spewing heat waves and black smoke, as if mocking the mystery of shrinkage that had lasted for decades, and was finally ruthlessly revealed by the cold diagnosis of the dwarf Master Bloom. Chapter 190. Dead silence. The roar of the furnace, the wheezing of the bellows, the hissing of the splashing molten iron. All the sound seemed to be completely shattered by the thunder of bone density. Download failed in Bloom's mind at this moment, leaving only a deafening blankness. The dwarf Master Bloom stood still, like a granite sculpture blackened by flames and soaked by ice water. His thick arms stretched to the back of his neck stopped in midair, his knuckles turned white because of the force, but he could no longer touch the joint that brought pain and humiliation. Lillian's cold and precise diagnosis was like an invisible chain, nailing him firmly in place. Bone. Bone. Stuck. His absent-minded murmur was particularly clear in the dead silence, and his red beard lost all its angry vitality and drooped limply on his sweaty chest. In his bell-like eyes, the raging flames were completely extinguished, leaving only a completely hollowed-out confusion and a huge, subversive shock. Device stuck? Download failed? 7 cervical spinous process? Stress crack? 38% height difference? These words were like the most violent lava torrent, instantly breaking down the psychological defenses he had built up with roars and strength for decades. He was not born short. He was not unworthy of the mountain breaker. He was a defective product? A semi-finished product that had half of its bones stuck by the equipment when it was born? The impact of this cognition was far more violent and thorough than when Lillian pointed out that his wristband had cracks or his leaves were worm-eaten. It was a denial rooted in the origin of his existence. A sense of absurdity and boundless frustration of being teased by fate, or by an irresponsible equipment, for half his life. The surrounding dwarven craftsmen and apprentices were even more silent, their mouths wide open, their eyes wandering wildly between the distraught Bloom and Lillian in the dark gray cloak. The foreman's iron pliers fell to the ground for the second time, making a harsh clang, but failed to wake anyone up. The Arabian Nights story about equipment jamming and bone download failure, combined with Master Bloom's sudden collapse of anger and his distraught appearance at the moment, formed an indescribable and weird atmosphere that made people's backs chill. Could it be that what this mysterious human woman said was true? The mystery of Master Bloom's size and strength that has troubled him for half his life and made him irritable. The root cause is so bizarre? Ella seemed to be completely unaware of the heavy atmosphere. When she saw Bloom's distraught appearance, her big blue eyes were full of sympathy and a strong resonance with the concept of stuck. She flew closer cautiously, took out a piece of honey-hard candy wrapped in oil paper, which looked a little melted, and tentatively handed it to Bloom. Uncle Beard. Don't be sad. Eat a piece of candy? It's sweet. If you eat something sweet, your bones. Maybe they won't get stuck? Her comfort was still full of the unique logic of the sugar angel. Bloom had no reaction to the candy handed to him. His eyes were still fixed on Lillian's dark gray cloak. The shadow of the cloak seemed to have turned into a curtain connecting ancient myths in his eyes. A sacred name passed down from generation to generation in the ancient dwarf ballads and fireside legends. Like a dormant volcano, erupted in the ruins of his completely overturned cognition. Moria, heart of the Andal. According to legend, at the beginning of creation, Moria, the god of forging, struck the anvil of the world with the hammer of the stars at the core of the endless sea of molten lava, and shaped the first dwarves. He is the source of forging skills, and the master of metal and fire. He knows the secrets of every piece of ore, and sees through the flaws of every creation. His eyes can see through the veins of the earth, and his hands can reshape gold and stone. Only such an existence. Only the gods who know the secrets of creation can so easily and accurately see through the flaws in the origin of his Bloom's existence at a glance, just like seeing through a piece of ore. Only those unheard of words. Equipment, download, bone density. To explain the forging process that only gods can understand, the huge shock instantly penetrated like an electric current. The impact was so intense that it penetrated Bloom's limbs and bones. His unfocused eyes suddenly burst into an unprecedented light of extreme shock, disbelief, and a kind of almost fanatical awe. Plop! A dull bang. In the horrified eyes of all the dwarves, Master Bloom, the bronze-beard fist, who was just like an angry lion, slammed his knees heavily on the hot, metal-smeared ground. The huge impact even shook up a small cloud of dust. He raised his head, and his dark face, which was smoky and burned, was now filled with the purest shock and awe, like a believer facing a miracle. His red beard trembled violently, and his copper bell-like eyes stared at Lillian's dark gray hood, which was filled with hot tears, mixed with sweat and oil, that were about to burst out. He used all his strength to squeeze out a hoarse and out-of-tune shout from his trembling, coal dust-covered throat, but full of soul-shaking. You know the ancestral god of forging? You can see through the creation secrets of Moria Anvil Heart? Bloom's voice was like thunder, with the unique richness of the dwarves and the excitement at the moment, resounding throughout the blacksmith shop area. This shout was not only a shocking misunderstanding of Lillian's identity, but also a supreme call for the most sacred faith of the dwarves. The surrounding dwarves were completely dumbfounded. The foreman's iron tongs fell to the ground for the third time, and this time they hit his feet directly, But he didn't even notice it. The apprentices were like being petrified collectively. Moria, the god of forging? The secret of creation? Master Bloom, he actually knelt down? In front of a human woman? Ella. He was so scared that he flew back to Lillian's back, almost dropping the candy in his hand, and whispered, "Wow! Uncle Beard is kneeling down. Does he want Lady Lillian to help him fix his bones?" Roland was stunned, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He looked at Bloom, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling with excitement, and then looked at Lady Lillian, who was still as calm as a deep pool of water beside him. This lady revealed the truth of bone density download failure. How could she also reveal a forging god? This misunderstanding is a big deal. The corners of Legolas' mouth twitched violently, and his emerald eyes were full of absurdity and a subtle gloating. Humph, stupid dwarf. Mistook the pollution source for the forging god? It's really ridiculous. But he subconsciously touched the leaf on his waist again, feeling complicated. Lillian's dark gray figure remained motionless. The shadow of her hood covered all of her expressions. Facing Bloom's soul-shaking cry and the collective petrified gaze of the dwarves, her mind core just calmly recorded, target individual, Bloom cognitive system suffered a major shock. Based on its racial and cultural background, worship of the god of forging, it has a serious misunderstanding of the administrator's identity, association, the nest of creation. Emotional state, extreme shock all worship. Threat level, reduced to 0. Related conclusion, the dwarf body, geological stability unit, has a non-logical worship tendency towards the administrator's authority, Lillian 0. Exploitable. At this frozen moment of shock and misunderstanding, Lillian's calm voice sounded again, like a drop of ice water thrown into boiling oil, instantly making the hearts of all the dwarves, including Bloom on the knees, rise to their throats. Heart of Moria Anvil? Lillian's voice carried a very faint trace of confusion and complaints belonging to interstellar social animals, as if searching for an unfamiliar project code, no match in the database. She paused. Her eyes calmly fell on Bloom, who was still kneeling on the ground, looking up at her with eyes full of enthusiasm and expectation, and gave the final, cold diagnosis in the tone of stating objective facts that has not changed for thousands of years. It's just a device jam. Chapter 191. Moria Anvil Heart? No match in the database. It's just the device stuck. Lillian's calm answer, like 2 basins of ice water, accurately extinguished the fanatical flame called miracle that had just ignited in Bloom's eyes, and also awakened the dwarves, who were collectively petrified around him. It's just the device stuck? Bloom knelt on the hot ground, his red beard shaking violently because of the extreme emotional impact. His copper bell-like eyes were wide open, full of a huge sense of absurdity, and a kind of frustration of being repeatedly teased by fate, or device. The pillar of his faith, mistaking Lillian as the messenger of the god of forging, collapsed instantly, but the cold fact of bone density download failed was engraved in his heart like a brand. This gap made him not know whether to be angry or desperate for a while. The dwarves around also woke up from their dreams, looking at each other, whispering like mosquitoes. Equipment. Equipment stuck? What does that mean? Master Bloom's bones are really stuck? This human. No, this lord, who is she? Even the mystery of creation can be explained by stuck? The foreman picked up the third drop tongs and looked at Lillian with awe and deep confusion. Ella seemed to be completely unaware of the subtle atmosphere. She looked at Bloom's lost soul, faith collapse version, and her big blue eyes were full of sympathy and continued attention to Stuck. She flew closer again carefully and handed the slightly melted honey-hard candy forward again. Uncle Beard. Have some candy? The equipment is stuck. Eating candy is useless. But at least, it's sweet. Her logic was still touching. Roland rubbed his brows vigorously, feeling that his worldview had been forcibly broadened by an inch today. He looked at the dwarf master who was kneeling on the ground, who had turned from a fanatic into a lost and frustrated person, and then looked at Lillian, who was wearing a dark gray cloak beside him, as if she had just discussed the gear lubrication problem. This adult's knowledge crushing really came with all kinds of unexpected side effects. Legolas stood a little further away with his arms folded, and his delicate elf face was undisguisedly showing a mocking expression of "Look, stupid dwarf," and his emerald eyes were full of contempt for this farce and reaffirmation of Lillian's nature as a pollution source. Humph, treating equipment failure as a miracle? The dwarf's brain is really as solid as their hammer. Just when Bloom was overwhelmed by the huge sense of absurdity and frustration, and was about to fall into violent shame and anger again, Lillian's voice rang again. This time, Her eyes fell on the mining hammer at Bloom's feet, which he disliked as a feather duster. The dark gray hood turned slightly towards the hammer, and the scanning vision started silently. Target item: Dwarven Standard Mining Hammer, Improved Light Type. Material: Thorium Alloy, Purity, Medium, Black Ironwood Handle Core, Slightly Cracked. Energy Conduction Efficiency: Low. Center of Gravity Ratio: 15% forward, not in line with the dwarf's force-generating habits. Status: Slideware, Hammerhead, Handle Core Structure Damage, Risk, Breakage during use. Improvement Plan: Move the center of gravity back 8%, embed energy conducting runes, low level, improve energy utilization efficiency by 5%, replace the handle core, optional, harden you would. Estimated efficiency improvement after improvement, 23%. The cold analysis was completed in an instant. Lillian's eyes fell back on Bloom, who was still kneeling on the ground with a blank look. Her core thinking was based on the data package of the Geological Stability Unit, Dwarf Type, and the current path efficiency priority principle, and instantly generated the optimal solution. Temporary employment. Lillian's voice sounded clearly in the dead silence of the blacksmith shop area, like reading out a contract clause. Bloom looked up blankly, his red beard covered with coal dust on the ground. Lillian pointed her finger at the feather duster mining hammer at his feet very casually. Responsibilities: responsible for the team's heavy firepower output and equipment maintenance, can be concurrently responsible when not in combat. Target: Demon King's Castle. She paused, as if considering the wording of the reward. Reward: optimize the center of gravity ratio of this mining hammer, move back 8%, embed basic energy conducting runes, increase energy utilization efficiency by 5%, and remove the risk of damage to the handle core structure. She looked at Bloom's eyes, which were still full of confusion and frustration, and seemed to feel that she needed to add a little more attraction, so she added. The tone was full of a near certainty of speculation. Additional: improve the compatibility of the hammer with the current bone density. The estimated increase in the upper limit of short-term strength output, 18%. Bloom's eyes suddenly lit up. Optimize the hammer? Improve the compatibility? Increase the strength output by 18%? This is like a spring of sweet water in the desert for him, a dwarf who has been trapped by stuttering for half his life. Although it is still a world away from the mountain breaker of his dream, but this is at least a tangible hope. It is a practical solution to solve the frustration in front of him. However, Lillian hadn't finished her words yet. Her eyes swept calmly over Bloom's burly but disproportionate body, and she added a key clause, her tone as calm as if she was discussing the ownership of the hammer. During the contract period, the ownership of this hammer belongs to me, Administrator Lillian 0. After the mission is over, you can choose to return or keep the optimization results. Material costs must be paid. When Ella heard the word reward, she immediately became alert like a conditioned reflex. She counted on her fingers and began to calculate. Optimize the hammer. Increase strength. How many sugar units is this reward worth? Lady Lillian, can you? Her words were swept by Lillian's calm eyes, and she immediately swallowed them back and shut up honestly, but her big eyes were still rolling between Bloom and the hammer. The confusion and frustration on Bloom's face were instantly replaced by a huge struggle. Optimize the hammer. Increase the power. This temptation is too great. But the ownership of the hammer belongs to this mysterious administrator? Although it is only during the contract period. But for a dwarf blacksmith, this is as uncomfortable as lending his wife to someone else. And we have to go to the Demon King City? The lair of the pollution source? His struggling eyes swept across Lillian's dark gray cloak, which seemed to hide endless secrets, and the truth of equipment jamming, swept across his feather duster, now seemed to emit an attractive transformation light, and then swept across the surrounding furnaces that were spewing black smoke and rushing to make weapons for the front line. A dwarf's unique desire to improve skills, and unwilling to accept the fate of jam, finally overwhelmed everything. Roar! Bloom suddenly roared like a wounded beast escaping from a trap. He slammed his huge palm on the scorching ground and stood up with a force. Coal dust and sweat mixed together and covered his red beard and chest. His copper bell-like eyes stared at Lillian, burning with a determination to burn his boats, and a trace of greed for optimization results. Let's do it. Bloom's voice was hoarse and loud. Like the blast of a furnace, I give you the hammer. As long as you can modify it to be convenient. It can let me smash more tin cans of demon cubs. I, Bloom, will go with you to that damn Demon King City. He no longer hesitated, bent down, and picked up the feather duster mining hammer on the ground, with a strange sense of cherishment. After all, It was the hope of optimization in the future, and then carried the hammer heavily on his thick shoulders, like a battle flag. The hammer, which seemed small relative to his body, seemed to carry all the hope of breaking the stuck fate in his hands at this moment. He stepped to the side of Lillian a little later, in sharp contrast to the stinky-faced elf Legolas, and roared in a muffled voice, "Lead the way, Administrator." "Sir, my Bloom's hammer is ready to smash at any time." Although the tone was still rough, the Administrator, sir, was filled with a trace of awe from the heart for the existence of who can fix him. Roland looked at this freshly baked dwarf teammate carrying the hammer of hope, and then thought about the silent elves leading the way in the team, the angels counting sugar, and the unfathomable Lady Lillian. He could only sigh again, with endless complex emotions. Team members +1, heavy firepower dwarf Master Bloom, with his hammer that urgently needs to be transformed and the frustration of being troubled by equipment jamming, officially joined the team. The target is still the smoke-filled Demon King City. The roar of the furnace in the Bronzebeard Gate Fortress seemed to be seeing them off, and it also seemed to be playing a marching song of steel and absurdity for this increasingly weird team. Chapter 192. Bloom's mining hammer, which was highly anticipated, although it was still a feather duster, was heavily carried on his thick shoulders, and the hammerhead swayed slightly with every heavy step he took on the charred gravel. His red beard rose and fell violently with his breathing, on his face, which was smoked by smoke and fire, and now mixed with coal dust, sweat, and a trace of determination to burn his boats. He deliberately lagged behind Lillian by half a step, maintaining a dwarf-like odd distance from the existence of who can fix him, but his copper bell-like eyes swept over the hammerhead from time to time, as if imagining the scene of it being optimized by the Administrator and killing everyone. "Humph, finally we have some decent firepower, although this hammer." Legolas crossed his arms, and walked on the other side of the team. The hem of his dark green cloak swept across the purple-black mucus oozing from the ground, and his delicate elf face showed undisguised disdain. "It looks like a goblin toy. I hope the Administrator's optimization can slightly improve its environmental index, and not create more noise and metal pollution." He subconsciously touched the position of the third leaf on his belt again, frowning, as if the 37% insect infestation rate was still aching. Ella was floating above Lillian, her light wings converged, carefully avoiding the particularly dense purple particles in the air, and her big blue eyes vigilantly scanned the front. She held the small bag on her waist tightly with one hand. There were her only few hard candies that were not crushed, and the other hand reached in from time to time to touch them to make sure they were safe. "Lady Lillian," she said nervously, "are we close to Anvil Castle? Is there a candy store there? Or a syrup warehouse?" Her sugar radar was still tenaciously searching for signals in the desperate atmosphere of the battlefield. Lillian's dark gray figure walked in front. Her steps were steady and precise, like a set navigator. The heavy toolbox backpack on her back did not move at all. Most of her horizon was locked in front, quickly analyzing the environmental parameters. The concentration of sulfide continued to rise, the activity of inert magic particles intensified, and the faint red dots representing small monster groups in the threat scan were more densely distributed. Path correction. 2 kilometers ahead, the peak area of environmental corrosiveness bypassed the stone ridge on the left. The cold command was directly transmitted to Roland's ears. "Yes, sir," Roland responded, and the wound on his chest treated with a modified gel felt a slight itch, and the pain was minimal. He held the short knife tightly, and his eyes vigilantly swept across the shadows of the jagged rocks. Bloom's joining did bring a stronger sense of security, but the oppressive feeling in the hinterland of the scorch belt became heavier as it approached the core of the human front line. The smell of sulfur, corruption, sweetness, and some indescribable burn and rust in the air became stronger and stronger. After passing the stone ridge with the poisonous purple smoke rising, the scene in front of us suddenly became clear. Or rather, it spread out tragically. Anvil Castle. This fortress city that once guarded the key point and symbolized the glory of the combination of human magic and early machinery, now only a huge and hideous wreckage remains. The once towering city walls, which combined rough stone masonry and early gear structures, were full of huge gaps and collapsed walls, as if they had been gnawed by a giant beast. The broken and twisted metal brackets were like the broken ribs of a giant beast, exposed outside the charred rocks, and the asphalt-like magic flame residues were still hanging on them. Several iconic towers that once had huge magic searchlights on top, marked as early light energy weapon prototypes in Lillian's database, now only had half of the charred skeletons, pointing crookedly to the lead-gray sky, silently telling of destruction. The air was filled with a strong and pungent smell of gunpowder, mixed with a strong smell of blood, the smell of rotting herbs, and the stench of excrement. The ground was no longer pure scorched earth, but covered with a thick carpet made of ashes, broken bricks and rubble, coagulated dark red blood clots, and various unrecognizable war garbage. Stepping on it made a tooth-grinding creaking sound, and occasionally you could kick twisted and deformed metal fragments or half-broken weapons half buried in the ashes. Is this the Enville Castle? Bloom said in a muffled voice, his copper bell-like eyes widened, and even his resentment towards the hammer was temporarily suppressed by the tragic scene in front of him. As a dwarf, he had seen countless mining accidents and landslides, but the ruins of this scale, caused by pure destructive power, still shocked him and a trace of heartache as a fellow craftsman. Damn. It's worse than the deepest wasteland in Slag Valley. Legolas's face became even uglier, his emerald eyes burning with cold anger and extreme disgust. He almost walked on tiptoe, as if afraid of getting a little more filth from this destruction nest. The source of the scorched earth. The graveyard of chaotic magic. Look at the metal debris and energy pollution all over the ground. He pointed to a ruin in the distance that was still emitting black smoke. His voice was sharp. This is the end of you humans abusing your power. Every broken brick is wailing. Ella also put away her desire for sugar. Her big blue eyes were full of discomfort and a little fear. She lowered her altitude, almost flying close to Lillian's shoulder. The soft light emitted by the light wings seemed particularly weak in the thick smoke and purple particles. So smelly. Lady Lillian, the air here hurts. She was referring to the erosion of the holy light by the inert magic particles. Roland didn't speak. His lips were tightly pressed into a line, and the knuckles of the hand holding the dagger turned white because of the force. The scene in front of him was 100 times more tragic than the ruins of Oak Village. He seemed to see Uncle Cooper and his men fighting bloody battles here, and finally being submerged under the magic tide. A heavy feeling of suffocation seized him. Lillian's eyes swept calmly across this hell on earth. In her horizon, the data stream refreshed like a waterfall. Environmental parameters, air pollution index, off the charts, noise level, extremely high, thermal radiation, many residues, biological pollution, severe. Building structure scan, overall damage rate, 78.3%. Remaining functional area positioning, northeast corner, the underground structure is relatively intact, and the energy fluctuations are concentrated, suspected command node. Live signal scan, a large number of weak signals gathered, injured. A small group of active signals, soldier patrol/logistics, high energy individual signal, magician, X1, location, underground in the northeast corner. Threat assessment, environmental factors, high, residual monsters, medium-low, risk of internal order collapse, medium. She walked straight towards the northeast corner of the underground area marked in the horizon without stopping. There, a relatively intact metal gate with a huge gear relief, now smoked black, was half open. A simple fortification was built at the door, with sandbags and broken metal beams. Several soldiers wearing broken armor and tired and numb eyes stood guard with spears. The dim and swaying firelight, and even noisier and more chaotic voices came from inside the door. Groaning, crying, hoarse commands, the clanging of metal colliding. Temporary command center. Rather than a headquarters, it is more like a huge, chaotic underground shelter and first aid station. The huge stone pillars supporting the dome are covered with cracks, as if they will collapse at any time. The space is divided into pieces by all kinds of debris. Broken weapons, empty carts, piled sacks, with food or corpses, messy bandages. The mixed smells in the air are stronger and more pungent than outside. The smoke from burning inferior lamp oil, inferior alcohol, for disinfection, strong blood, the stench of rotting wounds, the sour smell of sweat, the sour smell of vomit. All kinds of smells are intertwined to form a disgusting muddy stream. The most shocking thing is the medical area that occupies most of the space. The ground is covered with dirty straw mats and rags, and is full of wounded soldiers who are groaning, twitching or have already fallen silent. Missing arms and legs is common, but more often, the patients are burned beyond recognition by demonic flames, corroded by corrosive acid, revealing their white bones, or hit by some huge force, causing their internal organs to rupture. Several doctors and apprentices wearing blood-stained white robes, and with empty eyes shuttled among them like zombies, mechanically performing inadequate treatment. Wailing, crying, and desperate mumbling were like background noise, continuously hitting the eardrums. In a slightly tidier place a little further away, there were several shaky wooden tables. Several equally exhausted civil servants, with dust and sweat on their faces, were writing something in a panic on the damaged maps and piles of parchment rolls under the dim oil lamp. An old man wearing a worn and dull officer's armor, with his helmet aside, revealing his gray hair and deep wrinkles, was roaring at several messengers, his voice hoarse and full of powerlessness. Reinforcements? Those old men in the capital are still arguing about which knights to send for gilding. Tell them. What Anvil Castle needs now is people. Living people who can hold swords. Medicine. Food. Not empty promises. Without supplies, we won't even have grass roots or tree bark to eat tomorrow. The demon cubs won't wait for us to starve to death. His roar was drowned in the groans of the wounded and the surrounding noise, and it seemed particularly sad. At this moment, a figure wearing a worn-out wizard robe that was obviously ill-fitting, covered with dust and suspicious stains, with a head of explosive curly hair that looked like it had been struck by lightning, was squatting in a relatively quiet corner, scratching his head at a simple rune array on the ground that was flickering and occasionally emitting small sparks and black smoke. That's not right. The energy diversion should obviously go through the third circuit. Why is it always overloaded? The magic utilization rate is too low. She muttered in her mouth. Her voice was a little childish and anxious. She tried to poke a node on the rune array with her finger. Puff! A small puff of black smoke suddenly rose, accompanied by a pungent smell of burning. She retracted her hand with an ouch and blew on her burned fingertips, her big star-like eyes full of frustration and unwillingness. Merlin! Stop fiddling with your broken thing. Another batch of seriously injured people have been sent down from the West District. We don't have enough manpower. Come and help hold them down. A hoarse voice came from the medical area not far away. Oh! Here I come! The Afro girl called Merlin hurriedly responded, standing up in a hurry, not caring about the smoking rune array, and turned to run to the pile of wounded. The hem of her wizard robe was rubbed by the blood on the ground, leaving a dark red mark. Lillian's eyes calmly swept across this hellish scene, and finally fell on the young figure with a striking afro who hurriedly ran towards the wounded. Her horizon instantly completed a quick scan of Merlin. Target individual, human female teenager. Physiological parameters, fatigue moderate, slight burns, fingertips. Energy core, magic affinity, medium, energy output, disordered and inefficient. Key scan, magic circuit activity. Estimated magic utilization rate, 19%. Related conclusions, magical talent, medium-low, operation accuracy, extremely low, energy waste, serious. Under Lillian's dark gray hood, her lips moved barely perceptibly, and a silent complaint slipped through her mind. Another, trouble that needs to be returned to the factory. Chapter 193. The chaos in the underground space of the temporary command post was like a sticky quagmire, swallowing up sound, light and hope. The groans of the wounded, the hoarse instructions of the doctor, the desperate roar of the officers, the clanging of metal. All kinds of noises collided and echoed between the stone walls, forming a suffocating sound wave. The strong smell of blood, rottenness and inferior lamp oil in the air mixed together, making people dizzy. Malin, with a head of explosive curly hair that seemed to have just been baptized by a thunderstorm, was squatting beside a soldier with a huge wound torn open on his abdomen. Her face was pale, her lips trembled slightly, and her thin arms were pressing hard on the soldier's thigh, which was twitching wildly due to severe pain, trying to cooperate with the doctor next to her with bloody hands to perform emergency sutures. Sweat mixed with dust, rushing out gullies on her childish but stained cheeks. Hold it tight. Don't let him move. The doctor's voice was hoarse and hurried, and the needle and thread shuttled quickly in the blood and flesh. I'm pressing. Mayleen's voice was filled with tears. She almost used all her strength, and her afro shook slightly with her movements. The soldier's painful screams and violent struggles made her feel nauseous, and her big star-like eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. She was just an apprentice. The magic circle in the book and the bloody hell in front of her were completely two different worlds. At this moment, a more shrill scream broke out from not far away, accompanied by a terrified shout. Stop it! That thing ran out! The chaos escalated instantly. I saw a monster shaped like a giant beetle, with a dark purple metallic luster on its shell and corrosive mucus flowing from its mouth parts, frantically drilling out of the ruins of a collapsed ventilation vent. It was obviously affected by the previous battle or attracted by the smell of blood. Its compound eyes flashed a crazy red light, and its 6 barbed limbs were madly paddling in the crowd. A wounded soldier, who was close and leaning on a crutch, was instantly knocked away and fell into a pile of debris with a scream. Beware! It's a corroder! The guards at the door screamed, but fatigue and confusion made them slow to react. Panic spread like a plague. The wounded struggled to crawl away in fear. Doctors and civilian staff screamed and looked for shelter, and the already fragile order collapsed instantly. "Damn it!" The old officer cursed angrily, trying to draw the sword at his waist, but staggered because of the excessive movement. Merlin's heart almost jumped out of her throat. Fear instantly overwhelmed her duty to hold down the wounded. She looked at the hideous monster rushing towards her, and her compound eyes locked onto the soldier beside her, who was being stitched up, and had no ability to resist. "No! Don't come over!" Merlin screamed. The huge fear and the reluctance to bear the wounded around her instantly overwhelmed all rational thinking. The instinct of survival and the impulse of protection made the pitiful magic power in her body boil uncontrollably. She suddenly let go of the soldier's hand, and her hands were extremely unfamiliar, and even somewhat funny in front of her chest to make seals quickly. The action was more like a drowning person's random thrashing. In the name of fire. Burn! Burn it! She closed her eyes, and screamed out the name of the most powerful spell in her memory with all her strength, flame. Pyroblast! Buzz! An extremely unstable stream of magic power, mixed with orange and dark purple, burst out from Merlin's hands that were randomly making seals like a wild horse. This energy is not so much a fireball as a ball of violently burning, with crazy internal energy conflicts and a crooked trajectory of magic paste. With a piercing scream and scorching air waves, it did not fly towards the target earth-drilling corroder but directly towards Lillian's team, who had just stepped into this chaotic area and were standing in the shadow of the door. "Lady Lillian, be careful." Roland's exclamation was drowned out by the monster's roar and the scream of magic. Bloom roared, and subconsciously wanted to swing his feathered duster hammer to block it, but the hammer was too small, and the chaotic energy came too fast and too far. Legolas' emerald eyes shrank, and his fingers instantly touched the bowstring, but the target was chaotic and the angle was tricky. Ella was so scared that her light wings exploded, and she suddenly shrank behind Lillian, screaming, "Hot! So hot!" At the moment when the uncontrolled fire explosion was about to paste Lillian's dark gray cloak. Lillian didn't even change the angle of her hood. Her body slid to the left half a step extremely slightly beyond the limit of human vision. The energy ball, with burning breath and chaotic magic, whizzed past the edge of her cloak and slammed into a huge stone pillar supporting the dome behind her. Boom! A dull bang accompanied by the splash of gravel. A basin-sized pit was blown out on the surface of the stone pillar. The edge was charred, mixed with ice crystals and molten rocks, and strands of chaotic magic were still sizzling at the edge of the pit. The power was barely enough, but the accuracy? Zero. The incidental attribute damage? Ice and fire? It was a complete failure. The shock wave and air wave of the explosion blew Lillian's dark gray cloak backwards, revealing a few strands of ink-like hair and a small part of her delicate but calm profile. She didn't even look back at the unfortunate stone pillar. Her eyes were still calmly locked on the burrowing corroder in front of her that was causing chaos. A cold record was instantly generated deep in her mind. Event: encounter with low-threat monster, burrowing corroder, and high-threat friendly magic attack, pyroblast failed version. Evasion action, complete, efficiency, 100%. Attacker analysis, target individual, Mei Lin, magic circuit disorder, output accuracy, catastrophic level, energy utilization rate estimation, revised to 18.7%, lower than expected. Ah! Mei Lin looked at the damage caused by her masterpiece, and the target that was completely missed, shocked, frightened, and ashamed, and was completely dumbfounded. However, when the blast lifted the shadow of Lillian's hood, revealing the exquisite side face that looked like a divine work of art, Merlin's eyes, which were originally full of fear and frustration, instantly lit up like stars. It was her, the black-haired girl mentioned in the legend, who appeared at the edge of the chaotic battlefield, and was even privately called the God of Knowledge by some desperate soldiers. Merlin had seen her commanding a small group of remnants in a peripheral defense battle from a distance, and repelled a small group of monsters in an incredible way. The calm and almost cold command, the eyes that saw through everything, had long been deeply imprinted in the heart of this young apprentice. Become the only light in this desperate hell. Stars. Stars above. Merlin muttered absent-mindedly. Under her afro, in her big eyes, fear and shame receded like a tide, and were instantly replaced by a pure, almost fanatical admiration and excitement. The star-like light flashed wildly in her eyes, almost overflowing. It's you? Knowledge. Lord God of Knowledge? She completely forgot about the threat of the monsters that were close at hand, the soldiers who were still bleeding, and the fire explosion she had just messed up. She was like being hit by a huge happiness. She tried to get up from the ground with her hands and feet and rushed towards Lillian. Idiot! Look ahead. Legolas's cold and harsh voice was like a whip. The corrosive burrower was obviously enraged by the explosion, or simply attracted by Merlin's energy source. It let out a piercing hiss, turned around, opened its mouth parts flashing with cold light, and rushed towards Merlin, who was still kneeling on the ground with a fishy wind of corrosive mucus. Merlin woke up from her dream, and was so scared that her afro seemed to stand up. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and waited for the severe pain to come. Huh? A stream of platinum light swooped down between Merlin and the monster like lightning that tore through the shadows. It was Ella, Sugar Supply Officer's guard. Attack! The angel's crisp shout carried an inexplicable sense of mission, mainly to settle Sugar, and the huge light wings fluttered violently, bursting out warm and pure light. She did not attack directly, but turned the highly concentrated holy light energy into an arc-shaped light shield, accurately blocking the route of the burrowing corrosive. Sizzle! The mouth parts of the corrosive hit the light shield hard, making a harsh corrosion sound and a roar of energy collision. The holy light and corrosive energy collided violently, and the light splashed. Ella was knocked back half a step by the impact, and the light wings trembled slightly, but the light shield firmly blocked the attack. Bloom! Hit the third piece of armor where it connects to the carapace. It's the thinnest there. Lillian's calm voice clearly penetrated the chaos. Roar! Bloom had been holding back his strength for a long time. Hearing this, he did not hesitate. His short and strong body burst out with amazing speed. He rushed to the side in one step. The feather duster mining hammer in his hand, with the dwarf's unique brutal power, smashed it accurately at the position indicated by Lillian. Bang! A tooth-grinding muffled sound. Where the hammer had landed, the hard dark purple armor plate shattered. The fragile tissue inside was exposed. The disgusting green body fluids instantly spurted out. The earth-drilling corruptor let out a shrill and out-of-tune scream, and its body suddenly stiffened. Legolas's arrows arrived almost at the same time. The sharp arrows, wrapped with thorns and flashing with natural light, seemed to have eyes, and accurately shot into the deep cracks of the armor plate that Bloom had smashed open. Puff! The thorns on the arrows burst out instantly, growing wildly in the monster's body, strangling it. The huge body of the earth-drilling corruptor twitched violently for a few times, and fell to the ground with a bang. The six limbs spread out weakly, and completely stopped moving. The crisis was resolved cleanly and neatly. Merlin sat on the ground, looking at the monster corpse lying in front of her with a shudder, and then suddenly raised her head and looked at the black-haired girl standing in the shadow of the door, with her dark gray cloak pulled back, as if the thrilling battle just now had nothing to do with her. At this moment, in Merlin's amazingly bright eyes, Lillian's figure seemed to be shrouded in a sacred halo. The god of knowledge. It must be her. She saw through the monster's weakness at a glance. She commanded the angels and dwarves to cooperate perfectly. She easily resolved the crisis, including her messed-up pyroblast. The huge admiration and excitement instantly overwhelmed all of Merlin's reserve and reason. She climbed up from the ground with her hands and feet, completely ignoring the blood and dust all over her body. Her afro looked even more fluffy and wild because of excitement. She rushed towards Lillian like a cannonball with a resolute momentum. Before anyone could react, Malin had already pounced at Lillian's feet, holding Lillian's dusty boots and calves tightly with both hands. Lord God of Knowledge. Malin's voice was tearful, but full of extreme enthusiasm and desire. She looked up at the shadow of the hood with starry eyes, as if looking up at the only salvation. Please. Please accept me as your apprentice. Please. I want to learn real knowledge from you. As powerful as you. Please. Chapter 194. The fanatical light burning in Merlin's starry eyes almost set Lillian's dark gray cloak on fire. She hugged Lillian's calf tightly, with such force that her cheeks covered with blood and dust were pressed tightly against the cold boots. Her afro was fluffy and undulating as she trembled with excitement, just like a frightened and extremely excited hedgehog. Lord God of Knowledge. Please accept me as your apprentice. Please. Merlin's voice was trembling like crying, but it was extremely loud, penetrating the chaotic echoes that had not yet completely subsided in the underground space. I want to learn. I want to be like you. I can see through the weaknesses of monsters at a glance. Command everyone to easily defeat those bad guys. Please teach me real magic. Please. This sudden and shocking apprenticeship scene made the entire temporary command center fall into a strange silence for a moment. The groans of the wounded seemed to be suppressed. The doctors forgot what they were doing. Even the roaring old officer opened his mouth and looked at the dramatic scene at the door in astonishment. Roland's mouth twitched slightly. He subconsciously wanted to step forward and pull Merlin away, But he felt that this action seemed disrespectful to the god of knowledge, and his outstretched hand froze in midair. Bloom scratched his red beard, and his copper bell-like eyes glanced back and forth between Merlin's afro and Lillian's calm cloak, muttering in a muffled voice, "This girl is quite powerful." Legolas frowned without concealing his eyebrows, and his emerald eyes were full of disgust. Another human who was dazzled by chaotic magic. Her energy field is even more unstable than the failed pyroblast just now. She is simply a moving source of pollution. He even subconsciously took a half-step back, as if Merlin's enthusiasm was contagious. Ella floated behind Lillian curiously, blinking her big blue eyes, looking at Merlin and then at Lillian, and whispered, "Ms. Lillian, is she asking for candy? She's hugging so tightly." The sugar angel obviously couldn't understand the complex human behavior of apprenticeship. As the center of the storm, Lillian's dark gray cloak did not move at all, and the shadow of the hood completely covered her expression. Only the right leg she hugged could feel Merlin's huge trembling strength, like a drowning person grabbing a driftwood. Her horizon was calmly locked on Merlin, and the cold data flow in the core of her mind instantly completed the review. Target individual, Melon physiological state, highly excited, adrenaline increased, emotional fluctuations, worship/prayer, energy core. Disorder, abnormal fluctuations in the activity of the magic circuit. Historical record of magic output accuracy. Disaster level, failure case of pyroblast. Comprehensive evaluation, magic utilization rate. 18.9%, down 0.1% from the last scan. Nerve signal transmission delay, 0.3 seconds, higher than the standard value. Operation stability, extremely low. Conclusion, magical talent, low. Operation accuracy, extremely low. Energy waste, serious. Does not meet the basic performance threshold of apprentice. Magic utilization rate 40%, operation accuracy standard level. Without a ripple, Lillian's calm voice, like a precision instrument broadcasting the results, sounded clearly, accurately covering Mayleen's crying, "Reject." 2 words, crisp and clear, without any room for maneuver. Mayleen's crying stopped abruptly, like a duck with its neck pinched. She raised her stained little face, and the fanatical light in her starry eyes solidified, replaced by huge surprise and disbelief. "Reject? Reject?" Lillian's eyes, even through the hood, she could feel the penetrating calmness, fell on Merlin's expectant eyes, and she continued to add the knife in the tone of stating objective parameters. Reason, low magic power utilization rate. Current value, 18.9%. She paused, as if listing the technical parameters of a substandard product. Nerve signal transmission delay, 0.3 seconds. Operation stability, catastrophic. Energy waste rate, 81.1%. Finally, with a hint of God of knowledge, the cold professional advice. Conclusion, the individual's development potential in the field of magic application is assessed, extremely low. Suggestion, change career. Boom. This precise and harsh reason for rejection with detailed data was like a basin of cold water mixed with ice chips, pouring hard on Merlin's head. She was completely stunned, and the hand holding Lillian's calf loosened a little. 18.9%? Catastrophic? Waste rate 81.1%. Change career? A few suppressed gasps and whispers were faintly heard around. The old officer covered his face. Several young apprentices showed frustrated expressions, as if they felt the same way. Bloom took a breath, and his eyes widened. 10? 18.9? The thermal efficiency of the waste slag discharged from our furnace is higher than this. The dwarf's sensitivity to numbers and efficiency made him instantly understand the tragic extent of this data. Legolas snorted with extreme contempt. Look, pure waste of magic power. Every time she casts a spell, she accelerates the entropy increase of this land. The environmentalist found a new point of criticism. Ella tilted her head and tried to understand. The utilization rate is so low. It's even more wasteful than using powdered sugar to make cakes. The angel made an analogy with the field he was most familiar with. Mayleen's face instantly turned red, all the way to her ears, and even her scalp under her afro seemed to be burning. The huge sense of shame and the embarrassment of being denied in public overwhelmed her like a tsunami. The light in her eyes was extinguished, replaced by mist, and it seemed that it was about to burst. However, just before the tears were about to fall, the almost paranoid tenacity deep in Mayleen's eyes suddenly burst out. Being denied magic talent by the idol in person? The data was terrible? Suggesting to change careers? No. Never. The Lord God of Knowledge must not have seen my determination. Didn't see my potential? What she needs is a chance to prove herself. Malin sniffed her nose suddenly, and held back the tears that were about to fall. Instead of letting go of her hand holding Lillian's legs, she held them tighter. As if that was her only step to the truth. I know I'm terrible now. Malin's voice was hoarse after crying, but it was unusually loud and firm. She raised her head and faced the shadow of the hood without flinching. Her afro shook stubbornly as she raised her head. My fire blast missed. My magic control was a mess. I wasted a lot of energy. But? She took a deep breath and shouted with all her strength. But I can learn. I can change. I can be your experimental assistant. Help you get tools. Record data. Clean the laboratory. I can do any dirty work. As long as you let me follow you. Watch you. I will definitely make progress. Please. Give me a chance. Lady Lillian. This time, she shouted the name that she had silently recited countless times in her heart. There was no pure fanatical worship in her eyes just now, but a desperate, almost tragic persistence. It seemed as if Lillian didn't agree, she was ready to stay here forever. The air froze again. Everyone was stunned by Merlin's indestructible cockroach-like tenacity, or thick skin. Roland held his forehead helplessly. Bloom opened his mouth wide, and forgot to close it. Legolas's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. Ella asked curiously in a low voice, "Our lab assistants responsible for distributing candy?" Lillian's dark gray figure was still as solid as a rock. Under the shadow of the hood, her eyes, like two bottomless cold pools, calmly looked down at the Afro girl at her feet, who was holding her and looking as stubborn as a stone. In the core of the mind, a new record was quietly generated. Target individual, Merlin after suffering a major denial, behavior pattern analysis, irrational persistence, plus, frustration resistance, plus, self-cognitive bias, plus. Threat assessment, potential source of trouble, too high stickiness. Just when the old officer felt that this farce should end, and was about to scold Merlin to let go, Lillian's calm voice, that had not changed for thousands of years, sounded again. She did not respond directly to Malin's request, but slightly tilted her head, her eyes passed Malin's fluffy afro, and fell on the tired old officer. Lead the way. Lillian's voice was clearly heard by the old officer, with an unquestionable command. Target, the highest command node here. We need the latest information on the front line of the Demon King City. Chapter 195. Lillian's words, lead the way, target. The highest command node here, were like a stone thrown into a muddy quagmire, instantly breaking the short-lived deadlock caused by Merlin's clinging to the thigh. The old officer, claiming to be the temporary commander of the remnants of Anvil Castle, Sir Karen, suddenly came back to his senses. His gray hair was messy, and the wrinkles on his face were deeper because of fatigue and anxiety. He looked at Lillian's unquestionable posture under her dark gray cloak, and then looked at Merlin, who was still holding her legs tightly, with a stubborn face, and his mouth twitched violently a few times. In the end, duty overwhelmed the mentality of watching the show, although this show was indeed a bit outrageous. Ahem. This way, please. Sir Karen cleared his hoarse throat, trying to maintain a little dignity, and pointed sideways to a relatively tidy corner deep in the command center. There was a small area barely separated by a few broken tables and stacked file boxes. He took a step, but his movements were a little hesitant, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Lillian's legs again. And the leg pendant that was always with her. Lillian didn't hesitate at all, as if the person hanging on her legs was not a person, but an insignificant piece of luggage. She took a step and followed Sir Karen's direction. Thus, an extremely absurd scene was played out in countless astonished, curious, and even somewhat numb eyes. Lillian, the god of knowledge, wearing a dark gray cloak and a deep aura, walked forward steadily. At her right leg, the magic apprentice Merlin, with her iconic afro, used both hands and feet, like an extremely persistent koala, to hold Lillian's calf tightly and be dragged forward. Her body rubbed against the ground covered with gravel and blood, and the hem of her wizard robe instantly became more filthy, but the flame of persistence burning in her starry eyes showed no sign of extinguishing, and instead became brighter because of Lillian's movement. There was a reaction. She didn't kick her away directly. There was hope. Ms. Lee. Lady Lillian. Listen to me. I can really do it. Merlin was being dragged away, while trying to sell herself, her voice trembling a little because of the bumps. My hands are very steady. I have never exploded the crucible when I helped Teacher Griffin make potions. I can copy magic circles quickly and accurately. I can also help you carry the toolbox. It looks heavy. I am very strong. Really? Please consider it. Roland watched this scene and felt that his eyes were cramping. He silently stepped forward and tried to help Lillian clear the obstacles, but felt that he had no idea where to start. You can't just force a girl's hand, right? Especially when the other party looks so persistent. Bloom scratched his beard, and Tongling's eyes were full of confusion. Is this girl a barnacle? Why is she so sneaky? The dwarf was puzzled by this tenacious, or shameless, behavior. Legolas frowned in disgust, deliberately keeping a distance from the dragging track, as if the dust raised was all carrying Merlin's magic pollution. Outrageous entanglement behavior. The energy field disturbance has intensified. Ella flew low and curiously followed Merlin, who was being dragged, her big blue eyes full of inquiry. Well, dragging like this will wear out your clothes. Do you need sugar to replenish your energy? She even took out a small piece of flattened sugar from her bag and tentatively handed it to Merlin. Sir Karen led this increasingly strange team through the chaotic medical area and the busy, and stunned, civilian staff area, and finally came to the command post separated by a broken table and a file box. It was relatively quiet here, but it was also filled with a strong atmosphere of anxiety and despair. Several torn military maps were spread out on the table, covered with chaotic arrows and crosses drawn with charcoal and red paint, representing the retreating defense lines and fallen fortresses. Just as Sir Karen was about to start explaining the situation, Merlin's voice got the better of him. With a panting breath after being dragged, it still sounded loud and expectant. Lord Lillian. Look! We need help here. I can help analyze the map. Deliver messages. I can also use the healing glimmer a little bit. Although the effect is not very good. But I can learn. Learn from you. I will. Magic utilization rate, 19%. Lillian's calm voice, like the most accurate scalpel, instantly cut off Merlin's endless self-promotion. Merlin's voice was stuck again, and the movement of holding her legs was stiff for a moment. Lillian didn't even look down at her. Her eyes fell on the most detailed map of the Demon King's castle on the table, as if she was just stating an objective parameter that was completely unrelated to the current environment. Her voice echoed clearly in the small command post, with a cold, final authority, nerve signal transmission delay, 0.31 seconds, 0.01 seconds worse than the last scan. Casting concentration, unable to maintain basic meditation state for more than 15 seconds, record, precursor to the loss of control of the pyroblast spell. Energy control accuracy, deviation value 35%, standard requirement, error 5%. Comprehensive evaluation. The individual's performance in the field of magic application continues to be lower than the baseline, and the development potential is close to zero. She paused, like an experienced HR reading the final notice of non-employment. Her tone was flat but unquestionable. Suggestion: change career immediately. Optional directions: basic document copying, advantage of steady hands, logistics inventory, need to improve patience, or... Lillian's eyes seemed to briefly sweep over the dusty hem of Merlin's wizard robe, and she added a suggestion with a hint of pragmatism. Bandage for battlefield first aid, no magic power required. Boom! This series of cold and precise data, and the ruthless development potential is close to zero, and immediate career change were more thorough and devastating than the previous rejection. Every percentage, every second, was like a heavy hammer hitting Merlin's enthusiastic heart. 19%? Even lower than last time? Conduction delay worsened? Concentration can't even be maintained for 15 seconds? Potential is close to zero? It is recommended to bandage? Merlin's stained little face instantly lost all its blood color and turned pale. The fire in Xingxing's eyes seemed to be completely blown out by the wind, leaving only cold ashes. The hands holding Lillian's calves finally uncontrollably loosened because of the huge blow and shame. She was like a rag doll with all its bones pulled out, limply sitting on the cold and dirty ground, her afro drooping limply. Tears could no longer be restrained, like beads that had broken off a string, rolling down in large drops, mixing with the dust and blood on her face, leaving muddy traces. She opened her mouth, but could not make any sound, only her shoulders were twitching silently and violently. The entire temporary command post fell into a dead silence. Sir Karen and several other staff officers looked at each other, their faces full of sympathy and embarrassment. Roland turned his face away reluctantly. Bloom smacked his lips, wanting to say something comforting, but looking at the horrible data, he finally swallowed his words back, and just muttered in a low voice, bandaging is also a skill? Legolas coldly spat out two words, wise. as if Lillian's suggestion was the only correct environmental choice, reducing magic waste. Ella looked at the crying Merlin, then looked at the piece of candy in her hand that she had not given away, sighed softly, and silently took the candy back. Lillian seemed to be completely unaware of the oppressive atmosphere around her, and the silent crying girl under her feet. Her eyes were still fixed on the map of the Demon King city. In her mind core, the record about Merlin was quietly updated. Target individual, Merlin suffered a second negative blow. Behavior pattern update, emotional breakdown, crying. Sticky threat, temporarily lifted. Observe subsequent behavior. She no longer paid attention to Merlin, but turned to Sir Karen, and her voice returned to the calmness of official business, intelligence. Demon King City Front. Latest developments. Thread distribution. Optimal path. Sir Karen was stunned by Lillian's seamless switch, as if nothing had happened just now, and then reacted, with bitterness and solemnity on his face. He picked up the charcoal pencil, and pointed to the mark on the map that was surrounded by many red crosses, symbolizing the core of despair. The Demon King's castle. My lord, the situation is very bad. Sir Karen's voice was hoarse and heavy. The last barrier, the Weeping Canyon defense line, was completely lost 3 hours ago. Chapter 196. Sir Karen's words, the Weeping Canyon has been lost, sounded like a death knell, hitting the hearts of everyone in the temporary command post. The dark cloud of despair instantly overwhelmed the brief silence caused by Merlin's collapse. The staff officers were pale, and Sir Karen clenched his fists. His knuckles were white, and his gray hair seemed to be a little darker. Roland's heart sank suddenly. The last barrier collapsed. The army of the Demon King city is no longer blocked, and the army will go straight to the heartland of mankind. Weeping Canyon. Legolas' emerald eyes swept across the mark covered by the red cross on the map, and his voice was cold. The veins in that area are already fragile due to excessive mining of magic crystals. The energy shock and magic flame pollution caused by the collapse of the defense line are enough to make that land barren for the next 100 years. The chain reaction of destruction. His poisonous tongue at this moment carried a cold sense of prophecy. Bloom snorted heavily, and the feathered duster hammer on his shoulder shook slightly because of anger. Damn it! Those demon cubs must have used some dirty tricks. It's not so easy to collapse the fortifications built by our dwarves in a frontal attack. Ella was floating nervously, looking at the map, and then at Lillian with her big blue eyes. Lady Lillian, is there a lot of candy in that canyon? If it is lost, will there be no candy to eat? Angel's worries are always so unique. Lillian's dark gray figure did not move at all. Under the shadow of the hood, her eyes were like the most precise probe, quickly scanning the location of Crying Canyon on the map and the surrounding terrain marks. Her thinking core ignored the desperate atmosphere around her and the discussions of the team members, and instantly began to deduce. Intelligence confirmed. Crying Canyon defense line collapsed. Path correction requirements. The original path through the canyon is invalid. Threat level, extremely high, main force of the Demon King's army. Alternative path analysis. Path A, bypass the Rotten Bones Swamp. Distance, increased by 35%. Environmental threats, highly toxic miasma, high, latent corrosive organisms, high. Threat assessment, overall risk is high. Path B, forcefully cross the edge fault zone of the Crying Canyon. Distance, increased by 18%. Environmental threats, energy turbulence, medium-high, geological instability, medium-high, residual monster patrol, medium. Threat assessment, high efficiency, controllable risk, precise navigation and avoidance are required. Optimal path selection, B, association, need to obtain detailed geological scans and energy turbulence distribution predictions after the canyon collapse. The cold data streams collided in Lillian's core. She raised her head and looked at Sir Karen again. Her voice was still steady, without any emotion. Scan of the geological structure of the Weeping Canyon after the collapse. Prediction of the distribution of the core area of energy turbulence. Marking of the hot spots of residual monster activity. Her request was precise and direct, as if she was asking for a laboratory report. Sir Karen was stunned again by Lillian's attitude of ignoring the tragic battle report and directly asking for technical details. Then he showed bitterness. My lord. Our last observation wizard team was almost wiped out. The latest detailed skin map. I'm afraid. He rummaged through the scattered documents on the table and pulled out a piece of parchment with stains and rough lines. This is the only one. The rough energy fluctuation diagram set back before the evacuation. The geological structure is completely blank. On the parchment, the outline of the canyon was drawn with trembling lines, and it was filled with chaotic red graffiti, symbolizing violent energy turbulence. There were several huge crosses, marking huge pits and rift valleys. The amount of information was pitifully small and almost useless. Lillian's eyes swept across the waste paper-like schematic diagram, and her mind instantly marked it as an inefficient information source. She tilted her head slightly, as if quickly calculating the risk factor of forcibly crossing with only these fragmentary information. In this suppressed silence filled with despair and invalid information, a voice with a strong nasal tone, but extremely clear, suddenly sounded from the ground at Lillian's feet. Geological structure. I know. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw that Merlin, who had just been slumped on the ground crying silently, raised her head at some point. Her face was still wet with tears and dirt, and her afro was messy, but her starry eyes, although still red and swollen, rekindled an almost paranoid light at this moment. She even wiped her face with the back of her hand, which made the stain spread further, like a little cat. Sir Karen frowned. Merlin! Don't be silly. Now is not the time to be brave. Roland also looked at her worriedly. Merlin, you. Legolas sneered directly. You can perceive geological structures with your 19% magic utilization rate? Ridiculous. Merlin seemed not to hear their doubts. Her eyes were fixed on the hem of Lillian's dark gray cloak, as if it was her only light source. She struggled and tried to stand up with her hands, but because of the ups and downs of her emotions just now, her legs were still a little weak, and she staggered and sat back down. But this did not affect her rapid speech at all. With a determination to burn all boats, she shouted, I didn't use magic to sense. I helped Teacher Griffin sort out the old reports of the geological exploration team. It's in the archive room behind the headquarters that is about to collapse. She pointed eagerly to a corner deep in the command post that was full of debris and covered with dust. Inside there are detailed rock profiles of the early exploration of the Weeping Canyon. And there are stress test records of the mountains on both sides of the canyon. Although they are all before the collapse. But it's better than nothing. I remember where those reports are. I can find them. She finished speaking in one breath, her chest rising and falling violently, her starry eyes fixed on Lillian, filled with desperate expectations and the desire to prove herself. She did not mention learning magic from a master, but accurately grasped Lillian's most urgent need at the moment. Geological structure information. Even if it was just outdated, Sir Karen and other staff officers were stunned and looked at each other. Griffin was an old wizard in Anvil Castle. He was indeed responsible for some auxiliary work in geological exploration. Those reports seemed to be real, but they had long been piled up in the corner as waste paper, and no one cared about them. Lillian's dark gray hood finally turned slightly downward. Those eyes, like two bottomless coal pools, calmly looked down at Merlin, who was sitting on the ground, in a mess but with burning eyes. Scanning vision silently operated. Target individual, Merlin emotional state, rapidly turned from collapse, low to excitement, high. Request. Provide geological information, non-magical field. Information credibility assessment. There is a logical chain. Griffin Geological Exploration Archives. Value of associated old reports. Exists. Historical data can assist modeling and predict the post-collapse structure. Analysis of behavioral motivation. Core demands remain unchanged. Follow the administrator. Strategy transformation. Provide practical value. Just when Sir Karen was about to say even if there is, it is old news, Lillian's calm voice sounded, and the target was Merlin. Report coordinates. Archives. Merlin's eyes instantly burst into unprecedented brilliance. Lady Lillian responded. She asked for the coordinates. There is hope. It's over there. In the innermost. The big iron cabinet against the wall. The third floor. Wrapped in oilcloth. Merlin's voice was shaking with excitement, and her finger pointed precisely at the dusty corner. Lillian nodded slightly, without looking at Merlin, and turned to Sir Karen. Get the report. Priority, highest. The tone was an unquestionable command. Sir Karen opened his mouth, but finally waved to a young staff officer beside him. Go. Do as she said, find the things. Quick. The young staff officer responded and rushed to the corner, and began to search in the dust and the clinking of debris. Merlin watched the staff officer's actions, shaking with excitement. She struggled to stand up again, and finally succeeded this time, although she was still a little shaky. She did not try to hug Lillian's legs again, but took a deep breath, used all her strength, and shouted to Lillian's dark gray back that she had been brewing for a long time, which was also the only life-saving straw she could grasp at this moment. So, Lady Lillian, I can read. I can record data. I can recite things. I am familiar with those old files. I am very useful. She paused, as if she had used up her last bit of courage, and shouted the identity that determined her future. Let me be your experimental assistant. Please. I will follow you. This time, there was no crying in her voice, only a kind of persistence and tenacity that would not turn back even if she hit the wall, and would give up everything. The afro stood stubbornly in the dim light, just like her unyielding declaration at this moment. There was silence in the command post. There was only the rustling sound of the young staff officer rummaging through the files, and the sound of dust falling. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lillian's dark gray back and the girl with a black hair and a stained face, but surprisingly bright eyes. Lillian didn't look back. She just quietly looked at the direction where the young staff officer was looking, as if waiting for the report. But deep in her mind, the record about mail-in was quietly updated. Target individual, mail-in behavior pattern update, strategy conversion, providing practical value in non-magic fields. Resilience rating, upgraded. Related conclusion, the individual's performance evaluation as an archive retrieval and basic recorder, qualified, tentative. Potential source of trouble, stickiness, risk, reactivation, high. Under observation. Chapter 197. The young staff officer rummaged through boxes and cabinets in a dusty corner, accompanied by the rustling of debris and violent coughing. Everyone's eyes were focused on the dust. Even the wounded soldiers sitting on the ground stopped groaning temporarily, and the air was filled with an almost solidified expectation. Merlin tightly grasped the hem of her stained wizard robe, staring at the corner with her starry eyes under her afro, holding her breath. Her desperate gamble just now, all her hopes, were tied to those pieces of torn paper that may have been forgotten long ago. Finally. Found it. Sir. My lord. The young staff officer came out from behind a pile of collapsed wooden boxes with a dusty face, holding high in his hand a long strip of package wrapped in thick oilcloth with frayed edges, his voice hoarse due to excitement and dust. Sir Karen immediately stepped forward to take the package, with a subtle eagerness in his movements. He untied the hemp rope and uncovered the oilcloth in a few seconds. Inside were several rolls of maps drawn on tough parchment. The paper was yellowed and the edges were curled, but it was relatively well preserved. He quickly spread out the largest roll. On the yellowed parchment, fine ink lines and mineral pigments of different colors were used to clearly draw the detailed topography of the Crying Canyon before the collapse. Towering cliffs, winding valley rivers, cross-sectional structures of different rock layers, and even marked rock layer stress points and possible fault lines. There were also dense handwritten notes and measurement data next to it. Although the information was old, the level of detail was far beyond that waste paper-like energy diagram. Great! Sir Karen couldn't help but exclaim, and a long-lost excitement flashed across his face. The other staff officers also gathered around, and a faint hope rekindled in their eyes. The moment Malin saw the map unfold, she jumped up from the ground as if she was injected with energy. She didn't bother to brush off the dust on her body, her afro shook excitedly, her starry eyes burst into a brighter light than before, and she looked straight at Lillian, as if silently shouting, "Look! I said I can do it!" Lillian's dark gray figure moved silently to the table. Her eyes were like a scanner with the highest precision, quickly sweeping over every contour line on the map, every rock layer mark, and every stress point annotation. The core of her mind was running at an unprecedented speed. Target data acquisition, detailed geological structure map of Weeping Canyon, historical stable state, X3, rock layer stress test report, X1. Data integrity, high. Related current intelligence, canyon collapse, energy impact source, magic energy explosion, coordinates, XXX, YY. Deduction model construction, based on historical structure, collapse source point and energy level, simulate the geological form after collapse. Energy turbulence distribution prediction, combine collapse shock wave and residual magic energy to simulate the core turbulence area. Optimal path generation, avoid predicted collapse area, high energy turbulence core, mark hot spots of monster activity. Generation completed. Path visualization. In just a dozen seconds, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Lillian's finger slid quickly and accurately on the blank space at the edge of the map. Where the fingertips passed, a clear, stable, and faintly blue energy line appeared out of thin air. The line stretched on the yellowed parchment like a living thing, cleverly bypassing the predicted collapse area and high-energy turbulence core marked with red dotted lines on the map, and finally pointed to a relatively narrow fracture zone exit at the edge of the canyon, marked with ancient rock bridge remains. A brand new way of life through the death zone was presented to everyone by the God of Knowledge in the most intuitive way. This is... Sir Karen looked at the path emitting faint light, his voice trembling. A miracle. A staff officer muttered absent-mindedly. Efficiency path. Revised version of Plan B. Lillian's calm voice broke the shock, and her fingertips pointed at the remnants of the ancient rock bridge. In this area, the geological structure is relatively stable, and the energy turbulence has the weakest impact. Estimated travel time, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Threat, remaining monster patrol, low threat, avoidable. She raised her head and glanced at her team members. Roland, responsible for path marking and preliminary reconnaissance of environmental threats. Ella, high altitude warning, holy light frequency band interference, non-lethal, dispersing small monsters. Legolas, accurately clear path obstacles, biological or non-biological, environmental toxin scanning. Bloom, heavy firepower support, rapid assessment of geological structure stability, knock echo feedback. The instructions were clear and unambiguous, just like assigning assembly line tasks. Yes, Lady Lillian. Roland immediately straightened his back, his eyes full of confidence in this way of life and absolute trust in Lillian. I guarantee to complete the task. Mr. Sugar Supply Officer. Ella fluttered her wings and flew into the air excitedly. Humph, finally a decent cleanup job. Although Legolas snorted, his fingers were already on the bowstring, and his emerald eyes scanned the map path sharply. Roar! Leave it to me. It's a good time to try this hammer. Bloom responded heroically, raising his feather duster, but then remembered its pending optimization status. The sound was stuck, and the Copperbell eyes couldn't help but glance at Lillian. At this moment, an extremely excited voice with a broken voice suddenly sounded, breaking the solemn atmosphere of the team's orders. Ms. Lillian. Experimental Assistant Malin. Be on call at any time. Malin had squeezed to the front of the table without knowing when. She raised one hand high, and held the remaining geological reports tightly with the other hand. Her afro was trembling slightly because of excitement, and her starry eyes were filled with great happiness and sense of mission, as if she had finally become a regular employee. I am responsible for keeping the maps and reports, recording data, and helping you carry the toolbox. I am very strong. Really. As she said this, she actually stretched out her dusty little hand and tried to grab the dark gray and inconspicuous toolbox backpack that Lillian placed at her feet. Don't touch it. Lillian's voice was still calm, but with a hint of unquestionable coldness. The toolbox backpack did not move at her feet. Merlin's hand froze in midair, and she shrank back awkwardly, but the excited smile on her face did not diminish at all. Yes. Lady Lillian. No. I will. Just follow with the report. Sir Karen looked at this strange team that quickly assembled in front of him with clear division of labor. A human youth full of craftsman's breath and determined eyes, a battle angel emitting holy light but full of sugar in his head, a venomous and mean elf archer who hates pollution, a dwarf master carrying a toy hammer and inexplicably in awe of Lillian, and a magic apprentice with an afro who just proved his value with an old map, and at this moment was as excited as a little mouse who stole lamp oil, calling himself an experimental assistant. And standing at the core was the black-haired girl in a dark gray cloak, with an unfathomable aura, who was respected as the god of knowledge or master administrator, and could instantly draw a life channel on waste paper. Sir Karen opened his mouth, but in the end, he only sighed a long sigh with endless complex emotions. He solemnly saluted Lillian with the most standard military salute, even though his armor was already in tatters. My lord. Anvil Castle. No, the kingdom of humanity. Please. His voice carried the last hope and heavy entrustment. Lillian nodded slightly, as if accepting this heavy entrustment, but her eyes were already cast on the dark blue path on the map. She carried the toolbox backpack with a neat movement. Let's go! Target, the remains of the ancient rock bridge. Lillian's voice clearly issued the final order. Yes. The team members responded in unison. Merlin's voice was the loudest. Bloom picked up the hammer and added in a muffled voice with the persistence of a dwarf. That, Mr. Administrator. When we get past this damn place, you see my hammer. Lillian did not stop, and a calm voice came. Contents of the contract. Execution after the path efficiency reaches the standard. Bloom's eyes lit up. Roar. Got it. The power was instantly full. Legolas also spoke coldly, pointing his fingers at the leaves and wristbands on his belt, and deal with it together. Lillian did not even turn her head. The corners of the elf's mouth moved slightly, which was considered satisfactory. Ella immediately raised her hand. Mr. Lillian. My sugar settlement. Record. High altitude warning mission initiated. Basic unit +1. Lillian responded accurately. Great. Ella cheered. Malin hugged the geological report tightly, like a priceless treasure, and followed Lillian step by step. Her little face under her afro was flushed with excitement, and she was still muttering in a low voice. Melon, the experimental assistant, is in place. The report is well kept. The toolbox. It's safe within visual range. Roland looked at his teammates. The angel for sugar, the dwarf for hammer repair, the elf for radar pest control, the apprentice who was excited to be an assistant, and the god of knowledge, who embarked on a journey for roasted sweet potatoes, or perhaps something else. He sighed again with endless absurdity and a strange sense of relief. The team. A strange combination of human craftsmen, foodie battle angels, poisonous environmental elves, resentful dwarf masters, follower apprentices, and interstellar social animal immortals. Officially assembled, stepped out of the temporary command center filled with despair and gunpowder, and took firm steps towards the dangerous path that flashed a faint blue light on the yellowed map. Target, Demon King's Castle. Chapter 198. Sir Karen's military salute, full of despair and last hope, was engraved in Roland's heart like a brand. The smoke of the ruins of Anvil Castle, the wailing of the wounded, and the heavy trust made his chest feel stuffy. However, when his eyes swept across the dark gray, rock-like stable back in front of him, an inexplicable force dispelled the haze. Lillian didn't say anything extra. She carried the seemingly inconspicuous toolbox backpack that carried countless secrets, and without any hesitation, she took the lead in stepping out of the temporary command post filled with death and despair. She was like an accurate navigator with a clear goal, the remains of the ancient rock bridge. Let's go! Follow Lillian. Roland took a deep breath, suppressed his surging emotions, and shouted in a low voice, following closely behind Lillian, and vigilantly scanning the shadows between the broken walls. Roar! Here we come! You little devils, wait for Master Bloom's new hammering skills. Bloom carried his highly anticipated, modified, feather duster mining hammer, his copper bell-like eyes wide open, and followed with big strides. The hammerhead swayed slightly with his heavy steps, as if silently protesting its unsuitability. Legolas's delicate elf face still had an undisguised disgust, and his dark green cloak brushed across the filthy traces on the ground. He deliberately kept a distance from Bloom, as if the furnace smell and hammer emanating from the dwarf were sources of pollution. Humph, crossing the collapsed energy cemetery? I hope the administrator's path can avoid the most serious magic pollution area, he said coldly, but his slender fingers had habitually rested on the bowstring, and his emerald eyes were as sharp as an eagle, scanning the surrounding environment. Sugar Supply Officer Ella. Takeoff warning. Ella's clear voice carried a hint of excitement about the mission, and her light wings fluttered suddenly, turning into a white gold stream of light rising into the air. She hovered above the team, her big blue eyes, like the purest searchlights, scanning the ruins filled with purple particles and gunpowder smoke in front of her. Report. The vision ahead is poor, the concentration of energy particles. The interference is huge. For the time being. No large pieces of sugar have been found for the time being. Oh no, large pieces of monsters. Melon hugged the precious geological reports wrapped in oilcloth tightly, like holding her employment certificate, and followed Lillian closely, her little face under the afro flushed with excitement and nervousness. Actual. Experimental assistant Malin is in place. Report on the storage status. Good. Toolbox. Lady Lillian's toolbox is within visual range. She tried to straighten her back and tried to make herself look more professional and reliable, even though the hem of her wizard robe was stained, and she was still stumbling. The group quickly passed through the wreckage of the Anvil Castle. Collapsed houses, twisted metal, coagulated dark red blood. The cruelty of war is like a silent scroll spread out under your feet. The smell of sulfur and burn in the air is getting stronger, mixed with a faint, disturbing sweet smell. The closer you get to the canyon, the more obvious the vibration of the ground becomes. The free, unstable magic factors in the air are like tiny needles, irritating everyone's skin. Soon, a scene like a scar on the earth lies before your eyes. Weeping Canyon. The natural moat of the past is now completely unrecognizable. The towering cliffs on both sides are like being torn and broken by the hands of the giant god. The huge rocks collapse and pile up, forming hideous and weird piles of rocks. The bottom of the canyon is shrouded in thick smoke and strange purple light fog, and it is difficult to see the reality. The violent energy turbulence was like an invisible giant python, shuttling and colliding in the broken mountains and smoke, making a heart-pounding crackling sound and a low hum, occasionally tearing the air and exploding a group of dazzling electric sparks. The ground was covered with bottomless cracks and huge pits, and the rocks on the edge looked like glass after being melted by high temperature and cooled rapidly. Dead silence. Apart from the roar of energy turbulence, there were no birds singing or insects chirping here, only a suffocating desolation after being completely destroyed. Hiss. Bloom took a breath of cold air. Even a dwarf like him, who was used to seeing mining accidents and landslides, was shocked by the scene before his eyes. This is scarier than the landslide area in the deepest part of our mine. Is this road really passable? Legolas's brows twisted into knots, and his face became even uglier. The energy pollution level exceeds the standard. The geological structure is extremely unstable. The magic miasma in the air is enough to cause organ failure in ordinary creatures within half an hour. This is the evil result of your abuse of power. His venomous tongue was filled with cold anger, and his fingers subconsciously protected the leaves and wristbands on his belt, as if the pollution here could erode him through the air. Ms. Lillian. It's so scary here. Ella lowered her altitude, her voice trembling slightly. The holy light emitted by the wings seemed to be suppressed by the thick purple particles, and dimmed a little. Energy turbulence. Like a broken syrup mixer. So noisy. Melon's face was pale, and her hand holding the report was shaking slightly. The excitement just now was mostly dispersed by the Doomsday scene in front of her. She subconsciously shrank back to Lillian. Only Lillian, the dark gray figure, did not move in the strong wind at the entrance of the canyon. Under the shadow of the hood, no one could see her expression. Her horizon had already been silently opened, and the invisible scanning beam penetrated the smoke and energy turbulence, accurately capturing every parameter of the environment. Environmental parameter update. Air toxicity, highly toxic, containing high concentrations of inert magic particles and unknown corrosive factors. Energy turbulence density, high. Core area threat level, fatal. Geological stability, extremely low. Continuous microseismic, local collapse risk, refreshed every second. Optimal path, remains of ancient rock bridge. Status scan, path surface rock structure, relatively stable. Error rate, 0.7%. Energy turbulence impact, intermittent weak flow at the edge of the path, avoidable. Threatening biological signals, sporadic, small, low threat. Conclusion, path available. Efficiency, currently the highest. Risk, controllable, precise navigation and team members strictly follow instructions. Path confirmed. Lillian's calm voice broke the suppressed silence, like an ice crystal thrown into boiling water, instantly calming the restless team. She raised her hand and pointed to the edge of the collapsed mountain on the left side of the canyon. A narrow path that was almost buried by huge fallen rocks, winding upwards, close to the broken cliff. Target, remains of ancient rock bridge. Follow the marked route. Keep a distance of 5 meters. Do not touch any objects that emit light or emit energy. Her voice was filled with an unquestionable sense of command, and her eyes swept over the team members one by one. Roland, lead the reconnaissance, mark the safe foothold, and the energy turbulence interval period. Visually observe the frequency of light and shadow changes in the third rock column in the left front. Ella, maintain an altitude of 15 meters. Turn on the holy light frequency band interference. Range, 10 meters around the team. Intensity, dispel type 1, and focus on monitoring high-altitude falling objects and large energy groups. Legolas, clear path obstacles, biological priority, and continue to scan the changes in the composition of air toxins in the front 50 meters. Pay special attention to the sudden change point of purple particle concentration. Bloom, during the journey, knock on the rock wall on the right side of the path every 30 seconds. Coordinates, I specify in real time, and feedback the echo spectrum to determine the risk of cavity in the rock layer below. Merlin, keep silent and follow closely. Report status, only large geological cracks or energy anomalies not marked on the map are found. The instructions were clear and precise, like the task modules assigned to precision instruments. No encouragement, no explanation, only the most efficient action plan. Yes, Lady Lillian. Roland did not hesitate, and immediately drew out his short knife and a small piece of eye-catching fluorescent chalk, given by Lillian before, and rushed to the steep trail like a clever mountain cat, and began to mark safe footholds and observe the gaps in energy turbulence. Understood. Holy light dispel, range 10 meters. Start. Ella immediately suppressed her fear, and the light of the light wings flowed, A layer of soft but tough platinum halo spread out, covering the team, and the suffocating purple particles in the air were slightly pushed away as if they had met their nemesis. Humph, cleaning up the garbage is just my job. Legolas snorted coldly. With a longbow in his hand, the thorns wrapped around the arrows flashing with natural light, and his sharp eyes cast at the dim road ahead like a scanner. Knock. Knock on the stone? Sure. Leave it to me. Bloom was stunned for a moment, then patted his chest to promise. Although he didn't quite understand what spectrum was, the administrator asked him to knock, so he knocked hard. He gripped the hammer handle tightly. Silence. Silence. Got it. Experiment assisted Malin enter silent mode. Malin immediately covered her mouth with her free hand, looking around nervously with her big eyes, trying to fulfill her duty of observation, although she might not even know what spectrum is. The team was like a tightly meshed gear chain, driven by Lillian, the absolute core, and stepped into the Weeping Canyon shrouded in death and chaotic energy. The dark gray figure walked in the front, with a steady pace as if it had been measured thousands of times, leading this wonderful team composed of craftsmen, angels, elves, dwarves, and apprentices, towards the shadow of the Demon King city, and began a new journey full of unknown dangers. The broken cliffs cast hideous shadows, and energy turbulence roared not far away. The road under our feet, every step is on the edge of destruction. Chapter 199. Traveling through the Weeping Canyon is a dance of death on the edge of destruction. Every step is taken on the safe point that Lillian has accurately calculated with an error rate of only 0.7%. The violent energy turbulence is like a giant python that chooses its prey, roaring and colliding beside the narrow path, and the sputtering electric sparks burn the air with a burnt smell. The highly toxic purple particles are barely pushed away by the holy light dispersing circle that Ella has opened, but the sweet and greasy smell of decay is still pervasive and irritating the nasal cavity. The broken rocks under the feet groan in the continuous micro-tremors, and Bloom's heavy knocks every 30 seconds echo in the dead canyon. The feedback echo is converted into a spectrum diagram of the rock structure in real time in Lillian's horizon, marking the invisible cavity risk. Roland! Move left 2 steps. The rock stress 0.3 meters ahead will reach critical in 7 seconds. Energy turbulence gap appears in 3 seconds, duration 5 seconds. Lillian's calm voice penetrated the roar of turbulence, as accurate as telling time. Roland was sweating profusely, staring at the light and shadow changes of the twisted rock pillar in front of him as a clock. At the moment Lillian's voice fell, he suddenly jumped to a relatively flat black rock in front of him. Almost at the same time he landed, a blazing white energy turbulence whipped the place where he just stood like a whip, melting the rock into a deep gully. Ella! Above. Falling rocks. Coordinates, 15 degrees to the right of your front, 40 meters high, volume, about 1 cubic meter. Holy light impact, deflection angle 5 degrees. Lillian's instructions followed closely. Got it. Watch me. Ella's light wings flapped violently, and a condensed platinum-colored beam of light shot out accurately, not to shatter, but to gently push like an invisible big hand. The trajectory of the whistling rock was instantly deviated, and it fell heavily into the abyss outside the path, stirring up a cloud of dust. 3 crevice lurkers. Target, 20 meters ahead of the path, in the shadow of the rock pile on the right. Clear. Legolas's cold voice sounded, the bowstring hummed, and 3 arrows wrapped with natural thorns seemed to have eyes, and sank into the shadows. After a few short and shrill screams, silence returned. His emerald eyes swept over the arrow landing point, and added, toxin concentration, within the standard. Safe. Bang! Bloom's hammer hit the rock wall designated by Lillian in real time again, shaking his arm numb. Master Administrator. This echo. Sounds a bit empty. Like hitting a broken drum. He roared in a muffled voice, and his eyes were full of tension. There is a small dissolution cavity below. The path carrying capacity, sufficient. Pass. Lillian's response was concise and clear. Melon covered her mouth tightly, her big eyes wide open, and tried her best to perform her observation duties. She saw a huge crack ahead and was about to report it when Lillian's calm voice sounded. Crack, 3.2 meters wide. Go around the left mark. Mail in. Observation is effective. Record. Crack location, coordinates XXX, YYY, not marked on the old map. Malin was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously, although she could only make sounds with her mouth covered. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Not a second off. When the team finally stepped out of the suffocating death zone of the Weeping Canyon and breathed in the relatively fresh, although still filled with gunpowder, air again, everyone was like crawling back to the world from the edge of hell. Roland supported his knees, panting violently, sweat soaked the lining, and bursts of soreness came from the old wound on his chest. Bloom sat on the ground with his buttocks. His shoulders carrying the hammer were sore and numb, and his red beard was a little wilted. Although Legolas still stood straight, beads of sweat oozed from his delicate forehead. Continuous toxin scanning and accurate shooting consumed a lot of energy. Ella landed, and the light of her light wings dimmed a little. She muttered softly, "Sugar reserves." Dropped to yellow alert. Merlin collapsed directly to the ground. Her afro had lost its vitality, and her hand holding the report was still shaking slightly. Only Lillian, with only a little dust on her dark gray cloak, was as steady as before. She looked around, as if to confirm her position. The scene before her was not the expected frontline headquarters, but a huge square ruin full of absurdity and sadness. This is the attraction marked in the catalog that cannot be avoided. The Brave Trial Stone Square. However, the former inspirational holy place has now become a tragic war zone. The white stone slabs on the ground of the square had long been broken and rolled, and were charred black by smoke and fire, covered with huge magic flame craters and traces of knife and axe. The broken fountain statues, the collapsed memorial columns, and the viewing platform that was burned to a skeleton, silently told of the fierce battle that had taken place here. In addition to the smoke, the air was also filled with a stronger smell of blood and a kind of despair, almost solidified sadness. In the center of the square, a huge, cracked black rock stood tall, like a silent tombstone. This was the legendary trial stone of the brave. At this moment, it looked more like a bloody fortress. Sandbags, broken metal barricades, and makeshift bunkers were piled around the rock, covered with dried black blood and holes left by arrows. On the top of the rock, a long sword flashing with faint starlight was inserted diagonally. The legendary Holy Sword Starlight. The sword body was flowing with a faint glow, which was incompatible with the surrounding desolation and death, but strangely became the only light source in the ruins, attracting countless desperate eyes. A large number of people gathered around the trial stone. They were not pilgrims, but ragged, sallow refugees and exhausted, wounded remnants. They huddled behind the remaining shelters, their eyes numb and empty, looking at the periphery of the square with deep fear. There, they could vaguely see the shadows of the demon patrols, and the ominous dark red demonic flames rising from the direction of the Demon King's city in the distance. When Lillian and her group, especially Lillian with a dark gray cloak and a different temperament, and her teammates Ella, elves, dwarves, and other strange teammates who exude holy light around her, appeared at the edge of the square, it was like throwing a huge stone into a dead water. Look! Look over there. Is it a new team? Oh my god! There are angels! It's holy light! And elves. Dwarf master. The one in the gray robe. Black hair. Is she a woman? She is walking in the front. Black hair. Goddess? The prophecy says. The one who brings the light of the stars in the black fog. It's reinforcements. It must be the new brave team sent by the kingdom. We are saved. Whispers spread rapidly like a plague, and in the numb and desperate eyes, incredible, almost fanatical hopes suddenly burst out. The crowd began to riot, and countless eyes focused on Lillian like spotlights, with humble prayers and unconditional trust. Brave sir. Please. Save us. Draw your sword. Brave sir. Only the Holy Sword Starlight can drive away the darkness. Please lead us. We are willing to follow you. The shouts were scattered at first, and then gathered into a deafening wave of crying voices, echoing over the ruined square. The people who had suffered from the war, as if they had grabbed the last straw, placed all their hopes and beliefs on the dark gray figure. They automatically separated a passage, and their eyes pointed at the trial stone in the center of the square, and at the holy sword that was inserted diagonally, symbolizing salvation. Roland looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart seemed to be blocked by a huge rock. The despair and hope of the people were so heavy, and this hope was being blindly poured on Lady Lillian. He looked at Lillian worriedly. He knew that she was not the goddess in the prophecy, she was just an observer who was afraid of trouble. Bloom scratched his beard, with a trace of confusion and awe in his eyes. My goodness. These people regard the administrator as the savior? Legolas frowned unabashedly and whispered, foolish belief. The energy emitted by the sword. Rather than being holy, it is more like the remnant of a strong binding force field, without any natural rhythm. Ella tilted her head curiously. Draw the sword? Will there be candy if you pull it out? Merlin was so excited that her face turned red, and her afro seemed to be fluffy again, and she proudly straightened her chest. Look! I said that Lady Lillian is the god of knowledge. Everyone has vision. Amidst the attention of the crowd, and the tsunami-like prayers, Lillian's dark gray figure remained calm. She didn't even look at the fanatical people, her eyes fell directly on the star on the top of the trial stone. The scanning horizon started silently. Target item: high-frequency particle cutting knife, laboratory standard tool, number, LZSC007. Status: energy core, low power operation, maintaining basic restraint field. Biometric lock, activated, iris lock, administrator Lillian 0. External observation: a large amount of invalid faith energy, impurity rate, 99.9%, was applied, with no actual amplification effect. Conclusion: tool requires permission to unlock. She frowned slightly, as if she was a little troubled by this meaningless gathering and expectation. Under the gaze of countless expectant eyes that were almost burning, and in the deafening shouts of "Draw the sword! Draw the sword!" Lillian took a step and walked straight through the automatically separated crowd channel, heading towards the huge trial stone. The shouts of the crowd instantly reached a peak. Everyone held their breath, countless pairs of eyes stared at her movements, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. A new legend. The Savior is coming. It will be staged before their eyes. Lillian walked to the trial stone, slightly raised her head, and looked at the starlight inserted diagonally. Under the dark gray hood, the eyes that were like two bottomless cold pools calmly swept across the extremely subtle energy lines on the hilt that ordinary people could not detect. That was the interface for biometrics. She did not hold the hilt with devout faith, or full of blood, like the legendary brave. She did not even reach out her hand. She just used that calm voice that was enough to penetrate all the noise and said clearly, "Oh, that knife." Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to have magic power, instantly overwhelmed all the shouts, and the entire boiling square fell into a dead silence. Countless faces full of hope froze. Then, she added the cold truth that was enough to shatter all fantasies. It has a biological lock. It can't be opened without my iris. Don't bother. After saying that, she didn't even look at the holy sword again, as if it was really just a lost tool. She bypassed the huge trial stone, and walked straight to the other end of the square, the real direction of the frontline command center, without pausing. The hem of the dark gray cloak brushed across the charred ground, leaving behind a dead silent, completely petrified square, and countless blank and empty eyes with collapsed faith. Chapter 200. Lillian's cold words, "There is a biological lock," and her resolute action to bypass the trial stone were like two invisible heavy hammers, smashing the bubble called Savior that had just ignited in the square. The dead silence enveloped the brave trial stone square, which was heavier than the pure despair before, with a kind of confusion and coldness after the collapse of faith. Countless eyes followed the dark gray back, from burning to dull, and finally only empty ashes were left. Roland followed closely behind Lillian. His chest was blocked and panicked. He could clearly feel the despair and disillusionment in the dead silence behind him. Lady Lillian just stated the facts, but it was like taking away the last driftwood of the drowning man. He subconsciously touched his waist, where there was only an empty bag of roasted sweet potatoes, but there was still a hint of burnt fragrance. He took 2 quick steps, took out a baked sweet potato wrapped in clean leaves, still warm from his bosom, and silently, with a hint of clumsy persistence, handed it to Lillian's side. "Ms. Lillian, are you hungry? It's still hot." His voice was not loud, with the simplicity and concern unique to young craftsmen, and it was particularly clear in this oppressive silence. Lillian's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. The dark gray hood slightly tilted towards the sweet potato handed over, scanning the horizon and instantly completing the analysis. Target item: baked sweet potato. Ingredients: starch, sugar, trace carbonization. Temperature: 42.3 C. Related data: Athos warmth sharing, emotional module, slight fluctuation. She did not speak, nor did she refuse, but stretched out her hand very naturally, took the warm sweet potato, and put it into the inner pocket of her cloak. The action was so smooth that it seemed to have been rehearsed thousands of times. This tiny interaction, in the eyes of the team members who followed closely, had different interpretations. Bloom scratched his red beard, with confusion and a hint of understanding in his eyes. TSK. The administrator also likes to eat roasted sweet potatoes? Just like us dwarves. He subconsciously weighed the hammer on his shoulder and muttered softly, "It's this hammer. If it's more convenient, it will be more practical to hit the demon cubs." "Humph, Meaningless energy intake will only create more metabolic waste. Legolas crossed his arms, his emerald eyes swept over Roland and Lillian, and accurately finished the knife. Also, the energy dissipation conducted when you hit the rock wall has increased by 0.5%. Bloom, pay attention to your pollution output. Hey! Long-eared. I was using force. Do you understand what force means? Bloom immediately felt like his tail was stepped on. Ella didn't pay any attention to the sweet potatoes. She was nervously holding her small bag, and her big blue eyes were vigilantly scanning the shadowy shadows of the demon patrols at the edge of the square. Ms. Lillian. Sugar reserves. Enter red alert. Urgently need a supply point. Are there any candy store ruins nearby? Her sugar radar was still working tenaciously in the desperate environment. Malin held the geological report. Her afro swayed slightly as she trotted, and her starry eyes were still sparkling as she followed Lillian's figure. The collapse of faith in the square just now seemed to have no effect on her. She whispered to herself in admiration, "Look, Ms. Lillian is so efficient even in collecting sweet potatoes. Precise grasping, no unnecessary movements. This is the style of the god of knowledge." Just as the team was about to pass through a relatively intact building ruins at the edge of the square and completely leave this cemetery of faith, a suppressed excitement, but with obvious trembling shouts, came from the shadow of a half-collapsed arcade. "Wait! Wait! Please wait a moment." Several figures staggered out and blocked the front of the team. They looked very young, with childishness and long-term malnutrition on their faces, wearing tattered, obviously ill-fitting standard leather armor covered with dirt and dark red blood stains. Their eyes were completely different from those of the completely desperate and numb crowd in the square. There was a kind of almost paranoid, unextinguished flame burning in them, mixed with fear, fatigue, but more of a desperate fanaticism. The leading boy, with hair like weeds and a fresh scratch on his face, stared at Lillian's dark gray back, his voice hoarse and out of tune due to excitement. You are the new brave man, right? The black-haired goddess who leads the angels, elves and dwarf masters." A thin girl beside him, holding a notched dagger tightly, also shouted anxiously, "We saw it. You just disdained to draw your sword in front of those people, right? Just like the real heroes in the legend, they always show their true power at the most critical moment." She looked at the starlight on the top of the trial stone, her eyes full of undisguised admiration and desire. "We are the Thorns of Anvil Castle, the last reserve of the garrison." Another tall boy straightened his thin chest, trying to make himself look more reliable, even though his voice was shaking. We didn't give up. We have been fighting. We are harassing those demon cubs." He pointed to the periphery of the square, where some destroyed simple traps and traces of extinguished campfires could indeed be seen. "Please!" The leading boy took a step forward and almost knelt down. His bloodshot eyes were full of humble prayers and unconditional trust. "Give us a chance. Let us follow you. Take us to draw the sword. We are not afraid of death. We just want to die on the way to take back the holy sword and rush to the Demon King's city, instead of hiding here and rotting like rats. Yes. Take us to draw the sword. Mr. Brave. You will definitely be able to draw the holy sword. We believe in you." These boys and girls were like drowning people grabbing the last straw, stubbornly and fanatically projecting the faith that had just been shattered in the square onto Lillian. They automatically ignored the cold fact of the biological lock and used their young blood and fantasy to weave new hope. They are the last remaining hot-blooded remnants in this desperate cemetery who refuse to cool down. Roland looked at these boys who were about the same age as him, but thinner and more embarrassed, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. Their courage was moving, but this fanatical hope placed on Lady Lillian was destined to fail again, and might even kill them. Bloom frowned, carrying a hammer, and said in a muffled voice, "A few little kids. Courage is commendable, but—" He shook his head and said nothing more. Legolas sneered openly, another victim of brainwashing by twisted legends. The energy field of the sword will only restrain the mind and is worthless. Ella blinked curiously, drawing a sword. Does it take a lot of strength? Will it consume sugar? Melon glared at the teenagers angrily. Hey! Don't make noise. Lady Lillian is thinking about an important path. Draw a sword, such a trivial matter. Lillian finally stopped. She didn't look back at the passionate teenagers. Her dark gray hood turned slightly, and her sight seemed to fall on the deeper part of the arcade ruins, the intersection of the shadow, and the activity area of the demon patrol not far away. Her voice sounded calmly, but it was not a response to the boy's prayers, but a clear and cold command, which instantly pierced the boy's passionate shouts. Everyone on alert. Energy reading, high. Heat source reaction, rising sharply. Target, Lava Demon Patrol. Position, deep in the ruins of the arcade in front. Number 3. Estimated contact time, 10 seconds. Almost at the same time as her voice fell. Boom, in the depths of the arcade, a huge lava stone burning with dark red magic flames roared out like a cannonball, carrying a scorching air wave and a breath of destruction, and slammed into the position of the team. Following closely, there were 3 terrifying roars, like rolling thunder, full of tyranny and desire for destruction. The dark red light lit up from the depths of the ruins, and the temperature around them instantly soared. The shouts of those passionate boys were instantly stuck in their throats, and the fanatical expressions on their faces were replaced by extreme fear.